Zia Ryufai was even more confused and said, "Who else could it be? I'm here to see Professor Tian." Then Zia Ryufai also came to his senses. He smiled and said, "You're waiting for someone, right?" Luyu's mouth twitched and she rolled her eyes at Zia Ryufai. "What does it have to do with you?" Zia Ryufai thought to himself, "This girl is really hot-tempered, but I don't think I've provoked her, so why does she look so bitter and hateful when she sees me?" At this moment, Professor Tian's voice could be heard from inside. "Is it little Zia? Come in quickly." "Yaoyu, what are you doing at the door? Quickly let little Zia in." Liu snorted softly and stepped aside unwillingly. Naturally, Zia Ryufai would not argue with a little girl. He gave her a friendly smile, reached out for the vegetable basket, and walked into the courtyard. The white-haired and spirited Professor Tian smiled as he came out and said, "Little Zia, why did you bring so many things again? Didn't I tell you not to take anything from here the last time? The vegetables we grow and the fish we rear are not worth much." Zia Ryufai smiled and asked anxiously, "Professor Tian, how's your health recently?" "Very good," Professor Tian said happily. "After drinking the Chinese medicine you gave me, some of my minor illnesses have disappeared. I feel like I'm 10 years younger." Zia Ryufai saw that Professor Tian was indeed in a good mental state. His face was glowing and he walked with a gust of wind. It did not look like he had just walked past the gates of hell not long ago. He was happy for him. Professor Tian pulled Zia Ryufai to sit at the antique tea table in the corner of the living room. He took out his precious tea leaves and made a kung fu tea for her. As he poured the tea leaves into the purple clay teapot, he said with a smile, "Little Zia, stay for lunch today. My younger daughter and son-in-law just came back from Hong Kong. In a while, Hulan will be coming over after work." Zia Ryufai glanced at Luyu, who was huddling on the sofa in the living room and switching channels with the remote control in boredom. He roughly knew who she was waiting for. "Professor Tian, I won't disturb your family's reunion," Zia Ryufai said. Hearing this, Zia Ryufai could only agree with a bitter smile. Professor Tian was in a good mood today, probably because he had not seen his younger daughter for a long time. He was making tea and talking about his younger daughter with Zia Ryufai. Professor Tian's youngest daughter, Tian Huixin, was 35 years old. Her husband, Ma Zhaiming, was the only son of Hong Kong's richest man, Ma Xing. Tian Huixin could be considered to have married into a rich family. However, she and Ma Zhaiming were classmates when they were studying in the United States. The two fell in love and got married in the United States. Ma Xing was getting on in his years. Ma Zhaiming had inherited his father's business and was gradually taking control of the family business. Tian Huixin, on the other hand, had not gone out to work since she got pregnant. She had been living a life of supporting her husband and raising her child in Hong Kong all these years. The two of them chatted for a while before the doorbell rang again. Liu cheered and jumped up from the sofa. She jogged out to open the door. Immediately after, Zia Ryufai heard Luyu's surprised voice. "Little aunt, little uncle, you guys are here. Huan, big sister missed you so much. Come, let big sister hug you." Zia Ryufai and Professor Tian also stood up and walked out. Before they reached the door, Luyu and the rest had already entered. A charming young woman was walking in front with a cute little girl who was about 4 or 5 years old in her arms. Behind her was a well-dressed middle-aged man who was about 36 or 37 years old. When the two of them saw Professor Tian, they shouted in unison, "Dad." Professor Tian was also a little excited. He nodded and said, "Zhaiming, Huixin, hurry up and go inside. The journey must have been tough, right? Fortunately, Hong Kong is not far from here." Ma Zhaiming replied with a respectful expression. Professor Tian then turned his gaze to the little girl in Tian Huixin's arms. With a loving expression, he said, "Huan." Tian Huixin gently patted Huan and said, "Call me Grandpa happily." Huan did not react. She did not even look at Professor Tian. Her eyes were dull and listless as she stared at a small top in her hand. Still no improvement. Professor Tian's expression darkened. Tian Huixin's eyes reddened. Ma Zhaiming saw that the atmosphere was a little heavy and wanted to change the topic. At this moment, he saw Zia Ryufai standing beside Professor Tian and quickly asked, "Dad, this is—" "Oh," Professor Tian laughed, "I forgot to introduce you. Zhaiming Huixin, this is the person who saved my life, little Zia. Zia, this is my daughter Tian Huixin and son-in-law Ma Zhaiming." Zia Ryufai smiled. "Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, you don't have to thank me. I've told Professor Tian and Mayor Tian before. It's really nothing." At this time, Professor Tian said, "Come in and sit. Don't stand there and chat." The group of people arrived at the living room and took their seats. Huan also got down from Tian Huixin's arms. She tiptoed to the corner of the living room and fiddled with the top. Every time the top started to spin, she would be very focused and stare at it without blinking. Luyu ran over and wanted to play with her, but no matter what she said, Huan did not even look at Luyu. Zia Ryufai also realized that there was something wrong with this little girl. She had not said a word since she entered the room and did not respond to any external stimuli. However, this should be Ma Zhaiming and his wife's privacy, so Zia Ryufai did not ask. He could see the deep worry in Ma Zhaiming and Tian Huixin's eyes, and he knew that Huan's problem was not small. Otherwise, with Ma Xiaming's financial resources, how could he not even be able to solve the problem of his precious daughter? After the spinning top stopped, Huan picked it up clumsily and tried to spin it again. However, she failed after several attempts. Huan, I'll help you, Lu Yu said. After saying that, he took the spinning top from Huan's hand. Before Lu Yu could spin the top, Huan's head hit Lu Yu's stomach without any warning. Lu Yu was caught off guard and fell on her butt on the floor. She grimaced in pain. Then Huan let out a hysterical scream. Tian Huixin quickly ran over and comforted Huan in her arms. Professor Tian went over and helped Lu Yu up. Even in her mother's arms, Huan was still screaming loudly. It took a long time before she gradually calmed down. Mr. Zia, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Ma Xiaming sighed. When Zia Ruifai saw the tears in Tian Huixin's eyes, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Ma, if I may ask Huan. Ma Xiaming glanced at his wife and daughter who were not far away and said with a sad face, to be honest, Huan is Xingxing's child. Xingxing's child, Zia Ruifai repeated in confusion as he did not understand. Professor Tian sighed and said, it's autism. We call it autism in China. It's a congenital nervous system disease. These children live in their own world. They generally have serious language and social barriers. Grandpa, why are you saying so much? Lu Yu complained in a low voice. Zia is not an outsider, Professor Tian said nonchalantly. What's there to hide? Yes. There's nothing I can't say, Ma Xiaming quickly said. It could be seen that he still respected this father-in-law very much. Zia Ruifai said apologetically, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. It's just that Huan is so cute and her appearance. Tian Huixin hugged Huan and said with a bitter smile, children with autism look the same as ordinary children. In fact, many star children look cuter than ordinary children. Zia Ruifai looked at Huan, who was completely immersed in her own world, and asked, this illness, is it very troublesome to treat? Tian Huixin sighed. Yes, at present there is no medicine in the world that can treat autism. What can be done is to help the child master survival and social skills as much as possible through perceptual integration training and some other supplementary correction. However, Huan's condition is rather serious. Even though we've hired a top-notch special mentor, she still can't speak. At this point, Tian Huixin was a little choked up. She gently kissed Huan's pink and jade-like face and said with red eyes, my greatest wish is to hear Huan call me mother in person while I'm still alive. Even if it's just once, I'm fine with that. After saying this, Tian Huixin couldn't help but sob. Huan, on the other hand, was completely unaware of her mother's sadness. She was still staring at the little top in her hand, and her head would shake from time to time, which was a sign of a serious imbalance in her senses. Ma Xiaming walked over and gently put his arm around his wife's shoulder, comforting her in a low voice. Lu Yu glared at Zia Ruifai unhappily and said, how can you be like this? Why are you asking so many questions? You made my aunt cry. Yao Yu, how can you say that? Professor Tian frowned and shouted, it is. Lu Yu said indignantly, Huan's matter is a sore spot for Auntie. Our family members won't take the initiative to mention it, but he keeps asking this and that. Isn't he rubbing salt in Auntie's wound? You should stop talking. Professor Tian glared at Lu Yu and said, Yao Yu, it's all right. Ma Xiaming quickly said. Zia Sheng only asked because he was concerned about Huan. Seeing that everyone in the family was speaking up for Zia Ruifai, Lu Yu snorted and sat on the sofa in a fit of pique. She was so angry that she stopped talking. Tian Huixin wiped her tears and said to Zia Ruifai, Mr. Zia, I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself. Zia Ruifai also said awkwardly, Mrs. Tian, I really don't mean to pry into your privacy. Actually, the reason why I want to know more is because I've learned a few ancient prescriptions, one of which is quite effective for nervous system diseases. So I want to confirm the specific conditions of autism and see if I can help you. Tian Huixin only smiled faintly and said, Mr. Zia, I appreciate your kindness. We can't even remember how many famous neurologists we've taken Huan to over the past few years. We've also seen many Chinese medicine doctors, but hearing this, Professor Tian coughed a few times. Tian Huixin suddenly realized that her words were a little inappropriate, so she said a little awkwardly, Mr. Zia, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to doubt you. Zia Ruifai smiled and said, it's fine. Actually, I'm not confident myself. After all, that prescription has not been tested on an autistic patient. Naturally, Zia Ruifai did not have any ancient methods. He only felt a little sympathy for Huan when he saw that she was such a cute little girl, but she was living in her own world and did not care about the reactions of the outside world. Since it was a problem with the development of the nervous system, he felt that the petals of the strange flower might be helpful to her condition, so he took the initiative to mention it. If Tian Huixin had no intention of asking him to treat her, he would naturally not rush to do this. Professor Tian was moved by Zia Ruifai's words and quickly asked, Zia, did the same person teach you the ancient prescription that you mentioned and the one that treated my illness and rejuvenated my body last time? Zia Ruifai smiled faintly. Yes, it's all recorded in an incomplete medical book that the old Chinese doctor left me, but I've never tried to treat people with autism. After Professor Tian received the confirmation, he said excitedly, then it's worth a try. After saying that, he turned to Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming and said, Huixin, Jiming little Zia's prescription is very magical. The last time I had a heart attack, it was very dangerous, and it was Zio Zia's Chinese medicine that saved my life. The doctor said that if I didn't take the right medicine in the early stages, I wouldn't have made it to the hospital. He paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, the Chinese medicine that Zio Zia prescribed for me is also very effective. My legs that have been suffering from cold for decades have been completely cured. Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming looked at each other. Both of them were moved by Professor Tian's words. However, Tian Huixin had just declined Zia Ruifai's good intentions, so she was a little embarrassed to speak again. Zia Ruifai looked at the couple and smiled. Mr. M.A., Mrs. Tian, I'm very willing to try to help Huan. The side effects of Chinese medicine are very small. Even if there is no effect, the child will be fine. Lu Yu, who was sulking, couldn't help but stand up and say, Little uncle, are you serious? Do you really believe that he can cure autism? Look at his age. Does he look like he has great medical skills? He also said that he has no experience in treating people with autism. Yao Yu, shut up. Professor Tian's face darkened as he rebuked. This is getting more and more outrageous. Zio Zia has good intentions, and he's my savior. How can you be so rude, Grandpa? Lu Yaojiao said, we have to believe in science. Can science cure your grandfather's acute myocardial infarction? Could science have recuperated my body so well in such a short time? Science itself is a kind of superstition. Professor Tian said bluntly, China's traditional Chinese medicine is broad and profound. Who would dare to pat their chest and say that traditional Chinese medicine can't cure autism? Seeing this, Liu shook her head helplessly. In her opinion, her grandfather must have been bewitched by Zia Ruifai to believe him so unconditionally. Professor Tian glared at Lu Yu again before turning to Zia Ruifai and saying, Zia, it's all my fault for not teaching Yao Yu well. That's why she's so arrogant. Please don't take it to heart. Zia Ruifai laughed and said, she's actually doing this for Huan's own good. Everyone's starting point is the same. Lu Yu pouted. It was obvious that this girl did not appreciate Zia Ruifai's kindness. However, Zia Ruifai did not mind. He just smiled and said, then I'll go to the pharmacy to get all the herbs I need and then come back to boil the medicine. Okay. I'll leave it to you, Zio Zia, Tian Huixin said quickly. Zia Ruifai nodded with a smile and walked out of the door. At this moment, Liu also quickly followed. Yao Yu, what are you doing? Professor Tian shouted. Huan. Liu said without turning her head, I bought the medicine for Huan. I have to follow him. Let's see if he's up to any tricks. Nonsense, aren't you coming back? Professor Tian was furious. Zia Ruifai, however, did not seem to mind. He turned around and said, Professor Tian, it's fine. Since Liu wants to follow, then let her follow. This, Professor Tian shook his head helplessly. He could not help but glare at Lu Yu. Zia Ruifai said to Lu Yu, then let's go. I'll try to get there as soon as possible. Lu Yu snorted softly and ignored Zia Ruifai. She followed Zia Ruifai out of the door. Soon, there was the sound of an engine. Zia Ruifai drove the pickup truck with the secretary's daughter, Lu Yu, and headed to the nearest Chinese medicine clinic. The pickup truck drove through the campus. The two people in the car did not speak, and the atmosphere was very strange. Zia Ruifai glanced at Lu Yu from the corner of his eye. She sat in the front passenger seat, the seat belt wrapped around her chest, outlining her seductive curves. The lines of her face were very delicate. The winter sun shone through the car window, and her face seemed to be covered with a faint glow. However, Zia Ruifai did not feel the pressing aura of youth. Instead, he felt that the temperature in the car had dropped because of Lu Yu's presence. No matter how good-looking a face was, it would not be pleasant if it was sullen. This girl's resentment towards him was a little deep. What exactly did he do to make her unhappy? Zia Ruifai's heart was filled with question marks. When the car passed by the civil engineering school's main building, Zia Ruifai stepped on the brakes and stopped the car by the side of the road. Then he opened the door and got out of the car. He walked straight into the building. Lu Yu didn't react for a moment. It was only after Zia Ruifai got out of the car that she quickly stuck her head out and shouted, Hey, where are you going? Zia Ruifai said without turning his head, I have 3 urgent needs. I'm going in to use the bathroom. Do you want to join us? Lu Yu's face heated up. She spat and said, Bah, vulgar. She saw that Zia Ruifai had already walked into the school building with an anxious look on his face. She couldn't help but kick the mat of the front passenger seat and thought, what kind of person is this? Why did he go to the bathroom at this time instead of at home? Is he up to no good? Lu Yu had the intention to go in and see what Zia Ruifai was up to. However, she was shy after all. If Zia Ruifai really went to the toilet, wouldn't she be in big trouble? So in the end, he didn't put it into practice and could only sulk in the front passenger seat. The waiting time always passed very slowly. After a few minutes, Zia Ruifai still had not appeared. Lu Yu gritted her teeth in hatred. Just when she thought that Zia Ruifai had fallen into the toilet, Zia Ruifai finally appeared at the entrance of the teaching building. When Liu saw Zia Ryufei walking over unhurriedly, she was furious. She couldn't help but stick her head out and mock, "You've been gone for a long time. Don't tell me you cleaned the toilet for the civil engineering college." Zia Ryufei had a harmless smile on his face. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. "I'm sorry, I caught a cold yesterday and had a stomach ache. Sorry for making you wait." Liu snorted with a cold face and ignored Zia Ryufei. Zia Ryufei chuckled and didn't think much of it. He started the car and drove out of the school. Naturally, he didn't really go to the toilet just now. He just went to find a quiet place in the teaching building to summon the spirit map scroll and took out a small, flat, stainless steel wine pot from his space. It was filled with a solution of flower petals that Zia Ryufei had prepared in advance. The amount of petals in the solution was about 1/3 of the total. Then, he used his mobile phone to search for some Chinese medicine formulas for nursing children with autism. He firmly remembered one of the formulas that had milder medicinal properties and was mainly for nursing. It took a lot of time to search for the information because Zia Ryufei had to make comparisons to ensure the accuracy and safety of the prescriptions. At the same time, he had to remember the ingredients, the amount, the dosage, and other information. After doing all this, Zia Ryufei deliberately walked out of the teaching building unhurriedly. After wasting so much time, Liu was naturally impatient. Fortunately, on the way to the pharmacy, Zia Ryufei did not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, Liu would really go crazy. There was a pharmacy at the Tengsheng Hall near Sanshan University. Zia Ryufei walked towards the pharmacy after parking the car. Liu naturally followed him quickly. It was obvious that she was monitoring Zia Ryufei. Zia Ryufei didn't mind and told the shopkeeper a series of herbs, such as foxglove, poria cocos, mandrill, Chinese magnolias, etc. They were all common Chinese medicinal herbs. He even asked the shopkeeper to separate and pack these herbs. Just as the shop assistant went to prepare the medicinal ingredients, a pleasant voice rang out, "Yao Yu." Liu turned her head and smiled happily. She called out, "Yu Yu, what are you doing here?" A girl named Yu Yu was wearing a short white down jacket and blue jeans. She was tall and slim. She had a standard and exquisite oval face and a pair of big, watery eyes. Yu Yu blushed and said in a low voice, "My stomach hurts, so I'm here to prescribe some Chinese medicine." This was a girl's problem. She saw that Liu Yu was with a young man and was naturally embarrassed to say it too clearly. After she finished speaking, Yu Yu couldn't help but steal a glance at Zia Ryufei with a red face. Didn't matter if he didn't look, but with one look, Yu Yu's mouth opened slightly. Her face gradually showed a surprised expression as she stared at Zia Ryufei. Zia Ryufei couldn't help but feel uncomfortable being stared at by a beautiful woman. Liu Yu was even more confused. Just as she was about to ask about the situation, Yu Yu had already walked directly to Zia Ryufei. "Big brother," she cried out in surprise. "I've finally found you." Zia Ryufei was shocked. What was going on? Could it be that I have a long-lost sister outside? Zia Ryufei's expression fell into Yue's eyes. She asked, "Big brother, don't you remember me?" Liu looked at Zia Ryufei and asked Yu with a slight frown, "Yu, what happened? Did this guy deceive your feelings? Don't be afraid, tell me, I'll help you teach him a lesson." "Hey, Liu, don't spout nonsense." Zia Ryufei quickly said, "I don't even know this lady." Yu also blushed and said, "Yao Yu, how can you be so rude?" She then looked at Zia Ryufei with her big eyes and said, "Big brother, you really don't remember. More than 2 months ago in the shanty town next to the Sanshan Square." Zia Ryufei suddenly realized what was going on and said, "Hey, it's you. If you didn't remind me, I really wouldn't have remembered. By the way, is your leg all right?" It turned out that this Yu was the girl that Zia Ryufei had saved in the alley of the shanty town. It was also because of that injury that Zia Ryuxin had flown back to the rented house to look for a first aid kit. The blood from her wound had dripped onto the spirit map scroll, and it had accidentally opened the spirit map space. Liu said with a puzzled expression, "What are you two talking about?" Yu happily grabbed Liu's hand and said, "Yao Yu, didn't I tell you about the time I met a few hooligans in the shanty town next to the Three Mountains Square? It was this big brother who helped me beat the hooligan away. In order to save me, he even cut his arm with a dagger." "No way, is there really such a coincidence? Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person?" Liu asked in disbelief. Yu looked at Liu unhappily and said, "Yao Yu, do you really think I'm a child? How can you make a mistake?" Then Yu looked at Zia Ryufei and asked, "Big brother, what happened to the injury on your arm? Are you all right?" Zia Ryufei smiled and said, "I've recovered a long time ago. By the way, you don't have to call me big brother. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zia Ryufei." "Big brother Zia," Yu said happily, "my name is Zhang Yue. I'm Yao Yu's best friend and roommate in university. By the way, you guys, we're not close," Zia Ryufei and Liu said in unison. Zhang Yue looked at the tacit understanding between the two of them and a smile appeared in her eyes. Liu immediately shouted, "Yu, what's with that expression? I'm really not familiar with him at all, don't think too much." Following that, Liu pulled Zhang Yue over and whispered into her ear also, "Even if he did save you, don't try to repay him with your body. I don't think this guy is a good person at all. Be careful not to suffer losses." Zhang Yue's face immediately turned red and she said in embarrassment, Yao Yu, what are you talking about? What body? I'm going to scratch you if you say anything else. Although the two of them spoke softly, Zia Ryufai had absorbed so many petals of the strange flower that his hearing was far beyond ordinary people. He heard every word of their conversation and felt very embarrassed. Fortunately, the shop assistant had prepared all the medicinal herbs that Zia Ryufai needed and packed them according to Zia Ryufai's request. Zia Ryufai hurried over to pay and bought a dozen vacuum-sealed bags that were used to store the brewed Chinese medicine. Zhang Yue, he said to Zhang Yue, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he carried the wrapped Chinese medicinal herbs and said to Lu Yu, let's go. Where are we going? Lu Yu asked subconsciously. Zia Ryufai laughed. I've already bought the medicine. Of course I'm going back. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment before she said. The entire process of buying the medicine was very simple. It seemed to be a little different from what Lu Yu had imagined. Zia Ryufai didn't hide anything. He told her what herbs he needed and left immediately after he bought them. It could be said that other than meeting Zhang Yue by chance, there was nothing abnormal about her. At this moment, Zia Ryufai was almost at the entrance of the store. Lu Yu did not have the time to think too much. She informed Zhang Yue and hurriedly chased after her. Zhang Yue also chased after him and asked, Brother Zia, when are you free? I wanted to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Zia Ryufai placed the herbs on the back seat of the pickup truck and opened the door to the driver's seat. He then turned to Zhang Yue and smiled. Last time was just a small matter. You don't have to thank me. At this moment, Lu Yu had already gotten into the car. Zia Ryufai started the car and waved at Zhang Yue with a smile before stepping on the accelerator and driving away from the entrance of the pharmacy. Zhang Yue shouted from behind, Hey, Brother Zia, please give me your number. However, before she could finish her sentence, the car had already driven away. Zhang Yue finally managed to find Zia Ryufai, but he ran away without even giving her his number. Naturally, she was in a bad mood. However, she quickly put on a bright smile and muttered to herself, At least I know your name. Besides, Yao Yu must know your phone number. I'll ask her for it later. Zhang Yue looked at the pickup truck that was driving further and further away and smiled. She then turned around and went back to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. In the pickup truck, Zia Ryufai was driving without any distractions. However, when Lu Yu turned to look at him for the third time, he finally could not help but ask, Miss Lu, I don't think there are any flowers on my face, right? Or have you finally discovered my handsome side? Lu Yu snorted and said in disdain, Tusk, you're daydreaming. I just wanted to see how different the soldier Yu has been talking about for 2 months is. Then, Lu Yu said suspiciously, I say, don't tell me you're lusting after Yu's beauty, and deliberately found someone to put on a show of a hero saving a beauty. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to explain such a stupid question. This girl was really full of malice towards him. He didn't know if it was because of the conflicting 8 characters, but he didn't seem to have provoked her at all. Zia Ryufai criticized in his mind. Seeing that Zia Ryufai was ignoring her, Lu Yu lost interest in talking. The two of them returned to Professor Tian's building in silence. In the living room, Huan was still playing alone. Sometimes she would make some meaningless sounds, and sometimes she would suddenly stand up and walk around in circles on tiptoes. Seeing Zia Ryufai and Lu Yu enter, Professor Tian and the rest stood up to welcome them. Zia Ryufai took the initiative to show everyone the Chinese medicine packet in his hand. He smiled and said, the medicine has been bought. I'll go brew the medicine now. Zia Sheng, I'll have to trouble you, Ma Zhaiming said gratefully. As for the effects of the medicine, the two of them really didn't have much hope. With their family's financial resources, what famous doctor couldn't they hire? However, autism was a difficult medical problem in the world, and there was no way to completely cure it. Professor Tian, I need a clay pot, Zia Ryufai said to Professor Tian. Zia Ryufai followed Professor Tian to the kitchen. When they reached the door, he turned around and said to Lu Yu, who was trying to follow him, Miss Lu, the process of brewing the medicine is very important. There can't be any interference, so, after he finished speaking, Zia Ryufai shrugged and looked at Lu Yu. Before Lu Yu could say anything, Professor Tian frowned and said, Yao Yu, go to the living room and play with Huan. Zio Zia's prescription is so precious, of course it has to be kept a secret. What are you doing following us in? Lu Yu could only roll her eyes at Zia Ryufai. Then she pouted and left the kitchen. Professor Tian found a clay pot for Zia Ryufai and told him how to use the gas stove. Then he left the kitchen. Zia Ryufai put the herbs into the clay pot, added water, and then boiled the medicine on the gas stove. Before Zia Ryufai joined the military, he had brewed Chinese medicine for his grandfather when he was sick, so he was no stranger to it. The brewing process of Chinese medicine was a very boring waiting process. All they needed to do was to watch over the whole process and control the fire from time to time. During this process, Professor Tian and the others were very tactful and did not disturb Zia Ryufai in the kitchen. Zia Ryufai had mixed about 10 doses of medicine. After it was done, he poured the Chinese medicine into a ceramic soup pot. Then he took out the small stainless steel wine pot and poured 1/3 of the solution of the petals of the strange flower into the medicinal soup. He stirred it well. The next step was to wait for the medicinal soup to cool down. It would take a long time to cool down such a big pot of medicinal soup, but Zia Ryufai had a way. He directly summoned the spirit map scroll from his body and then put the porcelain pot filled with medicinal soup into the spirit map space. After waiting in the kitchen for about 2 minutes, Zia Ryufai took out the ceramic soup pot again. As expected, after more than 40 minutes of cooling in the medium, the medicinal soup had already dropped to a temperature that was edible. Zia Ryufai first filled a small ceramic bowl with food. Then he took out the vacuum-packed bag he had bought in the pharmacy, divided the medicinal liquid into 9 parts, sealed them, and put them in the refrigerator for storage. Then he walked out of the kitchen with the bowl of medicinal soup. Zia Ryufai walked into the living room with the medicinal soup and saw Tian Huilan in a business suit talking to Tian Huixin and her husband. He went up and greeted Secretary Tian. Tian Huilan's official appointment had been made. She was now a member of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee and the secretary of the Sanshan Municipal Party Committee. This appointment would naturally be on the Southeast news. Everyone in Sanshan City knew about it, and Zia Ryufai was naturally aware of it. In fact, Wu Liqian had already taken up a position in Champing County. She even gave Zia Ryufai a call and told him that if he needed anything in Champing County in the future, he could call her on his personal phone. This was a clear sign of goodwill. "You're welcome. I'm not confident in this prescription either." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "But I really hope that I can help Huan Huan. She's such a cute child. It'll be a pity if she's always like this." Tian Huilan sighed and nodded in agreement. Zia Ryufai said, "By the way, the Chinese medicine is ready. Let Huan Huan drink it once. I've made a total of 10 portions, and the other 9 have been stored in the refrigerator. You can just feed them 3 times a day. If this medicine is right, you should be able to see the effect in 3 days." Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who was playing with Huan Huan, secretly pouted. It was obvious that she didn't agree with Zia Ryufai's claim that it would take effect in 3 days. Chinese medicine itself took a longer time to take effect, and the treatment of autism had always been a long and drawn-out battle. The so-called effect in 3 days was basically a fantasy. In fact, even Tian Huixin, Tian Huilan, and Ma Xiaoming did not have high hopes for it. However, out of courtesy, they would not voice their doubts. After all, Zia Ryufai had good intentions. Professor Tian was the only one who was looking forward to Zia Ryufai's medicine. He said eagerly, "Huixin, quickly feed the medicine to Huan Huan." Tian Huixin replied. Then she took the bowl of medicine from Zia Ryufai's hands, walked to Huan Huan, and squatted down. She said gently, "Huan Huan, drink this medicine and you'll be better." Huan Huan turned a deaf ear to him and did not look at Tian Huixin. Tian Huixin could only force a smile and bring the bowl of medicine closer to Huan Huan. However, when Huan Huan smelled the Chinese medicine, she immediately smacked the bowl in disgust. Fortunately, Tian Huixin was already very familiar with Huan Huan's various actions, so she withdrew her hand in time and the medicinal soup did not spill out. She shook her head helplessly, then looked at her husband and said, "Xiaoming, we can only force her to drink." Ma Xiaoming nodded with a bitter smile. He walked over and hugged Huan Huan. Unlike other children, Huan Huan didn't enjoy her parents' hugs very much. She seemed to be very repulsed, constantly struggling in Ma Xiaoming's arms. "Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, why don't you? Let me try." Zia Ryufai couldn't help but ask. Even my little aunt and uncle can't do anything about it. How can you make Huan Huan take the medicine obediently?" Lu Yu couldn't help but mock when she heard this. "Zio Zia Huan Huan, she's a little out of control," Tian Huixin said, feeling troubled. "Besides, she can't understand what the adults are saying." "I'm afraid." Zia Ryufai smiled gently and said, "I'll try. If it really doesn't work, you can pour the medicine down." Tian Huixin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll have to trouble you then." Zia Ryufai took the bowl of soup from Tian Huixin's hands and squatted down in front of Huan Huan. He said with a pleasant expression, "Huan Huan." Although Huan Huan raised her head to look at Zia Ryufai, her eyes were still very distant. She did not look at Zia Ryufai and quickly lowered her head to play with her spinning top. Zia Ryufai noticed that Huan Huan seemed to like rotating objects very much. When he was searching for the prescription for autism, he also saw that many children with autism had this characteristic. He took out a coin from his pocket and flicked it gently. The coin immediately began to spin quickly on the ground. Sure enough, Huan Huan's eyes fell on the coin and she reached out her small hand to grab it. Zia Ryufai picked up the coin before she could. Without a second thought, Huan Huan snatched the coin from Zia Ryufai's hand. Zia Ryufai flipped his hand and opened his palm. The coin had disappeared. In fact, Zia Ryufai had quickly caught the coin between his fingers. As long as Huan Huan flipped her hand over Zia Ryufai's palm, she would see it. However, Zia Ryufai's actions were so fast that not only Huan Huan, but even the adults present could not see the mystery behind it. Huan Huan looked confused. Zia Ryufai flipped his hand and opened his palm. the coin appeared in his palm again. Pure smile appeared on Huan's face. She seemed to be amused by this interesting little magic trick. She reached out her little hand to take the coin. Xia Ruifai shook his hand and said, Huan, drink the medicine. I'll make the coin appear for you, okay, he said. Huan blinked her eyes. She did not understand what Xia Ruifai was saying. Xia Ruifai pointed at the bowl of medicine and said, you'll get coins if you drink the medicine. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruifai opened and closed his right hand again. The coin appeared and disappeared in a flash. Huan was so amused that she could not help but giggle. The couple, Ma Xiaoming and Tian Huixin, were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen someone who could make their daughter so happy. A professional correction teacher might have some special methods to make Huan follow the instructions, but they would not be able to attract Huan's attention so quickly. Lu Yu's face was full of disdain at first, but now her eyes slowly widened and she revealed a look of disbelief. Huan finally looked at the bowl of medicine. Xia Ruifai used his right hand to perform magic and brought the bowl closer to Huan's mouth. Surprisingly, Huan did not refuse. She took a small sip and frowned. The Chinese medicine tasted a little bitter, but after mixing it with the petal solution, the bitter taste was reduced a lot. It did not seem to be unacceptable. Hence, Xia Ruifai mustered up his courage and used this simple magic trick to tease Huan while feeding her half a bowl of medicinal soup. The living room was very quiet. It was only after Huan had finished drinking all the medicine that Tian Huixin came over with a look of surprise and took the empty bowl. She said, little Xia, you're really good at this. Xia Sheng Ma Xiaoming also said happily, if it weren't for the fact that you knew nothing about autism, I would have thought that you were a professional special teaching teacher. Actually, I'm just giving it a try. Maybe Huan and I hit it off, Xia Ruifai said humbly. As if to confirm Xia Ruifai's words, Huan, who had just taken her medicine, immediately pounced over and forcefully pried on Xia Ruifai's fingers, trying to find the coin. Her pink little face kept rubbing against Xia Ruifai's body, as if Xia Ruifai had a natural affinity that made her want to get close to him. This scene made everyone burst into laughter, and Tian Huixin's eyes were clearly still filled with tears. As a mother of an autistic child, her journey had been too difficult. Every little improvement in Huan could make Tian Huixin cry with joy. Although they had just taken the medicine once, and the effects were still unknown, Tian Huixin and Ma Xiaoming still felt a glimmer of hope for some reason. Huan kept pestering Xia Ruifai, and Xia Ruifai liked this little girl who was as fair as a porcelain doll. He sat on the living room floor and played with her. Xia Ruifai's prescription was to calm the nerves. With the help of the flower petal solution, Huan quickly became sleepy and fell asleep on Xia Ruifai's lap. Xia Ruifai carefully picked up Huan and passed her to Tian Huixin. He said softly, it's probably the effect of Chinese medicine. Let her sleep first. After she wakes up, feed her something and then take the medicine. Xia Ruifai smiled and said, you're welcome. Take Huan to the bedroom. Tian Huixin carefully took Huan and carried her to the bedroom upstairs. Xia Ruifai tidied up his clothes and walked to the sofa in the living room. Lu Yu, who was standing at the side, looked at Xia Ruifai with a complicated expression. This man, who had left a bad impression on her from the start, had become a little unpredictable in her eyes. After settling Huan in the bedroom, Tian Huixin went downstairs to prepare lunch with Tian Huilan. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoming accompanied Professor Tian as he made tea and chatted with Xia Ruifai. Lu Yu didn't stay in the living room either. She went to the kitchen to chat with her youngest aunt, Tian Huixin, who she hadn't seen in a long time, and then ran upstairs to see Huan. Very quickly, the Tian sisters had prepared lunch. Huan was still sleeping, so everyone went to the dining room to eat. This was the second time that Xia Ruifai had the privilege of being personally cooked by the secretary. He was much calmer than the first time. During lunch, Professor Tian and Ma Xiaoming frequently toasted Xia Ruifai, especially Professor Tian. His daughter and son-in-law had returned from Hong Kong, and his granddaughter's autism had always been stone cold, so he was especially happy to see a glimmer of hope. There were very few things that soldiers could not drink. Xia Ruifai had been in the army for a few years. From being drunk from a bottle of beer when he first joined the army, he could drink 2 caddies of white wine by the time he retired. Therefore, he did not reject anyone. Among the 3 men, he drank the most, but he was the most sober. Even the Tian sisters, Tian Huilan and Tian Huixin, gave Xia Ruifai a toast. Naturally, everyone was full of praise for the peach garden vegetables that Xia Ruifai had brought, especially the taste of the carp. Even a young master from a wealthy family like Ma Xiaoming could not help but praise it. Although Lu Yu was eating quietly, it was rare that she did not glare at Xia Ruifai and go head-to-head with him. There were a few times when she couldn't help but secretly look at Xia Ruifai. However, when Xia Ruifai looked over, she quickly looked away. After the meal, Xia Ruifai chatted with Professor Tian and the others for a while and told them about the precautions for taking the rest of the herbal soup. He thought that the family had finally reunited after a long time, and it would be inappropriate to disturb them. He got up and was ready to leave. At this moment, footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. Everyone looked up. It turned out that little Huan had already woken up and had gotten up to go downstairs. Tian Huixin quickly stood up and went over to welcome her. However, before she could hug Huan nimbly twisted under her arms and ran directly to Xia Ruifai. Her big, watery eyes sized Xia Ruifai up with curiosity and shyness. Xia Ruifai's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel that Huan's eyes were different from that in the morning. There seemed to be a hint of liveliness in them. Xia Ruifai knew that the petal solution was probably working. He was secretly happy. It seemed that his guess was right. Although autism showed social and language barriers, it was still a problem with the development of the nervous system. As long as it was a physical problem, the petal solution had almost no flaws. It had been tried and tested. Xia Ruifai's face revealed a kind smile as he squatted down and looked at Huan. Sure enough, although Huan subconsciously avoided his gaze, she still maintained eye contact with him for a second or two. Tian Huixin and the others also walked over. Tian Huixin, in particular, was very sensitive to this scene. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with tears. Xia Ruifai gently held little Huan's toot little hand and said with a smile, Huan, call me uncle. Huan hesitated for a moment. Xia Ruifai looked at her encouragingly and said, call me uncle. Huan slowly opened her mouth and said with some difficulty, phew. Tian Huixin suddenly burst into tears, and even Ma Xiaming's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Huan was almost 5 years old, but this was the first time she had truly spoken since she was born. Although she could speak before, it was all meaningless syllables. This time, although his pronunciation was still unclear, it was very obvious that he was responding to Xia Ruifai's request and was trying hard to say the word uncle. The fire of hope was burning in the hearts of Ma Xiaming and his wife. Such an obvious improvement was like crossing a huge threshold. The two of them understood Huan's situation the best. They were sure that Xia Ruifai's Chinese medicine had a decisive effect. Although it sounded like a fantasy that a single dose of medicine had such an effect, the two of them believed it without a doubt. Xia Ruifai gave Huan a thumbs up and encouraged her, Huan, you're awesome. Then Xia Ruifai held Huan's shoulders and turned her to Tian Huixin. He pointed at Tian Huixin and said to Huan, call mommy. Tian Huixin gently bit her lower lip and looked at her daughter very nervously. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. What made her feel gratified was that Huan's eyes met with hers, and there was an obvious sense of intimacy. The next moment, Huan finally opened her mouth, Mom. Tian Huixin's tears rolled down her face as she hugged Huan tightly in her arms. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she sobbed, my good daughter. Mommy has been waiting for this day. Ma Xiaming couldn't help but go forward and hug his wife and daughter. His eyes were also filled with tears. Only Huan still had a confused expression on her face. She didn't understand why her parents were so excited. Luyu looked at Xia Ruifai, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. She walked over and consoled little aunt in a soft voice. Xia Ruifai waited for them to calm down before he said, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, it seems that my prescription is right. I believe that Huan's condition should be greatly improved after the treatment. However, she still has to start learning the language from the beginning. She's only 4 years old now, so it shouldn't be too late. I know. Tian Huixin said excitedly. The doctor said that if the problem with the nervous system can be solved, the problem of social disorder will naturally not exist, and the ability to speak can also be restored very quickly. The language barrier of people with autism was mainly due to problems with their nervous system, resulting in a lack of learning and understanding ability in this area. Once the root of the problem with the nervous system was solved, they only needed to learn to speak like normal children, which was not a very difficult thing to do. Mr. Ma, you're welcome. Xia Ruifai smiled. Whether my prescription is effective or not, we'll only know after the entire course of treatment. It'll definitely be effective. Ma Xiaming said, I've only taken 1 dose of the medicine, and the effect is immediate. If I take 10 doses of medicine in a row, the effect will definitely be more obvious. Xia Ruifai nodded and said, I hope so too. Huan is so cute. She should have a happy childhood like a normal child and not be immersed in her own lonely world. By the way, Mr. Ma, please keep my treatment of Huan a secret. Xia Ruifai said, firstly, the medicine has not been tested. Secondly, I'm not qualified to practice medicine. Besides, I like peace and quiet. If word gets out that a bunch of patients are coming to my door, I really don't know how to deal with them. Okay, don't worry, we won't tell anyone, Ma Xiaming answered. Now, whatever Xia Ruifai said was treated as a golden rule. Naturally, he would not go against it. Okay, then I'll take my leave first. Xia Ruifai said, you can call me anytime to let me know about Huan's situation. If the effect is good, I'll prepare the medicine for the second course of treatment. After 3 courses, it should be almost done. 3 courses of treatment were basically the amount of a whole petal of the wondrous flower. Unless it was a particularly serious illness, it would definitely be cured. Just as Fang Yang was about to walk out of the door, Liu suddenly called out to him, Zia Ryufai, wait a minute. Yaoyu, Professor Tian frowned and called out. He subconsciously felt that Liu was about to cause trouble again. From the start, Liu seemed to be on bad terms with Zia Ryufai. No matter how she looked at Zia Ryufai, she did not like him. Zia Ryufai turned around and looked at Liu. He smiled and asked, what's wrong? What's the matter? Liu bit her lower lip gently. After a while, she finally said, I was prejudiced against you before and my attitude wasn't very good. I apologize. Zia Ryufai was a little surprised, but he quickly came back to his senses. He smiled and said, it's okay, I didn't take it to heart. When Liu saw Zia Ryufai's smile, she felt that Zia Ryufai didn't seem to care. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. However, she didn't show it and continued, can you stay for the afternoon? Huan likes to hang out with you and she'll have to take her medicine again later. If you're there, we'll know what's going on. Don't worry, the Chinese medicine is not dangerous. Zia Ryufai smiled. I didn't mean it that way, don't misunderstand. Liu quickly said, I just want you to stay for half a day more to accompany Huan. This will be good for her recovery. Liu looked at Zia Ryufai and tried her best to make her facial expression gentler. However, she was already gnashing her teeth in hatred. This stinky fellow, I've already lowered myself to beg you, yet you're still trying to make things difficult for me. You're really annoying. Liu was truly concerned about her cousin Huan. She had always been at odds with Zia Ryufai, and she had almost lowered her voice just now. Zia Ryufai saw the anticipation in Tian Huixin's and Ma Xiaming's eyes. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. He looked at Professor Tian and asked with a smile, Professor Tian, will this disturb your family reunion? Zia, we're so happy that you're willing to stay and accompany Huan. Professor Tian said quickly. Yes. Zia Sheng, Huan is very close to you. Please stay and accompany her. Ma Xiaming also said quickly. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and nodded. All right then, I don't have anything to do today, so I'll go back in the evening. You're welcome, Zia Ryufai said calmly. I also like little Huan and hope that she can recover as soon as possible. Zia Ryufai returned to the living room and knelt down in front of Huan. He said gently, Huan, let me show you another magic trick, okay? Huan now understood that it was difficult for her master to speak. After thinking about it seriously, she revealed an extremely innocent smile and nodded heavily. Soon, Zia Ryufai was playing with Huan. She would giggle from time to time and was like a different person from before. Tian Huixin brought over Huan's lunch. Just as she was about to feed her, Zia Ryufai quietly stopped Tian Huixin and tried to encourage Huan to eat by herself. To his surprise, Huan really started to pick up a small spoon and eat by herself. Although her movements were still a little clumsy and her fine control of her hands had some problems, causing her to spill a lot of rice and soup, this was still a very gratifying improvement. Huan rested for a while after her meal. Zia Ryufai heated up the second dose of Chinese medicine and brought it over. This time, it was even smoother than the last time. She finished half a bowl of medicine in a few mouthfuls and then pestered Zia Ryufai to play games. It was the first time that Ma Xiaming and Tian Huixin had seen their daughter so clingy. They had been sick for a long time, so they knew a lot about autism. They naturally knew what a happy change this was, and they were both very excited. Little Huan was tired again after playing for a while. This time, she fell asleep on the floor. Tian Huixin carefully carried Huan upstairs to rest. After such a long time, Zia Ryufai's lunch was almost over, and Huan had already gone to bed, so he took his leave at the right time. As she watched Zia Ryufai drive away in the pickup truck, Tian Huixin could not suppress the excitement in her heart. She had never dared to think that a normal trip home would bring them a ray of hope in their despair. Xiaming, no matter how much Huan recovers this time, we must thank little Zia, Tian Huixin said to her husband. Ma Xiaming nodded in agreement and said, yes, the consultation fee for Zia Sheng must not be low. Tian Huilan laughed. Xiaming, I can tell that Zia really loves Huan. He's definitely not treating Huan for the money. Big sister, we know about this, Ma Xiaming said, but from our point of view, we still have to express our feelings. Professor Tian knew that his son-in-law had a net worth of tens of billions. Money was nothing to him. Thus he smiled and said, it's fine to pay the consultation fee. It's natural to spend money to see a doctor. Besides, Zia's prescription is so precious. Previously, Professor Tian trusted Zia Ryufai unconditionally. Some people did not think so, but now no one thought so anymore. Huan's change today made everyone not dare to underestimate Zia Ryufai's medical skills. By the way, Xiaming, little Zia is starting her own business now. She should be developing in the planting and breeding industry in the future. Don't you also have a few Michelin star restaurants in Hong Kong? Professor Tian continued. In the future, you can also help Zia in her career. Of course. Ma Xiaming quickly replied after hearing that. Rich people naturally cared about their health the most. Zia Ryufai had first pulled Professor Tian back from the brink of death due to acute myocardial infarction. This time, he even had a solution to the world's difficult medical problem of autism. His medical skills had already been recognized by Ma Xiaoming from the bottom of his heart. If he could be on good terms with someone like Zia Ryufai by helping out in the business, Ma Xiaoming would be more than happy to do so. Naturally, Zia Ryufai did not know about the discussion between Ma Xiaoming and the others. After he left Sanshan University, he drove straight to the holiday villa in the suburbs. Soon the car went out of the urban area and turned into National Highway 306. Just then, Zia Ryufai's phone rang. He was wearing a pair of jeans today and his phone was in his pocket. He was in a driving position, so his pants were a little tight. Zia Ryufai held the steering wheel with one hand and lifted his butt slightly. He took out his phone from his pocket with the other. This position was a little awkward. At this moment, Zia Ryufai suddenly saw a black shadow rush out from the side of the car. Even though he had excellent reflexes, he only had time to step on the brakes and subconsciously turn left to avoid it. However, Zia Ryufai could clearly feel that the front right side of the car had hit something. His heart skipped a beat as he realized that he might have hit someone. Zia Ryufai quickly got out of the car to check and saw a black dog lying by the wheel, wailing. One of its front legs was obviously twisted, and there was a lot of blood coming out of its head. It seemed to be seriously injured. At first, Zia Ryufai felt relieved. Fortunately, he did not bump into anyone, but at the same time he was a little worried. The dog was dirty and scarred. It was obvious that it was a stray dog. Although it was the dog that suddenly ran out from the side of the road and hit his car, the dog was so seriously injured now. If he ran away, it would probably die. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and felt that it was a life after all. He would not be able to live without it, so he walked over and squatted down to carefully examine the dog's injury. The black dog saw Zia Ryufai coming over and showed a vigilant look. It struggled and bared its teeth at Zia Ryufai. Unfortunately, it was too seriously injured. As soon as it opened its mouth, blood foam flowed out. It did not look threatening at all. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you," Zia Ryufai said gently. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and gently stroked the black dog's back. Perhaps it felt Zia Ryufai's kindness. The hostility in the black dog's eyes gradually faded. Its body curled up slightly and kept trembling. It was obvious that it did not have long to live. Zia Ryufai quickly summoned the spirit painting and took out a bottle of flower petal solution. Now, Zia Ryufai would always keep a few bottles of petal solution in his storage space in case of emergency. One of the petals was mixed into the spatial spirit pond water and was split into 3 bottles. Zia Ryufai pried open the black dog's mouth and poured in a quarter of the petal solution. The black dog's body suddenly trembled, and it seemed to be much more energetic than before. The color in its eyes gradually disappeared, and it slowly returned. Zia Ryufai was already used to this. He took out a first aid kit from the space and treated the black dog's wound with great familiarity. After the black dog drank the petal solution, it no longer had any wariness towards Zia Ryufai. Instead, it showed some intimacy and allowed Zia Ryufai to treat its injuries. After cleaning and disinfecting the small wounds, Zia Ryufai took out a splints from the first aid kit and said to the black dog, "It might hurt a little, bear with it." The black dog naturally did not understand what he was saying, but it revealed a very human-like, confused expression. Zia Ryufai smiled and reached out to feel the black dog's broken leg. Then, he used force to fix the broken bone. The black dog whined in pain, but it seemed to know that Zia Ryufai was helping it, so other than the pain, it did not have any other extreme reaction. Zia Ryufai skillfully used a splint to fix the broken leg of the black dog. Then, he poured some flower petal solution on the broken leg. The black dog immediately felt a cooling sensation, and the pain was greatly reduced. It could not help but let out a comfortable cry and used its nose to rub against Zia Ryufai's hand, acting very affectionately. Zia Ryufai thought the spiritual chi in the spirit map space is rich, so it should be very beneficial for the black dog's recovery. He gently picked up the black dog and sent it into the spirit map space with a thought. At the same time, Zia Ryufai used his mind to check the situation in the space. The black dog seemed to be a little stunned by the sudden change in its surroundings, and it looked around nervously. However, the environment in the interspace was far better than the outside world. Very soon, the black dog was no longer nervous. It laid on the ground in a very comfortable position with its eyes slightly closed, as if it had fallen asleep. Only then did Zia Ryufai put the painting away in his body. Just as he was about to get into the car, the phone in his pocket rang again. He had bumped into the black dog just to answer this call. After that, he had been busy treating the black dog, so his phone rang for a while before it stopped. He didn't expect the person who called him to be so persistent. After a while, he called again. Zia Ryufai took out his phone and saw that it was his classmate of 6 years, Guan Ping. Guan Ping was a real estate agent. Previously, Zia Ryufai was in a hurry to sell the house to treat Hu Zai's mother's illness. Through Guanping, he managed to sell the house in a very short time. Ling Qingsu had also found the address of the group rental apartment that Xia Ruifai had rented at that time through Guanping. Xia Ruifai picked up the phone and asked, "Guanping, what's up?" "Why didn't you pick up the phone?" Guanping said teasingly. "Don't tell me you're having fun with the campus bell, Ling. What are you saying? What campus bell, Ling?" Xia Ruifai said guiltily. "Acting. Are you still pretending?" Guanping laughed out loud. "Ling Qingsu, the campus belle, even took the initiative to ask me for your address. It's really hard for a girl to woo a guy. Guanping, if you have something to say, say it. Why are you always talking about Ling Qingsu?" Xia Ruifai said, "Don't tell me you're interested in her. Of course I'm interesting. She's rich and has long legs. Who wouldn't like her?" Guanping laughed. "It's a pity that he's only interested in you. As a brother, I can only wash my face with tears to fulfill your wish." "Nonsense." Xia Ruifai laughed and scolded him. "Are you okay or not? I'm hanging up if there's nothing else. I still have to drive." Don, there's something. Guanping quickly asked, "Are you free tomorrow night? Yuan Lily is going to get engaged, and she wants to invite our classmates for a gathering before the engagement. This year is exactly 10 years after she graduated from junior high school." Yuan Lily. An image of a young girl appeared in Xia Ruifai's mind. She's getting engaged. Time really flies. Yuan Lily was Xia Ruifai and Guanping's junior high school classmate. At that time, she was the kind of person who didn't show off. However, if she could take the initiative to invite them to a class reunion, she must have been doing well. Many things could happen in 10 years. It's not that fast for a girl to get engaged at the age of 24. Guanping teased, "You're almost done talking with the campus belle, so you can get engaged. Don't hold him up." Seeing that Guanping was talking about Ling Qingsu again, Xia Ruifai quickly changed the topic and asked, "Are there many students attending tomorrow night?" Xia Ruifai joined the army after graduating from high school. He had almost no contact with his middle school classmates, and he could not even remember their names. At most 10 or 20, many of them have gone abroad and some are working in other places. Guanping said, "I've been hanging out in Sanshan and I've been in contact with my classmates the most. So Yuan Lily asked me to do my best to help out with the arrangements." Sanshan City was a famous hometown for overseas immigrants. Almost every family had relatives overseas, and many people went overseas to work or study. Then, Xia Ruifai hesitated. He had almost cut off all contact with his middle school classmates, and they must have been very unfamiliar with each other after not seeing each other for 10 years. In fact, such a gathering was actually quite boring. "Ruifai, you should participate. I don't have much to talk about with my classmates who are doing well, so just take it as being my companion." Guanping advised, "That's right, little Fatty has also confirmed that he will be participating." Fatty's name was Peng Hao. When they were in middle school, he and Guanping were Xia Ruifai's closest classmates. Xia Ruifai thought for a while and said, "All right then, send me the time and place on WeChat later. Pick me up at my company tomorrow at 6. Guanping laughed. "I'll hitch a ride from you." "No problem," Xia Ruifai agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruifai continued to drive back to the holiday villa. He went straight upstairs to his bedroom and took out the spirit map scroll from his palm. He wanted to go in and see how the injured black dog had recovered. Calculating the time, a few hours should have passed in the space. Xia Ruifai estimated that the black dog's injuries should have recovered by now. Sure enough, when he entered the medium, he found that the black dog was no longer dejected. The small wounds on its body had already formed scabs, and only the fracture of its front leg had not recovered so quickly. At this time, it was limping in front of the space fish pond, and in front of it was the pair of red arowana. Xia Ruifai broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that the red arowana would be frightened or hurt, so he quickly shouted and ran over. When the black dog heard Xia Ruifai's voice, it immediately limped towards him and wagged its tail at Xia Ruifai. Its eyes were filled with affection. Xia Ruifai took a closer look and realized that the black dog was indeed much more energetic. The most obvious change was that its fur had become glossy and smooth, and it no longer looked like it was in dire straits. Xia Ruifai did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black dog's eyes were especially lively, as if they had a trace of intelligence. The black dog ran to Xia Ruifai's side and stuck out its tongue to lick Xia Ruifai's feet. It kept wagging its tail at Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai couldn't help but laugh. "Are you hungry?" He was just asking casually, but the black dog's tail wagged even more happily. It even barked twice as if it was answering Xia Ruifai's question. "Hey, you can understand what I'm saying." Xia Ruifai was curious. "If you're hungry, you can wag your tail. If you're not, you can wag your tail." Xia Ruifai was just making a passing remark. He did not expect the black dog, who was wagging its tail, to stop immediately. It wagged its tail and then stopped again. It looked at Xia Ruifai with eager eyes. "You can really understand." Xia Ruifai found it unbelievable. Everyone knew that dogs could communicate with humans, but Xia Ruifai had never heard of dogs being able to communicate with humans to this extent. He felt that it might be a coincidence, so he did a few more tests and found that as long as the problem was slightly simpler, the black dog would be able to respond correctly. It could indeed understand what he said. Seeing that Zia Ryufai was enjoying it, the black dog couldn't help but whine a few times in grievance. Zia Ryufai finally reacted and laughed. I know. I'll get you something to eat right away. Just wait." With that, Zia Ryufai ran to the side of the pond and used the net to catch 2 grass carps. His control of the spirit map space had far exceeded what it used to be. He could even control the animals in the space to a certain extent with his mind, so catching fish was rather easy for him. Zia Ryufai threw the grass carp on the ground. The grass carp was still jumping around in panic. The black dog had already pounced on it to tease it. It had been drooling at the fish in the pond just now, but it was too far to help. Zia Ryufai realized that even though the black dog was still a little crippled, its speed was already very fast. It was like a gust of wind when it dashed out. For an ordinary dog to be able to understand human nature, Zia Ryufai knew that it was most likely the magical effect of the petals of the strange flower in the spirit map space. In the beginning, Zia Ryufai was worried that the fish bones would get stuck in the black dog's mouth. He did not expect the dog to be so smart. The big fish bones were removed when it was eating, and the small one swallowed it directly. In a short while, the 2 fish were finished. The fish produced in the realm was delicious. The black dog was still not satisfied and kept barking at Zia Ryufai. What a greedy dog! Zia Ryufai laughed and scolded. However, there were a lot of fish in the boundless space and they could reproduce by themselves. Zia Ryufai could not finish all of them, so he did not feel bad for a few fish. He ran over and caught 2 more and threw them to the black dog. After the 2 fish were finished, the black dog laid down beside Zia Ryufai's feet in satisfaction. Zia Ryufai knelt down and gently stroked the black dog's glossy fur. The black dog seemed to be enjoying it and squinted its eyes. The black dog lifted its eyelids and smacked its lips a few times as if it was disdainful of Zia Ryufai's naming sense. It does seem a little uncouth. Zia Ryufai scratched his head awkwardly. After a moment of silence, he said, I see that you're so fast. Why don't we call you Lightning? Isn't that a cool name? The black dog opened its eyes and wagged its tail at Zia Ryufai, barking. Zia Ryufai knew that this meant that he agreed, so he smiled and said, all right then. I'll call you Lightning from now on. I didn't expect you to be such a prideful guy. It's not enough if the name isn't flashy enough. Lightning shook its head with a blank look on its face. It was obvious that the sentence was too complicated for it to understand with its intelligence. However, its limited spirituality still made it very dependent and intimate with Zia Ryufai. After Zia Ryufai and Lightning played for a while in the inner space, they prepared to go out and prepare dinner. Before he left, he had given it some thought. It was definitely not possible to let Lightning stay in the space. The time flow here was 20 times faster than the outside world. Staying here would be equivalent to quickly consuming Lightning's life. However, Lightning's injuries had not fully healed yet, so it was naturally the most suitable time to stay in the space. Hence, Zia Ryufai thought for a while and said to Lightning, Lightning, stay here for a while, but there are some places you must not go, understand. Zia Ryufai then led Lightning around the space, pointing out the vegetable fields, fish ponds, and golden nanmu trees to it. He especially emphasized the small fish pond where the red arowana was, the spiritual pond in the space, and the unnamed plant that produced the exotic flower. Next, Zia Ryufai fished out more than 10 fish from the medium and used the spiritual pond water to grow them in the big wooden barrel used to soak seeds. He told Lightning to eat the fish if it was hungry. Zia Ryufai then left the spirit map space. Before he left, Zia Ryufai fed Lightning a few mouthfuls of the petal solution and applied some on its injured leg. However, Zia Ryufai was still a little worried. When he was outside, he continued to pay attention to the situation in the space. He realized that Lightning was very obedient. Although it was wandering in the space, it would not go near the few restricted areas that he had pointed out. After observing for a while, Zia Ryufai finally felt at ease. Zia Ryufai went to the kitchen to prepare dinner and took a shower. He then surfed the internet in his room for a while. He estimated that a few days had passed in the interspace before he summoned the spirit painting and used his mind to check the situation inside the painting. Sure enough, Lightning seemed to have fully recovered. It was running around happily in the space, and there were only 1 or 2 space grass carp left in the wooden bucket. The vegetable field, the spiritual pool, the fish pond, and the nameless plant were all intact. Obviously, Lightning was following his instructions strictly. With a thought, Zia Ryufai moved the Lightning out of the spirit map space. Lightning was a little confused by the sudden change in its surroundings. The air outside was much worse than the air in the space, which made it unhappy. However, when it saw Zia Ryufai, it immediately pounced on him in surprise. It wagged its tail around Zia Ryufai, trying to please him. Although Zia Ryufai had only been outside for a few hours, it felt like it had not seen its master for a few days. It felt like they had finally met again after a long time. Zia Ryufai stroked its smooth fur and smiled. Lightning, this will be your home from now on. Woof, woof, woof. Lightning called out happily and licked Zia Ryufai's hand affectionately. Zia Ruefei brought Lightning downstairs and turned on the heater in the guest room. He told Lightning to rest in this room for the night and told it to go to the yard to relieve itself. Such a simple order was not difficult for Lightning, who had intelligence, to understand. She could only make do with it tonight. Tomorrow, she would ask the construction team to help build a kennel in the yard so that Lightning could have her own room. Zia Ruefei played with Lightning for a while before letting it stay in the guest room on the first floor. Then he went back to his bedroom to rest. The next morning, Zia Ruefei first prepared the vegetables for Zhejiang Yue Club and Lingjai Restaurant. After the purchasing staff from both restaurants transported the vegetables away, he prepared a simple breakfast. The workers at the construction site were almost at work. Zia Ruefei found manager Lei and asked him to find 2 carpenters to build a big kennel in the corner of the villa's yard. Lightning was very satisfied with its new home and wagged its tail at Zia Ruefei. After settling the issue of Lightning's accommodation, Zia Ruefei brought it around the villa again, marking out its sphere of influence. In the future, Lightning would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the house. Zia Ruefei checked on the progress of the construction site and went to the backyard to cook the cabbage. Soon, he had a leisurely day. At around 4 o'clock, Zia Ruefei explained to Lightning and drove away from the villa, heading straight for Sanshan City. After picking Guan Ping up from the real estate agency he worked for, Zia Ruefei found out that Yuan Lily had set the meeting place to be at their alma mater, the second high school of Chuanji Sanshan. What's the situation? How did you run to second middle school to meet up? Zia Ruefei asked as he drove. Yuan Lily said that she wanted to visit the old place again. I guess they will be there in a few afternoons. Guan Ping laughed and said, we're just working adults. We can only gather at this time and then go to the hotel together. A visit to an old place. Zia Ruefei laughed. How long has it been since Yuan Lily last came back to the Three Mountains? I heard that she went abroad to study and then stayed in the United States to work. Guan Ping said, this time I'm going out again after the engagement. Understood. Zia Ruefei nodded. Sanshan Second High School was not far from Guanping Company. It did not take long for Zia Ruefei to reach the school. Having studied here for so many years, Zia Ruefei was naturally familiar with the terrain here. He quickly found a parking space and parked the car. Then the two of them strolled towards number 2 middle school. When they arrived at the entrance of number 2 middle school, they saw a group of people walking out of the campus. Surrounded by the crowd was a woman in her late 20s. She was dressed very fashionably and even had light makeup on her face. She was Yuan Lily, who was treating them today. Zia Ruefei could still vaguely remember Yuan Lily's appearance when she was in middle school. In comparison, she had indeed changed a lot. However, her outer appearance was still the same as before. If they met on the street, Zia Ruefei might not be able to recognize her. Seeing the two of them, Yuan Lily showed a smile and said, Guanping, you guys really came at the right time. The office workers can't help it. Guanping laughed and said, I didn't delay anything, did I? That's true. Yuan Lily smiled and turned to Zia Ruefei. You're Zia Ruefei, right? You haven't changed much from back then. Yuan Lily, congratulations. Zia Ruefei said with a smile. At this moment, the other students came forward to greet him. One of the chubby boys punched Zia Ruefei's chest and scolded him jokingly. Zia Ruefei, I heard that you've been back for 2 to 3 months and you still haven't come to find me. Do you not see me as your brother anymore? This person was Pang Hao, Zia Ruefei's good friend in junior high school. Zia Ruefei had been in the army for 7 years and had basically cut off all contact with his junior high classmates. After he returned from the army, he had no intention of contacting his classmates at all because of his terminal illness. After he obtained the spirit map space, he focused on his career development. Zia Ruefei hugged Pang Hao and said with a smile, little fatty, you're becoming more and more horizontal. I should call you fatty now, right? You, this fellow, are you rubbing it in? Pang Hao's small eyes widened as he chided with a smile. The other students also came up to greet Zia Ruefei, especially the female students. They looked at Zia Ruefei with sparks in their eyes. These classmates in Sanshan City were more or less in contact with each other. However, Zia Ruefei had joined the army after graduating from high school, and there had been no news of him ever since. Hence, he was a little mysterious to his classmates. Furthermore, Zia Ruefei had absorbed a lot of petals from the exotic flowers. His entire aura had changed slightly, and there was a faint sense of affinity. This was one of the main reasons why little Huan was willing to get close to Zia Ruefei. In addition, Zia Ruefei's appearance was not bad, so the eyes of the single female students were shining. Suddenly, Zia Ruefei became the focus of everyone's attention. He was not used to it and could only pretend to be polite to the students who had a vague impression of him. At this moment, a voice rang out, haha Ruefei, it's been 10 years since we last met. You're still so popular. Zia Ruefei turned around and saw a male student. He was wearing a suit and his leather shoes were as shiny as his hair. He looked like a groom. However, the fake smile on his face lacked some sincerity. Zia Ruefei quickly tried to recall and then asked with uncertainty, you are Liu Hang, class monitor Liu. I thought you didn't remember me. Haha, not bad, not bad. You can still remember, Liu Hang said with a smile. Liu Hang was the class monitor of Xia Ruifai's third year of junior high. At that time, Xia Ruifai was the sports committee member and also a member of the class committee. However, they had never been on good terms. In the third year of junior high, Xia Ruifai often skipped self-study at night to go out and play basketball. Liu Hang had snitched on him a lot, hence Xia Ruifai could recall his name after a while. Forget anyone but the class monitor. Xia Ruifai laughed when he saw Liu Hang's confused look. Haha, Ruifai, I heard that you didn't do well in the college entrance examination that year, so you went straight to the army, Liu Hang asked. Xia Ruifai smiled faintly. That's right, I didn't get in. I didn't want to study either, so I went to the army. Actually, being a soldier isn't bad. It's a good way to train people, Liu Hang said. Then he immediately changed the topic and deliberately showed a puzzled look. But as far as I know, there are people who retired from the army for 2 years, 5 years, and 8 years. Why did you come back after 7 years? Did you make any mistakes in the army? Xia Ruifai frowned when he heard that. However, before he could say anything, Pang Hao, who was beside him, said unhappily, Liu Hang, what do you mean? Can't Ruo Fei leave the army earlier? Liu Hang spread his hands innocently and said, I didn't mean anything else. I'm just concerned about Xia Ruifai. If there was any stain in the army, the file would have to be brought to the local area. My dad works in the Civil Affairs Bureau, so he has some say in this. If Ruo Fei really gets punished, it's best to think of a way to get rid of it, or it'll affect her future. Xia Ruifai could tell that Liu Hang was probably unhappy that Jian Jia was the former class monitor after he became the center of attention. After all, he had always been the center of attention. That was why he deliberately spoke ill of Xia Ruifai and secretly showed off his father's power. Of course, it could also be that Liu Hang did not like Xia Ruifai because of the grudges they had in school. However, Xia Ruifai felt that Liu Hang's behavior was ridiculous. He had no intention of competing for the limelight, but Liu Hang treated him as a threat. How petty. Pang Hao's eyes widened as he said, Do you look like you're going to help Ruo Fei? You, you don't have to be polite with me, Liu Hang said with a fake smile on his face. At the same time, he looked at the students around him with a sense of superiority. Xia Ruifai looked at him indifferently and then turned to Yuan Lily. He asked with a smile, Oh right, why don't I see your fiancé? Yuan Lily could tell that Liu Hang and Xia Ruifai did not get along. As the host, she was thinking about how to resolve the awkwardness. Seeing that Xia Ruifai had changed the topic, she immediately smiled and said, My husband is still in New York. He's very busy with his investment bank work, so he could only rush back on the day of the engagement. Today is just a small gathering between us classmates, and it's also my bachelor party. We'll hold our wedding in the United States, so it's like this. It's not easy for successful people like you, Xia Ruifai said with a smile. What successful person? I'm just trying to make a living abroad. Yuan Lily said humbly, then continued, By the way, since everyone is here, let's not stand here and talk. Let's go to the hotel. Yes, let's talk at the hotel. Liu Hang immediately said, My car can fit 4 people. Lily, you can sit in my car, all right, Yuan Lily said with a smile. I came in Ruo Fei's car, let's get in his car later, Guan Ping said. Hearing that, Pang Hao immediately said, Ruifai, you're driving, then I'll take your car too. Liu Hang was stunned for a moment and then asked, Ruifai, you just left the army and you're already buying a car. I've been working for more than 3 years and I only bought a Toyota Ruiji last year. Sai, I spend a lot so I can't save money. By the way, what car did you buy? He asked. Great Wall pickup truck, Xia Ruifai said with a faint smile. A pickup, Liu Hang showed an exaggerated expression and said, Who still drives a pickup truck these days? Ruo Fei, you're not joking with me, right? What's there to joke about? Xia Ruifai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I think the pickup is quite convenient. It's also very practical for work. What? Liu Hang immediately asked. Ruifai, have you settled your work? Where do you work? Why do you need a pickup? Xia Ruifai felt that Liu Hang was really annoying. However, since it was Yuan Lily's treat today, he did not want to make the atmosphere too stiff. So after thinking for a while, he said, I didn't plan to settle down. I'm now planting my own vegetables in the suburbs. Grow vegetables. You went to suburbs to be a farmer. Liu Hang's expression was very exaggerated. Why didn't you come to me earlier? My dad is the chief of the Civil Affairs Bureau, so our family can help with the resettlement after retirement. I think it's good to start your own business, Xia Ruifai said with a slight frown, his face showing a trace of impatience. Liu Hang showed a look of understanding and said, That's true. The placement of retired soldiers is worse than that of changed military officers. Moreover, you have a high school diploma, so it's not easy for you to be authorized. So you don't have to settle down. It's actually quite wise to get more retirement fees. Besides, it's not a bad time to grow vegetables. If you work hard, it's not a problem to earn a few thousand yuan a month. He seemed to be thinking for Xia Ruifai, but in fact, he was belittling Xia Ruifai. Guan Ping and Pang Hao couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing this, Yuan Lily quickly said, Let's not chat here. Who else is driving? Let's split up and go to the hotel. Another 2 students who had driven over also tried to smooth things over and invited everyone to sit in their cars. There were only 12 or 13 people in the group, so 4 cars were naturally more than enough. Liu Hang's words seemed to have an effect. The girls who were very friendly to Xia Ruifai did not ask to ride in his car after hearing that he was a vegetable farmer. In the end, only Guan Ping and Pang Hao were in Xia Ruifai's pickup truck. Along the way, Guan Ping and Pang Hao criticized Liu Hang for being unkind. Xia Ruifai, on the other hand, did not take it to heart. In his eyes, Liu Hang's sense of superiority was not worth mentioning at all. In fact, it was very ridiculous. Very quickly, Xia Ruifai followed the car in front and arrived at a restaurant by the Min River. Xia Ruifai looked at the sign. This restaurant was called Hongtian Restaurant. Xia Ruifai, who had grown up in Sanshan City, had heard of it. It was considered a long-standing brand that specialized in authentic Min cuisine. As Xia Ruifai's car was the last to enter, he was led to a parking lot further away. When Xia Ruifai parked the car and walked into the restaurant with Pang Hao and Guan Ping, they heard Liu Hang's loud voice. "What are you guys doing? I clearly said on the phone that I want to book Lakshmi Pavilion, and now that my guests have arrived, you're telling me that Lakshmi Pavilion has already been booked." Liu Hang slapped the front desk angrily. The front desk manager carefully explained, "Supervisor Liu, I'm really sorry. After I received your call, I immediately went to the front desk to confirm the reservation. However, Lakshmi Pavilion has indeed been reserved, so I arranged for you to go to Ruyi Pavilion, which is opposite. I also sent you a text message." A text message. Liu Hang immediately took out his mobile phone. Sure enough, there was a text message from the manager. He had been visiting the campus of number 2 middle school with Yuan Lily and the others just now, so he did not notice the text message. "I don't care about your text messages." Liu Hang closed his phone and said, "We only get together once every 10 years, and you arranged a trashy room like the Ruyi Pavilion for me. Do you still want to keep your hotel? Go and coordinate a change of private room for me immediately. I'm determined to get this Lakshmi Pavilion tonight." Xia Ruifai and the other 2 walked forward. Guan Ping pulled over a familiar classmate and asked, "What's the situation?" Through the student's story, Xia Ruifai and the other 2 finally understood the general situation. It turned out that Liu Hang had volunteered to book a restaurant for Yuan Lily today. When they arrived at Hongshan Restaurant, the front desk manager told him that the private room of Jai Xiang Pavilion that he had wanted had been reserved. He also sent a text message to Liu Hang to inform him of the matter. At the same time, the front desk manager also adjusted the layout of the Ruyi Pavilion private room for Liu Hang, which was exactly the same as Lakshmi Pavilion. However, Liu Hang was determined to find Lakshmi Pavilion, so he made a scene in the lobby of the restaurant. "Since the layout is the same, what's there to make a fuss about?" Xia Ruifai asked in confusion. The student smiled bitterly. "The layout is the same, but Lakshmi Pavilion is a private room by the river. You can see the river view when you eat, but you can only see the hotel parking lot in Ruyi Pavilion, and the class monitor may feel that she has lost face." Xia Ruifai was speechless. Wasn't this a little too pretentious? Although the hotel was at fault, it was just a meal, so they should be more understanding of each other. Besides, he had informed her immediately. It was just that she didn't notice the message. Section Chief Liu, the customer over there made a reservation first. It's not easy for us to coordinate, the front desk manager said awkwardly. Seeing that, Yuan Lily also said, "Liu Hang, why don't we forget about it? Isn't it the same if we get together as classmates in any private room?" Xia Ruifai also smiled. "I agree. It's a rare gathering. It's a happy occasion. There's no need to spoil the mood over such a small matter." When Yuan Lily spoke, Liu Hang's face only darkened a little. But when he heard Xia Ruifai echo her words, he immediately frowned and said impatiently, "Xia Ruifai, don't talk nonsense. Was this a small matter? When have I, Liu Hang, ever suffered such vexation? If you can't even book a private room you want, will you be able to enjoy this meal?" Xia Ruifai pursed his lips and laughed silently. Liu Hang really thought he was a pushover. Just now, Yuan Lily had the same opinion, but he did not say anything. However, once Xia Ruifai opened his mouth, he immediately scolded him. However, since Yuan Lily was treating them to dinner today, Xia Ruifai did not want to make the atmosphere too stiff. He used his eyes to stop Pang Hao and Guan Ping, who were about to flip out. He simply stood at the side with his arms crossed and watched the show. Since Liu Hang wanted to be in the limelight, he would let him perform to his heart's content. In Xia Ruifai's eyes, Liu Hang was no different from a clown. Liu Hang raised his head and said to the front desk manager, "Since you can't make the decision, then go and call your store manager he over." The front desk manager said with a strange expression, "I'm sorry, Section Chief Liu, but branch manager he left his job a few days ago." Liu Hang was choked up. His expression was as if he was constipated. At this time, another female student said, "Manager, why don't you tell us who booked Lakshmi Pavilion? Let's talk to him about changing rooms, okay?" Liu Hang's eyes immediately lit up and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Tell me who made the decision for Lakshmi Pavilion. I'll call him personally. I don't believe that Liu Hang's face doesn't work in the 3 mountains. Class monitor, it seems that you've been doing well in the system these past few years." Isn't that so? How many years has class monitor Liu been in the company? He's already a section chief. Who would dare to not give face to section chief Liu? The few classmates were all complimenting him. Liu Hang was obviously very pleased. He glanced at Zia Rufai, intentionally or otherwise, with a sense of superiority. The front desk manager hesitated for a moment. It was definitely against the rules to disclose the customer's information, but Liu Hang was obviously not willing to let it go. Moreover, the person who made the reservation at Lakshmi Pavilion was also a person in the system, so she made a decision after weighing the pros and cons. Section Chief Liu, Lakshmi Pavilion has been booked in advance by Section Chief Hao from the Provincial Civil Affairs Department. The front desk manager said carefully, "Why don't you discuss this with him? However, please don't say that I leaked the information. It's against the rules." Liu Hang's proud look froze when he heard that. What kind of international joke is this? To discuss with Section Chief Hao of the Provincial Department about changing rooms. My old man is only a section chief in the District Civil Affairs Bureau, and he has to be polite to the section chief of the Provincial Department. I'm just a small section chief, and you want me to give orders to the section chief of the Provincial Department. Liu Hang really hated this gentle front desk manager now. If she had told him earlier that Lakshmi Pavilion was reserved by Section Chief Zhu, he would definitely have gone with the flow. Now that she had said it in front of so many students, wasn't it impossible to back down? Everyone had been in society for a long time, so they had the ability to read people's expressions. Therefore, when the little fatty Pang Hao saw Liu Hang's expression, he almost could not hold back his laughter. Guan Ping was annoyed by Liu Hang's condescending tone when he spoke to Zia Ruofai, so he said directly, "Class monitor Liu, quickly go and talk to the section Chief Zhu and ask him to obediently give up the private room." Hearing this, Pang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Yup. The problem with the box is related to our class monitor Liu's face. It's no small matter. Zia Ruofai smiled as he watched the show from the side, a warm current flowing through his heart. Zia Ruofai could tell that Guan Ping and Pang Hao were not doing very well. Liu Hang, on the other hand, obviously had a certain amount of power. However, the two of them were willing to offend Liu Hang just to help him get back at him. Their friendship from their middle school days had not diminished in the slightest. Liu Hang's face turned red as he glared at Pang Hao and Guan Ping with hatred. It was obvious that he hated both of them along with Zia Ruofai. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yuan Lily quickly tried to smooth things over. "Liu Hang, let's forget it. Since they booked it first, let's change to another room. It's the same no matter where we are." Liu Hang heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had slapped himself in the face, at least he had a way out. He quickly said, "All right, after all, first come, first served. Since you, the master, don't mind, I have no objections either." The few students who had just praised Liu Hang now had strange expressions on their faces. The class reunion hadn't even started, but the atmosphere had already become quite strange. Just as everyone was about to head to the elevator, a surprised voice suddenly came from the door. "Mr. Zia, are you here to eat?" Zia Ruofai and the others stopped and turned around. They saw a curvaceous and charming young woman in a black professional suit walking over with a warm smile. The person was the new procurement manager of Lingjai FB. When Zia Ruofai first provided paradise vegetables to Lingjai FB, it was Ling Kingsu who personally brought her to Zia Ruofai's villa. "So it's big sister Sue. You're here to eat too." Zia Ruofai smiled and greeted him. Then she said jokingly, "Isn't your own company in the FB industry? Why is the fertile water still flowing into the fields of others?" "Mr. Zia, you're so funny. Didn't Kingsu tell you?" Manager Su chuckled. "The Hong Tian restaurant has been acquired by our Lingjai FB, and it's now a fully owned subsidiary of us that specializes in Min cuisine." Zia Ruofai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "No way. What a coincidence. I'm just having a meal and I'm in your territory." At this time, a man in a suit and leather shoes hurried over and said, "Manager Su, welcome to our shop for inspection and guidance. We would also like to thank the head office for your care and concern for Hongshan Restaurant. We have been looking forward to this batch of Taoyuan vegetables. I've been looking forward to this day." Manager Su smiled apologetically at Zia Ruofai before turning to the man in the suit and said, "Store Manager Lin, Taoyuan vegetables are in the car outside. You can have them moved to the back kitchen. Also, Mr. Ling told me to check the purchasing records of the other branches. Please get them ready. I still have something to deal with here." All right, Branch Manager Lin said hurriedly. He handed it over to the front desk manager and quietly gave a few instructions to have the people below move the vegetables and prepare the accounts. He himself stood somewhat cautiously on the side, urging the head company's department manager to come to the branch. That was the imperial envoy. He had to be served carefully. When Manager Su faced Zia Ruofai, his facial expression immediately became very gentle and respectful. "Mr. Zia," she asked, "if I may ask, is this a gathering of friends?" "Oh, it's our 10th graduation anniversary, so we're all going to have a meal together," Zia Ruofai said with a smile. After that, Zia Ryufai introduced Manager Su to the students. Manager Su nodded enthusiastically to everyone. When Zia Ryufai's middle school classmates heard that this beach was actually the famous Lingjai's FB procurement department manager, and that the new branch manager of Hongshan restaurant was also respectful to her, yet she was so polite in front of Zia Ryufai, they immediately looked at Zia Ryufai in a different light. Liu Hang's face turned red and white. He did not expect Zia Ryufai, who called himself a vegetable farmer, to have such a big reputation. Compared to his previous poor performance, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Mr. Zia, when I came in just now, I saw that you two didn't seem to be happy. Manager Su asked, is there something wrong with the service? As soon as Manager Su said this, branch manager Lin, who was next to him, suddenly became nervous. It's nothing. Zia Ryufai smiled faintly. However, the private room we wanted has already been booked in advance. We were just discussing the change of private rooms. When Manager Su heard this, he immediately turned to Manager Lin and said, Manager Lin, prepare the top floor's Linjiang Pavilion for Mr. Zia and the others immediately. When branch manager Lin heard that, he was stunned for a moment, then said hesitantly, Manager Su, Linjiang Pavilion is CEO Ling's private room. This, as it turned out, Ling Zai Ocean, who was from the Three Mountains, had a special liking for Min cuisine. In terms of the degree of authentic Min cuisine, the large-scale Lingjai restaurant chain could not be compared to the decades-old Hongtian restaurant. Therefore, after Ling Zai Ocean had acquired Hongtian restaurant, he had specially ordered people to renovate a large private room on the top floor. This private room was reserved for Ling Zai Ocean's personal use and was not open for business. So even though Manager Su had spoken, branch manager Lin still felt that it was very difficult for Wanwen. After all, Manager Su was only a department manager at the head office, but the Linjiang Pavilion was the private room of the boss of the company. Manager Su frowned and said, what's wrong with President Ling's private room? Mr. Zia was CEO Ling's esteemed guest, so of course, he had to open the best private room to receive him. Why don't you give President Ling a call and ask for instructions? Branch manager Lin's forehead was covered in sweat, and he quickly said, I don't dare, I'll arrange it immediately. He also secretly scolded himself for being out of his mind. Since Manager Su had already spoken, he would just do as she said. Anyway, if President Ling really wanted to blame someone, she would be the one to take responsibility. But now the private room had to be opened, and he had offended her for no reason. Manager Su nodded expressionlessly. Then he turned to Zia Ryufai and smiled. Mr. Zia, I'm really sorry. The people below don't know your identity. I've already ordered them to move you to the top floor Linjiang Pavilion. Zia Ryufai could feel the strange looks from the students around him. He could not help but smile bitterly. Big Sister Su, there's no need for that. We don't have many people, so the Rui Pavilion is fine. That won't do. Manager Su said seriously, if CEO Ling finds out that we have neglected you, I can't bear the blame. Well, Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly and turned to Yuan Lily. Yuan Lily, since Manager Su is so polite, shall we change to another room? Sure, let's take advantage of you. Yuan Lily nodded with a smile. When branch manager Lin heard that, he quickly led the way and led Zia Ryufai and the others to the exclusive elevator of the private room in Linjiang Pavilion. They went directly to the top floor. The Linjiang Pavilion private room was located above the Auspicious Pavilion and the Rui Pavilion. It was as large as the two private rooms combined and was very spacious. Facing the river were two full glass curtains, allowing one to enjoy the 270-degree view of the river with no dead angle. The luxurious decorations in the room made Zia Ryufai's junior high school classmates feel like they were in a grand view garden. A thick white wool carpet covered the entire room, and against the wall was an antique pure oak museum shelf, on which was a dazzling collection. In front of the shelf was a row of luxurious handmade Netherlands sheepskin couches, and an exquisite tea set was placed on the marble coffee table. On one side of the glass wall, there was a large, luxurious round table. On top of the round table, there was a bright crystal lamp. The hanging ornament swayed gently in the breeze, reflecting a blurred light. The glass window on the curtain wall was half open, and as the river wind blew, the tassel-like gauze curtain gently swayed, making people feel relaxed and happy. Every detail in the private room was done to the extreme. There was clearly a Western luxury and a Chinese classical, but the two completely different styles were harmonious in this place, making people feel that there was no sense of disharmony. Even Liu Hang, who was self-proclaimed to be knowledgeable, could not help but click his tongue when he entered the room. He had been to this restaurant many times, but he had never known that there was such an extremely luxurious room hidden on the top floor. Manager Su personally made tea for everyone, and store manager Lin became an errand boy, directing the youngest and prettiest waitresses in the store to get busy. After chatting for a while, everyone went to the round table and took their seats. Manager Su also tactfully took his leave. Yes, if you dare to hide anything, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Pang Hao also joined in the fun, the fat on his face jiggling as he laughed, looking very comical. The other students also echoed. Only Liu Heng lowered his head slightly and his face was frighteningly gloomy. Xia Ruifai forced a smile and said, "Didn't I already tell everyone? Actually, I'm just a vegetable farmer. Tusk, who would believe that?" Pang Hao shouted, "Students, do you believe me? I don't believe it." Xia Ruifai's classmates all laughed. At this moment, the restaurant's branch manager Lin personally came in with a dish. He had a warm smile on his face, but there was a heartache in his eyes that could not be hidden, making his smile seem a little bitter. "Mr. Xia, distinguished guests, this is our store's latest Taoyuan vegetable series. Please enjoy." Branch manager Lin tried to make his voice sound calmer and forced a smile. His intestines were about to turn green from regret. Although he had followed manager Su's instructions to open the private room in Linjiang Pavilion, he still felt very uneasy. After much thought, he couldn't help but sneak out and call Ling Zai-Ocean to report the matter. He did not expect that once Ling Zai-Ocean heard that it was Xia Ruifai, he would immediately order him to do his best to ensure the service and that all expenses tonight would be free. This was not a big deal. Ling Zai-Ocean was the boss anyway, and the loss of the bill was not his own money. However, what Ling Zai-Ocean ordered next made store manager Lin want to cry, but had no tears. Ling Zai-Ocean had asked him to prepare Taoyuan vegetables for Xia Ruifai's table and to serve each dish. Recently, the Paradise brand vegetables of the Lingjai restaurant chain had become their well-known signboard. Many gluttons from other places came to try it, bringing a lot of popularity to the Lingjai restaurant. Branch manager Lin had also applied for many days before he managed to snatch a few caddies of shares from several flagship stores in the city to Hongshan restaurant. He had originally wanted to use Taoyuan vegetables to boost his sales. He did not expect that Ling Zai-Ocean would give half of his daily share to Xia Ruifai's table with just one sentence. Moreover, it was provided for free. However, he didn't dare to disobey the big boss's orders. He could only tell the kitchen to hurry up and cook with a sad face. Xia Ruifai's classmates did not feel anything. Although many of them had heard of the Taoyuan vegetables, they did not have a direct understanding of their value. Even Yuan Lily thought it was Xia Ruifai who had arranged the menu. Only Liu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the words Taoyuan vegetables. He often went out to socialize, so he naturally knew about the recently famous Taoyuan vegetables. Moreover, he even went to Lingjai restaurant to try it out. However, he didn't get what he wanted even after 2 visits. Now that Paradise Vegetables was too popular, unless he had an internal relationship, he would still need to make a reservation many days in advance to go to Lingjai restaurant. He was just a small section chief of the District Civil Affairs Bureau, so he did not have that much face. He did not expect Xia Ruifai to have such power even though he did not show off. Liu Heng could not help but secretly look at Xia Ruifai, who was still calm and collected. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. It was a dish of stir-fried spinach. The green spinach looked particularly attractive on the white porcelain plate. The appearance of the Paradise vegetables had always been excellent, and it was very easy to arouse people's appetite. Everyone responded one after another. Everyone picked up a piece of spinach and put it in their mouths, even Liu Heng. After tasting it, everyone's expression became rich and colorful. After chewing and swallowing, they couldn't stop praising the taste of the Paradise vegetables. A few days ago, a colleague ate Paradise vegetables at Lingjai restaurant and bragged about it to us after he came back. "I finally got to taste it today," Guan Ping said excitedly. "I can only say that I've wronged that colleague. He wasn't bragging at all, it was really delicious. I've been hearing people talking about Taoyuan vegetables these days. I only realized how delicious they are after I tried them today," Pang Hao also said. A female classmate said remorsefully, "Aya. I actually forgot to take a picture and post it on my moments. It's not easy to eat Paradise vegetables, so I'd be letting myself down if I didn't post it on my moments to show off." This female student's words immediately resonated with several other students. Everyone felt that it was a pity because there was not much of the spinach left. At this moment, store manager Lin hurriedly said, "Dear distinguished guests, there are 5 more dishes. All of them are high-quality vegetables from Paradise. You can take as many photos as you want." "Oh really? That's great, that's great. Don't move. Let's talk after I'm done taking the photos." Same beat, same beat. Xia Ruifai found it funny that his classmates were so excited. He smiled at branch manager Lin and said, "Branch manager Lin, I'll have to trouble you. Please convey my gratitude to President Ling." "You're welcome," branch manager Lin said quickly. "I'll go to the kitchen to rush you." "Please wait a moment." With that, store manager Lin bowed slightly to the crowd and left the private room. As soon as store manager Lin left, these middle school students focused their attention on Xia Ruifai. If the incident in the private room just now had surprised them, then the Taoyuan vegetables had really shocked them. Xia Ruifai had always wanted to keep a low profile, but things just happened to be so coincidental. Today, Yuan Lily was treating him to dinner, so he didn't want to overshadow the host. He raised his glass with a smile and said, "Students, don't forget today's main topic. I suggest that we all give a toast to Yuan Lily and wish her a happy marriage. Good, congratulations. Come, cheers. Everyone drank a glass of wine together. After a while, the remaining Taoyuan brand vegetables were served one by one. Everyone naturally took pictures from various angles and then ate together. Even though Zia Ryufei had intentionally led the topic to Yuan Lily, he still inevitably became the focus of the crowd. Even Yuan Lily herself had specially toasted Zia Ryufei several times. After everyone entered society, it was inevitable that they would become more realistic than before. In comparison, Zia Ryufei, who had been in the army for 7 years, did not have the aura of a profiteer. He had always been indifferent to money. Of course, this was also because he had a killing weapon like the spirit map scroll, so he didn't have to worry about money. They had enjoyed the luxurious Riverview suite, the red wine that Lingzai Ocean had secretly stashed away, and the vegetables that were as popular as the sun in the sky. Zia Ryufei's junior high school classmates were naturally quite satisfied. Only Liu Hang was silent throughout the whole process. Even when he was tasting the delicious Taoyuan vegetables, he was absent-minded and looked at his phone from time to time. Guan Ping, who was sitting beside Zia Ryufei, nudged him and whispered, "You're pretty fast, kid. He's even meeting his parents." Zia Ryufei was confused and asked, "What parent-teacher meeting? What parent-teacher meeting? You're still pretending, aren't you?" Guan Ping smiled mysteriously and said, "Didn't you go back with the school bell to meet her parents? President Ling is so good to you. Tonight's arrangement is simply meticulous." Zia Ryufei felt as if 10 million alpacas had just run over him. What the hell was this? Initially, Guan Ping had thought that Zia Ryufei had received such preferential treatment at a subsidiary branch of the Ling Jai restaurant because his relationship with Ling Qingsu had been confirmed, and that he had already become the future son-in-law of Ling Zai Ocean. Seeing Zia Ryufei's speechless expression, Guan Ping chuckled and said in a low voice, all right, don't pretend to be innocent. I'm still a loyal friend, haven't I been keeping your secret? Protect your sister." "I really didn't," Zia Ryufei said as if he had said it. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. Forget it. You can think however you want." Zia Ryufei did not even have the strength to explain. If Guan Ping misunderstood, he could only let him be. When everyone was almost done eating, Yuan Lily quietly got up and went out. After a short while, she returned to the private room with a bitter smile and said, "Ryufei, you're too polite. What's wrong?" Zia Ryufei asked, confused. "I just went to settle the bill, but they said you've already paid." Yuan Lily reproached, "I'm treating my classmates to a meal before my engagement. How can I let you pay for it? How much did this meal cost? I'll transfer it to you later." "I didn't." Zia Ryufei smiled helplessly. He thought for a moment and understood the reason. He said, "I understand. Yuan Lily, don't worry about this. I have a good relationship with the owner of this restaurant. I guess he told me to give you a free meal. How can we do that? I'll just give you the money," Yuan Lily said. "The problem is that I didn't spend any money." Zia Ryufei shrugged helplessly. "I'll just pretend that you're paying for this meal. It doesn't matter who's paying. What's important is that we can get together, right?" Yuan Lily wanted to insist on her opinion, but her classmates also tried to persuade her. Some people said that Zia Ryufei had stolen the limelight from Yuan Lily, but most of them were just joking. At this time, Liu Hang said, "Yuan Lily, Zia Ryufei is right. It's most important to have fun together. Besides, a meal doesn't cost much. You don't have to be so formal. This meal isn't cheap," Yuan Lily said with a bitter smile. "Let's not talk about those high-end seafood. Although I haven't been back in the country for long, I know how popular Taoyuan vegetables are in Sanshan City. One dish costs at least a few hundred yuan, not to mention that so many dishes were served today. Even if other people have money, they can't get to eat it. Yuan Lily, don't argue with us. At most, when your fiancé returns to China, he can treat us to a meal." Zia Ryufei said with a smile. Yes, Liu Hang said. "Let's take it as Zia Ryufei treating us today. How about this, since Yuan Lily has returned to China and we can get together as classmates, I'll arrange the next program." "Supervisor Liu, there's still another program coming up," Pang Hao asked with a smile. "Of course, the nightlife has just begun." Liu Hang said, "I'll take everyone to a good place later. Ordinary people can't even enter the gate." "Oh really? Then we'll have to take a good look." Guan Ping also said jokingly, "Class monitor, there's no problem with the box this time, right?" Previously, Liu Hang had been acting weird towards Zia Ryufei. As Zia Ryufei's good brothers, Guan Ping and Pang Hao could not stand it. Now that Liu Hang, who had been sulking the entire night, was acting arrogantly again, Guan Ping could not help but want to give him a blow. "What do you know? They're on a membership system." Liu Hang said disdainfully, "Members will have a private room at any time." Then Liu Hang turned to Yuan Lily and said, "Yuan Lily, Zia Ryufei was the host for the meal just now. Now I'll be the host to celebrate with you. You're not going to reject me, are you?" "Of course we have to give our class monitor face," Yuan Lily said with a smile. "We don't have to spend any money anyway. Don't you agree?" The students laughed and agreed with Yuan Lily, while Zia Ryufei could only smile bitterly in his heart. The atmosphere of the class reunion had changed a long time ago, but it would not be good to leave halfway, so he could only go with them. He could imagine that Liu Hang must be trying to show off and beat him, but he felt that such a comparison was too childish. Everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, so Liu Hang took everyone to the next scene. So the group left Hongshan Restaurant. Liu Hang found a few substitute drivers and drove them straight to the city center. Xia Ruifai sat in the passenger's seat and felt that the road was familiar. When they arrived at the parking lot, Liu Hang led a group of students to the scenic area of Sanfang Chi Street. Xia Ruifai could not help but have a strange look on his face. Sure enough, after a while, Liu Hang led everyone to the entrance of the West River Moon Club. Xia Ruifai couldn't help but rub his forehead. What was going on today? Why was it not Lingjai Restaurant but Zhejiang Moon Club? Can't we just have a gathering with our classmates in a low-key manner? Liu Hang directly went up to the man in black at the door and said, "Young Master Li used his membership card to help me book a private room in the Plum Blossom Hall. He had already informed your manager." Xia Ruifai couldn't help but shake his head. Liu Hang didn't even have Zaijiangyu's membership card. He even asked someone to reserve a private room to show off. He really didn't know how strong this guy's vanity was. Xia Ruifai reached into his pocket and squeezed the platinum card. After some thought, he put it back. The man in black had a cold expression on his face. After confirming with the people inside through the walkie-talkie, he nodded and let them in. Liu Hang led Yuan Lily and the others into the courtyard of the club. Immediately, a tall waiter in a cheongsam came forward and led them to the private room. Liu Hang introduced proudly, "This Zhejiang Moon Club is not a place that just anyone can enter. Even I don't have a membership card here, but I have a good friend who is a silver member here. Today I asked him to book a private room for me so that everyone can see the life of the upper class." The students were dazzled by the splendid decorations in the club. Liu Hang continued to boast, "I often come here to eat with young Master Li. Almost every time he came, he would meet celebrities. He heard that Heavenly King Liu would invite his friends to Sanshan for his concert. If you're lucky, you might even meet your idol." Liu Hang's vanity was greatly satisfied when he saw his classmates' envious looks. He looked at Xia Ruifai as if he was showing off his strength, but Xia Ruifai still looked indifferent. This lowered his sense of achievement by a lot. Soon, they arrived at the lobby of the club. Xia Ruifai immediately saw the charming and graceful lobby manager. Coincidentally, the lobby manager also looked over. When she saw Xia Ruifai, she was stunned for a moment before her eyes widened. However, before she could speak, Xia Ruifai shook his head discreetly and gave her a look. The lobby manager immediately understood and smiled at Xia Ruifai. He did not go forward to disturb him. However, when Xia Ruifai and the rest followed the female receptionist through the lobby and walked to the Plum Blossom Hall, the lobby manager immediately walked to the side and gave President Zhang a call. "President Zhang, Mr. Xia just came to the clubhouse." The lobby manager said respectfully, "Brother Xia is here. Why didn't he give me a call in advance?" President Zhang was a little surprised and immediately said, "Little Meng, you must take good care of Brother Xia. The noble hall is empty tonight, right? I'll arrange it for Brother Xia." President Zhang, Mr. Xia came with some friends. He doesn't want me to disturb him. The lobby manager reported. "I see." President Zhang pondered for a moment and said, "Then find out which private room they are in and give them a bottle of good wine in the name of the club. I'll go back now. We'll talk about it when I'm back." "All right, President Zhang," the lobby manager replied respectfully. After the phone call, she immediately paid more attention to Xia Ruifai. She knew that President Zhang was playing cards at a friend's house tonight. She didn't expect that once he heard that Xia Ruifai was coming, he would immediately put down his game and rush back. How much did he value Xia Ruifai? She immediately beckoned for a service staff and asked her to find out which private room Xia Ruifai and the others were in while she personally went to the warehouse to pick the wine. Xia Ruifai and the rest soon arrived at the Plum Blossom Hall. The Plum Blossom Hall was not big. After Xia Ruifai and a dozen people went in, it seemed a little crowded. It was obvious that Liu Hang's reputation was limited. However, any private room in the West River Moon Club was quite exquisite. Such a medium-sized private room, whether it was the luxuriousness of the facilities, the professional sound system, or even every detail, was naturally more than a little better than the average nightclub or KTV. "Come on, everyone, feel free to sit." Liu Hang greeted everyone with a smug expression. Then he asked the waiter to order some drinks, fruit platters, snacks, and so on. In fact, if the club's VIP members came to spend money, they didn't need to order themselves. The club would naturally arrange everything. Make yourself at home. Those who want to sing, sing. Those who want to play cards, play. The club even has a special sauna room and gym that are all free to use. Whoever is interested, you can go there directly. Liu Hang said as if he was the host. Apart from Yuan Lily, who lived abroad, the rest of the students who came to the party were basically working in Sanshan. It was their first time at a top club like Zaijiangyu, so they were naturally a little reserved. Therefore, none of them used the other free facilities of the club. Instead, they sat together. Some of them started singing, while others gathered to play cards. Some of them even played dice, just like in the ordinary KTV rooms. At this time, the door of the private room was knocked open, and a beautiful and tall waitress came in with a bottle of red wine in both hands. She bowed slightly and said, "Dear guests, this is a gift from the club. It's a 1985 Berthus red wine. A gift, 85 Petrus. After all, Yuan Lily lived abroad." Hearing that, she immediately said in surprise, "A bottle is at least $1,500. No way. What kind of wine was this that was so expensive?" "Lily, are you sure you're not mistaken? 1,500 yuan for a bottle of wine. US dollars. Oh my god, this wine is worth 1 square meter of a house in the center of Sanshin City." The waiter did not look down on Xia Ruifai and his classmates because they looked like they had not seen the world. He smiled and said, "This is indeed a 1985 Berthus. It was directly imported by our club from its original place, Bordeaux." In fact, everyone was just shocked by the price Yuan Lily had mentioned. They didn't really doubt the authenticity of the red wine. Liu Hang was a little confused at first, but he quickly reacted and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. It must be because of young Master Li. He was a silver member of the club. He booked the private room himself, so it's normal for them to give him a bottle of red wine." His face was glowing. This time, he had shown his face and made a fortune. When he spoke of young Master Li, he felt a sense of honor. Liu Hang said in his heart, "Young Master Li is so kind. I have to thank him when I get back. What should I give him? If it was too cheap, it wouldn't be worth it." As Xia Ruifai had hinted when he entered the room, the lobby manager did not give any special instructions to the waiter. Hence, she did not know what was going on. She brought the red wine to Liu Hang and asked him to check the label. Liu Hang waved his hand. "There's no need to look. You can't possibly fool young Master Li's guests with fake wine, right?" The waitress didn't know who young Master Li was, but her professionalism made her smile. After getting Liu Hang's consent, she opened the wine with a wine opener, poured a little into the wine glass, and asked Liu Hang to try it. This time, Liu Hang didn't refuse Ying Ying's attention. He loved doing this. He pretended to take the wine glass, but he finished it in one gulp. Then he closed his eyes and said after a while, "Good wine." Liu Hang had been brewing his emotions for a long time, but he did not say anything solid. Moreover, his one-gulp posture was quite like the state of a drinking contest in a food stall. The waiter almost could not help but laugh. Liu Hang was not aware of it. He shouted, "Hurry up and pour some for each of them. Everyone, try this $1,500 red wine." "Yes, sir," the waiter said respectfully. After everyone's wine was poured, Liu Hang said, "Come, come, come. Let's have a taste. It's not easy to get such good red wine." He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. As a section chief in the unit, he had to entertain a lot of people, but he had never tasted red wine that was worth tens of thousands of yuan. Let me tell you, young Master Li is the only one who has a lot of influence. For ordinary people, they might not even sell this rare red wine even if they pay for it, let alone give it to them. Liu Hang continued to brag about the young Master Li who made him proud. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the young Master Li who had a huge reputation. He had the pride of pointing out the country in front of his junior high school classmates and felt that he had completely surpassed Xia Ruifai. He did not know that Xia Ruifai was looking at him as if he was a clown. However, these students naturally had to say some words of flattery, which made Liu Hang's face even more radiant. He felt that he had finally gotten back at them, and his heart was extremely happy. After everyone had played for a while, the door of the private room was pushed open again. Before the person arrived, a forthright voice was heard, "Ha ha ha. Brother Xia, why didn't you give me a call before you came to my club?" "Don't be so polite." Xia Ruifai could not help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, the next moment, Xia Ruifai saw the chubby President Zhang appear at the door with a smile on his face. Beside him was the charming young woman, the lobby manager. Although Yuan Lily and the others didn't know the identity of President Zhang, they could tell that he was an extraordinary man at first glance, so they all stopped their entertainment and even stopped singing. President Zhang looked at Xia Ruifai and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, this Plum Blossom Hall is too simple and crude. I've already had people prepare the honorable hall. Would you and your friend please move there?" Xia Ruifai stood up with a bitter smile on his face and said, "President Zhang, I'm here today to eat and drink with my classmates. You don't have to be so polite. Actually, this private room is quite good." Then Xia Ruifai introduced her to Yuan Lily and the others, students. "This is Boss Zhang from the West River Moon Club. President Zhang, these are my middle school classmates. Today can be considered our 10th graduation anniversary gathering. Hello, everyone." President Zhang said with a smile, then he gestured to the lobby manager. The lobby manager immediately handed over a wine glass. It was a small red wine glass, about 3 taels in capacity and filled with white wine. "Everyone here is Brother Xia's friend, so you're my friend as well." President Zhang raised his glass and said, "Today you've come to my West River Moon Club. It's our fault for not being able to host you well. This glass of wine is for everyone as an apology. You guys do as you please, I'll do it." After saying that, President Zhang raised his head and drank the entire glass of white wine. Then, without changing his expression, he showed the bottom of the glass to everyone. When Zia Ruifai's classmates heard that the fat man in front of them was the boss of the top class club that Liu Hang had praised to the heavens, and that President Zheng actually attached so much importance to Zia Ruifai and toasted everyone with a big glass of white wine the moment he arrived, they all stood up and drank. Only Liu Hang's reaction was half a beat slower. His face was red and white, and his brain was still in a state of shock. It was as if he had lost his ability to think. He just raised his glass and drank with his classmates mechanically. President Zheng did not notice Liu Hang. In fact, all his politeness and thoughtfulness were directed at Zia Ruifai. All his attention was naturally on Zia Ruifai. Brother Zia, President Zheng asked with a smile, I asked Little Meng to send you a bottle of wine just now. Are you satisfied with it? The private room suddenly became very quiet, and Liu Hang's face was even redder. He wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. It was so embarrassing. He had no idea how to face his classmates who were just flattering him. Zia Ruifai was not surprised at all. He smiled and said, It's a very good red wine. President Zheng, you're very thoughtful. It's good that Brother Zia likes it. President Zheng laughed and then asked, You really don't need to change to another private room, all right? President Zheng didn't force her and just said straightforwardly, All the expenses for tonight are free. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. I won't disturb your class reunion. President Zheng gave everyone another toast and then politely took his leave. After he left, the atmosphere in the private room became a little strange. Everyone still heard Liu Hang's bragging and young Master Lei, who was said to be extremely awesome. Now that the truth was out, Liu Hang's previous showing off had undoubtedly become a big joke. Liu Hang's face was the ugliest. He lowered his head for a long time before forcing a smile and saying, I'm not feeling well, so I'll go back first. Everyone, take your time. After he finished speaking, he left the room as if he was escaping. He did not dare to look at Zia Ruifai again. Compared to Liu Hang's sorry state, Zia Ruifai was much calmer. Whether it was when Liu Hang was bragging before or now, he always had a calm expression. After Liu Hang left, the awkward atmosphere in the room was swept away, and everyone became lively. Zia Ruifai had successfully stolen the spotlight again and became the focus of the crowd. Even Yuan Lily, who was supposed to be the main character, was very curious. Ruo Fei, tell me the truth. What do you do? Yuan Lily said with a smile. The students also joined in. Yup. Even the boss of the West River Moon Club is so polite to you, and you still say you're a vegetable farmer. You're even hiding it from your old classmate. That's not very nice. Zia Ruifai smiled bitterly and said, Everyone, I'm not lying to you. I'm just a vegetable farmer. I'm not lying. The only reason I know President Zheng and President Ling is because they bought my vegetables. Is it really that simple? It's that simple, I swear, Zia Ruifai said. Since when did vegetable suppliers become so awesome? What kind of vegetables are you selling? Guan Ping laughed as he said this. He then asked suspiciously, It can't be that peach blossom vegetables, right? Zia Ruifai smiled noncommittally. No way, Pang Hao exclaimed. Was it really Taoyuan vegetables? Ruo Fei, you're really awesome. It hasn't been long since he returned from the military, and you've already created such a heaven-defying product. The students were also amazed. They had just tasted paradise vegetables and knew how popular it was in Rong City. They didn't expect the supplier of paradise vegetables to be among them, and it was even the most inconspicuous-looking Zia Ruifai. Naturally, many people came to Zia Ruifai for a drink. Even though he was a good drinker, he had to leave the private room by using the excuse of peeing. In fact, drinking was not the most important thing. He was not used to the compliments. Zia Ruifai could not understand why Liu Hang was so keen on being in the limelight. Actually, there was a bathroom in the private room, but Zia Ruifai still went outside. Not long after Zia Ruifai left, Pang Hao also stood up and left the private room. Ying Ying had drunk too much tonight, so he wanted to go out for some fresh air. Walking out of the private room, the wind from the central air conditioner in the corridor made Pang Hao feel a little dizzy. He looked up at the sign and walked to the bathroom with heavy steps. As he passed by the door of a private room, Pang Hao felt his head spinning. He stood still and leaned against the wall, wanting to catch his breath. At this moment, the door of the private room was opened as a 25-year-old man walked out with his arm around the slim waist of a gorgeously dressed woman. The woman was holding a wine glass in her hand and was feeding the man wine with a coquettish smile. The two of them didn't look at where they were going and bumped into Pang Hao. Caught off guard, Pang Hao's entire body fell to the floor. Although the corridor was also covered with a thick carpet, Pang Hao was also in a sorry state after the fall. Although the man and woman did not fall, they were also frightened. The woman poured the glass of red wine in her hand onto the man's expensive suit. The red wine on his white suit was particularly eye-catching. The woman shrieked in fear, while the man's expression was even more unsightly. He strode over to Pang Hao, who was still in a daze from the fall, and cursed, Don't you have eyes when you walk? Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the way? The man in white was called Deng Ming. He was the son of a deputy mayor of Sanshan City. Although Deputy Mayor Deng was not a regular person and his ranking in the government was relatively low, he was still a big shot in Sanshin City. Relying on his father's connections, Child Deng opened a consulting company in Sanshin City and became the boss behind the scenes. The so-called consulting company, to put it bluntly, was to help some people settle bidding, approval, and other things that ordinary people would find difficult to do, but he could do it easily. He made money quite quickly. Today, Deng Ming was singing in a private room with a few friends, and his evil fire was aroused by the private room princess beside him. He was about to bring her upstairs to vent his fire, but he didn't expect to bump into Pang Hao as soon as he went out. Moreover, his expensive zilly suit was stained with a large wine stain. It was basically useless now. How could Deng Ming not be angry? Pang Hao, who was the one who was knocked down, naturally couldn't hold back his anger when he heard Deng Ming's unpleasant words. He stood up and said, "How can you be so unreasonable? You were the ones who bumped into me, so how is it my fault now?" "Bullshit." Deng Ming was furious. "Am I as blind as you? You're such a big fat man standing here. How can I not see you crash into me? You." Pang Hao was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had never seen such an unreasonable person before. He had clearly knocked into someone, but not only did he not apologize, he even made a false accusation against the other party. "You what? Do you know how much my suit costs?" Deng Ming looked at Pang Hao contemptuously and said, $8,000. "Now that the clothes are ruined, you better compensate me." "You've gone crazy thinking about money." Pang Hao was so angry that he laughed. "You want me to compensate you? You should count yourself lucky that I didn't ask you for compensation. Damn fatty, are you trying to cheat?" The flirtatious private room princess immediately said, "Why don't you find out who young Master Deng is? You want to leave without paying for dirtying his clothes." The glass of red wine had spilled on Deng Ming's body from her hands. If she did not catch Pang Hao, Deng Ming would probably take his anger out on her later, so she spared no effort to help him. "You're simply unreasonable," Pang Hao said angrily. Then he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't want to continue pestering such rude and unreasonable people. It was better to leave immediately. He knew that these two people would never apologize even if he continued to pester them. And how could Deng Ming let Pang Hao go so easily? He grabbed Pang Hao's clothes and said, "Mother seeker, you still dare to run. If you don't pay up today, don't even think about going anywhere." Even if Pang Hao was a clay bodhisattva, he would still be a little angry. He flung Deng Ming's hand away and glared at him. "What's wrong?" He wanted to fight. "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Although Pang Hao was fat, he was tall and big. Deng Ming's small body, which had been hollowed out by wine and women, was naturally not his opponent. Deng Ming took a step back and shouted toward the private room, "Yi Linian, are you dead? Hurry up and come out." The door of the private room opened, and a young man in a black suit with a cold face walked out. At the same time, a few men with disheveled clothes and reeking of alcohol also came out. They were all Deng Ming's scoundrels. The young man in the black suit had no expression on his well-defined face. He stood straight like a javelin and exuded a cold aura. He was obviously someone who had experienced life and death battles and had seen blood. He walked to Deng Ming's side and asked, "Boss, what's your order?" Deng Ming stretched out his hand and pointed at Pang Hao. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go, beat him up. Beat him up so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him." Yilinian didn't move. He calmly said, "Boss, my duty is to protect your safety, not to act as a fighter. I can't do anything illegal." When Deng Ming heard this, he was even more furious. He turned his head and cursed, "Yi Linian, is your brain damaged? You're my bodyguard, and I'm the one paying your salary. Now that I'm being bullied, what's wrong with letting you go and teach him a lesson?" "Sorry, boss. If this person threatens your personal safety, I'll definitely take action." Yi Linian replied neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "But you want me to beat up an ordinary person. This is an order outside the scope of the contract. I refuse to execute it." Deng Ming squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Linian for a few seconds. Yi Linian's expression did not change. He stood upright beside him and did not avoid his murderous gaze. "I don't want to waste my breath on you." Deng Ming said coldly, "I'll give you two choices. First, go and cripple that damn fatty immediately. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Second, get the FCK out of my sight right now." Yi Linian was also very straightforward. He took 2 steps back and said, "I can't go against my own principles. I choose the second option." A few of Deng Ming's scoundrels immediately burst into laughter and someone even whistled. "Young Master Deng, your bodyguard has quite the personality. Haha, this kid is a bit of a tiger. You can't even tell who the boss is. Young Master Deng, I'll introduce you to a few bodyguards later. They'll definitely be much more obedient than this bejeweled weapon." Deng Ming was so angry that he laughed out loud. He nodded and said, "All right, Yi Lingyun, you're fired. You can get lost now. Also, I'll tell my friends that in the future, even if you can get a job as a security guard in Sanshin City, I'll take your last name, let alone be a bodyguard." The vengeful Deng Ming was disobeyed by his bodyguard in front of so many friends. Naturally, he hated Yi Lingyun to the extreme. Yi Lingyun remained expressionless and said calmly, "Mr. Deng, it's not a problem to fire me. It's your business how you want to shut me out, but I've worked for you for 7 days. According to the contract, my monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. You have to pay me 5,000 yuan. If you pay me, I'll leave." You still dare to ask me for money. Deng Ming was so angry that he laughed. Are you out of your mind? Yi Lingyun's expression turned cold as he exuded a chilly aura. He took a step forward and stared into Deng Ming's eyes as he spoke word by word. Are you sure you want to renege on your debt? Deng Ming's heart tightened for no reason. He recalled the scene when Yi Lingyun easily knocked down more than a dozen burly men when he was applying for the job. He knew that his small body was not even enough to deal with Yi Lingyun's finger. Moreover, after 6 or 7 days of contact with Yi Lingyun, Deng Ming knew that Yi Lingyun was a man of few words, but he had definitely seen blood and was the kind of person who was ruthless. When such a person pushed him into a corner, he would do anything. He was a person of status, and there was no need to compete with such a desperado. At the thought of this, Deng Ming pretended to be magnanimous and waved his hand. Forget it, it's just 5,000 yuan. I'll give it to you, just treat it as a beggar. Hey, you guys, stop watching. Who brought cash? Give me 5,000 yuan first, Deng Ming said to a few of his scoundrels. Although these people used their cards most of the time when they came out to play, they would more or less bring some cash with them. Very quickly, they had gathered 5,000 yuan. Deng Ming passed the 5,000 yuan to Yi Lingyun and said in disgust, I'll give you the money, so don't bother me anymore. Get lost. Yi Lingyun took the money and meticulously counted it twice. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it in his pocket and turned to walk out of the club without any unnecessary words. At this moment, a voice rang out. How lively. Did I miss something good? When Pang Hao heard this voice, his uneasy heart immediately settled down. Yi Lingyun, who was walking out, heard the familiar voice. He trembled and turned around. He saw a smile in Zia Ruifai's eyes as he looked back at him. Yi Lingyun's cold face was filled with excitement. With a look of disbelief, he shouted, Instructor Zia. Zia Ruifai smiled at Yi Lingyun and walked over. He flicked his finger, and a half-smoked cigarette accurately flew to the extinguished area on top of the trash can. It was inserted into the small hole, and the cigarette end was immersed in the water, making a sizzling sound. Zia Ruifai walked to Pang Hao's side and said with a smile, Little fatty, what happened? I didn't even finish a cigarette before I was attracted by your loud voice. In fact, Zia Ruifai had arrived earlier than this. While Deng Ming and Pang Hao were tugging at him, he had already reached the corner of the corridor. However, when he saw Yi Lingyun, he stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see how Yi Lingyun would handle this. Obviously, Zia Ruifai was satisfied with Yi Lingyun's choice. Zia Ruifai and Yi Lingyun had known each other for 5 years. At that time, he was a first-term sergeant, which was a corporal after the military rank reform, while Yi Lingyun was a new soldier who had just joined the army for a few months. At that time, Zia Ruifai was already an official member of the Lone Wolf Assault Team. Yi Lingyun was a member of the training team and the only private in the entire training team. A first-year recruit could participate in the selection of the Lone Wolf Assault Team. It could be seen that Yi Lingyun's military quality was very strong. That training camp lasted for 3 months, and the elimination process was carried out every day. Zia Ruifai was one of the instructors and class monitors of this training team. Although Yi Lingyun managed to survive until the 3rd month and became one of the last 2 eliminated members, he was still selected by the special forces of the military region as if he had received a treasure. If he could stay in the Lone Wolf Commando selection training for the 3rd month, he would definitely be qualified to be the backbone of an ordinary special forces unit. After 3 months of interaction, Zia Ruifai and Yi Lingyun were naturally very familiar with each other. In the following years, the two often crossed paths in work and even fought together several times in actual military exercises. Yi Lingyun was extremely respectful to the instructor who had brought him into the special forces. In fact, he had always regarded Zia Ruifai as his idol and goal. Zia Ruifai was also very surprised that he would run into Yi Lingyun in Sanshan City. Based on his understanding of Yi Lingyun, this talented warrior would be like a fish in water in the special forces. He would stay in the special forces for a long time and might even become a sergeant in the future. How did he suddenly leave the army and become a private bodyguard? Zia Ruifai's heart was also filled with questions, but now was obviously not the time to reminisce. He planned to ask Yi Lingyun what was going on after he came down. Pang Hao explained what had just happened to Zia Ruifai. Are you hurt? Zia Ruifai glanced at Deng Ming nonchalantly and asked Pang Hao. I'm fine, Pang Hao grinned. It's just that they won't let us go. He said I dirtied his high-end suit and wanted me to pay $8,000. Zia Ruifai nodded and looked at Yi Lingyun. Zio Yi, is this your boss? 1 minute ago I was. Now I'm not. Yi Lingyun said, I know. Zia Ruifai shrugged. Then he stared at Deng Ming and said indifferently, apologize to my friend. Deng Ming had been holding back his anger for a long time. He immediately shouted, who the hell are you? Why are you acting like a big-tailed wolf, and you want me to apologize? I'll FCK you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lingyun suddenly moved. Deng Ming only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Before he could even look down on Yi Lingyun's movements, Yi Lingyun was already in front of him. His hand was like an iron pincher, gripping his throat. Following that, Deng Ming heard Yi Lingyan's cold voice. Deng Ming, watch your mouth. If you dare to disrespect Instructor Zia again, I'll break your neck. Yi Lingyan, are you crazy? Deng Ming was so frightened that he started wailing. You dare to attack me? Don't you know who my dad is? Zia Rufai couldn't help but laugh. This person actually doesn't know who his father is. Don't ask us about this. If you really can't, you can ask your neighbor Uncle Wang. No, it should be Uncle Song from next door. Pang Hao couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Even Deng Ming's scoundrel friends almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Only Yi Linian remained indifferent. I don't care who your father is. I only know that I'll teach whoever disrespects Instructor Zia a lesson. In the shadow of the corner of the corridor, the head of security of the West River Moon Club, Shenhu, had been closely watching the situation here. The guests in the club were all people of status. Under normal circumstances, when there was a conflict, the club would not immediately step in. After all, both sides had strong backgrounds, and it was easy for the club to be at odds with both sides. Only when the conflict escalated and reached an irreconcilable stage would the club step in to mediate. Therefore, after Shen, who received the report, he had been here for a while. However, he had been hiding in the dark and observing closely. Now that he saw Yi Lingyan suddenly attacking Deng Ming, Shen Hu's expression changed slightly. He was ready to go out and separate the two parties in the conflict, and then find a way to appease them. Just as he turned the corner, he suddenly saw Zia Ruofai's figure. His face froze and he pulled his foot back. Then he quickly took out his phone and called President Zheng. Tiger, what's the situation? President Zheng asked. Boss, it seems a little complicated. Shen Hu hesitated for a moment before saying, I just saw Mr. Zia. He seems to be on the opposite side of young Master Deng. What? President Zheng also frowned. What's the situation now? Not good. It seems like both sides are about to fight, Shen Hu said. President Zheng, what should we do? President Zheng fell into deep thought. Zia Ruofai was his strategic partner and had a close relationship with Tian Hualan's family. President Zheng naturally wanted to rope him in, but Deng Ming was not to be trifled with either. The deputy mayor's son could be considered a rich second generation in Sanshan City. Furthermore, this kind of rich kid had always been incapable of achieving anything, so it was definitely not wise to offend him. President Zheng's brain was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, he had an idea and quickly said, Tiger, you don't have to worry about this. Just stand there and watch. Unless there's a bloody conflict, you don't have to do anything. Then, President Zheng hung up the phone and turned to the lobby manager next to him. Xiaomang isn't Mayor Wu of Changping holding a banquet for his old colleagues at the Bright Moon Hall. Go and report this to her immediately. Be quick, President Zheng, is this appropriate? Little Dream hesitated. He was the son of the deputy mayor. Why would County Head Wu do this? You don't need to worry about that. President Zheng said, let's go now. Remember to mention Brother Zia's name. Oh, okay. Little Dream didn't dare to say anything more and quickly ran out. The two sides were already in a state of mutual hostility. Zia Ruofai had a faint smile on his face as he said, Little Yi, let him go first. Yes, Instructor Zia, Yi Linian replied. Then he looked at Deng Ming coldly and released his hand. Deng Ming was breathing in the fresh air while rubbing his neck with his hands, looking at Yi Linian with a venomous look. However, Yi Linian turned a blind eye and walked directly behind Zia Ruofai, staring coldly at Deng Ming and his gang. Deng Ming looked at Yi Linian with a little fear. He estimated that he and a few of his scoundrels were not enough to deal with Yi Linian alone, especially when Yi Linian's ruthlessness made him feel scared. Therefore, he also had the intention to retreat. In any case, as long as they were in Sanshan City's territory, young Master Deng would be able to find out the background of those people. When the time came, he would just casually say something, and there would be plenty of ways to deal with them. There was no need to risk his life now. After making up his mind, Deng Ming snorted and said, Damn fatty, you're lucky. I'll let you off today. Brothers, let's go back and continue drinking, Deng Ming said to his scoundrel friends. After he finished speaking, he looked deeply at Zia Ruofai and the other two. He did not hide the hatred in his heart at all. Then he turned around and walked towards the private room. Stop. Zia Ruofai's lips curled into a cold smile. Did I say you could leave? Deng Ming stood still and slowly turned around. He stared at Zia Ruofai viciously and said, I didn't ask this damn fatty to compensate me. Do you think I'm too easy to talk to? Go out and find out who I am first. Even if you're taking advantage of me, you still have to find a good partner. You knocked down my friend, insulted him, and even asked him to pay for it. I just want you to apologize, and you're taking advantage of me. Zia Ruofai said sarcastically, I really don't know who you are. However, I've traveled the world with reason. It doesn't matter who you are. This was Zia Ruofai's temper. If others opened their hearts to him, he would also open his heart to others. Pang Hao had been his good friend for many years and had stood up for him many times during the class reunion. Naturally, Zia Ruofai saw him as a brother. Since Pang Hao had been wronged, Zia Ruofai would definitely help him get back at him. As for Deng Ming's identity, to be honest, he really didn't care. Deng Ming gritted his teeth. I forgot to remind you. Zia Ruofai rudely interrupted Deng Ming's words. If you keep saying I'm your father, I can't guarantee that I won't make your face swell first. You, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Deng Ming's eyes were spitting fire as he said, don't think that you're great just because you're skilled. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Yi Lingyun was enough to make Deng Ming afraid. Since Yi Lingyun called this fair and clean-looking young man an instructor, his skills must be no worse than Yi Lingyun's. This was also an important reason why Deng Ming had been suppressing his anger. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have already called his scoundrels to gang up on him and give him a beating. You talk too much nonsense. Xia Ruifai pouted and said, I'll give you two choices. 1. Apologize to my friend. 2. I'll beat you up until you apologize to my friend. You can choose. Xia Ruifai's tone was exactly the same as Deng Ming's when he spoke to Yi Lingyun. In fact, he was even more arrogant than Deng Ming. Deng Ming was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He glared at Xia Ruifai fiercely and panted as he said, Good, you have guts. I'll play with you to the end today. He then turned around and said, Dahua, call old Zheng from West River Moon. Tell him that if he continues to play dead, I'll bring people here tomorrow to seal off this damn club of his. Changking, call Abayo and tell him that I told him to come over with his men. Tell him that if he doesn't show up in 10 minutes, he can forget about staying in the 3 mountains. Deng Ming looked at Xia Ruifai ferociously and said, Come on, if you have the guts, try and touch my finger. Ruifai, forget it, Pang Hao said from the side. He could tell that Deng Ming had a powerful background. If this matter was blown out of proportion, Xia Ruifai would definitely be implicated. As a brother, he naturally did not want to see such a thing happen. Deng Ming sneered and said, Now you're scared. I'm telling you it's too late. Come and hit me if you dare. Xia Ruifai couldn't help but laugh. I've seen people proposing to me. I've never thought that someone would ask for a beating. There's really no such thing as the most despicable, only even more despicable. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted a little force on his feet and his whole body shot out like lightning. He arrived in front of Deng Ming almost instantly. Then 2 crisp slaps sounded. Deng Ming stood in place in a daze, even forgetting the burning pain on his face. He didn't expect Xia Ruifai to hit him without any hesitation. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand, was watching Xia Ruifai's back. Xia Ruifai's speed just now had made his eyes light up, and his heart was filled with admiration. You keep calling me your father. Whose father are you? Xia Ruifai said coldly, I did remind you, but your pig brain doesn't have a good memory. Deng Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He had been slapped in the face by Xia Ruifai in front of so many friends. It was a great humiliation. Mother Seeker, go all out with him. Let's attack together, Deng Ming shouted. Just as Deng Ming's scoundrels were about to rush forward, a cold voice rang out, Stop. Wu Liqian, the new deputy head of Changping County, was wearing a fitting suit and walked quickly between the 2 groups of people. She was slightly out of breath, and there was a little sweat on her bun. It was obvious that she had rushed over quickly. Wu Liqian had some alcohol that night, so her face was white with a tinge of red. When she panted, her full chest rose and fell, adding a bit of mature charm to her. Deng Ming looked at Wu Liqian's perky breasts greedily and said, So it's County Head Wu. Wu Liqian had previously been Tian Huolan's secretary for a long time, and Tian Huolan's position at the time was the mayor. She was Deng Ming's colleague, so Deng Ming naturally knew Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian glanced at Deng Ming indifferently and nodded slightly, but her attitude was obviously very calm. Then she looked at Xia Ruifai and asked with a frown, Ruifai, what's going on? Sis Wu, you're here too. Xia Ruifai smiled and said, My friend was bumped into by Mr. Deng. Not only did he not apologize, but he also insulted my friend. I'm trying to reason with him. Xiao Deng, is that so? Wu Liqian asked with a frown. So you know this kid, Mayor Wu? Deng Ming immediately said, Things were not as he said. It was that fat guy who hit me. Look, my clothes are all stained with red wine. And you saw it too, that kid hit me first. He glared at Xia Ruifai and continued, County Head Wu, since you know him, then please uphold justice. Now it's me, Deng Ming, who got hit by him. Tell me what to do. You're quite good at twisting the truth. Xia Ruifai smiled. Then he pointed at the top of Deng Ming's head and said, Do you see what that is? A surveillance camera. Let's go check the surveillance footage now. If my friend really hit you, I'll pay for your suit and give you an explanation for hitting you. Then Xia Ruifai paused, stared at Deng Ming, and said coldly, If it's like what my friend said, that you're the one who knocked him down and made a false accusation, what do you say? I think this is a good idea. Wu Liqian smiled and asked, Xiao Deng, what do you think? The surveillance cameras won't lie. If Ruo Fei's friend is in the wrong, I won't help him. Deng Ming was immediately at a loss for words. He knew very well who was right and who was wrong. After hemming and hawing for a while, Deng Ming said, I drank some wine just now, so I can't really remember. But even if I accidentally touched that fatty, so what? Does that mean he can hit people as he wishes? When it comes to you, it's called accidentally. Xia Ruifai sneered. What a double standard. You were begging me to hit you just now. You, Deng Ming was furious. County Head Wu, you've seen his attitude. It's not that I'm not giving you face. Chang Qing, call the police. Didn't he say that there were surveillance cameras? There's irrefutable evidence that he hit me just now. All right. The long-haired young man behind Deng Ming grinned and took out his phone to call the police. Wu Liqian frowned and said, Xiao Deng, there's no need to call the police. It's just a little friction. Why make a mountain out of a molehill? Then Wu Liqian said to Zia Ryufai, it's not right for Xiao Deng to bump into your friend, but you've already vented your anger just now. Can you give Sis Wu some face and let this matter go? Zia Ryufai shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, since Sis Wu has spoken, of course I have no problem with that. Pang Hao wasn't injured anyway. Deng Ming, on the other hand, had been slapped twice. His molars must have loosened. Zia Ryufai didn't hold back at all. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Deng Ming sneered, County Head Wu, aren't you being too obvious with your bias? I, Deng Ming, have never suffered such a big loss in my life. Just a little friction and you call it that. Evergreen, what are you doing? Aren't you going to call the police? Deng Ming said to the long-haired young man with a frown. Obviously, he was not going to give Wu Liqian any face. Seeing this, Wu Liqian's expression turned cold and she said indifferently, Xiao Deng, you should reconsider. It's a waste of police resources to call the police over such a small matter. The threat in his words was already very obvious, so Wu Liqian didn't continue to make it clear. She just looked at Deng Ming quietly. Deng Ming, who had an unforgiving look on his face, immediately frowned when he heard this. The look in his eyes as he looked at Wu Liqian became complicated, and his mind was spinning rapidly. He had indeed invested a few million yuan in a project in Changping County a few days ago. Wu Liqian's words carried a faint threat, and Deng Ming immediately became vigilant. Could it be that she really dared to cause trouble for my project? Deng Ming said in his heart. He quickly analyzed the situation and was very depressed to find that Wu Liqian seemed to really have the confidence. Behind her stood Tian Huilan, a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and the leader of the Three Mountains, while his father was only a deputy mayor who was ranked at the bottom. If Wu Liqian really wanted to stand up for him, his father, the deputy mayor, might not be able to do anything. A county official was not as good as the current one. No matter how powerful Deputy Mayor Deng was, he couldn't directly interfere with the deputy county head of Changping County, especially when the deputy county head had such a terrifying background. After weighing the pros and cons, the expression on Deng Ming's face changed again and again. In the end, he said with great unwillingness, County Head Wu, since you've stepped in, I'll give you face. Let's end this matter here. Deng Ming looked at Zia Ryufai and the rest with a dark expression, then said to his scoundrel friends, let's go. Wu Liqian pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Deng, wait a minute. Let's talk in private. Do you have any other instructions, Mayor Wu? Deng Ming asked, frowning. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Wu Liqian's use of his project in Changping County as a threat. Wu Liqian smiled and motioned for Deng Ming to follow her. When they arrived at a place where no one was around, Wu Liqian said in a low voice, Xiao Deng, I really hope that today's matter will end here. You know what I mean. County Head Wu, isn't that all? Deng Ming asked. I've already followed your instructions and endured being slapped in the face. What else do you want? When he spoke, the hatred in his eyes was obvious. Wu Liqian knew that a pampered man like him would definitely use all kinds of means to deal with Zia Ryufai. He would also make it so that no one could find any evidence that he was the one who did it. The reason why she called Deng Ming to the side was to help Zia Ryufai solve the problem. Therefore, Wu Liqian said to Deng Ming with a meaningful tone, if that's the case, that's naturally the best. Xiao Deng, I just wanted to give you a reminder. There's no other meaning. By the way, Secretary Tian also admires Ruo Fei very much. There are some things that you have to consider carefully before doing. Deng Ming's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Wu Liqian's words. Wu Liqian didn't do much. She patted Deng Ming's shoulder and walked toward Zia Ryufai. Deng Ming stood in a daze for a moment before he called his friends to return to the private room. It's nothing, Wu Liqian said with a smile. By the way, this Deng Ming is the son of the government's deputy mayor Deng. He's a bit extreme, so if he comes looking for trouble with you again in the future, you must tell me, and I'll help you to coordinate. I still have a few old colleagues over there, so I'll go back first, Wu Liqian said with a smile. Wu Liqian did not hesitate to help Zia Ryufai today, even if it might offend Deputy Mayor Deng. She was very clear about Zia Ryufai's position in the Tian family. On this trip back to the Three Mountains, Wu Liqian had also gone to Tian Huilan to report her work. Tian Huilan had also mentioned that Zia Ryufai was running a farm in Changping County. Although she had not explicitly instructed Wu Liqian to take care of him, her meaning was clear. Based on Wu Liqian's understanding of Tian Huilan, Zia Ryufai's position in her heart was definitely not a small one. After Wu Liqian left, Zia Ryufai said to Pang Hao, little fatty, I'm leaving too. You tell Yuan, Lily, and the others. Ah, you're leaving just like that. Pang Hao said in surprise, they're still waiting to offer you a toast. Zia Ryufai smiled and waved his hand. I can't drink anymore. Please help me apologize to Yuan Lily. Tell her that I have something to do. I'll go back first. By the way, you have my number. We'll contact each other later. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Zia Ryufai patted Pang Hao's shoulder and said, Lingyun, let's go, he said to Yilingyun. Yes, Instructor Zia, Yilingyun replied. The two of them walked side by side toward the elevator while Pang Hao returned to the private room. In Deng Ming's private room, his gang of scoundrels were adding fuel to the fire with one sentence after another. Young Master Deng, today's matter is too depressing. Yup, we can't just let it go like this. Who's that kid? How arrogant. I'll ask Ah Bio to bring a few people to deal with him. Deng Ming was a little annoyed by the people's words. He waved his hand and frowned. All right, let me think about it. Young Master Deng, you're not going to just take this lying down, are you? What did that female county head say to you to make you so afraid? She said that the kid is very close to Secretary Tian, but I think she's probably bluffing. Deng Ming said after taking a deep puff of his cigarette. Absolutely. I've never heard of him in Sanshan City. How could he know Secretary Tian? She's using the tiger's skin as a banner. Young Master Deng, I think so too. Deng Ming nodded. Ah Hua, find someone to investigate this kid's background and find out who he is. All right. Ah Hua grinned. Deng Ming threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it. He better have some background, otherwise I'll definitely teach him an unforgettable lesson. Xia Ruifai and Yi Lingyun walked out of the West River Moon Club side by side and arrived at the parking lot outside the third workshop in 7th Street. You didn't drink, right? Xia Ruifai asked. No, I didn't tea. All right then, you drive. Xia Ruifai said as he threw the car keys to Yi Lingyun. Yes, Yi Lingyun didn't say much and didn't ask where Xia Ruifai was going. He just took the keys and started the pickup. Xia Ruifai set the navigation route back to Taoyuan Farm on his phone and clipped his phone on the stand above the central console. Yi Lingyun nodded in understanding and drove the pickup truck forward according to the navigation. Xia Ruifai passed another cigarette to Yi Lingyun and took one for himself. The two of them smoked without saying a word, and the car was silent. Xia Ruifai stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray when the car was on the highway. He asked Lingyun, tell me, why did you suddenly retire from the military when you were doing well? And you've even become someone's personal bodyguard. This isn't your style. Instructor Xia, I'm sorry to have disappointed you, Yi Lingyun said in a low voice. That's nothing. Didn't I leave the army myself? What right do I have to criticize you? Xia Ruifai laughed at himself and said, and I believe you must have your own difficulties. Xia Ruifai knew very well that Yi Lingyun was born to be a special forces soldier. From a local youth to a qualified special forces soldier, it only took him 6 months. In less than 2 years, he had grown into the backbone of the special forces. His natural sensitivity to the special forces and his love for the army were unquestionable. As Yi Lingyun drove, he revealed a reminiscing expression and told Xia Ruifai about his retirement. It turned out that Yi Lingyun was planning to stay in the team this year. The special forces needed a backbone like him. Even if there was only one sergeant transfer quota this year, they would definitely give him one. However, just as Yi Lingyun was training hard for the officer promotion examination, his father was found to have late-stage dystocia. Yi Lingyun was the only son in the family, and his mother passed away from lung cancer when he was born. For many years, his father did not remarry and raised him alone. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety could not be both at once. Yi Lingyun's family savings were quickly used up. Although his comrades from the Special Forces also organized donations, and even the leaders of the army group personally sent him some money, cancer treatment was like a bottomless pit. The money was not enough at all. The most important thing was that there was no one to take care of his seriously ill father. After an intense mental struggle, Yi Lingyun, as the only son in his family, finally decided to apply for retirement. He wanted to bid farewell to his beloved green army uniform and the green army camp that was a straight line plus a square. He knew about his family's special circumstances and the army's special affairs. It was not time for him to leave the army yet, but he was allowed to leave in advance. Yi Lingyun did his best to take care of his seriously ill father when he got home. Even if his father wanted to give up on treatment after knowing his condition, Yi Lingyun would not allow it. He had spent all his retirement allowance and sold everything in his family. He also had a huge debt. In the end, Yi Lingyun couldn't save his father. Not long ago, his father had left. After burying his father, Yi Lingyun took a train to the south and arrived at Sanshan City. He hoped to earn money as soon as possible to pay off the 100,000 yuan he borrowed from his relatives and friends. However, he had been in the army for more than 4 years, and all he had learned was killing. He didn't have a college degree, so he was rejected time and time again. Fortunately, he was quite lucky. When he went to Deng Ming's company to apply for a security guard job, he was recruited as a private bodyguard by Deng Ming due to his good skills. His monthly salary was 20,000 yuan. He had only worked for a week, but because of today's incident, he was directly kicked out of the house by Deng Ming. After Yi Lingyun finished, he continued, Instructor Xia, your comrades already know that you're sick. At that time, everyone was discussing how to find time to visit you at the Military General Hospital. I didn't expect you to leave the army so soon. Oh right, your illness. How's the situation? Xia Ruifai smiled. I've tried Chinese medicine after I came back. It's quite effective. There shouldn't be any major problems. Oh really? That's great. Yi Lingyun, who always had a cold face, couldn't help but show a happy expression. Lingyan, what are your plans for the future? Zia Ruefei asked with a smile. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll just take it one step at a time. Lingyan said, I owe 140 to 150,000 yuan for my father's treatment. I'll definitely find a job and work hard to earn money first. I'll think about other things after I pay off the money. Zia Ruefei nodded and said, Work for me, we brothers in arms know each other very well. It's better than being bodyguards for a private boss. Instructor Zia, Lingyan was a little surprised. Zia Ruefei smiled. I started my own business after I retired from the military. I have my own farm now. If you don't mind, you can come and work with me. Of course I'm willing to, Lingyan said, then hesitated before continuing. But Instructor Zia, I don't know anything other than what I learned in the army. With your skills, you don't need me to be your bodyguard. I don't need it, but the company does. Zia Ruefei laughed. You'll be fully responsible for the company's security in the future. I'll give you a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Is there a problem? Lingyan subconsciously puffed out his chest and said, No problem, instructor. But 20,000 a month is too high. He hesitated. What's so high about 20,000 yuan a month for our special forces elites? Zia Ruefei waved his hand and said, The company is still in its infancy. I'll give you a raise when it's developed well. The head of security at Paradise Corporation should at least have an annual salary of 1 million. No need, Instructor Zia. 20,000 a month is already a lot. Lingyan chuckled. As the two of them spoke, Lingyan had already driven to the holiday villa in Champing County, according to the navigation. Looking at the construction site that was in full swing, Lingyan asked, Instructor, is this your farm? And Zia Ruefei nodded and said, It should be finished before the spring festival. You can work for me in peace from now on. We brothers will conquer the world together. Yes, Instructor. Lingyan's tone was also a little excited. Zia Ruefei smiled. Lingyan, we've already left the army. We're no longer soldiers. You don't have to call me Instructor Zia anymore. Call me Brother Zia. Oh, okay. Brother Zia, Lingyan said. He was clearly not used to this new form of address. Zia Ruefei used the remote control to open the villa's courtyard gate. Lingyan drove the car into the villa's courtyard and parked it. The two of them got out of the car. In the corner of the yard, Lightning heard the sound and immediately came out of its kennel. It threw itself in front of Zia Ruefei affectionately and looked at Lingyan with vigilance. Zia Ruefei pointed at Lingyan. Lightning, he's my brother. We're on the same side. You're not allowed to be so fierce, you know. Lightning was already very understanding. It immediately wagged its tail at Lingyan, obviously trying to please him. Zia Ruefei smiled and patted Lightning's head, telling it to go back to its nest. Then he brought Lingyan to a guest room on the first floor. He opened the cabinet and took out a brand new quilt and mattress. Lingyan, you can stay at my house for the time being. Sure, Brother Zia. Lingyan scratched his head and said with a smile, This is my first time living in a big villa. Work hard and you'll be able to buy your own big villa soon. Zia Ruefei laughed and said, All right, you can go and wash up first. Zia Ruefei went upstairs to his bedroom. After carefully locking the door, he summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm and took out a small travel bag. The bag was filled with stacks of cash from the vegetable transactions with Zaijiang Yue and Lingjai restaurant. Zia Ruefei, who had the spirit map space, did not deposit the money in the bank but kept it in the spirit map space. It was much safer than a bank. Zia Ruefei counted 150,000 and put it in a big plastic bag. Then he went to the bathroom to take a shower before he took the money and went downstairs. When Zia Ruefei arrived at the guest room on the first floor, Lingyan had already finished bathing. When he saw Zia Ruefei, he quickly stood up and called out, Brother Zia. Zia Ruefei smiled and handed the plastic bag to Lingyan. Take it. What? Lingyan subconsciously took the plastic bag. When he saw the stacks of 100 yuan bills inside, he put the plastic bag down as if he had been electrocuted. Brother Zia, why are you giving me so much money? Use this money to pay off your debt first. Zia Ruefei said. No way. Lingyan quickly said, Brother Zia, I haven't even done a day's work. How can I take so much of your money? This is not appropriate. I didn't give you this money for free. Zia Ruefei said, I'll take it as an advance payment. This, Lingyan was troubled. What's this and that? Zia Ruefei said angrily. What's wrong with a soldier being so wishy-washy? I told you to take it, so just take it. Zia Ruefei smiled and nodded, yes, rest early. Go pay the money back tomorrow, then come back and work in peace. Okay, Lingyan said. He then asked, Brother Zia, what exactly do I do? Zia Ruefei laughed. The company has just been established. Are you afraid that there's no work? Hee. I'm getting such a high salary. I'll feel bad if I don't work. Lingyan scratched his head. Don't worry. There's a lot of things waiting for you to do. Zia Ruefei smiled and said, The first task is to set up the security system of the entire farm. I've made a list before and asked the construction company to help purchase the equipment. Your first task is to ensure the quality of the security equipment. The second is to supervise the installation and debugging process. There can't be any problems. Don't worry, Brother Zia. Lingyan puffed out his chest and said, I promise to complete the mission. Lingyan was definitely an expert in this job, so he was full of confidence, just like how he expressed his determination to his leader in the army. Zia Rufai smiled and patted Yilingyan's shoulder. Of course I'm not worried about you. All right, let's rest. With that, Zia Rufai left Yilingyan's room and returned to his bedroom upstairs. The next morning, Zia Rufai passed the car keys to Yilingyan and asked him to go to the bank in the city to return the money he owed. Meanwhile, Zia Rufai completed the transaction of the vegetables supplied to the two families and then went to the construction site for a round of inspection. The main project of the entire farm was basically completed. Now, the workers were mainly doing some equipment debugging of the greenhouse, the laying of road pipelines, the installation of the farm fence, the greenery of the field area, and other finishing work. As Zia Rufai patrolled, he was also calculating in his heart. Although it was a spur-of-the-moment decision to recruit Yilingyan yesterday, it also served as a reminder to Zia Rufai that it was time for him to recruit some people. The company's structure wasn't urgent, but the farm workers had become a priority. He couldn't take care of such a big farm alone, could he? If that was the case, he might as well plant it in the spirit map space. The experimental planting of the cabbage in the backyard was very successful. After soaking it in the petal solution, the growth rate of the cabbage in the outside world was much faster than that of ordinary species. Moreover, the taste was similar to that of the ordinary space vegetables from before, completely meeting the requirements of mass production. Zia Rufai's initial plan was to plant these common vegetables and fruits in the outside world. His main goal was to spread the brand Paradise. The precious food, herbs, trees, flowers, and the like were mainly grown in the space. The rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. It was impossible to get a lot of these high-end species at one time. Even if they were planted in the space, it was relatively easy to cover up if they took out a small amount each time. Therefore, there was no need to plant these things in the outside world. Planting them in the realm would undoubtedly increase the efficiency and quality. In fact, Zia Rufai's spirit map space already had a lot of precious crops. The Phoebe Zhenin, the ginseng from the Changbai Mountains, and the pair of red arowana would all bring him great benefits in the future. Zia Rufai did not want to delay the recruitment any longer. After Yilingyan completed the transaction, Zia Rufai brought him to manager Lei, who was supervising the construction site. He introduced Yilingyan to him and asked Yilingyan to check the security system, install, and test it. Then Zia Rufai drove the pickup truck away from the farm. On the way, he gave the secretary of the Dinkeng village, Ryuan Fugui, a call and explained that he was looking for people. He also said that if there were suitable candidates in the village, he would give priority to the recruitment. Ryuan Fugui was overjoyed when he heard that. He quickly said that there must be villagers who met the requirements. In this small coastal fishing village, many young people had gone out to do business or work, while many of the older generation lived in the village. Many of them were old and could no longer go out to sea to fish, so they could only idle at home. These people were actually not too old, so they would have no problem working on the farm. Not only were these people fishermen, but many of them were also experienced farmers. Hearing this, Zia Rufai immediately expressed that he would rush over immediately and asked Ryuan Fugui to inform the villagers that those who were interested could go to the village council. When Zia Rufai drove to the village committee of Dinkeng, Ryuan Fugui had already gathered many villagers to wait. The moment Zia Rufai got out of the car, he released a puff of smoke and instantly won the villagers' favor. Ryuan Fugui lit up the Zhanghua cigarette that Zia Rufai had given him and took a deep breath before saying, "Boss Zia is here to hire workers today. Let's welcome Boss Zia's speech." The villagers applauded. Zia Rufai smiled and pressed his hands down. "Everyone, I'm sure you already know that I rented a piece of collective land in our village to open a farm, so we're considered to be from the same village." The villagers immediately laughed out loud. They felt that this boss was quite good and didn't put on any airs. Zia Rufai continued, "Since we're family, I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. For the first batch, I'm going to recruit 15 workers. The main work will be in the field, such as planting vegetables, fertilizing, raising fish, and so on. My requirements are that they are hardworking, honest, and have farming experience. If you have any questions, you can ask me now." Boss Zia, an old farmer in his 50s, raised his hand like a primary school student and asked, "How much are you paying?" Zia Rufai thought for a while and said, "A normal worker's monthly salary is 5,000 yuan. There are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. In the future, it can be increased according to the farm's performance and personal performance. In addition, there will be bonuses during the holidays." The moment they heard that the salary was raised to 5,000, the villagers became even more interested. One of them immediately asked, "There are 5 insurances and 1 fund. Wouldn't that be the same as the white-collared workers in the city?" "Boss Zia, is your bag full of food and accommodation?" Zia Rufai smiled. "Lunch is provided on the farm. We have an 8-hour working system. Everyone works during the day and can go home at night. If they had to live on the farm, it was fine. I'll just ask them to build a staff dormitory later. But don't you want to go home and hug your wives?" Zia Rufai's words immediately attracted a burst of laughter. Everyone's impression of this young boss Zia became even better. Then more people asked a lot of questions, and Zia Ryufai answered them patiently. When he saw that everyone had understood, he smiled and said, "All right, those who are interested in the job can go to Uncle Ryuan to sign up. If you have any specialties, you must write them down. I'll give you priority." As soon as Zia Ryufai finished speaking, the villagers immediately surrounded Ryuan Fugui and his wife. Most of the villagers were idle at home. Now, they could earn 5,000 a month by working on the farm, and they only had to work during the day. The various benefits that Zia Ryufai had promised were also very good. These conditions were too tempting. Who would not want to do it? Fugui, register mine first. I know how to rear abalones. There's me. I've been farming for more than 10 years. How can you people who go out to fish every day compare to me? Fugui, remember me. The villagers didn't know how to line up, so they just swarmed up, making Ryu and Fugui flustered and constantly shouting to maintain order. Zia Ryufai looked at the heated scene in front of him and smiled. He walked to the side, lit a cigarette, and started smoking leisurely. The villagers quickly finished registering, and about 30 to 40 people had applied for the job. Zia Ryufai took the stack of information and said, "Everyone, please wait outside for a moment. Those whose names are called, please enter. I have a few simple questions to ask." "Boss Zia, is this the interview that everyone is talking about?" a villager asked. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "Almost. I just want to know how everyone is doing." With that, Zia Ryufai gestured to Ryu and Fugui, and the two of them walked into the village council. The villagers were waiting nervously at the door. Zia Ryufai's offer was so good that everyone naturally wanted to get hired. Actually, Zia Ryufai avoided the crowd mainly because he wanted to hear Ryu and Fugui's advice. After being the party secretary for so many years, Ryu and Fugui knew the villagers very well and would definitely understand the situation the best. He could not say anything in front of the villagers, but he would not offend anyone if he said it in the village committee. Zia Ryufai directly asked Ryu and Fugui to help him choose first. First of all, he would not want people with bad conduct. Zia Ryufai would also not consider those who liked to play tricks and did not put in much effort. In addition, those with special skills in certain areas would be given priority. The last time they had rented the land, Ryu and Fugui already knew that Zia Ryufai had a powerful background. Later on, Zia Ryufai had even brought them to eat at the West River Moon Club, which had broadened his horizons. Thus, he didn't dare to hide anything from Zia Ryufai. The preliminary screening was completed very quickly. Then, Zia Ryufai called the villagers in for an interview one by one. It was nothing more than to ask about their personal situation, how old they were, how many people were in their family, and what their specialties were. The interview process was completed quickly. With Ryu and Fugui's opinion, Zia Ryufai decided on the list of 15 people. He walked out of the village council with the name list and announced the results of the recruitment to the villagers. The villagers who were chosen were naturally overjoyed, while those who were not were somewhat disappointed. Zia Ryufai smiled. "Don't be discouraged. Our farm will continue to expand production in the future. When we need to recruit workers in the future, we will give priority to our Dinkeng village. I hope that everyone will be enthusiastic about applying." Under the envious gazes of the villagers, the 15 villagers who had been chosen stayed behind, while the others gradually dispersed. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "All right, everyone is now my employee at Taoyuan Farm. Tomorrow, everyone will go to the farm to sign the employment contract. Then you can officially start work." I'll start to pay you today. Boss, let's go work today. I heard from Secretary Ryuan that your farm is in the middle of construction, so you'll definitely need manpower." One of the villagers rubbed his hands and laughed. "We don't feel good if we don't work and get paid." Zia Ryufai's new employees all agreed. These villagers were really simple. Their simple concept was to get paid according to work. Since the salary was calculated today, they had to work for the boss today. Otherwise, they wouldn't take the reward for no work. Zia Ryufai laughed. "There's a construction team for construction. Everyone go back and settle your family matters today. You can come back tomorrow to sign the contract." The new employees went home happily. Zia Ryufai expressed his gratitude to Ryu and Fugui and drove away from the village committee. After returning to the villa, Zia Ryufai gave Ling Kingsu a call and asked her to send him a copy of the employment contract for Lingji FB. Then, he made some changes based on the actual situation of Taoyuan Farm and printed 15 copies. After she was done, Zia Ryufai saw that there was nothing else to do, so she picked up her phone and gave Pang Hao a call. "Are you au fait? Little fatty, did you guys have fun last night?" Zia Ryufai asked with a smile. "Very good." President Zhang later got someone to send over a lot of fruit platters and snacks. Pang Hao said, "You're the one who ran away at the last minute. The ladies in the class expressed strong indignation and requested that you treat us next time to make up for it." Zia Ryufai laughed and said, "Sure, no problem." "Oh right, lil fatty," he asked. "There were so many people yesterday, so it wasn't convenient for me to ask you. What's your job now?" "What good job can a third-rate university graduate like me have?" Pang Hao smiled bitterly. "I've been working as a salesman in an insurance company for the past 2 years. How's the treatment?" Zia Ryufai asked. The base salary is so low that it's outrageous. I can only barely make a living by relying on business commissions. Pang Hao said, that's why I have to run the business as hard as I can. Sigh. Anyway, let's just mix around first. Xia Ruifai teased little fatty. You sound like you're living in deep water and fire. However, I'm very curious about the fact that you can still maintain such a chubby body despite the pressure of life. This little brother really admires you. Your sister. Pang Hao laughed and scolded. You're rubbing it in, aren't you? Haha. Xia Ruifai laughed happily. Then he asked seriously, what are your plans for the future? I'd be lying if I said I didn't have any thoughts. Pang Hao said, I kind of regret playing games all day long when I was in college and neglecting my studies. Although the school is average, many of my hardworking classmates are doing well. Pang Hao paused for a moment before continuing. I majored in finance in university, so I'm studying now. I'm preparing to get an accountant's certificate. I'm thinking of changing my career in the future if I have the chance. What future are you waiting for? Come to my company. Xia Ruifai said directly, you're just in time for finance. I'm lacking an accountant. When the company's structure is ready, you'll be the financial director. Ah, are you au fait? You're not joking, right? Pang Hao asked hesitantly, unable to react in time. Little fatty, can I joke about this? Xia Ruifai laughed and said, being the finance director of Paradise Corporation is better than being an insurance agent, right? Xia Ruifai had called Pang Hao with the intention of recruiting him. That was why he wanted to know about Pang Hao's current situation. If Pang Hao was doing well, Xia Ruifai would not have mentioned it. However, since Pang Hao was not satisfied with his current situation, Xia Ruifai decided to pull him in without any hesitation. When Xia Ruifai used people, ability was one thing, but he valued character more. Pang Hao had been his good brother in junior high. After getting to know him the day before, he knew that the little fatty's character was still the same as it had been in the past. He had not changed at all. He could be said to be from the bottom of society, but in order to stand up for Xia Ruifai, he did not hesitate to go against Liu Hang, the son of a government official. This was also an important reason why Xia Ruifai trusted him. Pang Hao naturally knew the name of the Paradise Corporation by now. He said, of course I'm happy. Ruifai, I haven't even passed the accountant's exam yet. If I go to your company, you can take your time to learn if you're not familiar with the business. Besides, aren't you already preparing for the exam? Xia Ruifai said without hesitation, it doesn't matter to me whether I have a certificate or not. The key is that an important position like finance must be filled by a brother that I can trust. Pang Hao was also very touched when he heard this. He immediately said, all right. Ruifai, just because of what you said, I'll resign in a while. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is in order. If there's any mistake, you'll fire me immediately. It's not that serious, Xia Ruifai said with a smile. Okay, I won't say more. I'll send you the location on WeChat later. Come over first thing in the morning. All right, see you tomorrow. The next morning, Yilingyan went straight to the construction site. The security equipment he ordered had arrived that day, and he was going to get busy. After Xia Ruifai sent the 2 vegetable trucks away, he saw Pang Hao and the 15 new employees who had been recruited yesterday arriving at the villa almost at the same time. Good morning, boss. Hello, boss Xia. The new employees all greeted Xia Ruifai and looked around from time to time. They were very surprised by the modern farm. Xia Ruifai smiled and greeted them. Then he walked over to Pang Hao and said, Little fatty, you're early. The opportunity to make a meteoric rise is right in front of us, Pang Hao said with a chuckle. How could it not come early, you brat? Xia Ruifai lightly punched Pang Hao's chest and said, wait for a moment. I have to deal with some things. All right. Xia Ruifai asked Pang Hao to bring a small table to the courtyard from the living room. Then he took out the contract that he had printed in advance. Some of the new employees were literate. Although they couldn't fully understand the contract, they could still understand the benefits and treatment. Therefore, everyone quickly signed the contract and pressed their thumbprints. Xia Ruifai also signed and stamped the contract with his company's seal. This employment contract was officially in effect. Initially, Xia Ruifai wanted to give the new employees a few more days off. After all, there was still some work to be done on the farm. A few days' worth of salary was nothing to him. However, these simple fishermen and farmers didn't do anything. In their minds, they were paid to do things. Xia Ruifai had no choice but to let them help out at the construction site. This way, they could more or less improve their work efficiency. After handing the new employees over to manager Lei, who was supervising the construction site, Xia Ruifai handed all the things from the company's finance department, including the account details, the finance seal, and bank transfers to Pang Hao. At this stage, Pang Hao's job was to properly organize the finances of Paradise Corporation, including creating a payroll for new employees and settling the construction funds with the construction party in stages. The settlement of Lingji Food and Drink and Zijiao Moon Club should also be gradually changed to public transfers. This was enough to keep Pang Hao busy for a while. Xia Ruifai decided to give him 5,000 yuan to buy a decent desktop in the city. Then he would let Pang Hao use the other guest room on the first floor as the finance department's office. Just like that, everyone was busy with their own things, but Xia Ruifai had a lot of free time. On the morning of the third day, Zia Rufai was playing with lightning in the villa's courtyard when Yi Lingyun suddenly appeared at the door and said, "Brother Zia, there are 2 cars over there. They seem to be looking for you." Oh, Zia Rufai stood up and walked out of the mansion. Yi Lingyun followed closely behind him. In the distance, a black Mercedes-Benz and a silver Mercedes-Benz business car drove over one after another. The car drove straight to the entrance of the courtyard. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and a few capable young men in black suits quickly got out of the car. Zia Rufai could tell at a glance that these men in black suits were very agile and were definitely trained. He couldn't help but frown. However, when the electric door of the MPV slowly opened with 2 beeps, Zia Rufai's brows immediately relaxed. This was because he saw Tian Huixin carrying Huan and getting out of the car first, followed by Ma Jiaming. Lu Yu also came out of the car. When Huan saw Zia Rufai from afar, she immediately broke free from Tian Huixin's arms and ran towards Zia Rufai with a happy and innocent smile. "Uncle," Huan shouted happily from afar. This time his pronunciation was much clearer than it was a few days ago. A gentle smile appeared on Zia Rufai's face. He squatted down and opened his arms. Huan jumped into his arms and rubbed her pink face against Zia Rufai's. "Huan, did you miss Uncle?" Zia Rufai asked as he hugged Huan. "I really want to," Huan answered very seriously. "How much did you miss me?" Huan tilted her head and thought for a moment. She then opened her arms and gestured, "I did think so." After that, the adults who followed them all laughed happily. Even Lu Yu had a rare smile on her face. Zia Rufai stood up with Huan in his arms and greeted them. "Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, Lu Yu, how are you?" "Zia Sheng, the environment of your farm is not bad." Ma Jiaming smiled and said, "It seems that you're doing very well in your career." Tian Huixin also smiled and greeted Zia Rufai. Lu Yu also nodded at Zia Rufai in greeting. Her expression was much gentler than before. She no longer looked like Zia Rufai owed her a few $1,000,000. She even had a slight smile on her face. It was obvious that her impression of Zia Rufai had changed greatly. Zia Rufai smiled and said to Ma Jiaming, "It's just a small fight. It's not enough to catch Mr. Ma's eyes." Then he pinched Huan's little face and asked, "By the way, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, has Huan finished her medicine? How's the situation?" "Little Zia, the effect of your Chinese medicine is very obvious," Tian Huixin said excitedly. Zia Rufai smiled and said, Come, let's talk inside." Yi Lingyun was dumbfounded. He had never heard of instructor Zia having medical skills, and it seemed like he was very good at it. But why did instructor Zia always go to the health team when he had a headache in the army? He must have taken a fancy to a beautiful female soldier in the health team. Yi Lingyun guessed in his heart. Zia Rufai naturally didn't know that the quiet Yi Lingyun's heart was also burning with the flames of gossip. He led the group into the villa's courtyard. Ma Jiaming's bodyguards in black stayed outside the courtyard. Seeing so many people coming in, Lightning, who had been lying there lazily in the sun, suddenly got up. It glanced at the crowd with vigilance and made a whimpering sound. "Lightning, these are my guests. Don't be rude." Zia Rufai was worried that Lightning would scare people, so he quickly shouted. After hearing Zia Rufai's words, Lightning immediately resumed its languidness. It glanced at the crowd indifferently, then strolled to the other side of the courtyard where there was more sunlight. It lay down comfortably and continued to bask in the sun. When Huan saw Lightning, whose fur was as smooth as silk, she was elated. She pointed at Lightning with her pink little finger and shouted, "Doggy, doggy, Huan, that dog's name is Lightning." Zia Rufai smiled and said, "Do you want to play with Lightning?" "I want to," Huan said without hesitation. "All right." Zia Rufai placed Huan on the ground and said with a smile, "Go, little Zia this." Tian Huixin couldn't help but worry about the Lightning. It had been very fierce just now. Zia Rufai smiled. "Madam Tian, don't be afraid. Lightning is very gentle." Then Zia Rufai said, "Lightning, play with Huan. Don't scare her, okay?" Lightning raised its eyelids and slowly wagged its tail, indicating that it understood. Huan ran to Lightning happily and stroked its smooth fur. Tian Huixin's heart almost jumped out of her throat. However, Lightning seemed to enjoy it. She closed her eyes slightly and let Huan touch her. It even gently touched Huan with its nose, looking quite docile. The more Huan played, the happier she became. In the end, she simply put her arms around Lightning's neck and mumbled something to Lightning. She was trying to remind Lightning that her language skills were still worse than those of other children her age. Tian Huixin looked at it for a while before she slowly relaxed. Zia Rufai left Yi Lingyun in the courtyard to look after Huan while he brought Ma Jiaming, his wife, and Lu Yu into the villa. Everyone took their seats in the living room. Zia Rufai made tea for the 3 of them, then sat down and said with a smile, "It seems like Huan's condition has improved greatly." Tian Huixin excitedly nodded and said, "That's right, little Zia. Huan's condition improved a little every time she took the medicine. It was like a dream to us." Tian Huixin glanced at her daughter, who was playing happily with Lightning in the yard, and continued, "Huan's eyes are fine now. She can look into adults' eyes and she can listen to us seriously. She can even communicate normally. It's just that she needs time to recover her language function. As she spoke, Tian Huixin's eyes turned red again. She had been worried sick about her daughter for the past few years and had experienced countless times of hope, disappointment, and even despair. Now that Yuan Yuan had changed so much, it was hard to describe the feelings she had. Ma Jiaming put his arm around his wife's shoulder and patted her gently, saying, Zia Sheng, we took Yuan Yuan to do a long-range dynamic encephalog yesterday, and the results were very normal. The epileptic waves that had always existed before have all disappeared. The doctor said that this is an important sign that the brain nervous system has returned to normal. That's great, Zia Ruifai said with a smile. Yuan Yuan was a cute little girl, but she had always lived in her own world. Now that she had recovered, Zia Ruifai was naturally happy for her from the bottom of his heart. I'll prepare another course of Chinese medicine today to consolidate the effects, Zia Ruifai said. I think the problem will be completely solved after 1 or 2 more treatments. Then, Ma Jiaming took out a check from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it to Zia Ruifai. He said, Zia Sheng, I know that you didn't treat Yuan Yuan for money, but this is a gift from the MA family. You must accept it. Zia Ruifai took the check and saw that it was $1,000,000 Chinese dollars. He pondered for a while and said with a smile without being pretentious, all right, then I won't stand on ceremony. After that, he put the check away. In Zia Ruifai's opinion, 1,000,000 yuan for a complete petal of a strange flower was not too expensive. When Liu saw this, she muttered in her heart, this fellow was truly impolite, not even rejecting the offer. However, even though she said that in her heart, Liu realized that she did not feel disgusted by Zia Ruifai's behavior like she did in the past. On the contrary, she felt that he was a genuine person and not pretentious. She didn't even realize that her impression of Zia Ruifai had changed. Zia Ruifai said, you guys stay here and play with Yuan Yuan for a while. I'll go to the county's traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy to get some medicine and boil it. When the time comes, you can just bring it back and keep it in the cold storage. All right. Sorry to trouble you, Zia Sheng, Ma Jiaming quickly said. Zia Ruifai looked at Lu Yu and asked with a smile, young Miss Lu, do you want to come with me to buy medicine today? Lu Yu's pretty face heated up slightly and she said, I'm too lazy to follow. What if you're going to go too? That I'll have to wait for you for a long time. Zia Ruifai couldn't help but laugh. He picked up the car keys on the coffee table and walked out. At this moment, Ma Jiaming's phone suddenly rang urgently. Hello, Ma Jiaming said in Cantonese. No one knew what the person on the other end of the phone said, but Ma Jiaming's face suddenly changed and he asked hurriedly, what? How did this happen? My dad's been in good health. Is he in danger? Hurry up and tell me. Okay, I know. Although Zia Ruifai did not understand Cantonese, he could tell that something major had happened when he saw Ma Jiaming's expression change. Hence, he also stopped in his tracks and looked at Ma Jiaming. Tian Huixin waited for Ma Jiaming to hang up the phone and immediately asked anxiously, Jiaming, what's wrong with Dad? Ma Jiaming was a little dejected and his eyes were a little red. He calmed his emotions and said to Tian Huixin, Father, he had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. He's in a deep coma. Tian Huixin reached out and covered her mouth. After a long while, she muttered, how could this be? Father, he's always been in good health. Huixin, we have to return to the port immediately. Dean Chin said that Dad's condition. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. The plane sent by my family has already applied for a return flight. It's now on its way to Sanshan. Let's go to the airport now, Ma Jiaming said with a sad expression. All right. Let's go. Tian Huixin was also a little flustered. Although her father-in-law had gradually begun to delegate power to Ma Jiaming, he was still the pillar of the family business. If her father-in-law was no longer around, Ma Jiaming would immediately face a situation of internal and external difficulties. Ma Jiaming gently wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said to Zia Ruifai, Zia Sheng, I'm sorry. My father had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and we have to rush back to Hong Kong immediately. I'll have to trouble you next time to treat Yuan Yuan. Oh, I'm fine, Zia Ruifai said. You guys should go back. The old man's matter is more important. All right, he said. Ma Jiaming and Tian Huixin walked out. Tian Huixin went to the courtyard and picked up Yuan Yuan, who was still not done playing. Everyone walked out of the courtyard together. Naturally, Zia Ruifai sent them all the way to the door. At this moment, Liu suddenly looked at Zia Ruifai and asked, Zia Ruifai, do you have any way to save my uncle's father? Ma Jiaming and Tian Huixin immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at Zia Ruifai with hope. Just now, they had been so worried that all they could think of was to get back to Hong Kong as soon as possible. After Liu Yu's question, Ma Jiaming and his wife immediately remembered that Zia Ruifai's medical skills were very brilliant. Anyone with a little medical knowledge would know how dangerous Professor Tian's acute myocardial infarction was, not to mention Yuan Yuan's autism. This was a world-class medical problem, but Zia Ruifai had successfully solved it. On the phone, Dean Chin of his family's private hospital had basically announced that his father, Ma Xing, had no hope. Ma Jiaming was in a hurry to go back. On one hand, he wanted to see his father one last time. On the other hand, he wanted to go back to stabilize his situation and prepare for the various pressures from inside and outside the family after Ma Xing's death. It was as if he had found a life-saving straw and placed all his hopes on Xia Ruofei. The couple looked at Xia Ruofei intently, hoping that he would nod. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Chinese medicine does have a way to treat cerebral hemorrhage. However, it also needs to be analyzed in detail. I haven't seen the patient yet and I don't know the condition at all. I can't make any guarantees. When Lu Yu heard this, she immediately said, Xia Ruofei, please help auntie and uncle. We don't need your guarantee, we just need to try our best. When Lu Yu spoke, she looked at Xia Ruofei with her big, watery eyes. Xia Ruofei was not against treating Ma Xing's illness. He had a good impression of this well-known rich man. He was also familiar with the inspirational story of Ma Xing's poor self when he was young. Moreover, helping the Ma family would definitely be of great help to his career in the future. However, Xia Ruofei did not know how serious Ma Xing's condition was, so he was hesitant. He thought for a moment and said, it's fine if you want me to go with you, but I don't have a Hong Kong and Macau pass. A pass was required to go to Hong Kong. Even if it was an urgent application, it would take 5 to 7 working days. By then, it would be too late. I'll get my mom to coordinate it immediately. Liu said without hesitation, you guys go to the airport first. Leave the Hong Kong and Macau pass to me. Xia, Tian Huixin looked at Xia Ruofei with pleading eyes. Xia Ruofei no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, all right, I'll go with you, but you'll have to wait for me for 2 minutes. With that, Xia Ruofei returned to the villa and entered the garage. The garage door was locked every morning, except for when he was carrying the vegetables. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit painting scroll in the garage. Then he took 5 days' worth of vegetables each for the 2 restaurants and placed them on both sides. Then he took out a small suitcase from his space and put a few clothes in it. He then dragged the suitcase out of the villa. From Ma Xiaoming and the others' point of view, Xia Ruofei must have gone into the house to pack his luggage. Xia Ruofei gave Yi Lingyun some instructions, mainly about Zai Jiangyu and Ling's restaurant coming over to pick up the vegetables. He also entrusted him with the farm's construction site. In the end, Xia Ruofei also gave Yi Lingyun the keys to the villa and the pickup truck. Then, Xia Ruofei also gave some instructions to Lightning. He wanted it to listen to Yi Lingyun's words when he was out for a few days. Time was of the essence. After Xia Ruofei quickly settled these matters, he followed Ma Xiaoming's family into the Mercedes-Benz business car. Lu Yu, on the other hand, took the Mercedes-Benz that Ma Xiaoming's bodyguard drove back to the city. On the way to the airport in the business car, Xia Ruofei called President Zheng and Ling Qingsu respectively, telling them that he was going out for a few days and that the Taoyuan vegetables to be supplied for the next 5 days had been prepared in advance. He asked them to send a car over to transport them immediately. Both families had their own cold storage, so it was not a big problem to keep the vegetables for a few days. In the end, Xia Ruofei sent Yi Lingyun's contact information to the 2 of them. When Ling Qingsu heard that Xia Ruofei was going out, she asked about the situation out of concern. However, this was Ma Xiaoming's family's private matter, so it was not convenient for Xia Ruofei to say too much. He only said that he had an emergency and had to be away for a few days so that she could rest assured. Airport was also in Changping County, so it took about half an hour for the car to arrive at Changping Airport, which was located by the sea. This time, the Ma family had sent a private jet to pick them up, so Xia Ruofei and the others did not take the normal passageway. Instead, they came to a small building next to the main terminal. There was a passageway for private jets. As soon as they arrived at the airport, Lu Yu called to tell them that Xia Ruofei's Hong Kong and Macau pass was settled. The secretary had personally come forward. This could no longer be described as efficient. 10 minutes ago, Xia Ruofei had sent the required documents to Lu Yu in the car. The entire set of documents had been completed in less than half an hour. Ma Xiaoming's bodyguards took Xia Ruofei's Hong Kong and Macau pass and drove to the airport. Xia Ruofei and the rest could only wait. Fortunately, the private jet from Hong Kong had yet to land, so it was not a waste of time. It was about a 50-minute drive from the city, but from the time Lu Yu called to the time when the bodyguards rushed to the private plane terminal, it only took about half an hour. It was estimated that these few brothers had also been running with all their might along the way. Xia Ruofei received a brand new Hong Kong and Macau pass and immediately went through a simple security check with Ma Xiaoming's family of 3. They entered the private plane terminal's restricted area. There was a limited number of passengers on the plane, so the bodyguards did not follow them in. They were taking the fastest civil flight back to the port. Xia Ruofei and the rest went to the designated parking spot on the tarmac and waited. After a short while, they saw a jet business plane much smaller than a passenger airliner slowly approaching from the distance and quickly and steadily landing on the runway. The plane quickly left the runway and glided along the runway to Xia Ruofei and the others. As soon as the plane stopped, a flight attendant immediately opened the cabin door and lowered the accommodation ladder. Then he quickly walked down and stood respectfully beside the plane. As time was of the essence, the beautiful flight attendant immediately closed the cabin door after Zia Ryufai and the rest boarded the plane. As soon as everyone sat down and fastened their seat belts, the captain's voice came through the radio, telling everyone that the plane was about to slide to the runway again. From the moment they landed to the time they got on their computers and slid out again, not a single minute was wasted. The Gulfstream business jet waited at the runway for 2 to 3 minutes before it was granted permission to take off. The plane slowly turned and began to add takeoff thrust after it was aligned with the runway. Zia Ryufai suddenly felt a push on his back. The scenery outside the porthole was rapidly passing by, and the plane was rapidly increasing its speed. Soon, Zia Ryufai felt the plane's body shake slightly. The plane jumped up lightly and flew into the sky. When Zia Ryufai was in the army, he had taken military transport planes and attack helicopters. However, this was his first time taking such a high-end business plane. He could not help but look around curiously. This Gulfstream G660 was also a high-end product among the private planes. The cabin was decorated extremely luxuriously, with full wrapped leather seats, spacious sitting space, and dazzling multimedia facilities. Everything was beyond the reach of ordinary civil aviation first-class cabins. This was the life of the rich. It was convenient, fast, and traveling was more of an enjoyment. Zia Ryufai said in his heart, "One day, I will buy a plane like this." He had been in the army for 7 years and had risked his life for the country. It was time to enjoy life after he retired. Ma Jiaming and his wife were both worried. Only Huan, who was still young, seemed very happy because Zia Ryufai was also on the plane. The Gulfstream plane's cruising altitude was 40,000 feet, which was 30,000 feet higher than the general civil aircraft. Cruising in the stable stratosphere, the plane naturally did not have any bumps. About an hour later, the plane began to descend slowly and soon landed at Hong Kong International Airport. The plane taxied to the parking lot, and a luxurious Toyota nanny car was already waiting there. The MA family even coordinated with the immigration officers to quickly handle the entry procedures for Zia Ryufai on the tarmac. Then the group got into the Toyota. Zia Ryufai thought that the car was heading straight for the hospital. Unexpectedly, the car did not leave the airport. Instead, it was led by the guide car to the helipad on the other side of the airport. The private helicopter arranged by the MA family had already started its engine, and the group got on the helicopter again. The helicopter quickly took off and flew toward the southwest of Hong Kong. On the plane, Ma Jiaming explained a little. Zia Ryufai then realized that they had arranged this to avoid the traffic during the peak hour and to reach the hospital faster. Looking out the window at Hong Kong's bright lights and listening to the roaring helicopter engine, Zia Ryufai could not help but sigh with emotion about the life of the rich. Soon, the plane landed on the tarmac on the roof of a hospital building. The hospital was owned by the MA family's Hengfeng Group and was one of the most high-end private hospitals in Hong Kong. It had the best medical conditions in Asia. Zia Ryufai and the others got off the helicopter. The MA family members were already waiting on the tarmac. He led them directly to the elevator on the 8th floor, to the TICU. Hengfeng Hospital's director and other people were gathered outside the ICU. The big boss of Qin Zhuan Group was on the verge of death. They were naturally very nervous. Other than a group of doctors in white coats, there was also a group of people who were dressed in a way that showed that they were either rich or powerful. They gathered outside the ICU and waited. These people had different expressions on their faces. Some were anxious, some were looking forward to it, and some were even gloating over his misfortune. As soon as Ma Jiaming's group appeared, the people who were gathered at the entrance of the ICU all went up to them. Hengfeng Hospital's director was an old man with white hair. Before he could say anything, Ma Jiaming asked anxiously, "Dean Qin, how's my dad doing?" Dean Qin frowned and said, "Young Master Ming, Mr. Ma's condition doesn't look good. He's in a deep coma now and has lost a lot of blood. He has symptoms of intracranial hypertension and his cornea reflex has almost disappeared. You have to be mentally prepared." The two of them conversed in Cantonese. As it involved the patient's condition, Tian Huixin quietly translated it for Zia Ryufai to speak Mandarin. Ma Jiaming's eyes suddenly turned red. He asked, "Dean Qin, is there really no other way?" Dean Qin shook his head and said, "Mr. Ma is already so old, and his cerebral herniation has been here for a long time, so he's no longer in the condition for surgery. Conservative treatment is basically useless for such a serious condition." Ma Jiaming's body swayed and he almost fainted. He reached out to hold the wall and took a few deep breaths before he recovered. "Young Ming, you have to hang in there. Uncle is blessed by the heavens. He'll definitely be fine." The relatives next to him all tried to comfort Ma Jiaming. Although Xing only had one son, Ma Jiaming, his family was still very big. Xing had a total of 6 siblings, and most of the people present today were Ma Jiaming's cousins. However, even though these people were saying words of comfort, they did not have too much sadness on their faces. This was how rich families were like. Hengfeng Group was founded by Ma Xing, but most of his relatives held important positions in the group. Many of them even controlled some of the high-quality assets of Hengfeng. Now that the Hengfeng Group's head, Ma Xing, was about to die, many people's thoughts had already turned to how to split the family property. Ma Jiaming turned his head abruptly and looked at Zia Ruifai with hope. He asked, Zia Sheng, you must have a way to save my daddy, right? Mr. Ma, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee the result, Zia Ruifai said calmly. Zia Ruifai nodded and said, there's no time to lose, Mr. Ma. I need to prepare some Chinese medicine immediately. Please send me to the nearest Chinese medicine shop. Our Hengfeng hospital has a Chinese medicine room, Ma Jiaming quickly said. Dean Qin, take Zia Sheng to the Chinese medicine room immediately. No matter what herbs he needs, you must prepare them immediately. At this moment, an elegant middle-aged lady looked at Zia Ruifai suspiciously and asked with a frown, Ming, who is he? This middle-aged lady was called Ma Jia, and she was the daughter of Ma Jiaming's uncle. She was also working at Hengfeng Group, and her position in the group was second only to Ma Jiaming. Ma Jiaming slightly frowned and said, Sister Quan, this is Zia Sheng, an expert I invited from the mainland. An expert? Ma Su raised his head slightly and glanced at Zia Ruifai. He sneered. Could it be that this little brat knows sorcery? This is the first time I've seen such a young mage. Sister Quan, don't talk nonsense. Ma Jiaming quickly said, Zia Sheng is a brilliant Chinese medicine doctor. He's such a young Chinese medicine doctor. Ma Jia cried out exaggeratedly, Ming, you're not being tricked, are you? We understand that you're concerned about second uncle's illness, but you can't be so ridiculous. What kind of medical skills can a young child know? Ma Jia had been speaking to Ma Jiaming in broken Mandarin. It was obvious that she had deliberately said it for Zia Ruifai to hear. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Zia Ruifai and said loudly on purpose, Ming, there are too many scammers in the mainland, you have to be careful. There are some scammers who specifically target rich people like you. Tian Huixin couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Ma Jia's words were really too harsh. Ma Jia then pretended to misspeak and covered her mouth, saying, Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you. Tian Huixin was from the mainland, so Ma Jia obviously had a hidden meaning in her words and deliberately said it for Tian Huixin. Tian Huixin looked at Zia Ruifai, who was beside her. Seeing that he was still calm and collected, she felt a little more at ease. Then she frowned and said, Sister Quan, Zia is my father's good friend. She's also an important guest that Jiaming and I have invited. Please be more polite. Ma Jia's eyes widened exaggeratedly and said, Sister-in-law, I'm doing this for you, Jiaming and Hengfeng. What if Mingzai gets too worried and gets cheated of a large sum of money to treat second uncle's illness? That would be Hengfeng's loss. Hengfeng was founded by Ma Xing. Although he had distributed a small number of shares to the younger generation of the family, the majority of the shares were controlled by him and Ma Jiaming. And Ma Jia's words made it sound like she was the master of Hengfeng. Ma Jiaming suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said, Sister Quan, don't say any more. My dad's condition is so critical that every minute is dangerous. I'm going to ask Mr. Zia to treat Dad immediately. It's settled. After he finished speaking, Ma Jiaming saw that Ma Jia was still preparing to speak, so he directly added another sentence. The one lying in the ward is my father. I'll be responsible for any problems that arise. Then Ma Jiaming looked at Zia Ruifai sincerely and said, Zia Sheng, sorry to trouble you. Zia Ruifai smiled and nodded. Director Qin of Hengfeng Hospital quickly led the way and was ready to take Zia Ruifai to the Chinese medicine room. When Zia Ruifai passed by Ma Jia, a playful smile appeared on his face. He stopped and looked at her, Big sister, let me give you a sentence, the brain is a good thing. Ma Jia was somewhat baffled by these nonsensical words and asked impatiently, what did you say? Zia Ruifai smiled and said, a brain is a good thing, I hope you have one too. Then Zia Ruifai followed Dean Qin. Ma Su was stunned for a moment, but when he came back to his senses, he was furious and screamed, damn you, you dare to say I'm brainless. Zia Ruifai stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at Ma Jia coldly. His bone-chilling gaze caused Ma Su's heart to turn cold. Zia Ruifai's cold, killing intent disappeared as soon as it was released. Then he said indifferently, the patient is Mr. Ma's father, and I'm the doctor that Mr. Ma invited. Do you think anyone with a brain would jump out and talk big at this time? He paused for a moment, and before Ma Jia could say anything, he continued also, you'd better put away your inexplicable sense of superiority, especially your mouth full of vulgarities. That will only expose your lack of manners. With that, Zia Ruifai left quickly without looking back. Ma Jia was so angry that her whole body trembled. She asked loudly behind her, if you can't cure second uncle's illness, what will you say? Zia Ruifai turned around again and laughed, what a joke. When did I promise that I could cure it? Hengfeng Hospital had so many brain experts and first-class medical facilities in Asia, but they were all helpless. Why do I have to be cured? Even Mr. Ma didn't say anything. What right do you have to point fingers? After that, Zia Ruifai ignored the unreasonable woman and quickly followed Dean Qin, disappearing around the corner. Ma Jiaming frowned slightly and looked at Ma Jia thoughtfully. He didn't pay attention to her, but took his wife and daughter to the long bench next to him and sat down. He had placed all his hopes on Xia Ruifai. All he could do now was wait. Since Ma Xiaoming valued Xia Ruifai so much, Ding Qin naturally did not dare to neglect him. He respectfully led Xia Ruifai to the elevator and to the Chinese medicine room on the first floor. Then he asked Mr. Xia, "We've arrived at the Chinese medicine room. What can I do for you?" "Ding Qin, I'll have to trouble you," Xia Ruifai said with a smile. "Please ask the staff to leave. I can make the medicine myself. It won't take up any of your time." "No problem, no problem," Ding Qin quickly said. Ding Qin wouldn't say anything even if he closed the Chinese medicine room for a whole day, let alone a few minutes. He followed Xia Ruifai's instructions and called for the staff to come out. Then he respectfully invited Xia Ruifai into the pharmacy. Xia Ruifai walked in and took a look. Hengfeng Hospital was indeed powerful. Rows of neat cabinets were filled with small drawers, and each drawer was labeled. It was a spectacular sight. Even the provincial hospital of Chinese medicine might not be as big as this pharmacy. Xia Ruifai had already checked and memorized a prescription for calming the mind and nourishing the brain. This prescription naturally couldn't cure a cerebral hemorrhage, but taking it would definitely not be bad for the body. Xia Ruifai didn't take the herbs according to the prescription. Instead, he took more than 40 kinds of herbs. Besides the 7 or 8 herbs he needed, the rest were just for cover. The Kinking pharmacy had surveillance cameras. Xia Ruifai had always been cautious. Xia Ruifai walked out of the pharmacy with a big tray of Chinese medicine. Ding Qin immediately came up to them, but he knew how to avoid suspicion, so he didn't look at the herbs. "Mr. Xia, have you gathered all the medicinal herbs?" Ding Qin asked. "You have quite a wide range of medicinal herbs here." Xia Ruifai smiled and continued to ask, "Is there a place to boil medicine?" The room where the medicine was being brewed had already been cleared, so Ding Qin walked him to the door and stopped. Xia Ruifai locked the door and checked that there were no surveillance cameras in the room. He was finally relieved. He skillfully found the herbs he needed from the tray and started to brew the medicinal soup. Hengfeng Hospital's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was very professional. It had all the necessary facilities to decoct Chinese medicine. There was a charcoal stove, a claypot, and unrooted water that was stored in a specially pure water bucket. Xia Ruifai put the herbs into the claypot, added an appropriate amount of rootless water, and started to boil the medicine. The process of boiling the medicine was very boring, but he could not be distracted at all times. Although it was just a medicine to fool the public, Xia Ruifai still followed the procedures listed on the internet strictly and spent more than half an hour to boil the medicine. He poured the medicinal soup into a porcelain bowl that was specially used to store Chinese medicine. Then, he poured the remaining unused medicinal herbs and the dregs into the furnace and burned them all. In this way, even the most brilliant Chinese medicine doctor would not be able to find out the specific prescription of his medicine. Xia Ruifai checked again vigilantly. After confirming that it was safe, he summoned the spirit painting and took out the preservation box from the medium. After a few days of accumulation, he had 13 petals now. This was under the condition that Xia Ruifai increased the frequency of using petals to 2 every 3 days. Otherwise, he could have saved more. Although the amount of exotic flower petals would increase greatly after the farm started operating, and there might even be a situation where they would be short of money, Xia Ruifai still insisted on strengthening himself. After experiencing the torture of the terminal illness, Xia Ruifai was very clear-headed and realized that only the improvement of his personal strength was real. Otherwise, everything else was just floating clouds. Xia Ruifai used a pair of tweezers to carefully pick up one of the blue petals and put it into the medicinal soup. The flower petals dissolved into the medicinal soup without a sound. He stirred the medicinal soup with a spoon and did the same thing as last time. He placed the porcelain bowl into the spirit map space and used the difference in the flow of time to cool down the medicinal soup in a few minutes. Xia Ruifai took out the medicine that had cooled down from the medium and kept the painting in his body. Then he walked out of the room with the porcelain bowl. Ding Qin had been waiting outside the door for more than half an hour. He didn't even sit down, he was anxiously pacing back and forth. Ding Qin quickly walked over when he saw Xia Ruifai. "Mr. Xia, is everything settled?" And Xia Ruifai smiled and said, "Ding Qin, let's go to the ICU." The two of them hurried to the elevator. A cerebral hemorrhage was a very dangerous disease, especially since Meixing had fallen into a deep coma so quickly. Under such circumstances, the death rate was more than 90, and they all died within a few hours to a few days, so the two of them felt a sense of urgency. As soon as he saw Xia Ruifai and Ding Qin, Ma Xiaoming immediately walked up to them. Most of Ma Xiaoming's relatives were watching from a distance with complicated expressions. Ma Jia, who had been spitting SHT just now, even sneered and looked at Xia Ruifai with disdain. In fact, not to mention Ma Jia and these relatives, even Ding Qin and the hospital's brain experts also felt that Ma Xiaoming was desperate. With such serious symptoms of cerebral hemorrhage, he could die at any time. How could Chinese medicine be effective? Zia Sheng, Ma Zhaiming shouted. The medicine is ready. Zia Ruifai smiled and said, there's no time to waste. Let's give it to old Master Ma immediately. Okay, Ma Zhaiming quickly said. He personally accompanied Zia Ruifai and entered the ICU under Dean Chin's guidance. Everyone put on sterile clothes and went through a full set of disinfection procedures before they finally entered Ma Xing's ward. This was the first time that Ma Zhaiming had seen his father since he returned to Hong Kong. The white-haired Ma Xing was lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. He looked extremely haggard. His body was connected to all kinds of wires, and advanced medical equipment monitored his body's various indicators at all times. Zia Ruifai couldn't help but take a few more glances at the skinny old man on the bed. He couldn't associate him with the tycoon who was famous in the business world of Hong Kong. Ma Xing started from scratch and accumulated tens of billions of assets after decades of hard work. He was the king of jewelry in Hong Kong. At the same time, the Hangfeng Group founded by Ma Xing had been involved in many industries such as food and beverage, medical care, and finance in recent years. It was a true business kingdom. However, such a business giant still seemed so vulnerable in the face of a sudden illness. Zia Ruifai couldn't help but feel the fragility of life. So what if he was rich? If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, you really won't live to see 5. Daddy, Ma Zhaiming's voice was a little choked. Master Ming, Mr. Ma is in a deep coma. He doesn't respond to external stimuli, Dean Chin said in a low voice. Zia Ruifai carefully placed the medicine on the bedside table and said, there's no time to waste. We'll feed the medicine to old Mr. Ma immediately. Mr. Zia, Mr. Ma doesn't have any swallowing reaction, Dean Chin quickly said. Should we perform a gastric intubation? It was also very important to be careful when administering medicine to a patient in a deep coma. This was because a normal person would let the food enter their esophagus through swallowing, but there would be no swallowing reaction in a patient in a deep coma. The amount of Chinese medicine was relatively large. If it was taken directly, the success rate would be very low, and it was even likely to choke the lungs. However, if intubation was needed, the patient would suffer because the catheter usually entered through the nostril and was directly placed into the stomach. The process was naturally very painful. Of course, unconscious patients generally wouldn't feel this kind of pain. Zia Ruifai pondered for a moment. Not for now. Let's try it in small amounts first. If it really doesn't work, we'll intubate again. Dean Chin was shocked. Mr. Zia, this is too dangerous. No. Dean Chin didn't expect Zia Ruifai to make such a layman's decision. He didn't have any hope for Chinese medicine to begin with, and now Zia Ruifai's decision made him even more suspicious of Zia Ruifai's medical skills. That was because Zia Ruifai did not even know what was common sense. If it wasn't for Ma Zhaiming, Dean Chin would have scolded him. Ma Zhaiming said without thinking, Dean Chin, listen to Zia Sheng. All right, Dean Chin sighed and spoke. This was the case with private hospitals. They were the young owners, so they had the final say. Professionalism was useless. Dean Chin stood aside and watched as Zia Ruifai made a scene. Zia Ruifai lifted the head of the bed and scooped a small amount of the medicine. He gestured for Ma Zhaiming to come over and help hold Ma Xing. Then he held Ma Xing's jaw and used a little force to make Ma Xing's mouth open a slit. He used his other hand to hold the soup spoon and put the small amount of medicinal soup into Ma Xing's mouth bit by bit. Dean Chin shook his head. Zia Ruifai's actions were too unprofessional. However, Zia Ruifai was still very calm. After feeding her a small mouthful, he waited for a while before scooping up a large spoonful and preparing to feed her a second mouthful. Dean Chin almost couldn't help but stop ying-ying. It didn't matter if the first mouthful was small, but the second mouthful was full. If Zia Ruifai continued to mess around, the patient would be in danger. However, to Dean Chin's surprise, Zia Ruifai successfully fed him the entire spoonful of medicinal soup and quickly scooped another spoonful. Dean Chin took a closer look. When Zia Ruifai was feeding him the medicine, Ma Xing's throat was obviously swallowing. Dean Chin's eyes almost popped out. What was going on? Why would Ma Xing, who was in a deep coma, suddenly have a swallowing reaction? Could it be that his coma index has increased? Dean Chin pounced on the devices that were monitoring Ma Xing's vital signs. When Dean Chin saw the breathing, heartbeat, blood pressure, pulse, and other indicators on the ECG monitor were stable, he felt like he was in a dream. He had been a doctor for decades, but he had never seen such a magical or even strange thing. Meanwhile, Zia Ruifai was still feeding Ma Xing the medicine. The reason he didn't ask Dean Chin to intubate Ma Xing was because he had a lot of confidence in the petals of the flower. He had absorbed the petals before, so he didn't need to consume them. He could directly use his body to touch the petals, and they would be absorbed into his body. Although the petals had dissolved into the medicinal soup, their basic attributes should not change. Hence, when Zia Ruifai fed Ma Xing a small spoonful for the first time, his body had already absorbed the contents of the petals before the medicine entered his stomach. As Zia Ruifai continued to feed him the medicine, Ma Xing's body continued to absorb the components of the petals of the wondrous flower. In fact, he had already recovered from his deep coma and started to subconsciously swallow. As he continued to drink the medicinal soup, Ma Xing's physical condition naturally began to recover quickly. Xia Ruifai had used an entire petal of the strange flower when he saw that his condition was so serious. Ma Xiaoming saw Din Qin's big reaction, and he couldn't help but ask nervously, Din Qin, what's wrong? Did Daddy, Master Ming, Mr. Ma's vital signs are stabilizing? This is unbelievable, Din Qin said excitedly. Din Qin's decades of medical experience was completely overturned by this iron-like fact. Does this mean that Daddy will wake up soon? Ma Xiaoming was overjoyed upon hearing this and asked, Din Qin, is my dad okay? Din Qin smiled bitterly and said, such a serious cerebral hemorrhage will leave some aftereffects. He looked at Xia Ruifai when he said this, not very confident. Ma Xing was basically a death sentence in the medical world, but Xia Ruifai had saved him from death's door with a dose of medicine. This kind of medical skill was simply unpredictable. Who knew if there would be more miracles, after effects? Ma Xiaoming quickly asked after hearing that, will there be any side effects? Din Qin thought for a bit and said, it's hard to say, the structure of the brain is too complicated. There are still too many unsolved mysteries about the brain for modern human science. Din Qin, just tell me directly. What kind of side effects will there be under normal circumstances? Ma Xiaoming frowned and asked. It depends on the degree of brain damage. The most serious case is to become a vegetable. Din Qin said many patients with cerebral hemorrhage have stable vital signs after the acute stage, but they remain in a coma for a long time. They might never wake up. Din Qin paused and said, if the patient is in a better condition, he might be able to wake up, but he might suffer from hemiplegia, loss of language function, or memory damage. All of these are hard to say. Ma Xiaoming's face became very serious, and Din Qin tried to comfort him. Young Master Ming, perhaps Mr. Ma is a lucky man and will recover. Don't think too much about it. Originally, for someone like Mr. Ma who fell into a deep coma in such a short period of time, the death rate was as high as 95. Isn't it developing in a good direction now? We can only think of it this way, Ma Xiaoming said dejectedly. At this moment, Xia Ruifai had already finished the bowl of medicine for Ma Xing. He placed the bowl on the bedside table and said, there won't be any side effects. What? Ma Xiaoming was stunned. Don't worry so much, there won't be any side effects. Xia Ruifai said with certainty. How is that possible? Din Qin couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Ma's brain damage is more serious. Many injuries are irreversible. How can there be no sequelae? These words were blurted out by him, and he realized that it was a little inappropriate after he finished speaking. He quickly explained, Master Ming, it's not that I don't want Mr. Ma to be well, but Ma Xiaoming waved his hand. He did not mind Din Qin's slip of the tongue. Instead, he looked at Xia Ruifai excitedly and asked, Xia Sheng, really? Will my dad really not have any side effects? Xia Ruifai smiled and said, won't we know when we wait and see? Let's just wait here for a while. Old Master Ma should be waking up soon. What a joke, a whole strange flower petal could even cure his Lou Gehrig's disease, and the treatment this time had already seen the results. How could there be any sequelae? Are you saying that my daddy will wake up soon? Ma Xiaoming asked in surprise. Din Qin's eyes were wide open, as if he had heard a fantasy story. If Ma Xing didn't drink the medicine and his vital signs didn't stabilize immediately, Din Qin would think that Xia Ruifai was a liar, and a bad liar. However, he was not sure now, especially when he saw how certain Xia Ruifai was. Xia Ruifai smiled and did not explain further. He pulled a chair over and sat down first. Din Qin and Ma Xiaoming were staring at Ma Xing nervously. Ma Xiaoming was full of hope, while Din Qin had mixed feelings. His rationality told him that it was impossible, but deep down, he wanted to witness the great medical miracle with his own eyes. 3 minutes had passed. These 3 minutes were as difficult for Ma Xiaoming as 3 years. He squatted in front of the hospital bed and looked at his father without blinking. Suddenly, Ma Xing's fingers moved slightly. Ma Xiaoming stood up all of a sudden. He rubbed his eyes hard, afraid that it was an illusion. However, Ma Xing's fingers moved again. This time, all 5 of his fingers were clenched into a fist. Ma Xiaoming pounced on Ma Xing excitedly and grabbed his hand. He shouted softly, Daddy, Daddy. Din Qin's mouth was wide open and he couldn't believe his eyes. Ma Xing's eyelids twitched and he opened his eyes with difficulty. When he saw Ma Xiaoming for the first time, he asked very weakly, what about me? Where was this place? Didn't you go back to the mainland with Huixin? Daddy, you suddenly fainted at home. I rushed back after receiving a call from the mainland. You scared me to death, you know, Ma Xiaoming said with tears streaming down his face. Isn't Daddy fine now? Ma Xing said with a smile. Young Master Ming, Mr. Ma's current condition is the best for him to control his emotions, Din Qin quickly said. Okay. Ma Xiaoming quickly said, Daddy, you just rest well. You must be calm, Mr. Ma, I'm sorry, Din Qin quickly said. Our skills are limited, and we can't do anything about your condition. The one who really saved you is this Mr. Xia. Meixing had noticed Zia Ruifai a long time ago, but he was too young to think that she was Dean Chin's assistant. Meixing was shocked by Dean Chin's words. He quickly stood up and said to Zia Ruifai, "So it's Zia Sheng who used the hand of rejuvenation. I'm sorry for being impolite. No problem. I'm feeling great now." Meixing asked, "May I know which leading medical expert Mr. Zia is studying under?" Ma Jiaming said from the side, "Daddy, Zia Sheng is a very skilled Chinese medicine doctor. Even my father-in-law's acute myocardial infarction was saved in time by Zia Sheng. I'm the one who invited him to treat you." Ma Jiaming originally wanted to say that Huanhun's autism was basically cured by Zia Ruifai. However, considering Ma Xing's physical condition, he was worried that he would be too emotional, so he changed his words at the last minute. Zia Ruifai smiled. "You're welcome, old Mr. Ma. You're still very weak. You can rest here for the night and be discharged tomorrow morning. We won't disturb you any longer." Zia Ruifai then gestured to Ma Jiaming and Dean Chin, and the three of them walked out together. Zia Ruifai said as he walked, "Mr. Ma, I hope you can keep the fact that I'm treating old Mr. Ma a secret. I don't want to be too shocking." All right. Ma Jiaming quickly said, "Dean Chin, you have to tell the doctors and nurses about this. Tell them not to say anything when they go out. Also, don't make a big fuss when my dad gets discharged tomorrow. We'll leave quietly, and after a while we'll announce that my dad's condition is stable and he's resting at home." "Yes, Master Ming," Dean Chin said. The two of them had no doubts about Zia Ruifai's words that Ma Xing would be discharged the next morning. In fact, even if Zia Ruifai said that he was actually Superman who wore his underwear on the outside, the two of them would probably believe him without a doubt. What he had witnessed today was too shocking. The three of them talked as they left the ICU. As soon as they appeared at the door, their relatives, who had different thoughts, surrounded them. Seeing Ma Jiaming's red eyes, Ma Jia immediately exclaimed, "Ming, is second uncle's condition not good? Didn't I say that this mainlander was a liar? How much money did he cheat you of? We'll call the police immediately." Ma Jiaming pulled a long face and said seriously, "Horse deputy, if you dare to speak rudely to Zia Sheng again, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my cousin." After he finished speaking, Ma Jiaming no longer paid attention to Ma Jia. Instead, he looked around and said loudly, "Everyone disperse. Go back to work in the company. My dad's condition has stabilized and he's out of the critical stage." Ma Jia was dumbfounded. She had arrived at the hospital earlier than Ma Jiaming, so she was very clear about Ma Xing's condition. The doctor had clearly said that it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to last more than a day. How could his condition have stabilized so quickly and even past the critical period? How is this possible? Ma Jia cried out. Ma Jiaming suddenly turned his head and stared at Ma Jia as if he could see through her heart. He stared at Ma Jia until she looked away guiltily. Ma Jiaming then asked meaningfully, "Sister Quan, do you really want something to happen to my dad? How could that be?" Ma Jia quickly replied, "You've misunderstood me, Ming. I'm just..." Ma Jiaming snorted softly. Without waiting for Ma Jia to finish speaking, he directly walked toward his wife Tian Huixin and his daughter Huanhuan. "Is Daddy all right?" Tian Huixin asked. "Don't worry," Ma Jiaming nodded and said, "You know Zia Sheng's medical skills." Tian Huixin smiled and nodded. Then she squatted down and said to Huanhuan, "Let's invite Uncle Zia to our house, okay?" Huanhuan immediately clapped her hands happily and said, "All right. Zio Zia, stay at our house tonight." Tian Huixin smiled and said, "Huanhuan likes you so much. I also want you to play with her more." "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." Zia Ruifai smiled. I won't disturb you. Ma Jiaming said happily, "We can't wait to welcome you." The three of them left the hospital with Huanhuan. Ma Jia and her relatives looked at each other in dismay. Ma Jiaming's family and Zia Ruifai were sent to Ma Xing's mansion on Kainshui Bay Road by a Toyota. Zia Ruifai's eyes were opened. The mansion covered an area of nearly 20,000 square feet and was located in the Shallow Bay, also known as the Eastern Hawaii, so its value could be imagined. Compared to this luxurious mansion with a tennis court in the front and a swimming pool in the back, Zia Ruifai's holiday villa in Sanshin City was simply too shabby. Naturally, the happiest person was Huanhuan when Zia Ruifai arrived. She kept playing with Zia Ruifai and laughed happily from time to time. The servants at home had never seen the young miss like this before. In the past, Huanhuan was always immersed in her own world and basically ignored others. Even when she was with Ma Jiaming and Tian Huixin, she was not as close as other children. It was already late when they got home. After dinner, Huanhuan kept pestering Zia Ruifai to play games. Tian Huixin urged her several times before she reluctantly went to take a shower and sleep. Zia Ruifai also returned to the guest room that Tian Huixin had arranged for him. The next morning, Ma Jiaming rushed to the hospital to pick up Ma Xing from the hospital. Before he was discharged, Dean Chin personally arranged for Ma Xing to do a thorough examination. The results shocked Dean Chin again. A series of brain CT and MRI results showed that the ruptured blood vessels in Ma Xing's brain had been completely repaired. Not only that, but all the previous bleeding had also been naturally absorbed. Even some parts of his body that had suffered irreversible damage had miraculously recovered. In other words, Xing was a completely healthy person now, even healthier than before he fell sick. Dean Chin felt like he had wasted all his years of studying medicine. Everything that had happened yesterday had completely overturned his understanding of medicine. Dean Chin's medical skills were very high, and his love for medicine was beyond doubt. It was because of this that his heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten. He really wanted to get to know Xia Ryufai and discuss the treatment with him in depth. Xia Ryufai only used 1 dose of medicine during the entire treatment to save the patient with a cerebral hemorrhage. It was a perfect recovery. This was definitely unprecedented. If the results were summed up, it would not be a problem to win the Nobel Prize in medicine. However, Ma Xiaoming knew that Xia Ryufai did not like to be disturbed, so he naturally rejected Dean Chin's request. Not only that, but he also repeatedly told Dean Chin to keep his mouth shut. Dean Chin could only helplessly watch Xing and his son get into the car and leave. He felt like he had missed a great medical breakthrough, and he was quite unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Not only that, but he also had to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep his current job, let alone make a breakthrough in his medical research. Xing was also anxious to return home. After the results came out, Xing finally realized how serious his illness was yesterday. Without Xia Ryufai, he would have died. Ma Xiaoming also told him that Xia Ryufai had cured Huanhuan's autism, which made him even more excited. Huanhuan was the pearl in his palm. Therefore, Xing, the tycoon of Hong Kong, was thinking about how to thank Xia Ryufai. Xia Ryufai was playing with Huanhuan in the garden when the Maybach 62s that Xing and Ma Xiaoming were in slowly drove into the mansion on Shallow Water Bay Road. Huanhuan sat on the swing while Xia Ryufai pushed the swing from behind. As the swing went higher and higher, Huanhuan kept chuckling. Tian Huixin stood at the side and watched this scene, a knowing smile appearing on her face. Xia Ryufai saw the Maybach stop in front of the building. He held onto the swing and said to Huanhuan, your grandfather is back. Let's go. Oh, Huanhuan pouted. She was having a good time, but she was suddenly stopped, so she was a little unhappy. Xia Ryufai laughed and walked to the front. He picked up Huanhuan and walked towards the front of the building. At this moment, Xing and Ma Xiaoming had already gotten off the car and were walking over. Mr. Xia, I'll never forget the kindness of saving my life. Xing extended his hand to Xia Ryufai from afar. Xia Ryufai held Huanhuan with one hand and shook Xing's hand with the other. He smiled and said, it's good that old Mr. Ma is fine. Then Xia Ryufai reached out and gently pinched Huanhuan's little face. He said, Huanhuan, quickly call Grandpa. Xing was also looking at Huanhuan nervously. Huanhuan was no longer the autistic girl she was before. Her eyes were bright and she looked at Xing before she called out in her baby voice, hello, Grandpa. Xing felt comforted and said, good, my good granddaughter. This business giant was no different from an ordinary old man at this time. His eyes were even a little red. Seeing that his precious granddaughter had recovered, he was also excited. Daddy, you have to control your emotions. You can't be too excited, Ma Xiaoming quickly said. What's there to be afraid of with Mr. Xia here? Xing said nonchalantly. The couple, Ma Xiaoming and Tian Huixin, couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Wasn't that so? With a miracle doctor like Xia Ryufai here, they would not be afraid even if something happened. Xing continued, besides, you've seen the results of today's examination. Not only has my brain fully recovered, but my blood pressure has also been controlled. I'm very healthy now. The main cause of the cerebral hemorrhage was Xing's high blood pressure. Xia Ryufai's medicine the day before had not only cured his brain damage and blood clots, but also greatly relieved his high blood pressure. Xia Ryufai smiled. You don't have to be so polite. Besides, didn't you pay for the treatment? Xia Sheng, that's just a small token of our appreciation. It's not worth mentioning compared to your great kindness, Ma Xiaoming quickly said. Xia Ryufai smiled and did not continue the conversation. The reason why he treated Huanhuan was entirely out of his love for this cute little girl. He agreed to come to Hong Kong this time because the Ma family could help him in his career in the future. However, the more important reason seemed to be that Xing was Huanhuan's grandfather, and Lu Yu had asked him for help. Xing's checkup at the hospital took a long time, so it was time for dinner after everyone sat in the garden and chatted. This was the first meal that Xing would have after returning home from his illness. Furthermore, Xia Ryufai was there, so it was very grand. Xing's wife had passed away, so only Xing, Ma Xiaoming, his wife, Huanhuan, and Xia Ryufai were eating. In the exquisitely decorated and spacious dining room, there was a long dining table with exquisite pure silver tableware placed neatly on it. After everyone was seated, the butler instructed the servants to start serving the dishes. The first dish served was ordinary-looking Italy. The servants pushed the small cart briskly and placed a bowl of spaghetti in front of everyone. Then, a white man in a white chef's uniform and a tall hat walked up with a plate. The plate was filled with a layer of rice, and on top of the rice were two goose egg-sized things that looked like potatoes. As soon as the plate was served, Zia Ryufai immediately smelled a strong but indescribable fragrance. It seemed to have the fragrance of soil and tree roots. Mr. Zia, Xing said with a smile, I just bought these 2 pieces of white truffles 2 days ago. I fell sick before I could eat them. I'd like to invite you to enjoy them with me today. Xing gestured to the white chef, and the chef immediately brought the plate to Zia Ryufai's side. He put the plate down gently and picked up a piece of truffle from the plate. Then he took out something that looked like a bottle opener and a plane. The chef skillfully peeled off pieces of white truffle that were as thin as paper and covered Zia Ryufai's Italy. Upon close contact, the unique fragrance became even more intense. The cut white truffle had marble-like lines on the surface, looking very beautiful. Soon, the chef added many pieces of white truffle to everyone's plate. However, because the truffle was very thin, they didn't even finish one piece. Xing picked up the plate and took a deep breath of the rich fragrance. He looked intoxicated. Xing was also a glutton, so he was very particular about food. He smiled and said, Zia Sheng, this white truffle is known as the white gold on the dining table. In Europe and America, it's considered one of the 3 most precious treasures along with caviar and foie gras. These 2 pieces are the best white truffle from the Alba region in Italy. I spent 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars to buy them 3 days ago, and then they were directly air-flown here. It has been less than 4 days since they were harvested, so now is the best time to eat them. Try them. Zia Ryufai was shocked when he heard that. The 2 pieces of potatoes cost 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars. That was too extravagant. Zia Ryufai took a bite. He did not know how to describe the taste in words. The texture was naturally very fresh and the fragrance was very unique. When paired with the clear and fragrant Italy white wine, Altavillade La Court, it had an indescribable unique flavor. Old Master Ma, is this white truffle really that valuable? Zia Ryufai said, can you give me a detailed introduction? Xing laughed and said, the price of white truffle is at least $3,000 per pound. This kind of high-quality white truffle from the Alba region is even more priceless. The auction price can even reach tens of thousands of dollars per pound. The heavier the weight of a single white truffle, the higher the price. The reason for such a high price is very simple. It has a unique taste, is rare in production, and cannot be cultivated by man. After listening to Xing's endless introduction, Zia Ryufai finally understood that truffles were a type of fungi growing in the soil under oak or beech trees. Due to the high requirements for humidity, climate, tree species, and soil, it was basically impossible to cultivate. Only truffle hunters and specially trained hounds could find them, so the price had always been high. Truffles had always been a favorite on the Western dining table. Countless people were attracted to its charming fragrance, and there was a huge demand for it every year. White truffle was the most precious of all truffles. Even in a good year, the world's production of white truffle was only about 3 tons, so the price could be imagined. In fact, truffles and wormgrass were surprisingly similar. They were both the results of fungi conversion, the representatives of expensive and luxurious natural nourishments, and both had excellent functions. Therefore, there was a saying that the East ate wormgrass, while the West ate truffles. Hearing Xing's words, Zia Ryufai's heart skipped a beat. This kind of top-grade ingredient was really promising. Others might not be able to cultivate it, but he could. Zia Ryufai looked at the white truffle in the chef's hand and wanted to snatch it away and throw it into the spirit map space. He almost couldn't help but ask Xing for the remaining half truffle. However, Zia Ryufai knew that he couldn't be so impulsive. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious. After the white truffle was picked, it would not be preserved for more than a week. If he didn't eat it, what was he going to do? Hence, Zia Ryufai waited until the luncheon was over. Every dish of this meal used top-quality ingredients, and several dishes were accompanied by precious white truffle. Even if it was a very ordinary dish, the taste of white truffle would immediately change dramatically. This made Zia Ryufai even more determined to develop his white truffle plantation business. After the meal, Zia Ryufai reminisced and said, Mr. Ma, this white truffle is really impressive and memorable. Zia Sheng, that's what every customer who has tasted the high-quality white truffle would say. Xing laughed. Zia Ryufai deliberately put on a bitter face and said, Old Mr. Ma, you've brought me harm. I can't taste anything after I go back. Seeing Zia Ryufai's high opinion of the white truffle, Xing was very happy. He laughed and said, Zia Sheng, this is easy. This is the season for truffles. I'll immediately order my men Italy to buy it and then fly it directly to the 3 mountains so that you can taste the freshest truffles. Zia Ryufai was shocked and quickly said, no, it's too precious. But since you're familiar with it, I'd like to trouble you to help me buy a batch of high-quality truffles. A batch? Xing asked in shock. I don't need a lot, just 1 or 2 kilograms. Zia Ryufai was a little embarrassed as he said, I'll eat a portion for myself. I'm planning to give some to the elders. No problem, Xing said straightforwardly. Zia Sheng, let's not talk about the money. Meixing waved his hand and interrupted Zia Ryufai. I don't even know how to repay you for saving my life. Besides, you should know that this small amount of money is nothing to me. Just give me a chance to express my sincerity. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and smiled. Sure, I'll have to trouble you then. Meixing invited Zia Ryufai to stay in Hong Kong for a few more days, but Zia Ryufai was still worried about his company, so he declined politely. He stayed at the Ma family's house for a day and prepared a course of Chinese medicine for Huan. This time, he added 2/3 of the petals of the exotic flower. This way, Huan would be able to recover completely after the course of treatment. That day, Ma Zhaiming didn't go to work. Instead, he brought his wife and daughter to tour Hong Kong with Zia Ryufai. In the evening, Ma Zhaiming and his wife brought Huan along with Zia Ryufai on Meixing's Sunseeker luxury yacht for a night tour of Hong Kong. They enjoyed the beautiful night view of Hong Kong. The next day, Ma Zhaiming's family personally sent Zia Ryufai to the airport. They used Meixing's private jet, a Gulfstream 650, to send Zia Ryufai back to Sanshan City. Zia Ryufai also enjoyed the luxurious charter flight service. Not only that, but he also had a check of 5 million Chinese dollars in his arms. This was the consultation fee for Meixing's treatment. Zia Ryufai had made a special trip to Hong Kong for this and had even used a precious flower petal. Hence, he did not reject it and accepted it. In addition to the 1 million they had paid for Huan's medical fees, Zia Ryufai had already made 6 million Chinese dollars, which was several times more than what he had earned from stone gambling, growing vegetables, and selling meat. Private planes, luxury cars, yachts, mansions. Zia Ryufai had experienced the life of the top rich people personally this time. He was greatly touched. Although he did not expect to become a rich man in one go or become as rich as Meixing, Zia Ryufai at least had a direction to work towards and an intuitive understanding of the future. After returning to Sanshan, they quickly cleared the customs through the private jet passageway. When they came out of the special terminal building, a Mercedes-Benz car from Hengfeng Group's office in Sanshan was already waiting there. Zia Ryufai asked the driver to send him to Sanshan City. He went to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China to cash out the 2 checks. 1 million yuan was deposited into the company's account to pay for the next stage of the workers' salaries and the rest of the project funds. With this 1 million yuan, it was basically enough for last year. Zia Ryufai deposited the remaining 5 million into his card. He was going to buy another batch of jade before the Spring Festival and was looking forward to the spirit map space being upgraded again. Then Zia Ryufai went to the headquarters of the Lingji restaurant to look for Ling Qingsu and gave her the small gift he had bought in Hong Kong. Although a Cartier crystal necklace worth 100,000 yuan was not considered a luxury to the little princess of the Lingji cosmetics store, Ling Qingsu was still pleasantly surprised. This was the first time Zia Ryufai had bought jewelry for her, so it had a different meaning. Ling Qingsu's face was red and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She bit her lower lip lightly and looked around to make sure no one was around. Then she quickly stood on her tiptoes and gave Zia Ryufai a light kiss on the cheek. She then ran back to the Lingjai headquarters building with a red face. Zia Ryufai touched his cheek that had been suddenly attacked again and grinned. This girl was getting bolder and bolder. She even dared to be so bold in front of her own company. However, Zia Ryufai had originally wanted to invite Ling Qingsu for lunch. However, Ling Qingsu's sudden attack had naturally ruined his plan for lunch. Zia Ryufai lifted his head and looked at the Lingjai building with a smile. At this moment, his phone rang with a WeChat notification. Zia Ryufai took it out and saw that it was a message from Ling Qingsu. This girl, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. He didn't hesitate and immediately sent Ling Qingsu a kiss emoji of a big cat. Ever since he recovered from his terminal illness, Zia Ryufai's attitude towards Ling Qingsu had changed. Although they did not break the ice, Zia Ryufai enjoyed this little ambiguous relationship very much. Ling Qingsu quickly replied with an emoji of an iron hammer hitting the head. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but laugh. Since Ling Qingsu's lunch plan was ruined, Zia Ryufai went to Hu Zai's mother's house. It was almost lunchtime, so he could freeload a meal there and bring the gifts for Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaio. Lin Kaio was on winter vacation, so she stayed at home. Naturally, he was overjoyed to see Zia Ryufai, especially when they saw the gifts that Zia Ryufai had brought from Hong Kong. They were so excited that they cheered. Zia Ryufai had prepared some nutritional supplements for Hu Zai's mother, and Lin Kaio had a set of Dior cosmetics and an authentic Disney doll. Lin Kaio was a big girl now, so she could use some cosmetics. As for the doll, Zia Ryufai had bought it when he was at Disneyland in Hong Kong with Ma Zhaiming's family. Lin Kaio really liked it and played with it for a long time. She didn't even put it down when she was eating. After having a heartwarming lunch with Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaio, Zia Ryufai bade them farewell and left. As there was still some unfinished work on the farm, the construction site was still in a mess. Zia Ryufai promised the two that he would come and pick them up a few days before the Spring Festival. After leaving Lin Kaio's house, Zia Ruifai took a taxi back to Taoyuan Farm. Yi Lingyun and Pang Hao were both busy with their own matters. When they saw Zia Ruifai return, they came over to report the progress of their work. The security system was all in place. Yi Lingyun had personally inspected it. Now, the installation and debugging work was going on in an orderly manner. With Yi Lingyun watching over the scene, Zia Ruifai was very assured. Pang Hao had also managed the finance department's work in an orderly manner. The 15 newly recruited workers had all applied for their salary cards and could be paid directly through the bank. At the same time, the communication with the construction team was also done well, and the construction money was paid to the other party in batches and sufficient amounts. Zia Ruifai was very satisfied with everyone's work. He estimated that in another 5 or 6 days, the entire Taoyuan farm would be ready for use. In the next few days, Zia Ruifai resumed his daily routine. Other than patrolling the construction site, he would read books, surf the internet, go out for a walk with Lightning, or take care of all kinds of plants and crops in the space. During this period, he completed another batch of succulent plants cutting. At the same time, he put the matured succulent seedlings on the shelves for sale, earning him another 100,000 yuan. On the third day, Zia Ruifai suddenly received a call. "Hello, are you Mr. Zia?" "I'm Zia Ruifai. Who are you?" Zia Ruifai asked. "Hello, Mr. Zia. I'm the manager of Hengfeng Group's office in Sanshan. My surname is Huang." The person on the other end of the line said, "Chairman MA of our group's board of directors has something to pass to you. May I know if it's convenient for you to receive it now?" Zia Ruifai knew that the truffles MA Xing had bought for him had arrived. He quickly said, "I'm free anytime. I'll send you the address. Come over now." "All right." After Zia Ruifai sent the address to manager Huang, about half an hour later, a black SUV with a fierce design drove up to the entrance of the villa. Zia Ruifai was shocked when he saw the car. The car was more than 6 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide. The black body of the car completely abandoned the traditional curves and was full of sharp edges and corners. It looked like a bloodthirsty beast with a kind of domineering aura. It was simply a road tank. The half-ton pickup truck was like a little brother in front of it, and the mighty Hummer H2 was like a little sheep next to it. Zia Ruifai quickly used the remote control to open the courtyard gate of the villa. The 3-meter-wide gate was only big enough for the car to pass through. A domineering and fierce off-road vehicle stopped in the courtyard, and a young man in a dark blue suit jumped out of it. "Hello, are you Mr. Zia?" "I am. You must be Manager Huang, right?" Zia Ruifai said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Mr. Zia, you can just call me Zio Huang," Manager Huang said quickly. Zia Ruifai thought Hengfeng Group is indeed a super financial group. A mere manager of the Three Mountains office actually drove such an impressive car. Although he didn't know how much this off-road vehicle with the K logo on the front was worth, he could tell from the outside that it was definitely not cheap. "You're welcome, Mr. Zia," Manager Huang said respectfully. "This is a task personally assigned by Chairman MA. We don't dare to neglect it." Manager Huang opened the car door and took out a large thermos box from the back seat. He handed it to Zia Ruifai and said, "Mr. Zia, please check it." Zia Ruifai took the thermal box and looked at it. It was still sealed by the Hengfeng Group. Seeing that the seal was intact, he smiled and tore it off. He opened the thermal box. It was filled to the brim with rice. Zia Ruifai knew that truffles had to be stored in rice, so he reached in and took a look. Sure enough, he found a piece of white truffle. When he took it out, he saw that although it was smaller than the one he had at the MA family's mansion, the quality was not inferior. Zia Ruifai didn't check how much truffle was in the box. He buried the white truffle in the rice and closed the lid of the chamber. "Mr. Zia, please sign this." Manager Huang passed a list to Zia Ruifai. Zia Ruifai signed his name without a second word. "Manager Huang, I'm going to put down the truffles." "Please excuse me," Zia Ruifai said. Although the rice stored in the insulated box would be fine for a while, Zia Ruifai still couldn't wait to put them into the spirit map space. It was the only place where they could keep the food fresh. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Zia. We haven't finished handing over the items yet," Manager Huang said quickly. "Ah, there's something else." Zia Ruifai was stunned as well. He asked in confusion, "What else is there?" "It's this car." Manager Huang said, "Chairman MA of the corporation instructed me to send this to you. We have already completed all the relevant procedures." "What?" Zia Ruifai couldn't help but cry out. "You're saying, this car is also for me?" "Yeah, Chairman MA personally told us that the car just passed through Hong Kong's customs yesterday. We used all our connections to get all the relevant procedures done in one day," Manager Huang said. Zia Ruifai couldn't help but look at the 2-meter-tall giant off-road vehicle. It was like a muscular monster and had a strong visual impact. Strictly speaking, it was already an armored vehicle. No, this car is too expensive, I can't take it." Zia Ruifai quickly waved his hand and said, "You should just drive back." "Mr. Zia, I'm only in charge of delivering the car and the things to you. I can't make any decisions for other matters," said Manager Huang. "Please help me sign for it first. I really can't accept this," Zia Ruifai said with a bitter smile. Mr. Zia, if you don't accept it, I won't be able to report back. Manager Huang pulled a long face and said, please help me. If you really don't want it, you can call Chairman MA or Chairman MA later and ask them to take it back. Zia Ryufai said helplessly, all right, come, sign for me. Manager Huang was just an errand boy, and Zia Ryufai could not talk to him. Manager Huang quickly took out another sheet of paper and handed it to Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai did not look at it and signed it. Manager Huang passed the car keys and remote control to Zia Ryufai and said, Mr. Zia, let me introduce you to this car. Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly and nodded. All right then. Speaking of cars, Manager Huang immediately perked up and said, Mr. Zia, this Night XV off-road vehicle is produced by Canada's Conquest Vehicle Company. Every one of them is handmade, and there are only 100 of them in the world. The body of the car is made of bulletproof steel plates and glass fiber wheel arches and bumper. The windows and windshield are all made of bulletproof and transparent materials. It is equipped with a 6.8-liter V10 engine with a maximum power of 400 horsepower. The interior uses an improved Ford heavy vehicle chassis. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How was this a car? It was simply a tank. Manager Huang, can you tell me how much this car cost? He quickly asked. Manager Huang smiled and said, the overseas price of this car is $695,000. However, after including the shipping and tariffs, it's definitely worth far more than this price. Chairman MA also customized a thicker armor and deeply modified the car. As far as I know, the total cost is no less than 4 million. All right. This car alone was worth more than 20 million Chinese dollars, which was several times more than Zia Ryufai's current net worth. Even though Zia Ryufai was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the price. Mr. Zia, Manager Huang continued, after the modification, the weight of this car has reached more than 6 tons, and the carrying weight can reach about 3 tons. The internal space has reached 283 cubic inches. Even if 6 professional basketball players sit in it, it won't feel crowded at all. In addition, this car can withstand 20 kilograms of explosives, and the chassis can withstand the impact of hand grenades. In addition, the default bulletproof level of the entire vehicle is B4, but this car can reach B6 after some modifications. Then Manager Huang introduced some other features of the car, such as the Wilton Cashmere carpet, night vision, rear camera system, PS3 game console, Alpine navigation and Bluetooth equipment, bulletproof flat tires, and original factory flashlights. In addition, it was equipped with a built-in oxygen survival kit and other safety features. It also came with a 27-inch LCD TV, a water bar, a freezer, a cigar box, and other facilities. It could be said that it was luxurious in every way. After Manager Huang finished his introduction, he looked at the monster-grade SUV with envy. Then he took out a file and handed it to Zia Ryufai. Mr. Zia, this is the full set of documents for this car. The application for the mainland license plate is already in the process. I will send it to you when it's done. During this period, you must bring these documents with you when you drive out for the traffic police to check. Mr. Zia, I'll take my leave first. Manager Huang said. Manager Huang, it's not easy to get a taxi here since there's no village or shop. Let me send you to the main road nearby. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, I'll try this car too. Then I'll have to trouble you. Manager Huang said, wait a moment, I'll put the truffle in. Zia Ryufai said. He carried the insulated box into the villa and went to the kitchen to avoid everyone's eyes. Then he summoned the spirit map scroll and sent the insulated box into the spirit map space. Then Zia Ryufai quickly walked out of the villa and called Manager Huang to get in the car. The Night XV's chassis was 355 from the ground, so the body of the car looked very high. Zia Ryufai stepped on the pedal and sat in the driver's seat of the super SUV. He had the illusion that he was climbing onto a Dongfeng truck. He took a deep breath, inserted the key into the hole, twisted it, and started the fire. Night XV immediately roared. Zia Ryufai suddenly felt his blood boiling. Zia Ryufai moved his body slightly and felt the handmade leather seat. Then he fastened his seat belt, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator. With a surge of power output, the Night XV that weighed more than 6 tons suddenly shot out. The 6.8-liter V10 engine drove such a heavy body without any sense of delay. Zia Ryufai turned the steering wheel and realized that the car was not as cumbersome as he had imagined. It was very agile. In the army, Zia Ryufai had even driven an armored vehicle before, so it was not a problem for him to drive this monster-class SUV. He drove the car through the villa's gate and came to the road outside. Then he started to step on the accelerator. At that moment, the windows were all open. Zia Ryufai felt as if an airplane had flown by, and the roar of the engine was shocking. The modified Night XV had excellent acceleration. Zia Ryufai felt a push on his back after stepping on the accelerator. The car sped up on the road. The road was only 4 meters wide. The Night XV was speeding on the road at a high speed. It was very exciting. Manager Huang's face turned pale. After a while, they arrived at the main road. Zia Ryufai still had a feeling that he had not had enough. He simply drove the car in the direction of Champing County. Knight XV had the appearance of a domineering dark warrior. Almost 100 of people turned their heads, especially when they arrived at Champing County. Many people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. There were only 100 units of this car in the world, and it was said that there were only 3 in China. It was rare to see one. What was interesting was that there was also a Hummer H2 in Champing County. Zia Ryufai compared it to the Hummer H2. The top of the Hummer only reached the Knight XV's window. In front of the Knight XV, the Hummer was like a delicate little girl. Zia Ryufai dropped manager Huang off at the county town and drove to Taoyuan Farm. Along the way, he also enjoyed his driving. Men seemed to be born with a love for good cars, especially Zia Ryufai, who had been through a lot in the military. In front of such a muscular super SUV, he had no resistance at all. He was deeply fascinated by this road tank. However, he suppressed his excitement and stopped the car by the roadside. He gave Meixing a call. When he was in Hong Kong, Meixing gave Zia Ryufai his private phone number. Zia Sheng, did you receive my gift? Meixing laughed as soon as he picked up the phone. How is it? Do you like it? Zia Ryufai forced a smile. Old Mr. Ma, I'll shamelessly accept the truffles you've given me, but I really can't take this car. Zia Sheng, I bought this Knight XV a while ago. I've been modifying it in Hong Kong. Meixing said, I heard from Jiming that you use an ordinary pickup truck every day, so I wanted to give you this car. Why? Does this car not suit your taste? It's fine if you don't like SUVs. I've also ordered a limited edition Ferrari. Mr. Ma, you've misunderstood. Zia Ryufai quickly interrupted Meixing and said, it's not that I don't like it, but this car is too expensive. I can't take it. This old man was really too much. He gave a supercar without considering whether other people's small hearts could take it. Could it be that all the super rich people were so willful? Meixing immediately pretended to be angry. Zia Sheng, you saved my life. Don't tell me my life is not worth a few $1,000,000. That's not what I meant. I've already accepted the payment for your treatment. It's not right for me to accept this car, Zia Ryufai explained with a bitter smile. Zia Sheng, are you talking about the 5 million Chinese dollars? Meixing laughed and said, that's just a small token of our appreciation. The last time I went to the United States for a small knee joint surgery, it cost more than this. Not to mention, you pulled me back from the gates of hell. Meixing continued, Zia Sheng, why don't you just take this car as my advance payment? That way, I'll be able to ask you for help the next time I have a difficult and complicated illness, right? You're not allowed to decline again. If you do, you're not giving me face. Hahaha, it's just a small token of appreciation. Zia Sheng, don't be so polite. Meixing said with a smile, there's the phone number of the car modification company in the file. Call this number if you have any problems with your car. They will immediately send someone from Hong Kong to deal with it for you. Hahaha, this car really can't be repaired in the mainland. All right, I got it, Zia Ryufai said. He then chatted with Meixing for a while and invited him to visit Sanshan when he was free before he hung up. Zia Ryufai started the car again and drove the powerful and domineering super SUV back to Taoyuan Farm. He had just stopped the car when Pang Hao and Yi Lingyun ran out of the villa. Are you au fait? Whose car is this? The Knight XV. It's 2F seeking awesome. Pang Hao shouted, I've only seen pictures on the internet. I can't believe I actually saw a real car today. Yi Lingyun's eyes lit up as well. Brother Zia, where did you get this car? It's so exciting. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, this car is mine now. What? Pang Hao cried out in shock. Yours. Are you au fait? Did you win the lottery? He's actually buying the Knight XV. A few workers who were working nearby saw the flashy car and surrounded it. When they heard Pang Hao's words, one of them smiled and asked, Boss, this car looks very expensive. It must be more than 1,000,000 yuan, right? More than 1,000,000, Pang Hao's mouth twitched. It's more or less enough to buy the wheels. This car will cost at least 15 million yuan to import into China. What? 115 million? The worker was so shocked by the price that he even stuttered. Brother Zia, is this car really that expensive? Yi Lingyun asked Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. Well, the price of the car is about $15 to $16 million. However, mine has been modified. It cost about $4 million in total. Hiss, there was a series of gasps. Even Pang Hao, who was familiar with the market, was stunned when he heard the price. After a long while, he came back to his senses and reached out his hand to Zia Ryufai impatiently. Hurry, 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 give me the key. Let me go for a walk. Zia Ryufai slapped Pang Hao's hand away and asked, what are you scared of? Do you have a driver's license? Hee, I've already passed subject 3. I'll get my driver's license very soon. Pang Hao laughed awkwardly. Get lost. Zia Ryufai laughed and scolded. I'm not worried about my car, but I'm worried that the wall won't be able to take it. The crowd burst into laughter. Pang Hao knew that he did not have a driver's license, and it was definitely dangerous to drive such a powerful off-road vehicle, so he could only pull back his hand resentfully. Brother Zia, Yi Lingyun said weakly. Zia Ryufai glanced at him and threw the car keys to him. Come back after one round. Don't drive too fast. This is a car, not an airplane. Yes, Yi Lingyun was overjoyed. He quickly opened the car door and got in. Hey, are you au fait? This isn't fair. Why can't you give it to me when I want it? You gave the key to little Yi the moment she opened her mouth, Pang Hao shouted loudly. Xia Ruifai rolled his eyes. Nonsense. He even drove an armored vehicle in the army. How can you compare to him? Pang Hao was suddenly at a loss for words. On the other side, Yi Lingyan could not wait to start the car. The Knight XV made a loud roar. Wait, Pang Hao quickly shouted. I can't drive it, but it shouldn't be a problem to take a car. After that, he jogged to the other side, opened the door of the front passenger seat, and climbed up on his hands and feet. His chubby body seemed very flexible. Yi Lingyan drove Pang Hao and the Knight XV out of the villa's courtyard. Xia Ruifai returned to the villa immediately. Ying was very confident in Yi Lingyan's driving skills. She knew that this kid would definitely be fine. As Xia Ruifai went upstairs, he was thinking about an important matter: cultivating truffles. Xia Ruifai returned to his bedroom, carefully closed the curtains, and locked the door and windows. Then, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his body and entered the spirit map space with a thought. The insulated box with truffles was placed beside the spatial spirit pond. Xia Ruifai carried a clean box and walked over. He opened the chamber and took out the truffles that were buried in the rice. Xia Ruifai realized that there was not only the precious white truffle, but also the high-quality black truffle. After a while, there were two piles of truffles in the tidying box. One was white truffle and the other was black truffle. They were all the purest truffle from the Alba region of Italy. Each pile was about 2 kilograms. Xia Ruifai took some water from the spirit pool and poured it into the sorting box. When the water was just above the truffle, he stopped pouring. Then he took the Tupperware containing the petals of the exotic flower. There were already 16 petals in it. He carefully picked up a petal with a pair of tweezers and threw it into the tidying box. When the flower petal came into contact with the spirit pond water, it immediately dissolved. Xia Ruifai used a small wooden stick to carefully mix the ingredients before leaving the spirit map space. He went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. From a distance, he saw Yi Lingyan's Knight XV driving back, so he left the bedroom and quickly went downstairs. As soon as they arrived downstairs, the huge black SUV rushed into the courtyard and stopped steadily next to the pickup truck. The small pickup truck was like a pocket toy beside the Knight XV. Yi Lingyan and Pang Hao jumped off the car. Yi Lingyan returned the keys to Xia Ruifai and said excitedly, "Brother Xia, this is so satisfying." It was like driving an armored vehicle in the army, and it's much more comfortable than armored vehicles. Next time, if you feel like it, you can come to me for the key. Xia Ruifai laughed. Ruifai, Pang Hao asked meekly that, after I get my driver's license, can you let me have a hand too? He was so envious when he saw Yi Lingyan driving. Xia Ruifai laughed mockingly. Lil fatty, practice your skills first. Once you get your driver's license, you can build that pickup truck however you want. I still have to drive the pickup truck first, Pang Hao said with a bitter face. Of course, there's no after-sales service for this car in China. Even if you scrape off some paint, I'll have to ask the car modification shop in Hong Kong to get it done. Xia Ruifai said, little comrade, don't aim too high. When your skills are good enough, it's not impossible to lend it to you for fun. All right, Xia Ruifai laughed. All right, go and do your work. Yi Lingyan and Pang Hao went off to attend to their own matters, while Xia Ruifai returned to his bedroom, took out the spirit painting scroll, and entered the medium. He had been in the outside world for 10 to 20 minutes, which was about 5 to 6 hours in the medium. The truffles must have fully absorbed the composition of the petals. After Xia Ruifai entered the inner space, he took the box with truffles and walked to the other side. This area was previously empty, and Xia Ruifai did not have the time to develop them. However, 3 days ago, when Xia Ruifai had just returned to Sanshan City, he had bought more than 20 oak saplings through Liang Qichao and planted them. Xia Ruifai even used a petal of a strange flower to make a solution to water it. 3 days' time was equivalent to almost 2 months in the origin space. Now, this place had become an oak forest. These oak trees had long since survived and had grown to the size of a bowl. Xia Ruifai put down the box of truffles and then went to the side to get a shovel. Xia Ruifai had also searched for information on truffle cultivation on the internet. Basically, the success rate of artificial cultivation of truffles was extremely low. At present, there were some relevant scientific research institutions in China that had made some attempts, mainly to carry out artificial infection on sterile saplings, and then transplant the infected truffle saplings into the forest. The success rate of this method was still not high, and it required special delicate maintenance and management of the forest, and it would take 6 to 8 years for truffles to be produced. During this period, if the soil quality, temperature, humidity, sunlight, and other environmental factors couldn't meet the conditions to produce truffles, it was likely to be a waste of effort. Naturally, Xia Ruifai did not know how to infect the saplings with the fungi, so he decided to use the stupid method. He first took out a military dagger and cut the white truffle and black truffle into slices. Then he started to dig under the oak tree with the shovel. Xia Ruifai realized that the oak tree had completely taken root. Its roots were very thick, obviously due to the effect of the petal solution. He dug 20 centimeters deep, then used his hands to push away the soil next to the oak tree root. He placed the cut truffle close to the root, then filled the space with soil and poured the newly formulated flower petal solution. Zia Ryufai did not know how to infect the oak tree root with the truffle fungi, but the ready-made truffle was stuck to the root and had been watered with the petal solution. It should be able to infect it successfully. Then they did the same thing. Every thick root of each tree was dug out, and truffles were implanted in them. They were then refilled and watered with a petal solution. In order to increase the success rate, Zia Ryufai had placed several pieces of truffle on each root in different positions. Even so, after planting all 4 kilograms of truffles, Zia Ryufai was so tired that he was sweating. He had dug at least 1 to 200 holes. For more than 10 hours, he had been digging holes, planting truffle slices, filling them back, and watering them. After everything was done, Zia Ryufai straightened his body and stretched his sore waist. He muttered to himself, "It's finally done. You guys have to work hard. Otherwise, all my investment will be in vain." Not to mention the expensive truffles, Zia Ryufai had spent 3 petals to plant one in the oak tree and another one to soak in truffles. He had used another one when he planted the truffles at the root. If this stupid method didn't work, it would be a huge loss. Of course, now that everything was done, he could only wait. It would take at least 4 to 5 years to see the results in the outside world. However, Zia Ryufai's inner space had the time acceleration, the petal solution, the spatial spirit pool water, and the spiritual energy in the upgraded inner space. The results would probably be out in a month or so. If truffles could be produced, it would be close to the end of the traditional truffle season and bring Zia Ryufai a lot of profits. Zia Ryufai left the medium and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After washing away the dust on his body, it was almost time to eat. By the time Zia Ryufai went downstairs, Yilingyan had already prepared lunch. Ever since Yingying moved in, Zia Ryufai did not have to worry about cooking. He only had to make sure that there were ingredients in the refrigerator. After having lunch with Yilingyan and Pang Hao, Zia Ryufai returned to his room. He took out his phone and was about to call Boss Chen of Lingyu House. The farm would be ready for use in a few days, and it would be the spring festival soon. It would be very busy then, so Zia Ryufai wanted to use these 2 days to exchange the 5 million yuan for jade to see if he could evolve the spirit map space again. 5 million yuan was a little too much. Zia Ryufai was worried that Spirit Jade House might not be able to gather so many goods in a short time, so he decided to make a call first in case he found nothing. Haha, brother Zia. As soon as Boss Chen picked up the phone, he laughed heartily and said, "Why did you think of calling me? Are you itching to gamble in my shop again?" "Forget about the stone gambling," Zia Ryufai smiled. "I know my limits. Boss Chen, I'm looking for you to buy another batch of jade. The quantity is a bit large, so I'm calling to ask first." "Oh, how much do you need?" When Boss Chen heard that there was business, he was immediately interested. 5 million Chinese dollars. Zia Ryufai said indifferently and continued to ask, "Do you have any in stock?" Boss Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. A business deal of 5 million yuan was not a small deal even in the jade industry. Furthermore, Zia Ryufai was a long-term customer, and the demand for jade was increasing every time. Boss Chen quickly calculated the stock in the store and said, "It shouldn't be a problem. Brother Zia, you can come over at any time." In fact, there was not much stock in Spirit Jade House. However, Boss Chen had agreed to it in order to secure a long-term customer like Zia Ryufai. He had a few other jade owners who he had good relations with. It was not a big problem to ask them to help with the turnover temporarily. "That's great, I'll drive over now," Zia Ryufai said. Then Zia Ryufai took his bank card and went downstairs to inform Yilingyan. He then drove his newly acquired Night XV towards the antique street of the Flowers and Birds Market in the Three Mountains City. This car naturally earned a lot of heads when it entered the city. Zia Ryufai found a parking lot near the antique street and parked his muscular Night XV before walking to Lingyu House. By the time Zia Ryufai arrived at Lingyu House, Boss Chen had already prepared the 5 million yuan worth of jade that he needed. After Zia Ryufai checked that there were no mistakes, both parties happily completed the transaction. Boss Chen even invited Zia Ryufai to buy 2 raw stones next door to play with, but Zia Ryufai rejected him tactfully. It was good to play stone gambling occasionally. If one bought it often, even if he chose a raw stone with a high price and did not open it on the spot, there was always the risk of exposing his secret. Besides, Zia Ryufai made money very quickly, so buying jade was the safest way. After taking the 5 million yuan worth of jade, Zia Ryufai bade farewell to Boss Chen and left Spirit Jade House. After retrieving the overbearing Night XV, Zia Ryufai drove back to Paradise Farm. Yilingyan and Pang Hao were busy with their own things. Zia Ryufai carried a big bag of jade and went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. After locking the door and windows, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Without another word, Zia Ryufai opened the big bag of jade and let the spirit map scroll absorb it. The pieces of jade were thrown into the painting and disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Each piece of jade was worth at least 10,000, or even tens of thousands, and they were thrown into the spirit map scroll one after another as if they were free. Even though Xia Ruifai was already used to the evolution of the spirit painting, he could not help but feel the pain in his heart. The jade that was worth 5 million Chinese dollars was completely absorbed by the painting in a short while. Xia Ruifai couldn't wait to enter the spirit map space. First of all, he felt that the invisible spirit qi in the space had become denser, and he felt as if he was floating in the air when he took a deep breath. Looking around, Xia Ruifai could feel that the space had expanded. However, the space had become very large, and it was not easy to see how much it had expanded. On the other hand, the spatial spirit pond had become much bigger. However, Xia Ruifai frowned slightly. He realized that the diameter of the spatial spirit pool had increased to about 6 to 7 meters. After the first evolution, the diameter of the spirit pool had become 2 meters, and the second time, it had become 4 meters. The space for the third evolution did not expand, but there was an invisible spiritual qi inside, which allowed Xia Ruifai to keep the spirit map scroll in his body. According to the previous pattern, since the space for evolution had been expanded, the diameter of the spirit pool should have been expanded to about 8 meters. How could it only be 6 or 7 meters? Xia Ruifai frowned and thought for a while. Then he decided not to care about this. He was most concerned about the plant and the 5-colored flower on it. Hence, Xia Ruifai quickly walked towards the nameless plant, 12,345. Xia Ruifai counted twice and realized that there were still 5 petals. It was not like he had expected to see an additional petal. He had just harvested 5 petals 3 days ago, and the 5 petals today were newly grown. According to the previous pattern, it was very likely that the 6th petal would appear. Xia Ruifai's brows furrowed even more. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a change. At the end of one of the branches of the nameless plant hung a thumb-sized fruit, green with a hint of light red. Xia Ruifai's heart started to beat faster. The petals of the wondrous flower already had so many heaven-defying effects, but this time, the nameless plant actually bore a fruit. What kind of special effects would this fruit have? Xia Ruifai couldn't help but feel excited and let his imagination run wild. However, he quickly realized that the fruit was not fully ripe yet. When he thought about the size of the spatial spirit pool, he had an answer. The evolution of the realm this time was not complete. After coming to this conclusion, Xia Ruifai wanted to cry but had no tears. The first evolution of the space only used a piece of jade paperweight given by Professor Tian. The second evolution cost him 500,000 yuan of jade. The third time, he had spent 2 to 3 million yuan worth of jade. Of course, this evolution also allowed Xia Ruifai to keep the spirit map scroll in his body, solving the biggest hidden danger. This time, it was a jade worth 5 million yuan. After absorbing it, it still hadn't completely evolved. The upgrade and evolution of this spirit map space was really too costly. However, the benefits of the evolution were obvious. Not to mention the expansion of space and the increase in time flow, Xia Ruifai felt that it was worth it to spend any amount of money on the extra petal of the flower. One had to know that the petals of this strange flower would grow new every 3 days, and there would be one more petal every time. After a long time, it would accumulate to an incredible number. It could have more than 100 petals in a year. And this time, a spiritual fruit that seemed to be of a higher grade appeared. Xia Ruifai had a feeling that this new spiritual fruit would be worth it even if he had to spend another 5 million. It seemed like he still had to think of ways to earn more money. Xia Ruifai furrowed his brows as he tried to think of a quick way to earn money. It would be best if he could get some money to buy jade before the spring festival. The space was halfway through its evolution. Xia Ruifai's heart felt like it was hanging in the air, or like it had been scratched by a cat's paw. He couldn't wait to get more jade to complete the evolution of the space. If he wanted to make money quickly, he naturally had to think of a way from the resources inside the space. Xia Ruifai released his mind and scanned the space like a scanner, hoping to find some money-making inspiration from the things that were planted and raised in the space. Just as Xia Ruifai's thoughts were passing through the space, he suddenly felt a very mysterious connection with a certain place in the space. He had never felt such a feeling before his complete evolution. Xia Ruifai looked confused. He strengthened the telepathic connection as he slowly walked toward the location he sensed. Xia Ruifai followed his senses and slowly walked to the edge of the space. In front of him was a layer of green membrane, and the invisible connection seemed to be even stronger. Xia Ruifai closed his eyes and tried to sense it. Gradually, this feeling became clearer. Xia Ruifai vaguely felt that there was another layer of space outside the membrane, and he had a spiritual connection with it. However, perhaps because the evolution this time was incomplete, this mental connection was always vague. The specific situation in outer space was always like a fog, unable to be clearly sensed. However, this discovery still made Xia Ruifai extremely excited. a nested space outside the space. The current spirit map space had already given Zia Ryufai too many surprises. What kind of surprise would the space outside bring him? The evolution this time was obviously not complete. If he continued to absorb jade and reach the level of complete evolution, would he be able to open this space? Also, would the spiritual fruit on that nameless plant also mature? Zia Ryufai's heart was filled with excitement. At this time, he was completely immersed in the joy of continuous exploration. Zia Ryufai felt that he had never been so eager to make money. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then began to think about how to earn a large sum of money in a short time to exchange for jade. If it really didn't work, he could only gamble on stones again. If they bought a good raw stone, they would not dissect it on the spot, but bring it back for the spirit map space to absorb. Of course, Zia Ryufai did not plan to do so unless he had no other choice. When Zia Ryufai's eyes fell on the Phoebe Genin forest, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He quickly walked to the largest Aurelia tree that had been transplanted. The last time he had entered the spirit map space, Zia Ryufai had already noticed that the ginseng that he had planted seemed to grow very quickly. Under these Phoebe Genin trees, one could see many green compound leaves, especially under the largest one, where 3 or 4 of them were quite tall. Zia Ryufai had done some research on the internet before he started to sow the seeds. He knew that the price of authentic, high-quality wild ginseng was very high, and it was extremely rare. If he brought it to an old Chinese medicine shop, it would definitely be bought at a high price. Thinking of this, Zia Ryufai couldn't help but feel tempted, but he wasn't sure. After all, the ginseng had only been planted for a month. According to the time flow, they had only been growing in the space for about 2 years. How much could 2 years of ginseng be worth? Of course, it could not be counted that way. After all, the spiritual qi in the space was rich. Even without the effect of time flow, the growth speed of crops was far faster than the outside world. Furthermore, Zia Ryufai had watered the plants with a certain amount of petal solution. He would usually bring in the spiritual pond water from the spatial space to water the plants. Therefore, it was really difficult to judge to what extent it would actually grow to. Zia Ryufai thought for a long time and decided to sell the ginseng for money. However, since he had already decided, he felt that he really couldn't dig it out immediately. To be on the safe side, Zia Ryufai used a petal to make a bottle of solution. Then he picked 3 ginseng that were growing the best and poured the petal solution on them. Then Zia Ryufai left the space in a flash. Zia Ryufai stayed in the outside world for an entire day. He only returned to his room after lunch the next day and locked the door and windows. He then took out the spirit map and entered the medium. Once he entered the spirit map space, Zia Ryufai ran straight to the Phoebe Genin tree. He found that the 3 ginsengs that had been watered with the petal solution had grown a lot, and there were even many red seeds on the top. They stood out among the sea of ginsengs. Whether this petal was worth it or not would depend on the quality of the ginseng. Zia Ryufai wasn't worried about the quality at all. As long as it was something produced in the spirit map space, it would never be of poor quality. The only thing he was worried about was the age. He would only know if he dug it out. Zia Ryufai found a shovel and carefully dug into the soil near the ginseng's roots. Of course, he only used a shovel in the beginning. After digging a little, he changed to digging with his bare hands. This was because he had checked the information and knew that the roots of the expensive wild ginseng were intact. Otherwise, the price would be greatly reduced. Therefore, this was a task that tested one's patience. Zia Ryufai had no lack of patience. He used his fingers to dig out the ginseng bit by bit until the whole ginseng was out. The main root of the ginseng was about 12 to 13 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb. The lower part had 2 main roots forming a human-shaped cylinder. The root was very long and thin, 2 to 3 times the size of the main root. There were many protruding dots on the top of the root, like small pearls decorating it. Zia Ryufai had only looked up some basic information on the internet and did not know what grade A ginseng could be. However, it seemed to be much smaller than what he had expected. However, Zia Ryufai did not hesitate and immediately started to poach the second one. In the end, all 3 ginsengs were dug out, and the size and weight were almost the same. Zia Ryufai carefully cleaned the soil on the roots and placed the 3 ginsengs side by side on the ground in the inner space. He was looking for dried ginsengs, as if he was buying them in a pharmacy. Zia Ryufai did this so that they could dry naturally in the inner space. He left the medium and went back to his room to check on the Chinese medicine stores in Sanshan City. He found out that there was a branch of Tongren Tang in Sanshan City, on Huban Road in the Bell Tower district. Zia Ryufai immediately decided to go to Tongren Tang to sell ginseng. Tongren Hall was a 100-year-old brand, and its reputation was still guaranteed. He stayed in the outside world for 2 to 3 hours. When he returned to the space, the 3 ginsengs had become smaller again. They were dry and hard inside and outside, and the water should have been mostly discharged. Hence, Zia Ryufai took the ginseng back to his room and sealed them in a plastic bag. Then he found 3 similar-sized long paper boxes and packed them. Zia Ryufai put the 3 boxes into his bag and picked up the key to the Night XV on the computer table. He went downstairs and drove straight to Sanshan City. Zia Ryufai found Tongren Hall on Hubin Road in the Bell Tower district on the car navigation system. After setting up the route, he drove all the way to the city. Along the way, the wild and domineering Night XV attracted a lot of attention, especially after entering the city. The huge monster-class SUV drove through the traffic, giving a strong visual impact. Many drivers couldn't help but take photos of Zia Ryufai's car with their phones. After Zia Ryufai parked his car at Tongren Hall, he took his bag and walked in. When they arrived at the counter, a young salesgirl asked politely, "Sir, what medicine do you need?" Zia Ryufai took out a paper box from his bag and placed it on the counter. He smiled and asked, "Do you accept ginseng here?" "Of course we'll accept the ginseng," the young salesgirl said with a smile, "but our Tongren Hall has high requirements for the quality of ginseng. We don't accept ordinary ginseng," she said as she opened the paper box that Zia Ryufai had pushed over. With just a glance, the salesgirl's expression immediately froze and she said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll invite our apothecary over." Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. From the reaction of the salesgirl, he guessed that the ginseng he brought out must be of good quality. After all, although this salesgirl was young, she had been influenced by Tongren Hall and must know what was good. The fact that she valued it so much already explained the problem. Very quickly, an old medicine master with white hair and a white beard walked over with the female shop assistant. He nodded politely at Zia Ryufai and then looked at the ginseng. The old medicine master's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took out a pair of reading glasses from his white coat and put them on. He then took out a small magnifying glass and looked closer. He looked at it very carefully and even picked up the ginseng from the box. After looking at it for a long time, he said excitedly, "Sir, this wild ginseng of yours is of excellent quality and maturity. Our Tongren Hall is willing to buy it for 700,000 yuan. Old medicine master looked at Zia Ryufai expectantly. There were very few real wild ginseng in the market now. Even a 100-year-old brand like Tongren Hall did not have a lot of wild ginseng in stock. It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a wild ginseng with almost perfect 5 forms and 6 bodies, so the old apothecary was also eager to take it. It was no exaggeration to say that such a wild ginseng was enough to become the treasure of this Tongren Tang branch. When Zia Ryufai heard the price of 700,000, he was relieved. The old doctor saw that Zia Ryufai did not say anything and quickly said, "Sir, 700,000 is definitely the real price. Our Tongren Hall is a 100-year-old shop. We will never deceive our customers and ruin our reputation." "I believe you," Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Then he took out 2 other paper boxes from his bag and placed them on the counter. He gently pushed them towards the old medicine master and said, "Please take a look at these 2 as well. If the price is right, I'll sell them to you." There were 2 more. The old apothecary's eyes almost popped out. He quickly opened the box. When he saw the 2 ginsengs that were no worse than the first one, his heart couldn't help but race. Usually it was rare to see even one such ginseng, but this time there were actually 3. The old medicine master looked at it repeatedly with a magnifying glass, afraid to miss a detail. After looking at it for more than 10 minutes, the old apothecary finally confirmed that these 3 ginsengs were all authentic wild ginsengs. Moreover, according to the grading standard, they were at least first-grade ginsengs, and might even be special-grade ginsengs. "Sir, Tongren Hall will take all 3 of these ginsengs." The old medicine master said, "With my authority, I can give you a maximum of 720,000 yuan for each. What do you think?" The old apothecary had also made up his mind to buy these 3 wild ginseng, so he gritted his teeth and added another 20,000 yuan for each. "Deal," Zia Ryufai said readily. Soon, both parties signed a simple ginseng transfer agreement. Zia Ryufai's almost empty bank card had an additional 2.16 million Huaxia dollars. When Zia Ryufai was leaving, the old medicine master sent him to the door with great enthusiasm and said, "Sir, if you have such high-quality wild ginseng in the future, you must come to our Tongren Hall again. We'll take as many as you have." Zia Ryufai agreed with a smile. However, he didn't have any plans to sell wild ginseng in the short term. Such a precious wild ginseng wasn't a carrot. If he sold one every few days, even a fool could see the problem. Moreover, these 3 ginsengs had grown using the petal solution. The other ginsengs in the spirit map space still needed time to grow. The longer they were planted, the higher their value. Wasn't it a waste of God's gift to dig them out now? After Zia Ryufai returned to the car, she immediately took out her phone and called Boss Chen of Lingyu House. "Hello, Brother Zia." Boss Chen greeted him with great enthusiasm. "Boss Chen, sorry to disturb you again." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "The quality of the jade from yesterday was not bad. I want to buy some more. Do you still have any?" Boss Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that this young master was treating jade as cabbage in the market. He had just bought it for 5 million yesterday, and he wanted it again today. Zia Ryufai had already bought all the jades of this grade in his shop. Yesterday, in order to gather the jades worth 5 million yuan, he even went to another shop to make some turnover. Brother Zia, how much do you need? Boss Chen asked. Around 2 million, Zia Ruefei answered after a moment of silence. Boss Chen took in a cold breath and said with a bitter smile, Brother Zia, to tell you the truth, the jadeite I bought yesterday was basically all I have in my store. Is that so? Zia Ruefei felt a little regretful. I'll go somewhere else then. It seemed that he could only ask another shop. He had a great time working with Boss Chen. It was quite troublesome to change to another store. He didn't know if other stores were willing to sell raw jade. Boss Chen gritted his teeth and said, Brother Zia, give me 3 days. I'm sure I can get the jade material that's worth 2 million yuan in 3 days. Can I? Boss Chen knew that he had to keep a close eye on a good customer like Zia Ruefei. If he went to another store this time, he might not come back to buy from him again. Although the profit from selling jadeite directly was relatively low, Zia Ruefei's demand was huge. Zia Ruefei thought for a while and nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Boss Chen. What are you saying? You're taking care of my business. I should be the one thanking you, Boss Chen said with a bright smile. After hanging up the phone, Zia Ruefei started the car and drove back to Taoyuan Farm. Zia Ruefei stayed in the farm for the next 2 days because all the projects were in the final stage. On the 3rd day, the security system that Yi Lingyan was responsible for was in place, and the construction of the entire peach blossom farm was completed successfully. Zia Ruefei immediately organized the inspection. One had to admit that the quality of the construction team sent by Liang Qichao was first class. Zia Ruefei led Yi Lingyan, Peng Hao, and manager Li around the entire farm and basically could not find any problems. All the construction was done in accordance with the design requirements, and the quality was guaranteed. There was no slacking in construction. Zia Ruefei readily signed his name on the project acceptance form and asked Peng Hao to pay the rest of the money in the afternoon. According to the usual practice, the construction company would keep a part of the remaining money and pay it after the project had been put into use for a period of time. However, Zia Ruefei and Liang Qichao were very close, so he did not do that. In any case, if there were any problems with the project in the future, Liang Qichao would not go back on his word. After the inspection, Zia Ruefei was about to drive to the Spirit Jade House to collect the new batch of jadeite when a few workers he had recruited came to the villa. They said that they had something to report to their boss. Zia Ruefei closed the car door and asked with a gentle smile, Why are you looking for me? One of the workers, who was in his 40s and had a dark face, said, Boss, now that the farm is completed, we've discussed it and feel that we should plant the vegetables immediately so that they can be sold on the market after the spring festival. This worker was called Cao Taishu. He was one of the young and vigorous workers among the 15. He had also worked outside and seen the world, so everyone recommended him to report to Zia Ruefei. These days, the workers had been learning from the technical staff of the factory building the greenhouse, so they were very familiar with the performance of this modern greenhouse. They also knew that although it was winter now, planting vegetables in the greenhouse would not have any impact at all, so everyone couldn't hold it in anymore. They received a salary of 5,000 yuan a month, but it had been half a month since they did any real work. At most, they were just helping out at the construction site, so they couldn't wait to start working. The rural people's views were so simple. Zia Ruefei smiled. Old cow, the new year is coming. I was thinking of letting everyone rest for a few days. We'll talk about it after the new year. What are you resting for, boss? Asked Cao Taishu anxiously. We're all trying our best to do a good job. I can't take a break. Zia Ruefei couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was a good thing that the workers were so enthusiastic about work. Zia Ruefei naturally wouldn't dampen their enthusiasm. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, then let's start sowing tomorrow. My friend is using a new technology to grow some vegetables. I'll go to his place in the city to buy the seeds. We'll start work tomorrow, all right. Cao Taishu happily rubbed his hands and said, Boss, we'll go to the greenhouse first. While the technicians from the manufacturers are still here, we can learn more. That greenhouse is too advanced. Zia Ruefei smiled and nodded. The workers went to the greenhouse enthusiastically. Zia Ruefei drove to Sanshan City. He first went to Lingyu House to find Boss Chen and bought the jade that was worth 2 million yuan. Then Zia Ruefei went to the Forestry Bureau to inform them that he was going to pick up Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaio to return to Taoyuan Farm together. This was also agreed in advance that everyone would be celebrating the new year together this year. Zia Ruefei had given them a call before they came to the city, so they had already prepared a change of clothes when Zia Ruefei arrived at their house. Brother Ruefei. Lin Kaio saw Zia Ruefei and shouted happily. Today, Lin Kaio was wearing a rose-red down jacket and a pair of skinny blue jeans. She had a lively ponytail and was full of youth. Zia Ruefei also smiled and said, Kaio, how were your final exam results? If it's too bad, there won't be any New Year presents this time. Lin Kaio made a face at Zia Ruefei and said, I'm ranked 15th in my class this time. Oh really? Our Kaio is so powerful. Zia Ryufai said happily. Lin Kaio's school was one of the top middle schools in the province, and her class was one of the top liberal arts classes in the school. Therefore, it was quite impressive for her to rank 15th. Zia Ryufai knew that when Lin Kaio first transferred to this school, she was in the middle-lower range in the class of more than 50 people. That's right, you got your New Year's gift, right? Lin Kaio said with a proud expression. Huzai's mother rolled her eyes at Lin Kaio and said, Kaio, you're already so proud just because you got 15th place. You still dare to ask your brother Ryufai for a gift. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, Auntie, it wasn't easy for Kaio to get the 15th place. She must have put in a lot of effort. Lin Kaio grabbed Zia Ryufai's arm tightly and said, Brother Ryufai knows me best. All right. How old are you? You're still acting like a child, Huzai's mother said with a smile. Auntie, let's go when everything is ready. Zia Ryufai said, have you turned off the water, electricity, and gas in the house? It's all good. Huzai's mother smiled and said, let's go. We're going to Brother Ryufai's house for the new year. Lin Kaio shouted happily. Each of them had one bag, and Zia Ryufai easily picked them up with one in each hand. The three of them went downstairs and walked straight to Zia Ryufai's car. When Lin Kaio saw Zia Ryufai unlocking the door with the remote control and opening the door of the Night XV, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide and exclaim, this car is so cool. Brother Ryufai, is this your car? Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded, yeah, I just got a new car, how do you feel? One word, cool. Lin Kaio looked at Night XV and murmured. Zia Ryufai knocked on Lin Kaio's head and said, that's 3 words. Brother Ryufai, you're so old-fashioned. Do you know what it's like to say now? Lin Kaio said with a smile. Zia Ryufai didn't expect to be looked down upon by this little girl. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened the door of the back seat and said, Auntie Kaio, there's more space in the back and it's more comfortable. You two can sit in the back. With that, Zia Ryufai put their bags into the car. Lin Kaio immediately shouted, I don't want to. It'll only feel better when you're sitting in front. Mom, you can sit at the back alone. I'll go sit in front with Brother Ryufai. You crazy girl. Hu-er's mother laughed and scolded. She didn't care about Lin Kaio and got into the car with Zia Ryufai's help. Lin Kaio couldn't wait to open the door of the passenger seat. She stepped on the pedal with one foot and grabbed the handle with the other hand and nimbly sat in the passenger seat. Zia Ryufai walked around the front of the car and went to the driver's seat. He opened the door and got in. After starting the car, Zia Ryufai stepped on the accelerator lightly. Night XV roared. Zia Ryufai left the Forestry Bureau's residence and drove through the traffic of Sanshin City. On the way, Lin Kaio was very excited. She took out her phone and took pictures here and there. One moment, she fiddled with the high-end sound system in the car, and the next moment, she was very interested in the huge LCD screen in the central control. This made Huzai's mother very nervous. She was fidgeting in the back seat and kept reminding Lin Kaio not to touch the things in the car for fear that she would affect Zia Ryufai's driving. Zia Ryufai didn't care. He just looked at Lin Kaio affectionately with a relaxed smile. The car drove out of the city's traffic and drove quickly along the winding highway. Soon, they returned to Taoyuan Farm. Zia Ryufai did not stop the car. He drove along the newly built asphalt road inside the farm to the courtyard of the holiday villa. As soon as Zia Ryufai and the rest got off the car, Lightning rushed over and pounced on Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai caressed Lightning's smooth fur and told it that Huzai's mother and Lin Kaio were his family members. He also reminded it not to scare them. Then Zia Ryufai asked Pang how to bring the mother and daughter around the farm, while he took out the bag of jade from the trunk and went upstairs. He couldn't wait to let the spirit painting scroll absorb the jade. After locking the door and windows in his bedroom, Zia Ryufai could not wait to summon the painting scroll from his palm. He opened the bag full of jades and grabbed a handful of jadeite, letting the painting absorb it. The 2 million yuan worth of jade was almost completely absorbed in just a few minutes. When there were only 3 or 4 pieces of jade left in his bag, Zia Ryufai could clearly feel that the spiritual connection between the spirit map and his body had suddenly become much closer. He could also feel that there seemed to be a qualitative change in the space. Zia Ryufai was overjoyed. He quickly absorbed the remaining 3 or 4 pieces of jade into the spirit map space. Then he entered the space in a flash. After entering the spirit map space, Zia Ryufai felt that the spiritual chi was much denser. The feeling of relaxation even made him unwilling to return to the outside world. The other obvious feeling was that the spatial zone had expanded. Although the spatial zone had expanded to the point that Zia Ryufai could not see it directly, he could still tell from the size of the spatial spirit pond. He took out the tape measure that he had prepared in advance and measured the diameter of the spatial spirit pond. 8 meters. According to the rules of the previous evolutions, this was an important sign that the realm had completed its evolution this time. From the looks of it, the size of the space should have expanded to about 8 acres. In fact, Zia Ryufai's connection with the spirit map space was already very close. Just like when the space had just finished evolving, he could feel it. It was just that when he entered the space, he confirmed this conclusion through various evidence. Zia Ryufai went to the nameless plant. What he was most concerned about was the newly appeared spirit fruit. Zia Ryufai took a closer look and immediately revealed a happy expression. The fruit had turned from green to dark red and was emitting an alluring fragrance. It was obvious that it had ripened. As for the petals of the strange flower, there was still no increase. Zia Ryufai had already picked the last petal. Today was the third day and the strange flower had grown again. There were still 5 petals, no more and no less. However, Zia Ryufai was not disappointed. He believed that the value of this fruit would far exceed that of the petals. Zia Ryufai stood in front of the nameless plant and started to worry again. Zia Ryufai was hesitating whether he should pick it or not. After much thought, Zia Ryufai decided to take it down. He wanted to test if the fruit would grow back after a while like the petals of a strange flower. Zia Ryufai was very cautious when he decided to pick it. He found a new Tupperware and covered it with a thick layer of medical gauze. Then he placed the Tupperware under the fruit with one hand and used a pair of small scissors with the other hand to gently cut off the small branch with the fruit. The dark red fruit fell on the medical gauze in the Tupperware. Throughout the entire process, Zia Ryufai did not touch the fruit with his hands. He was afraid that it would be absorbed by his body the moment he touched it, just like the petals of the strange flower. This fruit was obviously much more precious than the petals of the wondrous flower. Zia Ryufai would definitely not be willing to use it so easily. Who knew when it would be of great use? He carefully closed the container, then picked all the petals of the flower and put them in another container. Now he already had 17 petals. After putting the 2 containers away carefully, Zia Ryufai walked excitedly to the place where he had sensed something last time. In fact, when Zia Ryufai entered the space today, that feeling was even stronger. He followed the feeling and slowly walked to the expanded space membrane and tried to communicate with it with his mind. The wonderful feeling appeared again, and this time it was much clearer than 3 days ago. Zia Ryufai closed his eyes and tried to give an order. There was a slight pulling force. When Zia Ryufai opened his eyes, he realized that he was no longer in the original space. Of course, it was not in the outside world. This was clearly another independent space. Zia Ryufai was standing on a patch of green grass. He estimated that the space was much wider than the original spirit map. As far as the eye could see, in addition to this grassland, there was a small hill in the distance. At the foot of the hill, there was a small stream winding around the mountain, flowing into a small lake about 1 mu in size. Zia Ryufai raised his head and looked up. There was a green halo above him. He did not know how high he was from the ground, but there was an obvious difference between the sky and the outside world. He walked straight to the small hill. The highest point of the hill was only about 10 meters from the ground. From afar, it looked like a big bun. When they reached the foot of the hill, Zia Ryufai first crouched down by the stream. He cupped some water from the stream with both hands and took a few sips. He realized that the stream water tasted exactly the same as the water from the spatial spirit pond. Zia Ryufai looked at the upstream of the stream. The winding stream had appeared out of thin air from the space membrane. Zia Ryufai had a thoughtful look on his face. He felt that this stream was related to the spatial spirit pond. Perhaps they had the same origin. Then Zia Ryufai walked around the hill. When he was halfway there, his eyes suddenly focused and his pace suddenly quickened. He saw a stone tablet at the foot of a small hill not far away. This was Zia Ryufai's first time seeing an artificial object after obtaining the spirit map space. Zia Ryufai's heart was a little agitated as he carefully approached the stone tablet. Looking at it up close, Zia Ryufai was even more certain that it was not formed naturally because there were obvious knife and axe marks on it. It was definitely man-made. The stone tablet looked gray and was made of an unknown stone. There were obvious traces of chiseling on it, but Zia Ryufai looked at it from top to bottom a few times but could not see any writing. This was a wordless monument. Zia Ryufai looked at it for a long time but could not figure it out. He smiled bitterly. Then he carefully reached out his hand to the stone tablet. Zia Ryufai placed the back of his hand gently on the stone tablet. At this moment, he was also full of vigilance. Once he realized that something was wrong, he would immediately stop. The stone tablet was cold, and there was nothing strange about it. However, Zia Ryufai's sharp senses still detected that when his hand touched the stone tablet, there was a spiritual connection between him and the stone tablet. It was similar to the connection between him and the spirit map. However, the connection was very weak and did not provide Zia Ryufai with any useful information. Zia Ryufai sighed and retracted his hand. It seemed like he could only wait for the next evolution of the space. He could faintly feel that this stone tablet that had suddenly appeared in space was something very important. Zia Ryufai looked around in confusion. He couldn't figure out what was so special about this new space. It was also filled with dense spiritual energy, and it was also a small space, so why did it have to be divided into 2? Zia Ryufai compared the 2 spaces one by one in his heart, trying to find out the intention of the original creator of the spirit map scroll. Suddenly, an idea came to Zia Ryufai's mind. He thought of a possibility. The flow of time, Zia Ryufai thought of this factor. The conditions of the two spaces seemed to be similar in all aspects. The only thing that he could not feel was the flow of time. Zia Ryufai was in the spirit map space where time flowed 20 times faster. He felt exactly the same as the outside world. Thinking of this, Zia Ryufai decided to do a test immediately. With a thought, he felt a familiar sense of dizziness. Zia Ryufai was surprised to find himself in the room outside and not in the original space as he had imagined. This discovery surprised Zia Ryufai. He picked up the small alarm clock from the bedside table and tried to communicate with the spirit map scroll with his mind. Soon, he found that he could enter the original spirit map space or the newly discovered space according to his will. It was clear that these two spaces were connected to each other, yet they were also relatively independent. Zia Ryufai ordered in his mind. The next moment, he appeared in the newly discovered space. Zia Ryufai was already very familiar with testing the flow of time. Before he entered the space, he had already checked the time on his alarm clock and phone to make sure that they were the same, and he would never bring his phone into the medium. Hence, after Zia Ryufai confirmed the time on his alarm clock, he left the new space and returned to the outside world. After staying in the outside world for 5 minutes, Zia Ryufai entered the new space again. He took a look at the clock and saw that 5 minutes had passed in the new space. As expected, the biggest difference between the two spaces was the flow of time. The flow of time in this new space was the same as the outside world. This discovery made Zia Ryufai very excited. He thought of many possibilities. The flow of time in the original space was 20 times that of the outside world. He hadn't had time to test it after the evolution this time. If he was right, it should be 30 times. In the original space, it was definitely very suitable to plant some crops that required a particularly long time, such as slow-growing succulents or precious trees that needed hundreds of years or even hundreds of years to grow. However, the rapid flow of time also brought about a problem. Some animals or crops that needed a short time to mature were not suitable to stay in the original space. For example, if Zia Ryufai kept lightning in the original space all year round, it would die of old age in no time. Another example was the vegetables in the space. The vegetables planted in the space would mature in a short time, which was a great help to Zia Ryufai's capital accumulation. However, later on, he had to replant them almost every 1 or 2 days. Hence, Zia Ryufai had already started to reduce the amount of vegetables he planted in the inner space. He was satisfied as long as he could supply Zaijiangyu and Lingjai restaurants. In the future, he would completely transfer the matter of growing vegetables to the peach blossom farm in the outside world. With this new space where time flowed at the same rate, Zia Ryufai could rear many animals. These animals would probably be as intelligent as lightning. He could even rear his own animal army, one that he could carry around with him. Besides, as the flow of time inside and outside was the same, Zia Ryufai could stay in there for a longer period of time if he was safe. He could even sleep and rest there. The spiritual chi here was rich, and the air was much better than the polluted air outside. He could even build his own paradise here. Zia Ryufai thought of many possibilities and couldn't help but be elated. The original space was dedicated to cultivating precious species that required a long time, while the new space focused on plants and animals that didn't need a long growth period. The two could be said to complement each other. Zia Ryufai vaguely felt that this new space was not as simple as the difference in the flow of time. This place was even more vast and had different terrains. There was also the mysterious stone tablet that was connected to him. Zia Ryufai felt that there were still many unknown in this space waiting for him to explore. However, he was not in a hurry. According to his experience after obtaining the spirit map scroll, as long as the space continued to evolve, the unknown would slowly shed its mysterious veil and gradually appear in front of him, just like the appearance of the new space today. However, thinking about leveling up, Zia Ryufai had a headache. This upgrade had cost him 7 million yuan worth of jade, and the next upgrade would probably cost him more than 14 million yuan. Zia Ryufai shook his head with a bitter smile and decided not to think too much for the time being. With a killing machine like the spirit map space, he would definitely be able to make money faster and faster. One day, he would be able to unravel all the secrets of the space. And maybe in the future, he could find something more suitable for the evolution of the space than jade. Zia Ryufai had a feeling that such a thing existed. He just needed a little luck. Perhaps the black rough stone that he had absorbed into the spirit map space during the last evolution was something that could evolve the space, unlike the jade. After all, that raw stone could make the spirit map scroll vibrate on its own. Furthermore, Zia Ryufai did not unseal it when he brought it back and directly let the scroll absorb it. He had no idea what was inside. Zia Ryufai decided not to think too much about it. He took the small alarm clock and went from the new space to the original space to test the time flow. As he had expected, after the evolution, The time flow in the original space had become 30 times that of the outside world. This was undoubtedly extremely beneficial for the growth of Phoebe Genin wood, truffle, and ginseng. Zia Ryufai patrolled the original space and started to work. He had promised the workers that he would provide them with high-tech seeds. He had already bought the seeds and stored them in the space. Now, he needed to complete the most important step, soaking the seeds with the ravens. Zia Ryufai had previously bought many plastic packing boxes of various sizes to keep in his interspace, because these sort of packing boxes could be used in many situations. He took a dozen small tidying boxes and poured each kind of vegetable seed into one tidying box. Then, he took a large wooden bucket and began to prepare the petal solution. There were more seeds to be soaked this time. Zia Ryufai used 2 petals to make a big barrel of solution. After he stirred the solution in the wooden bucket evenly, he poured it into a dozen small tidying boxes. Then he left the space in a flash. He stayed in the outside world for a few minutes, which meant that a few hours had passed in the medium. The seeds should have fully absorbed the nutrients in the petal solution, so he returned to the original space. Zia Ryufai laid a plastic sheet on the floor of the inner space and used a fence to scoop out all the seeds. He separated the seeds and spread them out on the plastic sheet, letting them dry naturally. He didn't waste the petal solution after soaking the seeds. He watered the Phoebe Genin wood, the root of the oak tree, and the ginseng. After that, Zia Ryufai left the medium. He would return to the medium the next day to collect the dried seeds. Zia Ryufai kept the painting in his palm and went downstairs to look for Huzai's mother and Lin Kaio. When Zia Ryufai went downstairs, Pang Hao had just brought Huzai's mother and Lin Kaio back from a tour of the farm. Zia Ryufai smiled and went up to him, asking Auntie Kaio, "How do you feel after looking around?" Huzai's mother said with a smile, "Ryufai, you've done a great job with the construction here. The environment is also well maintained and the air in the countryside is good. It's really good. If you like it, then stay for a longer period of time." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "The farm has just been built. After some time the trees will grow bigger. Then we can plant all kinds of vegetables in the greenhouse and fruit trees in the back of the mountain. The environment will be better. Wow, wouldn't that be the fragrance of fruits?" Lin Kaio smiled and said, "Brother Ryufai, you have to leave a room for me. I'll come over to stay when I'm free in the future. No problem. You're always welcome during the winter and summer break." Zia Ryufai laughed and said, "I'll let you eat all kinds of fruits in summer. Only the winter and summer breaks. What about the usual times?" Lin Kaio asked, "You usually have to go to school. Of course, I live in the city. What about after I get into university?" Lin Kaio asked naughtily. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, "You're going to study in another city after you get into university. You'll only be back during the winter and summer breaks, right? Who said I'm going out of town?" Lin Kaio said he is going to a local university in Sanshin. "Yo, I already have an ideal school." Zia Ryufai asked in surprise, "What university is it?" Lin Kaio made a cute face and said with a smile, "It's a secret." Huzai's mother laughed and scolded, "You little girl. Why are you keeping your brother Ryufai in suspense?" It's fine, Zia Ryufai said. "Auntie Kaio is already an adult. It's a good thing that she has her own ideas. Besides, she's doing well in Shan University and can take care of you. There are quite a few top universities in Sanshin City." After experiencing the pain of losing her son, Huzai's mother naturally loved her only daughter, Lin Kaio, even more. In fact, she also hoped that Lin Kaio could be by her side. If Lin Kaio really went to study in a faraway place, she would definitely be worried. Therefore, after hearing Zia Ryufai's words, Huzai's mother smiled and nodded in agreement. The 3 of them chatted as they walked into the villa. The rooms that Zia Ryufai had arranged for the mother and daughter were on the 2nd floor. In addition to her master bedroom, there were 2 guest rooms on the 2nd floor, one for the mother and daughter. Zia Ryufai had already tidied up the room and changed the bedding into new ones, especially the room prepared for Lin Kaio, which had a 9-piece set of pink kitty cat series. He had also spent a lot of effort to decorate the room. The entire room was filled with a girlish element. As soon as Lin Kaio entered the room, she screamed with joy and threw herself on the soft bed. She hugged the pink pillow tightly and refused to get up. She kept saying that this room must be reserved for her and that she would come to stay as long as there was a holiday. Zia Ryufai looked at Lin Kaio lovingly and nodded with a smile. After Huzai's mother moved into the villa, she took over the kitchen. Yi Lingyun, who had been working as a part-time chef for a few days, was officially laid off. However, Huzai's mother's cooking skills were indeed much better than Yi Lingyun's. In addition, the ingredients were all vegetables and fish produced in the realm. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Pang Hao immediately said that he would be freeloading here in the future. The next morning, Cao Taishu brought a few workers to find Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai knew why they were here. He brought them to the villa's garage and gave them the dozens of vegetable seeds that he had taken out in advance. Zia Ryufai had also specifically told them that these seeds were all high-tech products and that they did not need to be soaked. They could be directly sown. Cao Taishu and the others were very happy that Kain Qian had been employed for almost a month and finally had work to do. Cao Taishu directed the other workers to move the seeds out of the garage. He rubbed his hands and said to Zia Ryufai, "Boss, we've discussed it yesterday. We think that the orchard in the back mountain has been opened up. It's best to plant the fruit trees in the spring. You can think about what kind of fruit trees to plant in the next few days. By the way, boss," Cao Taishu wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he still opened his mouth and said, "In that mountain forest, our village has also planted fruit trees for a few years. However, perhaps due to the soil quality, the fruits that bear are bitter and astringent. They are simply inedible, so when you choose the sapling, it would be best for you to." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "Okay, I know. Don't worry, I have a friend in this line of work, and I'll ask him to give me some advice some other day. I'm sure we'll be able to pick out the most suitable breed." Cao Taishu grinned and said, "Sure, it's good that the boss has considered it. Then, I'll go to the greenhouse first. Going to plant the seeds today." After he finished speaking, Cao Taishu walked towards the door. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and called out to him, "Old Cow, I see that you're doing quite well in management. I'll let you be in charge of the vegetable greenhouse in the future, is that okay?" "Boss, you're letting me manage the greenhouse?" Cao Taishu asked in surprise. "Don't worry, since the boss trusts me so much, I'll definitely manage the vegetable greenhouse well." "Do well." Zia Ryufai nodded and said, "I'll temporarily be considered a supervisor. I'll raise your monthly salary to 7,000. There's even a salary increase." Cao Taishu was a little surprised. He immediately said, "Boss, our salary is already high enough." "This," Zia Ryufai smiled and waved his hand. "Our company pays according to your work. We don't engage in equality. As a supervisor, you definitely can't be paid the same as ordinary workers. Work hard and the company will develop well. Your salary will definitely increase." Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. Cao Taishu left in high spirits. Zia Ryufai had finally handed over the vegetables. As long as the greenhouse in Taoyuan farm started to produce vegetables and started to operate positively, Zia Ryufai could stop the vegetable planting in the spirit map space. During the transition period, he still had to ensure that he provided Lingjai Restaurant and the West River Moon Club with food every day. At night, Zia Ryufai locked the door and windows of his bedroom. After a careful inspection, he took out the spirit map. Now that there were many people living in the villa, Zia Ryufai was even more careful. Zia Ryufai entered the origin space and planned to patrol the area before tidying up the field. Now that the scale of farming could be reduced, once the greenhouse started to produce vegetables, the origin space could stop growing normal vegetables. By then, he only needed to prepare the high-tech seeds regularly. When Zia Ryufai saw the pond with a pair of red arowana, he was immediately attracted to it. This pair of red arowana was no longer the same as when Zia Ryufai had brought them into the medium. The most direct observation was their size. They had been in the medium for a few years and were constantly bathed in the rich spiritual energy. Occasionally, Zia Ryufai would drop some of the petal solution into the pond. Hence, the pair of red arowana had grown to more than 60 centimeters long. There was also the color. The red arawana's hair color was already very pure. At first glance, they were blood red, and their scales had a metallic luster. The layers of scales were very beautiful. Zia Ryufai compared some pictures on the internet and felt that the so-called top blood red dragons on the forum were not as beautiful as the pair of red arowana he had. Hence, every time Zia Ryufai entered the spirit map space, he would come here to admire it for a while. Watching such a beautiful pair of fish swimming in the pond was indeed a pleasing thing to the eye. But today, Zia Ryufai noticed that the two fish were a little different from usual. Although they were also playing, Zia Ryufai saw that the two fish's tails would touch from time to time. In the process of swimming, the two fish were getting closer and closer. Sometimes, they even lay on each other's back, very intimate. Zia Ryufai, who had read a lot of information during this period of time, immediately realized that the red arowana was about to lay eggs. Zia Ryufai did not know how long the red arowana had been successfully mating, but it seemed like they were about to lay their eggs. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps, afraid of disturbing the pair of red arowana who were nuptial chamber. However, Zia Ryufai did not leave. He maintained a distance and quietly observed the red arowana that was laying eggs. This was because Zia Ryufai had read the information and knew that the process of red arowana laying eggs and hatching was very strange. After the female arowana laid eggs, the male fish would put the eggs in his mouth one by one. The male fish's mouth could not hold so many eggs and some would be swallowed. During the hatching process, if the male fish was frightened, he would also swallow the eggs and even the young fish. As a result, the number of young dragonfish that could hatch each time was very small. Zia Ryufai saw that the red arowana was about to lay eggs and naturally did not want to leave so easily. The red arowana was very precious. He had to find a way to increase the reproduction rate and not let the red arowana hatch according to the natural laws. He quietly left the pond and went to the side to make some preparations. Then, he carefully approached the small pond with the things he had prepared. Zia Ryufai's eyes were fixed on the pond. About half an hour later, the female fish began to lay eggs. The red arowana's eggs were pure golden in color, about 10 millimeters in diameter, and shone with a dazzling golden light like pearls. They fell from the fish's body one by one, and the whole process was full of the joy of life. When the female fish laid eggs, the male fish would swim over and open his mouth to put the eggs in. At this moment, Zia Ryufai immediately used his mind to contact the spirit map space. Suddenly, an invisible force trapped the male fish. He was only a few feet away from the egg, but he could not swim over. Zia Ryufai's spiritual connection with the spirit map space had evolved 4 times and was now very close. His control of the entire space had also improved. It was easy for Zia Ryufai to control the male fish in the space. At this time, the female fish was still unaware of it and was still laying eggs. The entire process of laying eggs took about 20 minutes. Zia Ryufai roughly counted and found that there were about 80 to 90 yellow eggs. When the female fish finished laying eggs, Zia Ryufai used the same method to bind it with an invisible force in the space. This power was very gentle. Although it made the 2 red arowana unable to move in a large area, it did not scare them. Next, Zia Ryufai concentrated again and used his mind to control the fish eggs in the pond to gather together. Zia Ryufai felt a little tired after being distracted in 3 places at the same time. Fortunately, the pond was not large, so he could still handle it. Soon, the golden fish eggs moved slowly in the water and gathered together. Zia Ryufai took out a container that he had prepared earlier and walked slowly to the edge of the pond. He put the container into the water and scooped up more than half of the 70 to 80 fish eggs, leaving about 10 to 20 fish eggs in the pond. He did this to prevent his method from not hatching the eggs. He could save some to avoid wasting his efforts. Secondly, he was worried that after he took all the eggs, the male fish would find out that he couldn't find a single egg after a long time, and he would hurt himself in a fit of rage. The red arowana was very precious. If the scales or fins of the fish were injured while swimming, its value would be greatly reduced. Then Zia Ryufai slowly released the 2 red arowana. They immediately started to swim in the pond again, not realizing that Zia Ryufai had stolen more than half of the eggs. In fact, if Zia Ryufai had not taken the eggs away, many of the eggs would have been eaten by the male fish during the incubation process. The male fish soon found the eggs in the pond. He quickly swam over and put the eggs in his mouth. The female fish spread her pectoral fins horizontally, showing a unique defensive posture as she stood guard beside the male fish. This was a natural reaction condensed in the blood, encouraging the female fish to lay eggs, the male fish to hatch, and the female fish to defend themselves. It was endless and passed down from generation to generation. In the next hatching process, the male fish would no longer eat, and his mouth would wriggle from time to time. Sometimes, he would even move his dragon head to maintain balance. After about 60 days, the young fish that were 5 to 6 centimeters long would enter and leave the male fish's mouth. The male fish was very protective of the young fish. This activity would last for about 90 days before it would slowly decrease. The entire incubation process would only be completed when the young fish adapted to the outside environment. During this process, if the male fish was frightened, it was likely to swallow the young fish. This was a completely instinctive reaction. Moreover, if they didn't eat for such a long time, the male fish's body functions would be consumed too much, and they would be badly injured. Some male fish would even die. Hence, Zia Ryufai decided that he had to be careful in the medium and not disturb the pair of red arowana. He even walked over quietly and poured half a bottle of petal solution into the pond to ensure that the male fish's body would not overexert itself. Then Zia Ryufai took the container with 40 to 50 fish eggs and went to a place far away from the pond. He poured the fish eggs into the tidied box that he had just prepared. This place was filled with spatial pond water, and there was even a strange flower petal. Zia Ryufai believed that such an environment would definitely allow the fish eggs to hatch. In this way, in addition to the dozen fish that could hatch naturally in the pond, he would have 60 to 70 young fish. This would be another huge fortune. In the next few days, Zia Ryufai did not go out. He stayed at home with Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaio. Lin Kaio even pestered Zia Ryufai to go to the nearby beach. Seeing Lin Kaio cheering for the sea, Zia Ryufai couldn't help but be speechless. Why was a girl who grew up by the sea so excited to see the sea? There was an elder at home, so everything was in good order. It was almost the new year, so Hu Zai's mother asked Yi Lingyun to drive her to the county. They bought a lot of fireworks, red lanterns, China knots, and so on. They decorated the small villa and even the entire Taoyuan farm with a New Year's atmosphere. Now, the trees on both sides of the farm path were hung with small lanterns and China knots. Hu Zai's mother had even asked Pang Hao to get someone to pull up a few light ribbons. At night, the light ribbons and lanterns on the farm path were lit up, and the atmosphere was very warm. Hu Zai's mother even personally cleaned up the villa, making sure that the windows were clean and bright. Zia Ryufai could not persuade her. She had always said that she was in good health and that she would have no problem doing these small things. In the end, Zia Ryufai could only let her be. Fortunately, Zia Ryufei knew that Hu Zai's mother was in good health. It was not a problem for her to move around. 3 days passed by quickly. It was Chinese New Year's Eve tomorrow. Zia Ryufei gave the workers an early holiday. Before the holiday, Zia Ryufei gave each worker a red packet of 1,000 yuan and transferred their salaries to their cards in advance. As the supervisor, Cao Taishu received a red packet of 3,000 yuan. These workers had only been on the job for a month or so, and everyone was already receiving red packets. They were all overjoyed. The vegetable seeds had also been sowed, so someone had to be on duty during the new year. Of course, the overtime pay would be tripled, and Pang Hao would take care of the attendance records. The newly appointed Cao Taishu took the initiative to ask him to be on duty on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year. Zia Ryufei trusted him more and agreed after some thought. However, Zia Ryufei told him to come over when he was free. There was no need for him to stay in the farm all day for the new year. Everyone wanted to reunite. Pang Hao also packed his things and returned to spend the new year with his family. The farm, which had been very lively during this period of time, had become much quieter. Only Zia Ryufei, Yi Lingyun, Hu Zai's mother, and Lin Kaio were left. Yi Lingyun's parents were no longer around. Just like Zia Ryufei, they were all alone, so everyone just happened to spend the new year together. That night, Zia Ryufei immediately locked the door and windows, took out the spirit map, and entered the room. When Zia Ryufei entered the medium yesterday, he saw a young fish going in and out of the male fish's mouth from time to time. He knew that the red arowana's hatching process was almost complete. Now that the flow of time inside and outside was 30 times different, 3 days was almost equivalent to 3 months in the space. As expected, when Zia Ryufei entered the medium, he saw that other than the 2 big red arowana, there were many young ones swimming happily in the pond. There were at least 20 of them. This was a little more than he had expected, but it was normal. If the number of young fish produced in the spirit map space was not as much as the outside world, that would be ridiculous. Each juvenile red arowana was more than 10 centimeters long. Their bodies were perfect, and their scales were tight and fine, giving off a faint metallic luster. Even though Zia Ryufei did not know much about red arowana, he knew that these young red arowana were of excellent quality. Then he came to the large sorting box where most of the fish eggs were placed. This side was even more spectacular. More than 50 juvenile fish swam happily in the petal solution. Perhaps because of the petal solution, these juvenile fish that were hatched directly in the sorting box were much larger than those in the small pond and looked more energetic. Zia Ryufei looked at the young fish with joy. Under normal circumstances, 80 to 90 fish eggs could hatch more than 10 or at most 20 young fish. Zia Ryufei had caught more than 70 fish this time. It was a great harvest. Red arowana were the most expensive ornamental fish out of all the ornamental fish in the world. A high-quality blood red arowana had once been sold for 5 to 6 million yuan. Once these young fish grew up, he would definitely make a fortune. However, the small pond must be too cramped now. With so many fish in it, it would be very crowded. Zia Ryufei thought for a while, picked up the hoe and shovel, and started digging again beside the pond. This time, he dug a 10 by 10 meter hole, which took him more than 10 hours. Even though he had an amazing physical strength from constantly absorbing the petal solution, he had to rest 2 or 3 times in between. Next, Zia Ryufei dug the channel and moved some mud, algae, plankton, small fish, and shrimp from the grass carp pond into the new fish pond. Then he dug the channel and led the water from the spatial spirit pond into the new pond. Zia Ryufei returned to the outside world to stay for a while. When she returned to the medium, the new fish pond was already filled with water. Hence, Zia Ryufei carefully placed the young red dragon in the sorting box into the new pond. As for the young fish in the pond, Zia Ryufei did not care about them for the time being. He let them live with their parents. Anyway, there was still enough space now. After a while, when the young fish grew bigger, he could move them over. Only a short while had passed in the outside world, but Zia Ryufei was exhausted. He took a shower in the bathroom after leaving the medium and fell asleep. The next morning, Zia Ryufei was still in a daze. In his daze, he felt someone pulling his ear. He opened his eyes drowsily and saw Lin Kaio standing at the head of his bed, looking at him with disdain. "Brother Ryufei, it's already so late and you're still sleeping." Lin Kaio said, "Get up and put up the couplets." Zia Ryufei quickly wrapped the blanket around him tightly. He was used to wearing only his underwear when he slept. He did not expect this girl to barge into his room. Zia Ryufei laughed bitterly in his heart. Peaceful days were really exhausting. When he was in the army, he never slept like this. He was always on guard. Of course, this was also because he had been working for more than 10 hours in the origin space yesterday. Besides, he was in his own home, so Zia Ryufei was not on guard. Basically, he would only lock the door and windows when he used the spirit map scroll. "You little girl, why didn't you knock before coming in?" Zia Ryufei said to Lin Kaio helplessly. "I've been calling you for a long time." Lin Kaio said innocently, "You didn't answer me. I didn't lock the door, so I drove in." Zia Ryufei rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. All right, you can leave first. I'm going to put on my clothes. Lin Kaoling's eyes turned and she deliberately said, why do you want me to go out when you're wearing your clothes? Nonsense. Men and women shouldn't be so close, Xia Ruifai said angrily. You brat, are you leaving or not? Lin Kao pursed her lips and smiled, I'm not leaving. I won't leave, you're not going out. Then don't blame me for using my killing weapon, Xia Ruifai said in a deliberately fierce tone. With that, Xia Ruifai pretended to pull the blanket away. Lin Kao screamed and covered her eyes. She ran out of Xia Ruifai's room with a red face. Xia Ruifai thought as he put on his clothes. In the future, when this girl was at home, she would have to lock the door when she slept. He quickly put on his clothes, then opened the door and walked out of the room. He was shocked as soon as he stepped out of the door. It turned out that Lin Kao had not left yet. She was standing in the corridor. Seeing Xia Ruifai come out, Lin Kao blushed and said in a low voice, Brother Ruifai, I'm going to tell my mom that you're a hooligan. Xia Ruifai looked indignant. Who's the hooligan? I almost let you see me naked. Lin Kao blushed and laughed. I don't care to look at you. Xia Ruifai opened his eyes wide and asked seriously, then why did you come to my room? I can't be bothered with you, you big lazy worm. Lin Kao blushed and asked, where's the New Year's gift you promised me? So you came to my room early in the morning to ask for a gift. Xia Ruifai said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You promised. A man must keep his word. Lin Kao raised her pretty little face and said, you should have said so earlier. I could have given it to you yesterday. Xia Ruifai was speechless. All right, wait for me. I'll go in and get it for you. Then Xia Ruifai turned around, opened the door, and walked back to his room. He then turned around and said to Lin Kao while holding the door, you're not allowed to peek this time. Who's peeking at you, you lazy bum? Lin Kao Jiao stomped her feet and said. Xia Ruifai laughed and closed the door. Then he carefully locked it. He summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and closed his eyes slightly. His mind swept through the spirit map space in the scroll and quickly locked onto something. With a thought, a flower pot suddenly appeared on the table. That's right. Xia Ruifai's New Year gift for Lin Kao was a beautiful succulence. Girls generally didn't have much resistance to Ming Meng's meaty body. Besides, this pot of ice lantern jade dew was carefully selected by Xia Ruifai. The window and the shape were perfect. Lin Kao would definitely like it. Sure enough, when Xia Ruifai kept the spiritual map and opened the door with the basin of ice lantern jade dew, Lin Kao, who couldn't wait to see the high-quality ice lantern, immediately showed a surprised look and didn't hide her love for the basin of jade dew at all. Brother Ruifai, is this the New Year's gift you're giving me? Lin Kao asked. Yup, do you like it? Xia Ruifai asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Lin Kao kept nodding her head, her eyes fixed on the pot of jade dew, unwilling to look away. Then Lin Kao hesitated and said, Brother Ruifai, this should be very expensive, right? Although Lin Kao had become more cheerful recently and was more rude when talking to Xia Ruifai, she was still a well-behaved girl. Therefore, even though she liked the gift very much, she still showed hesitation as she was worried that the gift was too expensive. Xia Ruifai laughed. I have a friend who does this business. He didn't spend much. If you like it, just take it. Just as Lin Kao was about to leave the room, she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Xia Ruifai. A sly smile appeared on her face as she said, Brother Ruifai, I know this is your fated year. Lin Kao's face turned red and she quickly left Xia Ruifai's room. Xia Ruifai was confused by Lin Kao's words. He frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly lowered his head and pulled open his pants to look inside. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this girl had really seen it. This was really embarrassing. Xia Ruifai sat in the room for a long time, feeling the trauma in his heart slowly subside. Then he pulled open the door and went downstairs with a bitter face. Lin Kao was pasting couplets with Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun stood on the human-shaped stairs and arranged his position. Lin Kao would say a little to the left and a little to the right from time to time, giving Yi Lingyun a lot of instructions. Seeing Xia Ruifai come down, Lin Kao blushed and smiled. Xia Ruifai immediately ran to the kitchen to help Hu Zai's mother. However, he was quickly chased out of the kitchen by Hu Zai's mother because of his clumsiness. Seeing that he couldn't help and was embarrassed to face Lin Kao, Xia Ruifai simply strolled to the farm. When they passed by the vegetable greenhouse, Xia Ruifai saw that Cow Taishu was still squatting inside and working. He walked in as well. Old cow, didn't I tell you to go home earlier? Xia Ruifai smiled and asked, you're not going to prepare New Year's Eve dinner? Hearing Xia Ruifai's voice, Cow Taishu stood up and smiled honestly. Boss, my wife will prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. I'll be on duty until the evening. No need. There's nothing on the farm right now except for the seeds you planted a few days ago. It's not worth it, so it's fine to go back early. Xia Ruifai said indifferently. Then he hesitated and said, Boss, you were talking about the sowing. I was just about to report to you. After he finished speaking, Cow Taishu pointed to the nursery and said, Look, these seeds have been planted for less than 3 days, and they're all sprouting, and these sprouts are not small. I've been farming for my entire life, but I've never seen anyone sprout so quickly. Is there a problem? Zia Ryufai knew that it must be because the seed had been soaked in the petal solution, so he smiled and said, Old cow, I was wondering what you were doing here alone just now. Wasn't it a good thing to sprout quickly? What was there to worry about? Don't worry. This is a high-tech vegetable seed. It grows faster and has better quality than ordinary seeds. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Cao Taishu laughed awkwardly as he scratched his head. I reckon that before I start work on the 7th, I'll be able to transplant the plants on the 3rd and 4th. Should I inform everyone to come over and work overtime on the 4th day of the new year? Zia Ryufai thought for a while and said, That's fine. You can ask everyone who's free. This isn't mandatory. If you're free, come help me. I'll pay you 3 times your salary. All right, Cao Taishu said, everyone will definitely be free. Isn't the new year just about visiting relatives and playing cards? It won't be a problem to take a day out. Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. He then told Cao Taishu to hurry home and left the vegetable greenhouse. He strolled to the back of the mountain and looked at the fields that had been opened up into an orchard that looked like a stepped field. He was also thinking about what Cao Taishu had said before. He should decide on the variety of fruit trees as soon as possible. What should I plant? The image of several fruits flashed across Zia Ryufai's mind. Zia Ryufai's philosophy from the beginning to the end was to take the high-end route. Even the ordinary vegetables he grew were several grades higher than the ones on the market. Zia Ryufai had considered many factors when it came to choosing the species of the fruit tree. He sat on a big rock at the foot of the mountain for a long time before he thought of 2 types of fruit trees, lychee and cherry. The prices of these 2 fruits were relatively high, and the viewing pleasure of the fruit trees was very strong after they formed a forest. There was no need to talk about lychees. They were commonly planted in the south. There were many lychees in Sanshin City. In the 1,000-year-old West Zen temple, there was an ancient phoenix from the Song dynasty. Every summer, it would still bear bright red fruits. Therefore, there was no problem planting lychees here. As for cherries, Zia Ryufai liked to eat them. Furthermore, they were very expensive on the market. A kilogram of ordinary cherries cost tens of yuan. However, most of the cherries were planted in the north. He didn't know if the climate in the south was suitable for the growth of cherry trees. Zia Ryufai was not in a hurry to go back, so he took out his phone and searched for information online. Indeed, some places in the southeast province had a tradition of planting cherry trees, but most of them were in the northern mountainous areas. Sanshin City was located on the eastern coast of the southeast province. The climate was hot and humid, so it might not be suitable for the planting of cherry trees. This was especially true for Big Cherry, who basically came from Shandong. However, Zia Ryufai still decided to give it a try. He was confident in the spirit map space and believed that with the help of the space pool and the petals of the strange flower, he would definitely succeed. Furthermore, if the cherry plantation in Sanshin City was successful, the advantage would be obvious. Cherries could only be stored for a short time. They could only be stored for 3 days at most after being picked. Even if they were stored in the refrigerator, they would not last more than a week. Therefore, if cherries from other places wanted to enter the Sanshin market, they could only rely on air transport or cold chain transportation. In this case, the local high-quality cherries naturally had an unparalleled advantage. Zia Ryufai still maintained his military habits. Since he had already made up his mind to fight, he would not think about it anymore and just put it into action. He decided to settle the matter of the fruit tree seedlings after the new year. Zia Ryufai had already woken up a little late. After walking around for a long time, it was almost lunchtime. Hence, he walked back home while taking a walk. It was the New Year's Eve dinner in the evening, so everyone had a simple lunch. After eating, they went back to their rooms to rest for a while. They got up at 3 in the afternoon and made dumplings together in the restaurant on the first floor. The Chinese New Year's Eve dinner in the south was usually held earlier than in the north, where people would not have dinner while watching the Spring Festival gala. Most of the time, after everyone finished eating and cleaned up the dishes, the family would sit together to watch the party. When it was past 5 o'clock, Hu Zai's mother had already prepared the New Year's Eve dinner. Plates of delicious-looking dishes were served on the table. Then she took the dumplings that everyone had made to the kitchen. When Hu Zai's mother was still cooking the dumplings, Lin Cairo couldn't help but secretly grab a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. Yilingyan, on the other hand, sat upright and still. He was still standing and sitting like a bell, just like he was in the army. Even when he was sitting, his back was straight. When Hu Zai's mother served the dumplings that she had cooked, everyone went to the table and started eating. Zia Ryufai had specially opened a bottle of red wine. It was given to Zia Ryufai by the purchasing agent of President Zheng of West River Moon. Zia Ryufai did not know much about wine, but President Zheng's red wine was definitely not cheap. Last time, at Zia Ryufai's class gathering, President Zheng's gift of a bottle of 1985 Petrus cost more than $1,000. This bottle would definitely not be any worse than the wine from that day. As he was pouring wine for everyone, Zia Ryufai suddenly had an idea. The time in the Suan Ni's space was 30 times faster, and there was a unique environment. If the wine was well preserved, especially white wine, it would be more fragrant as it aged. If he could get some wine and put it in there, wouldn't he be able to get super old wine very quickly? Those 30-year-old and 50-year-old wines that were sold at sky-high prices on the market were too weak. With this thought in mind, Zia Ryufai couldn't wait to go buy. He resisted the urge to pour everyone's wine. Zia Ryufai raised his glass and smiled. Auntie Kaio Lingyun, it's fate that we're all gathered together for the new year. Let's have a toast. I also wish all of us a smooth and prosperous coming year. Cheers, cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together before drinking. Even Hu Zai's mother took a small sip, while Lin Kaio took a big gulp. As soon as the wine entered her stomach, her little face immediately blushed, looking very moving. Slow down, Hu Zai's mother said as she stared at Lin Kaio. Lin Kaio stuck out her tongue mischievously and said, I know. Come. Everyone have some food, Hu Zai's mother called out. Let's see if what I've made is to your taste. Zia Ryufai smiled. Auntie Lingyun and I don't have any other relatives now. In the past few years in the army, we had to prepare for combat during the New Year and other festivals. We would sometimes have to take a few bites at the sentry post for the New Year's Eve dinner. So this sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner that you have prepared is definitely the best we have had in all these years. Yilinian nodded in agreement. Zia Ryufai took a piece of braised carp and tasted it. Delicious. Auntie, this is the taste of the home we've always dreamed of. You really know how to talk. Hu Zai's mother's eyes turned red again. If you like it, Auntie will make it for you often in the future. Hu Zai used to like my braised fish the most. Lin Kaio glanced at her mother and said, Mom. It's the new year, so let's not talk about these sad things. Hu Zai's mother wiped the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mom's fine, I'm happy. Even though Hu is no longer around, Ruo Fei is taking care of us now. I'm feeling better now and you've solved your problem of going to school. Life is so good now. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Auntie is right. In the future, we must be happy. Hu Zai will definitely feel gratified even if he is in heaven. Let's celebrate the new year together every year from now on, and everyone will be so happy. After that, Zia Ryufai turned to Yi Lingyun and said, Lingyun, class monitor Lin took great care of you when he was still around. Please give Auntie and Kaio a toast on his behalf. Yes, Yi Lingyun immediately stood up with his glass. Auntie, I'll toast you on behalf of class monitor Lin. Yi Lingyun said, Class monitor Lin is no longer around. Brother Zia and I will take care of you on his behalf. Good child. Hu Zai's mother raised her wine glass with red eyes. Come, Kaio, let's have a drink too. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, From now on, we're a family. Lin Kaio's eyes were also a little wet. In her memory, she had never had such a warm spring festival since her brother's death. Every new year, it was just her and her mother. When she heard the laughter from other people's houses and the sound of firecrackers in the distance, her house seemed especially cold and lonely. Therefore, ever since her brother's death, Lin Kaio was particularly afraid of festivals, especially when the whole country was happy and celebrated like the Spring Festival. This year was different. She felt the warmth of a family and the joy of the new year. After everyone clinked their glasses and drank, they ate and chatted. From time to time, laughter could be heard in the dining room. Even Yi Lingyun, who was not good with words, said a lot. After the Chinese New Year's Eve dinner, Zia Ryufai wanted to help Hu Zai's mother with the dishes but was stopped by Hu Zai's mother. She said that with her around, Zia Ryufai did not need to do anything. Lin Kaio, on the other hand, couldn't wait to set off some firecrackers. In fact, the sky had just turned dark, but seeing that Lin Kaio was so excited, Zia Ryufai didn't want to dampen her spirits. He laughed and called Yi Lingyun along. The three of them carried a large pile of firecrackers to the farm outside. The dazzling fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating the three's smiling faces and bringing a festive atmosphere to the relatively quiet farm. After a while, more than half of the fireworks were set off. Lin Kaio wanted to continue, but Zia Ryufai hurriedly told her to save some for the New Year's Eve. Only then did she reluctantly stop. The Spring Festival Gala was about to begin, so everyone went to the living room and sat in front of the TV. There were fruits and snacks on the coffee table in the living room. The four of them chatted and watched TV as they ate, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Hu Zai's mother was also in good spirits. She didn't go back to her room to rest until the New Year bell rang on TV. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. In the direction of Sanshan City, the entire night sky was lit up. Zia Ryufai, Lin Kaio, and Yi Lingyun also took the remaining fireworks and went out to set them off. Half an hour later, Zia Ryufai and the rest had finished setting off all the fireworks. From afar, they could still see colorful fireworks blooming in the sky. Zia Ryufai, Yi Lingyun, and the unsatisfied Lin Kaio returned to the villa. Lin Kaio went back to her room to sleep under Hu Zai's mother's urging, while Zia Ryufai and Yi Lingyun went back to their respective rooms. After Zia Ryufai returned to his room, he took out his phone and started to make New Year calls. Of course, he guessed that Professor Tian Huilan, Ma Xing, and the other elders had already gone to rest, so he mainly called the younger ones. Liang Qichao, President Zheng of Zhejiangyu, Gu Zhan of Lone Wolf Commando, Niu Meng of the Provincial Military Region, Wu Liqian, the Executive Deputy County Head of Changping County. Xia Rufai's social circle was not complicated after he retired, so he didn't have to make many calls. The leader of the Lone Wolf Assault Team, Gu Zhan, was very happy to receive Xia Rufai's call. He even asked about his condition over the phone. Xia Rufai told him that he had been using traditional Chinese medicine therapy after he retired, and his condition had been effectively controlled. Gu Zhan was also very happy when he learned about it. Xia Rufai also told him about Yi Lingyun. Gu Zhan had an impression of this soldier who had performed outstandingly during the group training. After listening to him, he was deeply moved and expressed his appreciation for Xia Rufai's help to his comrades. Xia Rufai and Gu Zhan talked about many things in the army and both of them sighed. As for Liang Qichao and the others, Xia Rufai greeted them out of courtesy. He hung up the phone after a short chat. After making a round of calls, he was ready to call Ling Qingsu. In Xia Rufai's heart, Ling Qingsu was still different from the others. The two of them had not yet broken through that layer of window paper, but they were far more intimate than ordinary good friends. That was why Xia Rufai had left his call to Ling Qingsu for last. Just as Xia Rufai was about to make the call, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. It's already midnight, who would call? Xia Rufai muttered to himself. Hello, who is this? He answered the call. A shy voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Xia, I'm Xia Rufai. Xia Rufai felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. He asked, may I know who you are? Big brother Xia, I'm Jiang Yue. The voice on the other end of the phone had a hint of joy. Yao Yu's classmate, the last time at the pharmacy in front of the school. Oh, so it was you. Hello, hello. Xia Rufai suddenly remembered that easily embarrassed girl. A few days after he left the military, he had saved her in an alley in the shanty town. Hello, brother Xia. Seeing that Xia Rufai had recalled, Jiang Yue was elated. It's nothing much. I just called to wish you a happy new year and wish you a happy new year. I heard from Yao Yu that you have a farm in the suburbs. Jiang Yue asked, Big brother Xia, can we come and take a look after school reopens? No problem. Xia Rufai smiled and said, but our farm has just been completed. We haven't planted anything yet. You'll probably be disappointed if you come. No, I just wanted to come and see you. Look at your farm, Jiang Yue said in a flustered manner. All right, give me a call when you feel like it, Xia Rufai said with a smile. He thought to himself, why is this lady panting when she's talking? Goodbye, big brother Xia, Jiang Yue quickly replied. Goodbye. Xia Rufai ended the call. In a small mountain village in Gannan province, a few hundred kilometers away, Jiang Yue's face was flushed red. She held her phone to her chest with a shy smile on her face, and her bright eyes were shining with joy. After Xia Rufai ended the call with Jiang Yue, it was almost 1 o'clock. However, he considered that Ling Qingsu should still be awake on New Year's Eve, so he gave her a call. The call was picked up after one ring. Then Xia Rufai heard Ling Qingsu's voice. Why do I always have to call you? Is it because there are too many girls and you're too busy to call for New Year greetings? Ling Qingsu asked teasingly. Xia Rufai broke out in a cold sweat. A girl's sixth sense was really scary. Fortunately, he had a clear conscience. He didn't call the girl. It was the girl who called. It's true, but I don't have any girls. Why don't you send me a few? Xia Rufai said with a smile. You wish. Ling Qingsu pouted and said, if one is not enough, how many more do you want? I don't even have one, okay. Xia Rufai cried out, full of grievances. After he said this, the two of them fell into silence, because they all thought of the meaning behind the words that Ling Qingsu had blurted out. Xia Rufai broke the awkward silence. Dumbo. Ling Qingsu lowered her eyes and said, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Xia Rufai said subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Qingsu quickly hung up the phone. Xia Rufai sat there with his phone in his hand for a long time. He was thinking that he should be more proactive after the new year. The lady's intentions were already very obvious. Xia Rufai also had feelings for Ling Qingsu. Thinking of this, Xia Rufai picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Ling Qingsu. Qingsu, do you have time during the new year? Come to my farm to play. After a while, a WeChat notification rang. Xia Rufai opened it and saw Ling Qingsu's one-word reply MMH. Xia Rufai grinned and put his phone aside. He didn't plan to enter the spirit map space again. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and then fell asleep. Xia Rufai slept soundly that night. Even the firecrackers in the morning of the first day of the new year did not wake him up. He only woke up at 9 o'clock. The precise biological clock that he had developed in the army seemed to have begun to degenerate, but this was nothing. Sleeping until he woke up naturally and counting money until his hands cramped, wasn't this the life that many people dreamed of? If he were to return home after retiring and still live strictly according to the army's work and rest schedule, that would be old-fashioned. After washing up, Xia Rufai put on his slippers and went downstairs. Hu Zai's mother had already prepared breakfast. Yi Lingyun had already woken up and was practicing military boxing in the courtyard. His head was steaming, and he had obviously been practicing for a while. In this aspect, Zia Ryufai could not compare to Yi Lingyun. This kid had always stuck to the army's daily routine. He would get up at 6 in the morning and go to the courtyard for physical training. In his own words, he was now the head of security at the Paradise Corporation, so he couldn't neglect his culinary skills. Zia Ryufai suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that guns couldn't be bought in the country, this kid would probably not even skip his shooting training. Huzai's mother saw Zia Ryufai coming down and greeted him with a smile. "If it flies, come and have breakfast." "All right." Zia Ryufai smiled and replied, "Auntie, where's Kaio? This girl is still sleeping. Ignore her, let's eat first." Huzai's mother said, "Woof, you still dared to call me a lazy bum yesterday." Zia Ryufai said with a smile, "You actually woke up later than me. This girl had a lot of fun last night and didn't go to bed until 1. She hasn't been this happy in a long time," Huzai's mother said with a smile. "We'll all be happy in the future," Zia Ryufai said, and Huzai's mother nodded and said, "Come and eat quickly. Otherwise the kanji will get cold." Then Huzai's mother stuck her head out and shouted, "Little Yi, stop practicing, let's eat." "Auntie, please eat first. I'll be done soon," Yi Lingyun replied. Zia Ryufai turned around and saw that he had finished a set of military boxing and was now doing push-ups quickly. He smiled at Huzai's mother and said, "Auntie, don't worry about him. This guy won't eat until he's done with his training. Let's eat." According to the custom of the Southeast Province, the first meal on the first day of the new year was vegetarian. Because it was difficult for most people to maintain the habit of vegetarian all year round, it was a symbolic meaning to vegetarian for the first meal of the new year, as if they had been vegetarian for the whole year. There were many similar customs. For example, on the first day of the new year, they couldn't sweep the floor and wash dishes. On the one hand, it was to gather wealth, so they couldn't sweep things out. On the other hand, it was also because they couldn't work hard on the first day, because it would indicate an entire year of hard work. However, Huzai's mother's cooking skills were very good. Furthermore, the ingredients were all Taoyuan vegetables, so even without any meat or fish, it was still very delicious. Zia Ryufai slurped down 3 bowls of porridge with the side dishes. At this time, Yi Lingyun had finished his physical training and returned. Zia Ryufai called him to wash up and come over for breakfast. Then he took his phone and left the villa for the farm outside. He still had to make a few New Year calls, mainly to Professor Tian Huilan, and Ma Xing from Hong Kong. Zia Ryufai called Professor Tian first. After the call was connected, Professor Tian's hearty voice came through. "Happy New Year, Zio Zia. Professor Tian, here's my New Year's greetings to you." Zia Ryufai chuckled and asked, "How's your body recently?" That's good, that's good." Zia Ryufai was also very happy. He continued to ask, "Oh right, Secretary Tian should be with you, right?" "Ha ha ha, that's right." Professor Tian said, "She comes to my place every year at this time to get some peace and quiet." Zia Ryufai smiled and expressed his understanding. For a high-ranking official like Tian Huilan, if she didn't find a place to hide during the holidays, she would probably be trampled on. Not to mention, she had entered the ranks of the deputy level and standing committee of the provincial party committee this year, so the situation was even worse than in previous years. Moreover, it was not good to drive her out during the new year, so the best way was to make sure that no one could find her. "Professor Tian, please help me convey my New Year's greetings to Secretary Tian." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "I won't make another call." Only Zia Ryufai had a quiet personality. If it was anyone else, they would probably wake up laughing from their dreams if they could speak to Secretary Tian of the Municipal Party Committee. How could they let go of this opportunity so easily? All right. She's right beside me. I've received your blessing." Professor Tian laughed and said, "Zio Zia, if you're free, come over and play." "All right," Zia Ryufai said with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while before hanging up. Zia Ryufai was about to call Ma Xing when his phone rang. Zia Ryufai saw that it was a Hong Kong number and couldn't help but laugh. "Hello," Zia Ryufai answered the call. "Happy New Year, Zia Sheng." Ma Xing's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. "Huan is recovering very well. Huan's score on the autistic behavior scale is now normal." The professional said that Huan has already taken off her cap. Ma Xing said excitedly. Taking off a hat was a term used in the industry. It referred to the recovery of an autistic patient. With the recognition of a professional organization, it further proved that Huan had completely recovered. "That's great," Zia Ryufai said happily. "Zia Sheng, I have you to thank for this." Ma Xing sighed and continued, "Huan missed you so much. She always talks about Uncle Zia. Then please tell Huan that I miss her too." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "I will come to Hong Kong to see her when I have time." Ma Xing laughed. "There's no need to wait. We'll be going back to the mainland in 2 days. You'll see Huan soon." "Oh really, that's great. I'll think about what kind of New Year's gift I should get her." Zia Ryufai said with a smile, "The gift is fine. Huan will be very happy as long as she sees you." Ma Xing said with a smile, "By the way, Zia Sheng, I have another purpose for going to the mainland this time. I'm going to Xincheng City to attend a truffle tasting auction. I wonder if you're interested in joining me." When Zia Ryufai heard Ma Xing mention the truffle auction, his heart skipped a beat. Of course I'm interested, Zia Ryufai asked excitedly. Old Master Ma, when does the truffle tasting auction start? The third day of the first month, Xing said. The traditional truffle production season in the Alba region of Italy is around November and December, but truffles grow in March. I heard that there will be white truffles of very good quality in this auction. It should be the last truffle auction this season. The next time we want to try it will be at the end of the year. That's why we can't miss it. Then all the more I want to participate, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. We'll arrive at Sanshin City tomorrow. We'll fly to Shenzhen the day after tomorrow. Xing asked Xiaosheng, is your schedule easy to arrange? I'm fine with it, Zia Ryufai said without hesitation. Ha ha ha, then I'll see you tomorrow, Xing said happily. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Zia Ryufai's mind began to wander. According to the time in the medium, it had been almost a year since the last truffle cultivation. If his method worked and he successfully cultivated a high-quality truffle, he might be able to make a lot of money from this auction. Even if the truffle was not successfully cultivated, it would still be good to attend the tasting meeting with Xing. The taste of the truffle, especially the alluring fragrance, was still lingering in Zia Ryufai's mind. Zia Ryufai didn't want to wait any longer. He went straight back to the villa and locked the door and windows in his bedroom. After making sure it was safe, he summoned the spirit painting from his palm and entered the medium. He strode to the oak forest. The oak trees grew very quickly. They were all about 20 centimeters in diameter, and the whole forest was lush. Zia Ryufai came to an oak tree and started digging with a shovel. Truffles were actually a type of fungus. They were associated with the roots of oak and beech trees. Hence, if Zia Ryufai wanted to find truffles, he had to dig down and find the roots. Truffles produced in winter usually grew half a meter to 1 meter deep under the soil. Zia Ryufai dug a few spots and found the roots. However, he did not find any truffles. When there were no truffles around a meter, he would fill the hole with soil and continue digging in another place. On the fifth time, when Zia Ryufai had dug more than 70 centimeters, he suddenly found a black block at the root of the oak tree. He quickly stopped and carefully pushed away the surrounding soil with his hands. Very quickly, a black lump the size of a tennis ball appeared in front of Zia Ryufai. He carefully pulled it out and cleaned the dirt on its surface. Its surface was uneven and looked like a pine fruit, but its texture was finer and not as hard as a pine fruit. The most obvious thing was the smell. After digging it out, Zia Ryufai smelled a special fragrance. People who liked it would be fascinated by it, and those who didn't would feel nauseated. Zia Ryufai had only touched truffles in Hong Kong previously. Obviously, he was one of the former. Without a doubt, it was a piece of black truffle. Zia Ryufai's mood relaxed. Although this black truffle was of average size and weight, its appearance confirmed one thing: the soil method he used to cultivate truffles previously was effective. Since he had found one, it meant that there were more and better ones underground. On this point, Zia Ryufai had an almost superstitious belief in the spirit map space. Moreover, the roots would be infected with truffle fungus, so they would be able to produce truffles continuously in the future. However, Zia Ryufai was a little worried. Truffles were half a meter to a meter deep underground. It was too inefficient to dig aimlessly, and he might miss a lot. No matter what, Zia Ryufai could not accept letting the precious truffles rot underground. He had done some research before. In foreign countries, truffle hunters would bring specially trained truffle dogs to look for truffles. In the early days, some people took sows to search for it, because the hormonal smell of truffles was a fatal temptation to sows. Even if it was buried 1 meter deep underground, it still could not escape the noses of sows. However, once truffles were found, the sows would dig up the soil with all their might. Many times, the truffle hunters were unable to stop them in time, and the precious truffles would be eaten by the sows. As a result, they slowly switched to using specially trained truffle dogs. A better truffle could be sold for thousands of dollars. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and decided to let Lightning try. Although Lightning was not a professional truffle dog, it had absorbed the petals of a strange flower and was more intelligent than ordinary dogs. Its sense of smell must be more sensitive than ordinary dogs. Zia Ryufai placed the black truffle in an empty box and left the spirit map space. He didn't store the painting in his body. Instead, he put it in his pocket. Then he opened the door and walked to the balcony. He whistled toward the courtyard. Lightning, who was basking in the sun by the wall, heard Zia Ryufai's whistle and immediately stood up. She looked up at the second floor. Zia Ryufai beckoned to Lightning. Lightning immediately understood and rushed into the villa. It ran up the stairs to the second floor. Zia Ryufai opened the door and Lightning immediately rushed in. It stood up and pounced on Zia Ryufai affectionately. Zia Ryufai patted Lightning's head and said, come down, wait for me to lock the door. I have an important task for you." Lightning let go of Zia Ryufai obediently and lay on the floor. Zia Ryufai went over to lock the door and draw the curtains. Then he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the spirit map space with Lightning in his arms. Lightning had been to the spirit map space before, so when it entered and felt the rich spiritual energy, it was very happy. It began to run around Zia Ryufai's feet and wagged its tail at Zia Ryufai, expressing its excitement. With that, Zia Ryufai walked towards the oak forest with Lightning following closely behind him. Zia Ryufai walked to the box and picked up the black truffle. He put it in front of Lightning's nose and smiled. "Take a good sniff of this smell. It's all up to you if you can find all the truffles underground." Lightning could understand such simple instructions. It sniffed the truffle very carefully, then looked at Zia Ryufai and wagged its tail a few times. "This is it." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "Then let's go. Find all the truffles in this forest." Lightning immediately sneaked out and circled around an oak tree a few times, sniffing with its nose. Soon it came to a position and started to dig with its front paws. I'll do it. You just have to be responsible for finding the location," Zia Ryufai quickly said. He picked up the shovel and began to dig at the spot where Lightning was digging, while Lightning lay quietly on the side. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters. This time, Zia Ryufai dug for a full meter and finally saw a huge truffle. This time, it was the more precious white truffle. Zia Ryufai carefully dug the soil beside the truffle with a shovel and finally dug out the white truffle with his bare hands. After roughly cleaning the soil on the surface of the truffle, Zia Ryufai weighed the truffle in his hand. It was about 400 to 500 grams and the size of a pomelo. What a good start. Zia Ryufai was very happy. He knew that the heavier the weight of truffle, the more precious it was. In 2015, a piece of 900 grams of white truffle was sold at an auction for 100,000 euros, which was equivalent to 680,000 Chinese dollars. This piece of white truffle was about 500 grams. Compared to the price of a piece of white truffle that was about the same weight as the one sold at the auction, it was worth about 200,000 Chinese dollars, and this was under the condition that the quality was the same. Zia Ryufai would never believe that the white truffle produced in his interspace would be inferior to the white truffle grown in the outside world. It was already a great honor that the white truffle did not surpass them by a few streets. The white truffle greatly boosted Zia Ryufai's confidence. He thought for a moment and left the medium with Lightning. He asked Lightning to wait in the room, then went downstairs to the small storage room, locked the door, and put a few bags of rice into the medium. After returning to his bedroom, Zia Ryufai brought Lightning into the medium again. He tore open the rice bag and poured a layer of rice into the 2 large sorting boxes. Then he carefully brushed off the soil on the 2 truffles with a small brush and buried them in the rice in the 2 boxes. The reason why Zia Ryufai did this was because the truffle was constantly emitting a strong fragrance. Although he knew that things would not go bad in the inner space, he did not know if the fragrance would dissipate. Therefore, it was safer to store it in the rice and seal it in the sorting box. After that, Zia Ryufai brought Lightning to search for the next location of the truffles. Although Lightning had not been trained, its sense of smell was far better than truffle dogs. It could understand humans and could understand Zia Ryufai's orders. Therefore, it was very efficient in finding truffles. It was Zia Ryufai who had slowed down the progress. This was because he had to be very careful every time he dug. After the truffle was dug out, he had to carefully clean the soil on the surface and put it into the tidying box. So every time Lightning found a place to rest, Zia Ryufai would be busy. Pieces of truffles were dug out from the ground by Zia Ryufai. There were black truffles and even more precious white truffles. After they were cleaned, they were put into tidying boxes continuously. Soon, the 2 large tidying boxes were full. Zia Ryufai found another 2 tidying boxes and poured in the rice. After more than 10 hours, Zia Ryufai finally dug out the last piece of black truffle. He asked Lightning and confirmed that there was no truffle left in the oak forest. He then heaved a sigh of relief. This work not only tested one's physical strength but also one's patience. Although Zia Ryufai was exhausted and covered in mud, he felt a sense of achievement when he saw the 4 boxes of truffles. The amount of black truffles and white truffles was basically the same. The 2 large boxes were full, and the other 2 were also half-filled. As for how much harvest they had, they would only know after weighing it on a scale. However, Zia Ryufai could roughly estimate it. Among the truffles, there were 7 or 8 of them that were as big as the first white truffle that Lightning had found. According to last year's auction market, they were worth at least 2 million. In addition, there were 3 pieces of truffles that could be considered giant. The largest piece was slightly bigger than a basketball and weighed about 4 pounds. The other 2 pieces were about 2 to 3 pounds. If Zia Ryufai remembered correctly, the largest piece was probably bigger than the world's largest white truffle in 14 years. The white truffle was 4.16 pounds, or about 1.89 kilograms. The piece that Zia Ryufai had dug out was definitely a giant. The value of such truffles could no longer be measured by the market price, especially if they were to participate in an auction. It was even more likely to be sold for a sky-high price. The black truffle was in a similar situation, but black truffles were generally smaller than white truffles. The largest piece of black truffle that Zia Ryufai found was nearly 1.5 kilograms, which was also very rare. Zia Ryufai pondered for a while in the space. He felt that there was too much truffle this time, and it was not appropriate to sell it all at once. Otherwise, the auction price would not go up. He was even considering moving the oak trees to the new space. This kind of thing could only be produced in a specific season of the year, and there was no way to preserve it for a long time, so it was meaningless to produce more of it in the space. Although the original dimension could keep truffles absolutely fresh, truffles were precious when they were rare. If they were released in large quantities, it would definitely cause market turmoil, and the price would eventually fall. It was definitely not worth it. Moreover, it was extremely suspicious to suddenly sell truffles that couldn't be preserved for a long time in a season without truffle production. It would easily expose his secret. Of course, Zia Ryufai was not in a hurry to decide if he should transplant them. The harvest this time was just in time for the end of the truffle season. This batch of truffles could still be sold as usual. Therefore, the most important thing now was to plan the sales of this batch of truffles. When he went to Shenzhen City in 2 days, the biggest truffles would definitely be auctioned. The most suitable place for truffles of this level would be the auction. The rest of the medium-sized ones could also be used as a foil. Then he would keep the rest for now. When he returned to the Three Mountains, he would sell truffles of such good quality through other channels. Now that it was the end of truffles sales season, he definitely wouldn't have to worry about sales. After making up his mind, Zia Ryufai took a new tidying box and picked out the largest pieces of black truffles and white truffles. He also picked out a dozen pieces of medium-sized truffles and put them all into the tidying box. Then he poured in the rice. Then Zia Ryufai sealed the sides of the boxes with tape. There were 5 big truffles in this batch, 3 white truffles and 2 black truffles. The white truffles were more than 3 caddies, and the black truffles were more than 2 caddies. There were also 13 ordinary truffles, which weighed 300 pounds and 500 grams. Zia Ryufai sealed the rest of them and left the original space with lightning. Although he had been busy in the inner space for more than 10 hours, only a short time had passed in the outside world. Zia Ryufai went to the bathroom to wash off the dirt on his body and changed into clean clothes. Then he opened the door and brought lightning downstairs. Zia Ryufai didn't see Lin Kaio. After asking Hu Zai's mother, he found out that the girl was still sleeping. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand, went to the farm to patrol. This was something he had to do every day. As the head of security, he was very responsible. Zia Ryufai had nothing to do, so he brought lightning over to the farm. Before he reached the vegetable greenhouse, he saw Cao Taishu hurriedly walking out of the greenhouse from a distance. Zia Ryufai saw the anxious look on Cao Taishu's face and quickly walked up to him. He asked old Cao, "What's wrong?" "Boss, my wife just called me saying that she fell while shopping at the temple fair. I was just about to ask you for leave." Cao Taishu said, "I'm afraid I can't be on duty today." "Yo, why would he fall? Is it serious?" Zia Ryufai quickly asked. It was really depressing for such a thing to happen on the first day of the first month of the lunar year. "AI," Cao Taishu said, "who knows? That woman just likes to join in the fun. There are so many people at the temple fair, it's easy to get into trouble. She's still in the county hospital. It seems like his bones are injured, but it shouldn't be a big problem if he can make a phone call. Then hurry over. You don't have to worry about the shift. Ling Yun is at the farm too," Zia Ryufai said. Zia Ryufai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You old cow. At a time like this, you still care about this. Hurry up and go see your wife. I've granted you leave. You're not allowed to go to work before your wife recovers, or I'll deduct your salary." This, Cao Taishu hesitated. "Why are you still here and there? Hurry up and go," Zia Ryufai said. Then he ran to the shed, got his motorcycle and rushed to the county hospital. Zia Ryufai thought about it. Since he had nothing to do today, he might as well go to the temple fair. Moreover, as Cao Taishu's boss, he knew that something had happened to his family. Moreover, it was the first day of the new year. It was only right for him to go and visit. Hence, Zia Ryufai returned to the villa, informed Hu Zai's mother, and drove away from Taoyuan farm. Zia Ryufai did not use the night XV. Instead, he drove a pickup. The night XV was too ostentatious, and there were many people at the temple fair on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Zia Ryufai did not want to be watched like a monkey in a zoo. Some people liked to be in the limelight, while others preferred to keep a low profile. Zia Ryufai happened to be the latter. The temple fair in Changping County was located at the county cultural square. Zia Ryufai had been to the county several times and was familiar with the place. He quickly found a parking space nearby and parked his car. Then he walked towards the temple fair. On the streets of Changping County on the first day of the new year, red lanterns were hung on the trees on both sides of the road. The street lamps were also decorated with beautiful Fu characters. On the road to the cultural square, colorful flags were also placed along the road, giving off a festive atmosphere. Zia Ryufai was prepared to walk around the temple fair and buy some gifts to visit Cao Taishu's wife at the county hospital. When he walked near the entrance of the temple fair, his eyes were attracted by a man who had a stall. There was a big basket in front of the man, and there were 5 or 6 furry puppies in it. Zia Ryufai's heart skipped a beat. He was just about to raise some animals in the new space after the evolution. dogs were undoubtedly a good choice. This was because dogs had higher intelligence. It was said that the border collie with the highest IQ could reach the intelligence level of a 7-year-old child. A dog that had been kept in the spirit map space for a long time would definitely have higher intelligence and would be of great help to Zia Ryufai in the future. Moreover, dogs were a relatively common animal, and it was very convenient to use them in the outside world. Zia Ryufai strode towards the man's stall. "Boss, how much are you selling this dog for?" Zia Ryufai looked at the dog in the basket and asked casually. The man quickly said, 50 yuan each, no bargaining. What breed is your dog? Zia Ryufai asked. This is a Chinese countryside dog. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but laugh. He joked, isn't that a mutt? Why are they still so expensive? The man quickly explained, sir, to tell you the truth, these little dogs were given birth to by my big yellow dog, so their breed might be a little ordinary, but their father is amazing. That was the big wolf dog raised by Boss Chen of the Dafa Abalone farm. These dogs will definitely be very fierce when they grow up, and they'll definitely be good at guarding the house, so there's still a bloodline. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, all right, I'll take all of them. AI, okay. The man said happily when he heard that Zia Ryufai would buy all of them. Sir, there are 7 in total. If you give me 350 yuan, I'll give you this basket as a gift. Zia Ryufai was stunned. He looked at the puppy in the basket and asked, aren't there 6 of them here? The boss was a little embarrassed as he took out a little black dog from under his chair. This little dog was even smaller than the ones in the basket. It looked listless and had some wounds on its body. It looked like it was on the verge of death. The boss smiled apologetically. Sir, this is also a litter of puppies. It's just that it was a little weak when it was born, and it's always bullied by the other puppies, so. It's not a loss for you to buy it back. You can definitely raise it. And didn't I give you a basket? Zia Ryufai looked at the puppy and felt a little sympathetic. Besides, a few hundred yuan was nothing to him now. Naturally, he would not be so calculative. He nodded and said, all right, deal. Zia Ryufai took out 350 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the owner. Then he carried the basket in one hand and the black puppy in the other and walked back. When they arrived at his pickup, Zia Ryufai placed the wicker basket inside. Zia Ryufai thought for a while. He couldn't just leave the puppy in the car. It would be a disaster if it were to freeze in such a cold weather. These were 7 little lives. Hence, he simply drove out of the city and stopped at an empty roadside. Zia Ryufai summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and kept the basket that contained the 6 puppies and the black puppy into the new space. The new space had the same flow of time as the outside world, so Zia Ryufai did not have to worry about the time in the new space passing by quickly and the puppy starving to death. He kept the painting in his body and drove back to the county. After walking around the temple fair for a while, Zia Ryufai bought some New Year's toys to give to Lin Kaio. He also bought a few bags of milk powder for the puppies. Then Zia Ryufai went to a nearby pharmacy to buy some nutritional supplements before driving to the county hospital. After parking the car at the county hospital, Zia Ryufai carried the gifts and went straight to the inpatient department. He heard from Cao Taishu that his wife had injured her bone, so she must be hospitalized. After Zia Ryufai entered the inpatient department, he took out his phone and was about to call Cao Taishu to ask which ward he was in. At this moment, Zia Ryufai heard a commotion from the corridor on the first floor of the inpatient department. Among them was Cao Taishu's angry and loud voice. Zia Ryufai's expression changed slightly. He quickly followed the voice. Very quickly, he arrived at the door of a hospital ward. He saw that this hospital ward was packed with 7 to 8 people. Cao Taishu and a few people who looked like farmers were in a confrontation with a few people in police uniforms. A middle-aged woman was lying on the bed with a pained expression. Her leg was in a thick cast and there were bruises on her face. Zia Ryufai noticed that the men in uniforms did not have official ranks. From their armbands, he could tell that they were auxiliary police officers. The leading auxiliary police officer was in his early 20s. He didn't wear a police hat and had long hair. His black police uniform jacket was unbuttoned, and the tie on his shirt was crooked. With a cigarette in his mouth, he didn't look like a police officer, but more like a bandit. The auxiliary police officer took a puff of his cigarette and frivolously blew the smoke in his mouth towards Cao Taishu. Then he pointed at Cao Taishu with the cigarette between his fingers and said, "Old man, don't be so ungrateful. It's already very easy for you to pay. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll arrest all of you." Cao Taishu straightened his neck, and his eyes were about to spew fire. He was so angry that his body trembled and he shouted, "If you have the ability, then arrest all of us." "I don't believe that there's no place for reasoning. Yo, you're quite unreasonable, aren't you?" The auxiliary police officer threw away the cigarette butt, pointed at Cao Taishu and said, "Come with us to the police station." "Mother seeker, I can't deal with you. Brothers, handcuff him." A few auxiliary police officers behind him immediately came forward to arrest Cao Taishu. Zia Ryufai couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Stop, what are you guys doing?" After he finished speaking, he strode into the ward and stood between Cao Taishu and the other police officers. Cao Taishu was also surprised to see Zia Ryufai. He asked, "Boss, what are you doing here?" Zia Ryufai nodded at Cao Taishu, then looked at the police officers and coldly asked, "What are you guys doing?" The leader of the police officers glanced at Zia Ryufai and asked, "Who are you? I'm warning you. Don't get in the way of our official duties or we'll arrest you as well." Zia Ryufai's lips twitched and he asked, "Executing official duties. You still want to arrest people? Do you have the relevant documents? Did the auxiliary police have the power to independently enforce the law? Where's your police captain? Also, he's disheveled and isn't well dressed. He's smoking in the ward while wearing a police uniform. What kind of character is this? Is this how your leader leads his team?" The series of questions confused the leader of the auxiliary police. He saw that Zia Ryufai's manner was extraordinary, and he spoke with a sense of justice, so he suddenly lost his confidence. "Who are you?" he asked hesitantly. Zia Ryufai smiled faintly and pointed at Cao Taishu. "Didn't you hear me just now? I'm his boss." "Boss, where are you from?" One of the auxiliary police officers behind the leading police officer asked bravely. "We're from Taoyuan Farm," Cao Taishu said with his head held high. The leading police officer was stunned for a moment. He opened his eyes wide and then sneered, "Fuck. I thought it was some big shot, so you're just a FC King farmer. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? That big tone. People who don't know you might think you're the director of the Public Security Bureau, FCK. At first, he was not sure about Zia Ryufai's background, so he was a little apprehensive. Now that he heard that the other party was the owner of a small farm that he had never heard of, he suddenly felt that he had been too careful. When he thought about how he had been intimidated by a farmer, the leader of the auxiliary police felt that he had lost a lot of face in front of his brothers, so he also became angry from embarrassment and began to curse. The group of auxiliary police officers behind him also laughed. "I thought you were some big boss, so you're a vegetable farmer, this guy is really quite scary. Haha, farm owner, I'm so scared." Zia Ryufai looked at the group of police officers quietly as if he was watching a group of clowns. "Hey, big boss, listen up. These few people killed my Alsatian." The leader of the auxiliary police said loudly, "You're such a big boss, why don't you help them pay? It's not expensive, only 50,000 yuan. Zia Ryufai said indifferently, "So it's a private matter." "Then you brought so many people here in police uniforms, and just now you were shouting about taking them to the police station. Is this considered private use?" "Private, your mother. Do you really think you're a big leader?" The leader of the auxiliary police officer's expression changed and he cursed, "Get out if you don't have money to pay. I'll catch you as well if you continue to talk nonsense." Zia Ryufai's expression turned cold as he chided, "You're the ones who should get out. This is a hospital, you can't do as you please. Mother seeker, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." The leader of the auxiliary police said with a fierce look, "Brothers, handcuff this kid first. Didn't he like to talk big? Let him slowly tell you at the bureau." The auxiliary police officers agreed and surrounded Zia Ryufai. One of them was holding a pair of handcuffs. Seeing this, Cao Taishu also became anxious. He loudly said, "Stop. What right do you have to arrest my boss?" Those auxiliary police naturally did not pay attention to Cao Taishu's shouts. Zia Ryufai remained calm until one of the auxiliary police officers reached out to grab his arm. He shook his hand lightly and his body flashed like a ghost. Muffled sounds of fists hitting bodies could be heard. No one could even see Zia Ryufai's movements clearly. It felt like in a few blinks of an eye, the police officers were lying on the ground and groaning in pain. All of them had bruises on their faces, and they looked extremely miserable. Zia Ryufai calmly clapped his hands, walked over, grabbed one person in each hand, and threw them all out of the ward in no time. The leader of the police officers stood at the side and could not believe his eyes. It was only when Zia Ryufai walked towards him that he shuddered and shouted, "You dare to attack a police officer? You think too highly of yourself. Are you a police officer? It's not even enough to assault a police officer." Zia Ryufai pouted and said, "Besides, so what if I assault a police officer?" Zia Ryufai said as he walked towards the police officer. With every step he took, the police officer felt more pressured and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Don't come over, don't come over." Zia Ryufai's display of skill had scared the police out of their wits. Zia Ryufai looked at him in disgust and said, "Your mouth is too smelly. Slap yourself 10 times and then get lost. What, you? Don't go too far," the auxiliary police officer said as he retreated. He was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Now he was just thinking about how to escape. Zia Ryufai snorted and said, "Since you're so unconscious, I'll do it for you." With that, he rushed forward, grabbed the assistant policeman's collar with one hand, and quickly waved his other hand. "Pai li pa la," the crisp sound of a slap was heard. Zia Ryufai slapped the police officer 10 times, and the police officer's face swelled up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. He was stunned by the 10 slaps and even forgot the pain on his face. He just stood there in a daze with a look of disbelief on his face. Zia Ryufai threw him out of the door and said indifferently, "Get lost." The auxiliary police officers looked at each other and showed a look of fear. Then they helped each other and fled. At the end of the corridor, the leading auxiliary police officer turned around and shouted, "Just you wait. Don't run if you have the guts." Zia Ryufai did not care about his hollering. He turned around and looked at Cao Taishu, asking, "Old cow, tell me, what's going on?" Cao Taishu did not answer Zia Ryufai's question. Instead, he said worriedly, "Boss, you hit Chen Gang. This is not a small problem." The other villagers in the ward also said, "Yes, Boss Zia. Chen Gang is the son of Chen Jinbo, the owner of the abalone farm in the county. He has a lot of power in the county. Chen Jinbo is also a committee member of the county's government association. He knows many important people. Boss Zia, please think of a way to resolve this." "Stop, stop, stop." Zia Ryufai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I have my ways. You don't have to worry about me. Even if the sky is falling, you should at least let me know what happened, right?" Cao Taishu glared at his wife on the bed and said, "It's all because of this woman. Why are you joining in the fun? What's there to visit at a temple fair, now that we've caused such a huge disaster?" Cao Taishu's wife said, feeling wronged, "I didn't know that this would happen. There were at least a few thousand people at the temple fair, so why didn't they get involved? I'm just so unlucky. You still dare to talk back." Cao Taishu's eyes widened as he spoke. Zia Ryufai forced a smile and advised, "Old cow, what's done is done. What's the point of blaming sister-in-law? What had happened? I'm still confused." Cao Taishu sighed and told Zia Ryufai everything. It turned out that Cao Taishu's wife and a few villagers had made an appointment to go to the temple fair in the county. Not long after entering the county, a large wolfhound suddenly rushed out from the vicinity of the police station in the west of the city. Cao Taishu's wife was so frightened that she fell heavily from her bicycle. She just happened to hit the stone along the road, and her tibia was fractured on the spot. That large wolfhound was still aggressively pouncing towards Cao Taishu's wife. Her leg was fractured, and she couldn't run away. As a result, her face was scratched and had several bloody marks. The villagers who went to the temple fair with him hurried forward to chase the dog away, but the dog seemed to have gone mad. The situation was urgent at the time, and if this mad dog was allowed to go crazy, Cao Taishu's wife might have lost her life. One of the villagers happened to have a hoe on his tricycle, so he raised it to hit the dog. At that time, the scene was chaotic, and they couldn't remember the specific situation. They only remembered that they had hit the hose a few times, and maybe one of them had hit the big wolf dog's vital point. The big wolf dog was killed on the spot. At this time, the place where Cao Taishu's wife's bones were fractured was already very swollen. There were also many bruises and scratches that were bleeding. The villagers did not care about finding the dog's owner to pay for the medical expenses. They quickly sent Cao Taishu's wife to the hospital and asked Cao Taishu's wife to call and inform Cao Taishu. The emergency and hospitalization fees were paid by a few villagers. Unexpectedly, after dealing with the fractures and wounds, Cao Taishu arrived at the inpatient department. Not long after he arrived, Chen Gang came to the door with a few auxiliary police officers. It was only then that everyone knew that the Alsatian was Chen Gang's family owned the largest abalone farm in the county. His father, Chen Jinbo, was a member of the county government's administrative association and was considered a famous local private entrepreneur. Chen Gang had been mischievous since he was a child, and his academic results were terrible. After graduating from high school, he was transferred to the city's West Police Station as an auxiliary police officer through some connections in his family. With his family's power and the skin of a police officer, Chen Gang was even more arrogant and domineering. His bad reputation was known all over the country. The Alsatian was raised by Chen Jinbo in the abalone farm, and Chen Gang often brought it to the police station. He didn't know why he had run out of the police station today. Chen Gang, who was on duty today, was playing cards in the office with a few of his bad friends, so he didn't know anything. After the wolfhound ran out, it ran towards Cao Taishu's wife. In the end, it was accidentally killed by a villager, and Chen Gang was completely unaware of it. Later, some of Chen Gang's acquaintances recognized that it was his dog and quickly ran to the police station to inform him. When Chen Gang saw his beloved dog lying dead on the spot, he immediately exploded and asked around with a few auxiliary police officers. Many people had seen what had happened, so Chen Gang and the others quickly found the hospital. When they met, not only did Chen Gang not apologize for his dog hurting people, but he also asked Cao Taishu to compensate him for his dog. He even asked for 50,000 yuan. Cao Taishu's stomach was filled with anger when his wife got into such a situation on the first day of the new year. Hence, both parties started quarreling and Zia Ryufai arrived. Finally, Cao Taishu said indignantly, "I've long heard that the Chen family is overbearing. I've finally witnessed it today. AI. Taishu, what do we common people have to fight with them?" An elderly villager sighed and said, "I think you'd better get out of the hospital with your sister-in-law and find a place to hide. And this boss Zia, you should also quickly think of a solution. If you can, go out and hide for a few days." The others also tried to persuade him. "Yup, we can't afford to offend the Chen family. Boss Zia, a wise man knows when to retreat. Let's hide for a while." Zia Ryufai's brows furrowed as he listened to Cao Taishu's story. Although it was only a few words, it was clear how arrogant and despotic Chen Gang was. Moreover, all the villagers were so afraid. It was clear how powerful the Chen family was in Changping County. Chen Gang's behavior today was simply lawless. Xia Ruifai was not a nosy person. However, since something like this happened to his farm employee, he had to step in. Thinking of this, Xia Ruifai said to Cow Taishu and the villagers, "Old Cow, sister-in-law, fellow villagers, you can rest assured. Sister-in-law can't get out of bed right now, so you just stay here and recuperate. Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to touch a single hair on you. Boss Xia, Chen Jimbo has a good relationship with some of the leaders in the county." You, the elderly villager, said hesitantly. Xia Ruifai smiled and said, "No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat the law. No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat the organization. Don't worry." The senior villager looked at Xia Ruifai. To put it nicely, this young man was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. To put it bluntly, he was a little dazed. Chen Jinbo has been in the Changping district for more than 10 years and has many connections. You're just a young man who started a small farm in the village. How can you fight against such a big shot? The other villagers also wanted to persuade Xia Ruifai, but Cao Taishu listened to Xia Ruifai's words and said firmly, "Boss, since you've said so, I'll listen to you. Let's not go anywhere and just recuperate in this hospital. I don't believe that the Chen family can be above the law." Xia Ruifai nodded in appreciation. The villagers saw that the person involved had such an attitude, so they no longer tried to persuade him. After saying a few words of comfort, they left one after another. They were also afraid of getting into trouble. Although Chen Gang had already identified Cao Taishu's family, they had killed the dog together after all. After the villagers left, Xia Ruifai saw that Cao Taishu's wife was still worried. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'll make a call now. Don't worry, I also know a few people from the top." "Boss Xia, then you should quickly look for the higher-ups and settle this matter," Cao Taishu's wife quickly said. People from the countryside did not know much, but when she heard Xia Ruifai say that she had connections, she seemed to be more at ease. "Boss, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that you would be implicated in this matter," Cao Taishu said guiltily. "Old cow, don't say such things." Xia Ruifai said, "It's fine if I don't know about this, but since I know, I have to do something about it. You're an employee of our company, and you're even a middle-rank backbone. The company must make decisions for your family." Xia Ruifai smiled and nodded. He reached out and patted Cao Taishu's shoulder. Then he took out his phone and walked to the corridor outside the ward. The most effective way to deal with the matter in Changping County was to look for the newly appointed Wu Liqian. If even Wu Liqian couldn't handle it herself, she would naturally turn to her old superior, Tian Huilan, for help. However, the possibility of this happening was very low. If a local boss could make Wu Liqian, the executive deputy county head, feel helpless, then she wasn't worthy of Tian Huilan's trust and heavy responsibility. Hence, Xia Ruifai took out his phone and dialed Wu Liqian's number. The phone rang a few times before Wu Liqian picked it up. "Happy New Year, Zio Xia," Wu Liqian said. Xia Ruifai heard some noise on the other end of the phone and asked, "Sis Wu, did I disturb you from work?" "It's nothing, I'm just visiting some units in the county." Wu Liqian smiled lightly. "We were in the meeting room just now, but we're out now. If you have anything to say, just say it. It's more convenient to talk now." During the new year, the leaders of several groups in the county would go to various units to visit and express their condolences. They would pay their New Year's greetings to the cadres and people who still insisted on their posts during the new year. This was already a tradition in China. Parties and governments at all levels had this tradition. As the fourth in command in the leadership team, Wu Liqian was definitely very busy today. She had to go to all the units and work the whole day. Hence, Xia Ruifai didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "Sis Wu, there's something I need your help with." Then Xia Ruifai told Wu Liqian everything that had happened that day, including how he had beaten up a few police officers after he had arrived at the hospital. In fact, Xia Ruifai had even beaten up the deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau in front of Tian Huilan at the Changping County's Linhai Town police station. Wu Liqian had been there as well, and she had been Tian Huilan's secretary at the time. After hearing Xia Ruifai's words, Wu Liqian said angrily, "There's such a thing. This was simply lawless. Zio Xia, are you still in the hospital?" "Yes, I'm worried that after I leave, Chen Gang will do something bad to the CEO couple." Xia Ruifai said, "They are all honest farmers. They are already out of their minds after such a thing happened on the first day of the new year. Don't worry, just wait for a while in the hospital. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation," Wu Liqian said without hesitation. "You even have to do this with Sis Wu," Wu Liqian said with a smile. "Develop your business well and create more taxes and jobs for our county. That's the best way to thank me." Definitely, Xia Ruifai said with a smile. Since Wu Liqian still had to deal with this matter, the two didn't talk much and hung up the phone quickly. The County Water Resources Bureau. Wu Liqian put her phone away, a thoughtful look on her face. She glanced at Su Jianbo, the director of the County Public Security Bureau, who was sitting on the side. During the Spring Festival visit, several groups in the county were divided into several groups and acted separately. Su Jianbo happened to be in the group led by Wu Liqian. Basically, the leader would walk around and thank the staff on duty for their hard work. He would then give them some gifts, and the leader would say a few words to them. The greetings at the Water Conservancy Bureau had basically ended. However, Wu Liqian had just gone out to take a call, so everyone was still waiting here. Wu Liqian nodded to everyone, then said to the deputy director of the government office, "Our next stop is Kuwait City Hospital." In fact, health, water conservancy, and public security were all under Wu Liqian's jurisdiction, so she had to visit these places during the spring festival this year. The county government office's deputy director was stunned for a moment before he reminded her in a low voice, "Mayor Wu, according to our plan, our next stop is the Public Security Bureau. The county hospital is arranged to be in the afternoon. The notice has already been sent out. If we go now, I'm afraid the hospital won't be prepared." Wu Liqian frowned and said, "What do we need to prepare? It's New Year's, so we'll go and visit the frontline medical workers. It's fine as long as they work normally. It's not like we're going to inspect them." "All right, I'll inform them immediately." The deputy director of the government office saw that Wu Liqian was a little unhappy and quickly agreed. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Su Jianbo, asked in a half-joking, half-serious manner, "Mayor Wu, why did you suddenly change to the county hospital? Is the tea in our Public Security Bureau not good?" Su Jianbo was a member of the Visit and Comfort Group, but if they were to go to the Public Security Bureau, he was also the host, so what he said was not considered out of line. Director Su Wu Liqian said with a smile, "Our colleagues in the Public Security Bureau are all working very hard. We have more time in the afternoon. We can talk more with everyone." "Haha," Su Jianbo laughed and said, "I feel much better now that you've said that, Mayor Wu." Wu Liqian's eyes were clouded. Su Jianbo had indeed been showing signs of a bad trend recently, and this was also directly reflected in his words and actions. His words just now seemed casual, but in reality there was a faint sense of challenge. However, Wu Liqian had already cultivated to the point where she could not show her emotions. She just said indifferently, "Let's go." The group of people left the Water Conservancy Bureau and got into their own cars. The motorcade then headed in the direction of the county hospital. At the county hospital, before Wu Liqian arrived, a group of menacing people came. After Xia Ruifai finished his call, he sat in the ward and chatted with Cao Taishu and his wife. The two of them were still a little uneasy, so Xia Ruifai kept trying to comfort them. After about 20 minutes, the sound of noisy footsteps could be heard from the corridor. Cao Taishu and his wife's expressions suddenly changed, revealing an extremely worried expression. "Boss, it must be Chen Gang. You should leave first," Cao Taishu said. Xia Ruifai's expression was still calm. He smiled and said, "Old Cao, don't be impatient. If he's coming, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? Boss, I know you're good at fighting, but they're from the government. We can't afford to offend them." Cao Taishu anxiously said, "If you call again, things will get out of hand. You'd better leave quickly." At this moment, a resentful voice came from the door. "You want to leave now. It's too late." The person was Chen Gang. When Cao Taishu heard Chen Gang's voice, his face immediately turned pale. He thought to himself, "This is really bad. Boss is implicated." Chen Gang was standing at the door with a smug look, but his face was swollen like a pig's head and he looked ferocious. "Brat, you really didn't run. You've got guts." Chen Gang stared at Xia Ruifai with hatred. At this time, two people in police uniforms came out from behind Chen Gang. They were two official police officers with police ranks and numbers, completely different from Chen Gang and the other auxiliary police officers. One of the police officers, who was tall and thin, looked at Xia Ruifai and said, "We are from the Criminal Police Unit of the County Public Security Bureau. You are suspected of assaulting a police officer and causing trouble. Come with us." Xia Ruifai looked at the policeman calmly and said, "Everything needs evidence. The police can't arrest people randomly. You said that I attacked the police and provoked trouble. Show me the evidence." "Evidence," the tall and thin police officer sneered. "You beat up Chen Gang and the other policemen from the West City Police Station. The witnesses are here, and the injuries on their bodies are the evidence. Those people are auxiliary police officers, not official police officers," Xia Ruifai immediately said. The young officer next to the tall and thin officer glared at him and said, "You think you can beat up the auxiliary police as you please? You've eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard." Xia Ruifai glared at the young police officer coldly and said, "Watch your mouth. Wearing this uniform, you represent the image of the people's police. You curse and swear every time you open your mouth. Is this the quality of a police officer?" FCK, the young police officer rolled up his sleeves and was about to teach Xia Ruifai a lesson. "Little Wu," the tall and thin police officer reached out and stopped him. Then the tall and thin police officer squinted at Xia Ruifai and said, "I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. But even if you have a glib tongue, you can't cover up the fact that you beat up Chen Gang and his men. They were injured by you when they were performing official duties. We are summoning you on the grounds of stirring up trouble and assaulting a police officer, which is completely in line with the regulations." The young police officer, Little Wu, also sneered and said in a strange tone, "If you refuse to cooperate, then don't blame us for not being polite. At that time, you'll be charged with resisting arrest, and you'll have to stay in the servant room for several years. Zia Ryukfai pouted and said, I didn't expect the police to be so good at twisting the truth and turning black into white. Chen Gang had obviously gathered the auxiliary police to cause trouble for his family's private affairs, but it became official business here. They were the ones who started the fight, and I was just defending myself. In your eyes, this is assault on a police officer. The tall and thin police officer said with a fake smile, the police will naturally investigate the truth. You're suspected of assaulting a police officer and of causing trouble. I'm officially summoning you according to the procedure. You must cooperate. Tall and thin police officer deliberately emphasized the word suspected. Zia Ryukfai snorted and said, summon. All right, show your police badges and your summons. I'll definitely cooperate. Chen Gang's round trip only took more than 20 minutes. It was still the first day of the new year. How could they have gotten an official summon? Sure enough, the tall and thin police officer's face darkened and said, I'm calling you verbally. We'll make up the relevant procedures after this. Now please come with us. Oh. I forgot there's a verbal summons. Zia Ryukfai pretended to suddenly realize something and then asked with a confused expression, but I remember that we can only summon verbally under special circumstances. Excuse me, officer, what kind of special situation am I in? Zia Ryukfai looked at Chen Gang with disdain and said, there are signs of escape. After they left, I still stayed here for more than 20 minutes. If I wanted to escape, I would have done so long ago. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. The young police officer couldn't help but curse. If you don't want to suffer, then come with us. Otherwise, you'll be in for it when you're in the police station. Are you threatening me? Zia Ryukfai's expression turned cold. Fuck your mother, so what if I threaten you? The young police officer cursed, I'm going to hit you. Then, the young policeman took out his rubber baton and smashed it on Zia Ryukfai's head. This time, the thin and tall policeman did not stop the young policeman from teasing him. His patience had run out. In this small county, they rarely talked reason with suspects. Sometimes, even if they did not follow the procedures, they would just arrest them without anyone daring to say anything. Zia Ryukfai's expression did not change. He just slightly turned his body and stretched out his hand, seemingly moving slowly. However, he avoided the baton and accurately grabbed the young policeman's wrist. The young policeman suddenly felt as if he was being clamped by a pair of iron pincers. He tried to pull back a few times, but Zia Ryukfai did not move at all. Zia Ryukfai only used a little force, but the young policeman suddenly felt as if his wrist was going to split open. He could not help but scream in pain. The tall and thin police officer was on guard. He took a step back, pulled out his gun from his waist, and pointed it at Zia Ryukfai. He shouted, stop. Let go of little Wu immediately. You're suspected of resisting arrest and assaulting a police officer. If you don't let go, I'll shoot. Zia Ryukfai faced the black muzzle of the gun, and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. His whole body released a cold, murderous aura, and the temperature of the entire ward seemed to have dropped by a lot. However, when he tilted his ears to listen, the aura on his body suddenly retracted. Zia Ryukfai's hearing was far better than the people at the scene. Hence, when the police were unaware, he had already heard the footsteps and voices outside the inpatient department. Zia Ryukfai sneered and let go of his hand. The young policeman, Zio Wu, immediately broke free from his control. Zio Wu quickly stepped back. The tall and thin police officer was still pointing his gun at Zia Ryukfai as if he was facing a great enemy. He had heard from Chen Gang that the man in front of him was very skilled, so he had brought a gun. In fact, this was already illegal. Little Wu, handcuff him, the tall and thin man said. All right, Lil Wu said with a smile. He massaged his red and swollen wrist, took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist, and walked towards Zia Ryukfai. He said, show me how awesome you can be. Fuck your mother. Zia Ryukfai just looked at Lil Wu coldly. He did not resist and let him handcuff his hands. Boss, Cao Taishu, who was at the side, said anxiously. Zia Ryukfai gave him a consoling smile, indicating for him not to panic. Take him away, the tall and thin police officer said proudly. He was very satisfied with the current outcome. So what if you're good at fighting? I have a gun. If you dare to resist, I'll shoot you. Even if you die, it'll be in vain. Seeing that Zia Ryukfai was cuffed, Chen Gang also became cocky. He walked to Zia Ryukfai and pushed him, saying, run. Damn it, wasn't he very impressive just now? I'll see how awesome you can be when we get to the police station. Zia Ryukfai sneered and walked out with his hands cuffed. Just then, a group of county cadres and hospital leaders surrounded Wu Liqian and walked to the door of the ward. When Wu Liqian saw the scene in front of her, her pretty face immediately showed an extremely angry expression. She angrily rebuked, what are you guys doing? Why did you arrest him? When the accompanying director of the Public Security Bureau, Su Jianbo, saw the scene before him, his heart could not help but skip a beat. Just now, he had felt that Wu Liqian's behavior was a little strange. Kai Qian's next stop was the Public Security Bureau, but she changed her schedule at the last minute. She didn't even go to the Health Bureau, but came directly to the county hospital. When she arrived at the county hospital, she didn't even greet the hospital leaders. Instead, she walked straight to the inpatient department building. Now that he saw the scene in the ward, even if Su Jianbo was slow to realize it, he already knew that Wu Liqian must have received the news in advance, which was why she had rushed over without stopping. Now, Su Jianbo could only hope that there were no problems with the procedures of these police officers. Otherwise, with Wu Liqian's attitude, a beating today would be inevitable. Wu Liqian did not even have the time to think about the politics of the government. The handcuff on Xia Ruifai's wrist was so glaring that it made her angry. The tall and thin police officer saw a group of leaders suddenly appearing at the door of the ward and panicked. The people in the system naturally knew the newly appointed beautiful deputy county head. Su Jianbo, who was next to Wu Liqian, was their direct superior and the boss of the bureau. The tall and thin police officer forced himself to remain calm and saluted the leaders. Reporting to County Head Wu, the County Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Department's police officer Chen Tai is currently on an arrest mission. Wu Liqian looked at Chen Tai coldly and pointed at Xia Ruifai. This is the target you want to capture. Xiao Xia is a private entrepreneur that I personally introduced to Changping County. At the same time, he's also a retired soldier with outstanding military achievements. May I ask what heinous crime he has committed? Do you need to point your guns at him and handcuff him? Both Su Jianbo and Chen Tai's faces turned pale at the same time. Their hearts also thumped, knowing that this was bad. Su Jianbo saw that Chen Tai was so scared that he stammered for a long time and could not come up with a reason. He could not help but frown and said, "Little Chen, what's the situation?" "Just report it to County Head Wu as it is." County Head Wu has always been impartial and would never side with anyone. When Chen Tai heard Su Jianbo's words, he suddenly had an idea and quickly said, "Yes, Chief. Mayor Wu," he said to Wu Liqian, "this is the situation. We were on duty at the criminal police unit today and received a call from Chengxi Police Station. They said that one of their policemen was injured during law enforcement and asked for our help. We followed the comrades of the West City Institute to the county hospital. After the identification of the comrades of the West City Institute, the person suspected of injuring the police is this Mr. Xia, so I summoned him according to the law and asked him to go to the brigade for interrogation. However, this gentleman wasn't very cooperative and injured our brigade's police officer, Wu Liban. We had no choice but to use firearms and take coercive measures against him." Chen Tai's words were very clever. He avoided the important points and shifted the focus to Xia Ruifai's assault, police assault, and non-cooperation. If Wu Liqian did not know Xia Ruifai and did not receive his call beforehand, she might have been able to get away with this. When Su Jianbo heard this, his heart immediately relaxed. He thought to himself, so that kid attacked a police officer, then things will be easy. With this in mind, Su Jianbo cleared his throat and said, "Little Chen, although the situation is special, you can't use firearms at will, especially in the hospital. The process of law enforcement still had to pay attention to the methods. Hurry up and uncuff me." Hearing this, Chen Tai was delighted and quickly said, "Yes, Director, I'll definitely reflect on this when I get back." Then he quickly went forward to unlock Xia Ruifai's handcuffs. Su Jianbo nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Wu Liqian and said politely, "County Head Wu, I think this is most likely a misunderstanding. The few comrades from the West City Police Station are not seriously injured, and this Mr. Xia is an investor in our county. Why don't we just let this matter go? The criminal police force will not file a case. What do you think?" He felt that Wu Liqian should stop while she could. After all, Xia Ruifai was the one who was in the wrong. He didn't expect Wu Liqian to just look at him indifferently and say to Xia Ruifai, "Little Xia, tell me about the situation. I won't listen to one side of the story." A trace of darkness flashed in Su Jianbo's eyes. He had not expected Wu Liqian to be so disrespectful in public. He had clearly given her a way out, but she still refused to give in. Xia Ruifai looked at Public Security Bureau Director Su Jianbo thoughtfully before he said, "County Head Wu, it's a long story. I'll first report to you what happened near the Chengxi Police Station this morning." Chen Gang, the auxiliary police officer of Chengxi Police Station. At this point, Xia Ruifai suddenly stopped and looked at Chen Gang and Chen Tai. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Chen Gang, Chen Tai, are you two brothers?" Chen Tai's face turned red and white. He quickly glanced at Wu Liqian and said, "Mr. Xia, this has nothing to do with the case." Su Jianbo also had a bad feeling. He was very clear that Chen Gang and Chen Tai were cousins. He had also heard that Chen Gang from the West City Institute had always caused trouble because of his father's power. However, those were all minor mistakes that did not matter much. He would not offend Chen Jinbo for this. Now that Xia Ruifai was suddenly hinting at something, Su Jianbo felt that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. If he did not handle it well, he might suffer a loss in the dark. Xia Ruifai didn't press on with the issue of their relationship. He continued, "Chen Gang, the assistant police officer of the West City Police Station, brought the wolfhound to the station for duty. He did not fulfill his duty of watching over it, causing the dog to run out and hurt people. This is the injured person at the time." Xia Ruifai pointed at Cao Taishu's wife who was lying on the bed. When Cao Taishu's wife saw so many leaders, she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Xia Ryufei continued. At that time, in order to save the injured person, the villagers had no choice but to accidentally kill the dog. They didn't even have time to ask the dog's owner for compensation. They just sent the injured person to the hospital for emergency treatment. Xia Ryufei paused and looked at Chen Gang coldly. Then, the auxiliary police officer quickly found the hospital. As the owner of the dog, not only did he not apologize or compensate for the medical and nutrition expenses, but he also made a false accusation and asked for 50,000 yuan, and he even threatened to take him to the police station. This is what the police officer just said. I can't help but ask, for your family's personal matters, you brought a few auxiliary police officers, wore police uniforms to the hospital to threaten the victims, and extorted a huge amount of compensation. Is this your official duty? Xia Ryufei raised his voice and said, the auxiliary police don't have independent law enforcement power. The few of you keep saying that you want to handcuff this one and arrest that one. Who gave you the confidence to do so? Xia Ryufei's words were loud and clear, and every sentence was straight to the point. Chen Gang's heart couldn't help but tremble, and Chen Tai, who had come to help his cousin, also turned pale. Wu Liqian looked at Xia Ryufei with admiration. Obviously, Xia Ryufei could tell that the director of the Public Security Bureau was a bit of a thorn in his side, so he had spoken righteously and pointed out the problems in the management and style of the Public Security Bureau. The two of them had never discussed it in advance, but Wu Liqian felt that they had a tacit understanding. Wu Liqian thought for a moment, then turned around and said to the officials and officers who had come with her, "Comrades, I'm going to handle some things here. Please go to the hospital's conference room and wait for a while." Under the guidance of the hospital's leaders, the accompanying cadres all left the inpatient department and went to the hospital office building. Wu Liqian looked at Su Jianbo indifferently, then said to Xia Ryufei, "Little Xia, continue." Xia Ryufei nodded and said, "Okay. County Head Wu, the victim's husband is an employee of my company, so when I learned that she was injured, I came to visit. I didn't expect to see these auxiliary police officers cuffing our employee as soon as I entered the door. I went up to speak a few words of justice, but they even wanted to arrest me. They're simply lawless." Xia Ryufei paused and continued, "I immediately said that the auxiliary police had no power to enforce the law and that what they did was against the law. However, they were so rude that they wanted to handcuff me by force, so I had no choice but to defend myself. This is the entire process of Officer Chen's so-called police assault. You're full of nonsense." Chen Gang said loudly, "Do you have any evidence to slander me?" "Evidence? Now you're asking for evidence." Xia Ryufei looked at Chen Gang with disdain and said, "When Officer Chen wanted to arrest me, he didn't give me any evidence and didn't even listen to my explanation." Xia Ryufei paused for a moment before continuing. "Many people have seen the dog hurting people. There must be surveillance cameras near the police station. Won't the truth be revealed if we pull up the surveillance cameras? As for what you did in the ward, many villagers saw it, and they can all testify." The villagers were afraid of trouble and did not dare to provoke the Chen family, but that was during normal times. If they had the backing of the deputy county head, these people would definitely be willing to come out and testify. You're all on the same side, so it doesn't count," Chen Gang said angrily. "Nonsense, you're still in cahoots. How did he become a witness in Officer Chen's eyes?" Xia Ryufei retorted rudely. After that, Xia Ryufei ignored Chen Gang's final struggle and continued, "County Head Wu, not long after I chased away these police officers, these two police officers came to my door. They claimed that I attacked a police officer and started a fight. They wanted to cuff me without showing my police badge and summon badge." Then Xia Ryufei pointed at the young police officer, Wu Liban, and said, "This officer Wu even took out a rubber baton to hit me. If I wasn't agile, I'm afraid I would have been injured. You saw what happened after that. Officer Chen took out his gun and pointed it at me. He handcuffed me and tried to arrest me." Xia Ryufei said all this in one breath, then shrugged and shut his mouth. Su Jianbo's expression became very ugly. The Chen brothers, Chen Gang and Chen Tai, were even paler. Wu Liban and several other auxiliary police officers also did not dare to breathe. After hearing Xia Ryufei's words, Wu Liqian's face turned as cold as ice. When she looked at someone in the ward, that person couldn't help but lower his eyes. Su Jianbo felt a great deal of pressure. He glared at Chen Tai in a somewhat resentful manner and asked, "Zio Chen, is this what happened?" Chen Tai's body trembled slightly as he stuttered, "Director, I don't know what happened before, after that. Su Jianbo was so angry that he almost cursed. Mayor Wu. Su Jianbo lowered his stance and said to Wu Liqian, "As the bureau chief, I have the responsibility of leading this matter. Director Su, I don't think there's a need to rush the self-reflection." Wu Liqian said, "The most important thing now is to investigate the matter clearly. I know Zio Zia. He has always been a law-abiding citizen. Even Secretary Tian often praises him. If it's really the police's fault, we should give them an explanation, right?" When Su Jianbo heard the words Secretary Tian, his His eyes could not help but narrow, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well the weight of these 3 words. He also knew that even if Wu Liqian and Tian Huilan had a close relationship, she wouldn't dare to speak carelessly about this kind of thing. Since she had said so, there was at least a 70 to 80 chance of it being true. If this young man could really get on Tian Huilan's good side, then the police officers' actions today were simply seeking their own deaths, and it was very likely that they would even be implicated. Just as Su Jianbo's mind was racing, Wu Liqian said indifferently, "Director Su, it shouldn't be difficult to get the surveillance cameras around the City West police station, right?" Also, he had to check the records of Chengxi police station and the criminal police force to see if they were performing official duties or using them for private use. Also, could a police officer's gun be brought out so easily now? I think it's necessary to check the registration of the gun warehouse to see if there are any violations. I believe that after this investigation, the truth will be revealed to the world. After Wu Liqian finished speaking, she thought for a while and continued, "By the way, if Director Su feels that it's inconvenient, I can coordinate with the comrades of the Municipal Supervision Detachment to come and investigate. County Head Wu, there's no need to trouble the higher-ups with this matter, right?" Su Jianbo said with a bitter smile. After saying that, he glared at Chen Tai and said sternly, "Chen Tai, immediately report the situation to County Head Wu. If you dare to hide anything, I'll definitely punish you severely." Su Jianbo knew very well that he was bound to suffer today. If he did not give in now, Wu Liqian would only use this as an excuse to make a fuss, and he would be even more passive then. This little county head Wu was not simple. She was a woman who usually looked soft and weak, but her methods in officialdom were very experienced and flexible. Even he, a wily old fox who had been in officialdom for decades, had unknowingly suffered. Su Jianbo sighed in his heart. Now, it seemed that it was necessary to wait and see. It was even appropriate to express goodwill to county head little Wu. Chen Tai didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything. Just as Xia Rufai had expected, they had acted on their own accord this time. Even their guns had been brought out on their own. Neither the police station nor the criminal police force had any record of them going out. The more Su Jianbo listened, the uglier his expression became. After Chen Tai finished, he could not help but berate, "You're all bastards." Chen Tai quivered in fear and lowered his head, not daring to speak. At this time, his intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had known that he would get into such big trouble, he would not have stepped into this muddy water even if he was beaten to death. How cool would it be to comfortably stay at home, warm a fire and play cards? Now that the matter had blown up, his future was bleak. Su Jianbo looked at the pair of cousins in front of him, and his eyes were about to spit fire. These 2 fellows who could do nothing but ruin things had caused such a ruckus on the first day of the new year. They were simply adding to the trouble. It could be said that he even wanted to bury them alive. Su Jianbo took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his facial expression. He said to Wu Liqian sincerely, "Mayor Wu, I want to reflect on this matter. The County Public Security Bureau has problems in its administrative management and work style. This is my responsibility. I will definitely do a deep reflection in the Bureau's party committee and immediately carry out a major rectification of work style and discipline within the Public Security Bureau." Wu Liqian waved her hand and said, "Director Su, it's right for us to investigate, reflect, and rectify the problem. However, things should be prioritized. It's the Spring Festival holiday now, and everyone has worked hard for a year. Wouldn't it be a panic if we were to rectify it now? I suggest that after the holiday is over, we can conduct a discipline inspection in the Public Security Bureau. Let's forget about the holiday." He was also secretly impressed by Wu Liqian's beautiful play. If Wu Liqian had not relented, he could imagine how chaotic the Public Security Bureau's internal department would be during the Spring Festival holiday. All sorts of inspections, self-examination, discussions, and learning could drive people crazy. Moreover, so many people had seen what had happened today. By then, the entire county would know that he, Su Jianbo, had been incompetent and severely criticized by County Head Wu. He had even implicated the entire Public Security Bureau. The result would definitely be his prestige being destroyed. Wu Liqian's current way of handling things was basically giving Su Jianbo a warning. Not only had she achieved her goal of beating Su Jianbo down, but she had also left him some face to a certain extent. Wu Liqian had even sent away the accompanying personnel in advance. It could be said that only a few people in the ward knew the final outcome of today's incident. This way, Su Jianbo's prestige would at least be preserved. In other words, although Su Jianbo had been beaten up by Wu Liqian today, he still had to thank her in secret. Su Jianbo could not help but secretly admire Secretary Tian's methods. He felt that the person who had been trained by Secretary Tian's side was indeed extraordinary, and the more powerful Wu Liqian's methods were, the more the scales in Su Jianbo's heart would naturally tilt in her favor. This was what Wu Liqian wanted to achieve. Wu Liqian showed a gentle smile and said, "Director Su, the reorganization can be delayed, but this matter cannot be delayed. Little Zia has been wronged for no reason, and this sister-in-law has also suffered such serious injuries. All of these have to be dealt with immediately to give the parties involved an explanation. Yes, yes, Su Jianbo said. He suddenly realized that he still had to deal with Zia Ryufai, the god. This was someone who had a say in Secretary Tian. Su Jianbo quickly said to Zia Ryufai, Mr. Zia, I'm really sorry for what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of the Public Security Bureau. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Director Su, you're being too serious. It's inevitable that there will be black sheep in every unit. I just hope that your bureau can severely deal with the relevant people responsible. Also, I hope that the medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and delay in work of the family members of our employees during their recovery period can be properly resolved. Zia Ryufai had vaguely guessed Wu Liqian's intention, so he did not give Su Jianbo a hard time. Of course, Su Jianbo said quickly. There is no doubt that the responsibility for this matter has been determined. All the responsibility lies with Chen Gang. We will definitely deal with the local police and auxiliary police seriously. We will also urge the compensation to be paid as soon as possible. Before the compensation is paid, the medical expenses of the injured will be paid by our Public Security Bureau in advance. Is this okay? Sure, I'll thank Director Su on behalf of Cao and his wife. Zia Ryufai said with a smile. No, we should be the ones saying sorry. Su Jianbo said quickly. Then he sincerely apologized to Cao Taishu and his wife. He then said to Wu Liqian, Mayor Wu, I'd like to ask for a leave of absence. I won't be participating in the visits later. I have to go back to the bureau to deal with today's matter. Su Jianbo nodded at Wu Liqian, then glared at Chen Tai and Chen Gang and said, Hurry up and leave. What an embarrassing thing. After he finished speaking, he walked straight out of the door, while Chen Gang and the others followed behind Su Jianbo with ashen faces, as if they had lost their parents and left the ward in a sorry state. After Su Jianbo left, Wu Liqian personally came to the bed again. With a gentle smile on her face, she said, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of the county party committee and the county government. Cao Taishu and his wife both knew that this beautiful young woman in front of them was a county head. In their eyes, she was an extraordinary official, so the two of them were somewhat in fear and trepidation. After saying a few words, Wu Liqian was about to leave as well. A large group of people were still waiting for her to give her condolences in the conference room. Zia Ryufai pretended to be confused and said, Why are you thanking me? I've been causing trouble for you all day. I guess you're afraid of answering my calls now. Wu Liqian laughed and glared at Zia Ryufai. Don't give me that. I can't wait for you to get into trouble like this a few more times. All right, I'll stop talking to you. I still have work to do. All right, you can go back to your work. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, You're welcome to come to our farm for inspection and guidance when you're free. All right, I'll definitely give you some good guidance. Wu Liqian chuckled. After she finished speaking, she waved at Zia Ryufai and walked out of the hospital. At this moment, Zia Ryufai suddenly thought of something and quickly called out to Wu Liqian. Sis Wu, there's one more thing I need your help with, Zia Ryufai said. It's the villa that I'm renting now. You know that the entire farm is surrounded by it, so I want to buy it. Can you help me ask your relatives when you're free? When Wu Liqian's relatives had first migrated overseas, they had been planning to sell the villa. It was only after Wu Liqian had spoken to them that they had rented it to Zia Ryufai. Wu Liqian laughed and said, You're going to run out of villas so soon. It seems that business has been good recently. Zia Ryufai chuckled in embarrassment. No problem. When I'm done in the morning, I'll call and ask when I get home in the afternoon. It shouldn't be a big problem. Wu Liqian said, All right, then I'll thank Sis Wu in advance. Zia Ryufai grinned. After sending Wu Liqian to the hospital, Zia Ryufai returned to the ward. Zia Ryufai stayed for a while before leaving the hospital. Before he left, he told Cao Taishu to take care of his wife and to call him if anything happened. After leaving the hospital, Zia Ryufai drove back to the pharmacy where he had bought the nutritional supplements. He decided to help Cao Taishu's wife by telling her that she had injured her bones. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days for a bone to be injured. In addition, their son was studying at a university in another city. He would probably leave in a dozen days. At that time, it would definitely affect Cao Taishu's work. When they were buying nutritional products, Zia Ryufai saw that this pharmacy sold a kind of ointment for bruises and injuries. It was not a regular ointment, but a paste-like ointment. He was planning to buy some, and then mix in a very small amount of petal solution, which would presumably be of great help to the recovery of his injuries. Zia Ryufai would provide ginseng, Phoebe Genin, and the red arowana fish pond with a small amount of petal solution every once in a while. As long as he left a little of the petal solution and added it to the ointment, he would not waste the petals of the exotic flower. Moreover, this would only help with the recovery of broken bones. It would also reduce the recovery time appropriately and not easily arouse suspicion. After buying the ointment, Zia Ryufai drove back to the farm. It was almost noon and Lin Kaio was already up. She had heard from Hu Zai's mother that Xia Ruifai had gone to the temple fair. Hence, when she saw Xia Ruifai, Lin Kaio complained, "Brother Ruifai, why didn't you bring me along when you went to the temple fair?" Xia Ruifai smiled and said, "Who asked you to be so lazy? It's already late in the morning and you're still not up. I don't care. You can take me there in the afternoon." Lin Kaio pouted and said, "All right, all right, all right. I'll go again in the afternoon," Xia Ruifai said affectionately. Then, he gave Lin Kaio some trinkets that he bought from the temple fair and went upstairs with the ointment for bruises and injuries that he bought from the pharmacy. After returning to his room, Xia Ruifai carefully locked the door and summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. He brought the ointment into the spirit map space. He poured about a spoonful of the flower petal solution into the ointment for bruises and injuries. After stirring it well, he placed the ointment in the space. Then he took a wooden bucket and a few bowls from the original space, along with a few bags of milk powder that he had bought in the morning, and entered the new space from the original space. The puppies were still obediently staying in the basket, their spirits looking very good. Obviously, the environment with rich spiritual energy in the space made them very comfortable. The black puppy that was left alone outside was originally sickly and on the verge of dying, but now it was much more energetic and could even stand up, stumbling around in the medium. When Xia Ruifai saw the group of puppies, he suddenly remembered something. When he was buying the dogs, the owner said that these puppies were born from the mating of Boss Chen's wolf dog and his mother dog. Didn't that mean that the wolf dog that bit Cao Taishu's wife and was killed by the villagers, and the main culprit that caused the series of events after that, was the father of these little guys? Xia Ruifai was also a little shocked. There were really no stories without coincidences in this world. After sighing a little, Xia Ruifai took half a bucket of water from the spatial spirit pool from the stream and poured in the milk powder. Then Xia Ruifai dropped a few drops of the flower petal solution in and mixed them well. Since the things in the inner space would not go bad, Xia Ruifai decided to make a big bucket of milk powder. Then he scooped a few bowls of milk and placed them on the ground. He waved at the black puppy. The puppy was probably hungry as well. As soon as it smelled the milk, it immediately ran over and gulped down the milk. Xia Ruifai carried the puppies out of the basket one by one. They also rushed to the bowls of milk. They looked much stronger than the little black dog. The little black dog, who was drinking milk in big gulps, saw the puppies running over and immediately barked at them. Xia Ruifai was happy when he saw it. This little guy was the weakest, but he still wanted to protect his food. He looked quite fierce. The puppies hesitated for a moment, but the aroma of the milk was obviously very tempting to them, so they immediately rushed forward together. Little Black Dog was not afraid of the 6 dogs that were much stronger than it. It immediately barked and rushed over. "Hey, hey, hey, harmony is the most important thing, harmony is the most important thing," Xia Ruifai quickly called out as he carried the little black dog. Then he scooped up a big bowl of milk and walked far away with the black puppy in his arms. He placed the bowl of milk on the ground and put the black puppy down. Xia Ruifai said, "Little guy, you're full of fighting spirit. But a wise man knows when to retreat. You can't beat them now. Drink up, drink up. This is special treatment. Only the sick and wounded can enjoy this in the army." Naturally, the black puppy did not understand Xia Ruifai's words. However, it was now far away from the other puppies and there was a big bowl of milk here. It shook its head and lowered its head to drink big mouthfuls. Xia Ruifai looked at the little black dog with interest. At first, he had listened to the shop owner and thought that the little dog had been bullied because it was weak since it was young. However, after seeing the scene just now, he felt that it was the exact opposite. The little black dog was full of fighting spirit and charged forward fearlessly, even when it was obviously at a disadvantage. Perhaps it was because of this that it was repeatedly bullied. Xia Ruifai suddenly had a wicked idea. If he put the black puppy in the original space, the 6 puppies here would only grow for a few days, while the black puppy would grow for a few months. He wondered if it would be interesting to put it back in the original space. Xia Ruifai quickly decided to put this idea into practice. Among the 7 puppies, Xia Ruifai had a preference for black puppy. Although it was so sick that it could not even walk steadily, Xia Ruifai liked its stubborn eyes and unyielding spirit. Black Puppy was still happily drinking the milk in its bowl, not knowing that it had become Xia Ruifai's main training target. Xia Ruifai left the new space, took his wallet, and went downstairs. He drove the pickup truck straight to the county. He found a Yonghui supermarket and bought a few bags of milk powder. At the same time, he also bought 5 or 6 bags of dog food that was 1 kilogram in weight. Then he went to the meat section on the first floor and bought dozens of kilograms of beef and mutton. Xia Ruifai threw all these things into the pickup truck and drove back. On the way, Xia Ruifai found a deserted place and stopped the car. He took out the spirit map scroll and kept all the things he had bought into the original space. Then he continued to drive back to the farm. He parked his car in the yard of the villa. Lin Kaio was playing with lightning in the yard. When she saw Xia Ruifai, she immediately called out, "Brother Ruifai, you left me behind and sneaked out to play again. I was wondering why there was no one in the room." Zia Ryufai laughed and said, I didn't go play. I just went out to do something. Besides, didn't I promise to take you to the temple fair this afternoon? Then you're not allowed to sneak away in the afternoon. Lin Kaio said, Don't worry, Zia Ryufai chuckled, but I'll have to take a nap first. Shall we release it at 230? Still taking an afternoon nap? Nonsense. You naturally woke up late in the morning, but I woke up early in the morning. Zia Ryufai yawned exaggeratedly and said, I'm so sleepy. All right, all right. Lin Kaio pouted and said, What a big lazy worm. She even made a cute face at Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He locked the car door and entered the villa. Huzai's mother had already prepared lunch. When she saw that Zia Ryufai had returned, she called him over to eat with her. The four of them sat around the dining table and ate lunch. They could already start eating meat for lunch. There were still many dishes left from yesterday's New Year's Eve dinner, and they wouldn't go bad in the winter. Huzai's mother heated them up and then made 2 new green dishes. Everyone also ate with relish. Lin Kaio kept pestering Zia Ryufai while eating, asking him if there was anything fun to do at the temple fair. Zia Ryufai had not really shopped much, so he could not say anything. He could only say that she would experience it herself in the afternoon. After lunch, Zia Ryufai immediately used the excuse of taking a nap and quickly went upstairs under Lin Kaio's disdainful gaze. As soon as he returned to his bedroom, Zia Ryufai immediately locked the door and drew the curtains. Then, he summoned the spirit map space from his palm and entered the original space. Zia Ryufai laid a plastic sheet on the ground and placed the sliced beef and mutton on it. Then he found a big basin, opened 2 big bags of dog food, and poured them all into the basin. Then Zia Ryufai found a shallow basin and used the spatial spirit pond to fill it with milk. He even dripped a few drops of the flower petal solution into it. Zia Ryufai's love for the black puppy was evident from this. The 7 puppies had only dripped a few drops of milk. After he was done, Zia Ryufai considered that the black puppy's intelligence was definitely not as good as lightning, as he was worried that it would break the precious things in the space. So after a moment's thought, he went to the vegetable field and found some bamboo poles. Previously, he had used them to plant vegetables and set up many shelves. Now that the scale of the planting had been reduced, many bamboo poles had been left idle. Zia Ryufai cut the bamboo poles into sections that were half a meter long and formed a small fence. Although it was not very high or strong, it was enough to restrict the black puppy's movements. After everything was done, Zia Ryufai had an idea and went to the new space from the original space. The puppies were minding their own business. The 6 puppies had drunk a lot and were playing with each other. On the other side, the little black dog was also full and was lying on the ground to rest. It was mainly because the distance between the 2 sides was quite far. The little black dog, who had eaten and drunk its fill, was probably too lazy to fight with its few brothers. Zia Ryufai walked over and picked up the black puppy. He smiled and said, Let's go, let's go. I'll take you to a good place. Although the black dog did not understand Zia Ryufai's words, it had drunk the milk that Zia Ryufai had given it. Furthermore, the milk had a small amount of flower petal solution mixed in it. Hence, it was much smarter than the average dog. At least it knew that Zia Ryufai was not hostile to it. Hence, the black puppy did not resist Zia Ryufai and obediently snuggled in his arms. With a thought, Zia Ryufai brought the black puppy from the new space to the original space. He strolled toward the fence that had just been built and said as he walked, During this period of time, you should stay here obediently. If you're hungry, eat by yourself. This is a buffet. Milk, dog food, and meat are all prepared. Eat whatever you want, just don't overeat. Zia Ryufai lowered the black puppy to the fence. The fence had a diameter of about 3 meters, which was enough for a small dog. Probably because it had just eaten its fill, the little black dog was not very interested in the food inside the fence. It only went over to sniff at it lightly before walking away. Zia Ryufai stood outside the fence and looked at the black puppy. He said, Right, I still have to give you a name. Your senior was also a black dog. I wanted to call him Little Black, but he didn't like it and insisted on calling it Lightning. I think I'll call you Little Black from now on. Do you have a different opinion? The black puppy listened to Zia Ryufai's long-winded speech and stared at him with its black eyes. However, it obviously did not understand what Zia Ryufai was talking about and only barked twice. No objections, then it's decided. From now on, you're Little Black, Zia Ryufai said. He shamelessly gave Little Black this name when it was unable to object. Zia Ryufai went to the new space and named the other 6 puppies. However, they were treated worse than Blackie. Zia Ryufai was too lazy to think and just called them Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, until Fluffy 6. He also remembered certain characteristics of the puppy. For example, the one with a black right ear was called De Mao, the one with a pure white tail was called Mao, and so on. Zia Ryufai then left the medium. After taking a short nap in his room, he got up and brought Lin Kaio to the county to visit the temple fair. Lin Kaio was in high spirits and hummed songs along the way. She was like a child who had not grown up at the temple fair and was fascinated by everything she saw. However, she was also very sensible. Throughout the whole shopping trip, she saw more than she bought. Sometimes, Zia Ryufai saw something she liked and wanted to buy it for her, but she kept rejecting it, thinking it was a waste of money. Zia Ryufai didn't have anything to do, so he accompanied Lin Kaio and let her have a good time. Before returning to the farm, Zia Ryufai brought Lin Kaio to the county hospital to give the ointment for bruises he had concocted to Cao Taishu and his wife. He also reminded them to apply the ointment daily. Cao Taishu and his wife said many words of gratitude, and Cao Taishu told Zia Ryufai that not long after he left, the Public Security Bureau sent 10,000 yuan to them for treatment. They even very politely said that if they used up the money, they had to call immediately and they would send it over. Zia Ryufai was not surprised. After chatting with them for a while, he drove back to the villa in Taoyuan Farm with Lin Kaio. The next morning after Zia Ryufai woke up, he summoned the spirit map scroll in his palm and entered the space. He went to both spaces and saw that the puppies were normal. Blackie was also staying inside the fence obediently. He was relieved. Of course, Blackie had actually been in the medium for more than 10 days, so it was obviously bigger than yesterday. Zia Ryufai took another bag of dog food and brought it to the new space. He scooped a few bowls of milk for Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 and poured the dog food into a shallow plate. Then he left the space to wash up and get dressed. Considering that they were going to Shenzhen City tomorrow, Zia Ryufai gave Ling Qingsu a call. Although Ling Qingsu was not his girlfriend yet, he had just invited her to his farm to play the day before yesterday. It would be unreasonable for him to go to Shenzhen City without telling her. Fortunately, Ling Qingsu was a reasonable person. Moreover, the first month of the lunar year was the busiest time for the food and beverage industry. There were many feasts. She had originally planned to come to the farm to look for Zia Ryufai after finishing her work. Hence, Ling Qingsu only reminded Zia Ryufai to take care of his health and safety when he went out. She did not show any signs of unhappiness. After the call with Ling Qingsu, Zia Ryufai went downstairs for breakfast. Knowing that Ma Xing's family would be flying to the Three Mountains from Hong Kong, Zia Ryufai stayed in the mansion. As expected, when it was close to noon, Zia Ryufai heard the sound of a car's engine coming from outside the villa. When he got up and walked out of the villa, he saw a black Mercedes-Benz and a Toyota nanny car already parked at the entrance of the courtyard. Zia Ryufai used the remote control to open the gate, and 2 cars entered. The electric door of the nanny van made a beeping sound as it slowly opened. Zia Ryufai first saw little Huan, who was wearing a pink princess dress, getting out of the car. She then ran towards him with a happy expression. Uncle Zia. The little girl's voice was filled with irrepressible joy. Swish. Zia Ryufai revealed a warm smile. He squatted down and opened his arms. Huan rushed into his arms. Zia Ryufai planted a big kiss on Huan's pink face. Then he picked her up and spun her around, making her laugh. Huan, I've missed you so much. Zia Ryufai hugged Huan with one hand and used the other to gently brush her nose. He asked, did you miss Uncle Zia? Of course, I even dreamed of you a few days ago. Huan said seriously. At this moment, Ma Xing, Ma Zhaiming, Tian Huixin, Professor Tian, and Lu Yu all got out of the car. Zia Ryufai smiled and greeted them, then continued to ask, oh really? What did Huan dream about? I dreamed that Uncle Zia took me to Disneyland. Huan replied. Zia Ryufai could clearly feel that Huan's pronunciation was clear, and the two of them answered each other's questions in a very organized manner. If someone who was not aware of Huan's previous state was standing here, they would never have thought that not long ago, Huan was still a star child who was completely immersed in her own world. At this moment, Huan looked at Zia Ryufai with her innocent eyes and asked seriously, Uncle Zia, is this the dream telling that they say on TV? Ha, Zia Ryufai was stunned. When Lu Yu saw this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. After hearing Huan's words, Tian Huixin did not know whether to laugh or cry. Huan, don't talk nonsense. Only the dead or the gods could appear in her dreams, and Zia Ryufai was not a god. It was truly inauspicious to say such words during the new year, but that's how it is on TV, Huan said, feeling wronged. You still dare to say that, Tian Huixin said with a fierce expression. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, it's fine, it's fine. Children's words carry no harm. Why are you taking a child so seriously? Zia Ryufai gently pinched Huan's pink face and said, Huan, let me teach you. This is not called dreaming. It's called what you think in the day, what you dream of at night, you know. What you think in the day, you dream of at night. Huan looked puzzled. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and said, it means, Huan misses Uncle Zia very much during the day. That's why she dreams of me at night. Do you understand? Huan nodded her head and said, I understand. Good girl, Zia Ryufai said. Zia Ryufai looked at Lu Yu, who was laughing so hard that she was shaking. He rolled his eyes and smiled evilly. He reached into his pocket and took out the red packet that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Huan. Huan, here, this is your New Year's money. Zia Ryufai said, you're welcome. The elders all give red packets to the younger generation during the new year, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Zia Ryufai even emphasized the word elder. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't react in the beginning. She only felt that Zia Ryufai's gaze was a little strange. When she came back to her senses, the smile on her face froze. Huan had always called Zia Ryufai uncle. If she and Huan were cousins, then wouldn't Zia Ryufai be her elder? Lu Yu was instantly indignant. She looked at Zia Ryufai unhappily and then said to Huan, quickly return the red packet to him. Also, you can't call him uncle in the future, you have to call him brother. Do you know that? Huan looked at Lu Yu innocently and asked with a puzzled expression, Sister Yaoyu, why? I've always called him uncle. Why did Uncle Zia suddenly change to big brother? Zia Ryufai laughed and said, Huan, don't listen to your sister. Let's just call him uncle. That's good. Lu Yu glared at Zia Ryufai and snatched Huan from his arms. Then she said to Huan, let's go and find Lightning to play with. Ignore him. Lu Yu carried Huan and walked towards Lightning. At the same time, she kept instilling into Lightning, remember, call me big brother from now on, don't call me uncle. Oh, Huan said, but why? There's no why. Lu Yu said helplessly, you just have to remember. Professor Tian, Xing, and the others couldn't help but laugh. However, they naturally wouldn't get involved in the young man's bickering. When Huan saw Lightning, she immediately jumped down from Lu Yu's arms and ran over to play with it. Lightning was quite intelligent. It had already known Huan last time, so it was very docile. With Lu Yu watching by the side, Tian Huixin and the others were naturally very assured. After Zia Ryufai beckoned Xing and the rest to enter the house, he introduced Hu Zai's mother, Lin Kaio, and Yi Lingyun. Xing didn't put on any airs as a rich man. He greeted them with a big smile and even gave Zia Ryufai, Lin Kaio, and Yi Lingyun a big red packet each as per Hong Kong's custom. These were really big red packets, Yingliwo. Each red packet contained a whole 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Kaio and Yi Lingyun hurriedly declined when they saw the amount of money in the red packet. They didn't dare to accept it. Kaio Lingyun, this is from old Master Ma. Just accept it, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. In the eyes of a billionaire, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars was not even a drop in the ocean. There was no need to be pretentious when people gave out red packets on New Year's Eve. Lin Kaio and Yi Lingyun only accepted the red packets after hearing Zia Ryufai's words. Lin Kaio even obediently paid her New Year greetings to Xing and said some auspicious words. Xing also smiled and expressed his gratitude. Lin Kaio and Hu Zai's mother served tea to the guests, and they sat down in their respective seats. Xing smiled at Zia Ryufai and said, Zia Sheng, I'll be honest with you. Other than inviting you to the truffle tasting auction, I also have something I need your help with. Oh, please go ahead, old Mr. Ma, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Zia Sheng, I heard from Jiming that your farm has developed a variety of vegetables with very unique tastes and excellent appearances. Xing said, we also have a few restaurants in Hong Kong, 2 of which are Michelin star restaurants. In addition, we have many 5-star hotels around the world, so we also hope that these high-quality ingredients can appear on the tables of the restaurants and hotels under the Hengfeng Group. So it's this matter. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Old Mr. Ma, you're helping the younger generation and taking care of my business. I should be the one thanking you. Where? The supply of the best ingredients will definitely be in short supply. Xing said seriously, Jiming's eyes are very accurate. I believe that your ingredients will definitely shine in Hengfeng. Since old Mr. Ma trusts our Paradise Corporation so much, I naturally have no reason to reject you. I can agree to this matter right now. Zia Ryufai said with a smile. That's great. Xing said happily. Xiaosheng will discuss the details on the plane to Shenzhen City. We're just visiting friends today, let's not talk about business. Ha ha ha. Good. Zia Ryufai said. Old Master Ma, let's all stay for lunch. While you're at it, you can also try my paradise vegetables. Professor Tian smiled and said, In-law, we must stay. Zio Zia's peach garden vegetables. Only those who have tasted it know that it's really indescribable. I wouldn't dare to ask even if it was my wish. In-law will stay and disturb Zia Sheng. Xing laughed and said, By the way, on the way here, I noticed that Zia Sheng's farm is very modern. It seems like you're interested in making a big splash in this industry. It's just a small matter, so it's hard for you to take notice of it, old sir. Zia Ryufai smiled. Everyone began to chat in the living room. In front of his savior, Xing didn't put on airs at all. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Knowing that the guests would stay for dinner, Hu Zai's mother also went to the kitchen early to prepare. Lin Kaio also went in to help sensibly. The ingredients were already made. Zia Ryufai would store the ingredients produced in the interspace into the double-door refrigerator in the kitchen from time to time. Hu Zai's mother only needed to use them directly. Everyone chatted in the living room for a while before Tian Huixin suddenly asked, Zia, there's something I want to ask you. Is it possible to mass-produce the Chinese medicine that you used to treat Huan's autism? At this point, Tian Huixin quickly explained, don't misunderstand. We've kept the fact that you've treated Huan a secret, but I've brought her through so many years of suffering and have seen the pain of many families with autistic children. I thought that if this medicine could be mass-produced, it would definitely be a matter of boundless merit. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and said, it's still difficult for now. First of all, the cost of the medicine was very high, which was not something that ordinary families could afford. Secondly, one of the main ingredients is very rare, and you might not be able to find it even if you have the money. If you want to mass produce it, you'll need to find a substitute herb, which can't be done in the short term. Oh, I see. Tian Huixin was a little disappointed, but she quickly smiled and said, I was just asking. I really can't bear to see those autistic children. I understand. In the future, if the conditions allow it, I will focus on the development of drugs to treat autism, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Xing said, if you're poor, you'll be good to yourself. If you're good, you'll be good to the world. What Zia Sheng did was right. We have to be merciful, but we must also do what we can. Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. He pondered for a moment and said to Tian Huixin, Ms. Tian, if it's not a large-scale production, it's not a big problem to make 1 or 2 doses of that Chinese medicine occasionally. If you have a very good friend who needs it, you can come to me, but the quantity should not be too much, and it must be kept absolutely confidential. Tian Huixin was overjoyed and quickly said, all right. Zia, I met a good friend when I took Huan to the rehabilitation training. Her child is also autistic and has epilepsy symptoms, much more serious than Huan. She bails her face all day and I feel bad seeing her. Zia Ryufai said, how about this? After a while you can ask her to bring the child to me. I'll see how it goes. Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. Very soon it was almost time for dinner. Liu also brought Huan into the villa. As soon as Huan entered, she shouted happily, Uncle Zia, Uncle Zia. At this moment, Liu gently nudged Huan. Huan turned around and glanced at Liu. Then she hesitantly changed her words and said, brother, Zia, brother. He did not know what method Liu used to successfully convince Huan. Although she still looked a little reluctant, she had really changed the way she addressed him. Zia Ryufai looked at Liu, who had a smug look on his face, and said in a self-deprecating manner, well, after the new year, I'm still a generation younger. Professor Tian, Xing, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Tian Huixin also smiled and said, little Zia, why don't we let Huan call you uncle, little aunt? Why are you siding with an outsider? Liu immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Zia Ryufai was only a few years older than her. If he became her elder, she would not be able to accept it. The last time Huan returned to the mainland, everyone was immersed in the ecstasy of hope that Huan's autism could be cured. Liu did not realize this problem. It was Zia Ryufai who reminded her today. Zia Ryufai chuckled. Okay. Huan, you'll be like that big sister from now on. Zia Ryufai pointed at Lin Kaio, who was coming out of the kitchen with the dishes, and said, you can call me Brother Ruo Fei like she does. Huan nodded and said, hello, Brother Ruo Fei. Then Huan took out the red packet that Zia Ryufai had given her and said, seriously then, Brother Ryufai, should I return this red packet to you? You just said that only the elders give the younger generation New Year's money. Huan's innocent words made everyone burst into laughter again, especially when she was still holding the red packet tightly. It was obvious that she was not willing to return the red packet that Zia Ryufai had given her. Zia Ryufai laughed. No need. An older brother can give his younger sister red packet money too. Looking at the adorable Huan, Zia Ryufai felt as if his heart was about to melt. He also felt that his decision to save Huan the last time was the right one. At this moment, Hu Zai's mother walked out of the kitchen and said with a smile, everyone, come over and eat. There were many people having lunch at noon, and the long dining table in the restaurant was not big enough to fit everyone. Zia Ryufai and Yi Lingyan moved the long dining table to the side and went to the garage to bring out the round table that the landlord had kept as a spare. There were not enough dining chairs, so they used all the plastic stools and folding chairs in the house. The dining environment was simple, but Xing and the others didn't care. They sat around and started eating. The dishes were all home-cooked. There was fish head tofu soup, braised carp, sweet and sour ribs, tomato-fried eggs, stir-fried spinach. There were more than a dozen dishes in total, and most of the ingredients were produced in the Spirit Map space. The dishes were all ordinary, and Hu Zai's mother's cooking skills were naturally not as good as the top chef hired by the Ma family. However, Xing was very satisfied with the ingredients. Professor Tian, Ma Zhaiming, and the others who had tasted the vegetables from paradise before were even more so. Even Liu did not care about her image and ate heartily. After the meal, Xing was even more determined to work with Zia Ryufai. In the beginning, he more or less had the intention of helping Zia Ryufai. After all, if these ingredients could enter Michelin-starred restaurants and global chain 5-star hotels, it would greatly improve the brand image of Paradise Corporation. However, after tasting the ingredients from Paradise, Xing felt that these ingredients were fully qualified to enter the food and beverage companies under Hengfeng. He even believed that in time, Paradise's ingredients would definitely become the first target of all the major food and beverage giants. In this sense, Hengfeng had seized the first opportunity. After lunch, M.A. Xing, Professor Tian, and the others bade farewell and left. Naturally, little Huan was reluctant to leave. When she heard Tian Huixin say that she would be able to see Xia Ruifai again the next day, and that Xia Ruifai would go to Shenzhen City with them, Huan's mood improved a little. After seeing M.A. Xing and his men off, Xia Ruifai started to make arrangements for the next few days. First, he contacted the West River Moon Club and Lingjai Restaurant, asking them to send a car to transport all the vegetables that needed to be supplied in the next few days. Then Xia Ruifai gave Cao Taishu a call. They had previously agreed to start transplanting the vegetable seedlings on the 4th day of the new year. Although Cao Taishu's wife was currently recuperating, Xia Ruifai still entrusted this matter to Cao Taishu. However, he had repeatedly reminded Cao Taishu not to come over on the 4th day of the new year. It was enough to just organize the manpower. Xia Ruifai even hung up on Pang Hao and asked him to come down on the 4th day of the new year to help keep an eye on the farm. With Yilingyan and Lightning around to ensure the safety of the farm, Xia Ruifai was very assured. He only gave Yilingyan a few simple instructions and left him a few $1,000s in cash in case of emergency. The online Taoyuan roadie had put up a notice to close before the spring festival, so Xia Ruifai didn't need to care about it. However, he still used the night to enter the spirit map space and cut the mother plant that had almost recovered. When he returned from Shenzhen, these seedlings could be sold. The next morning, Xia Ruifai carried a small suitcase and said goodbye to Hu Zai's mother and the rest. He got into a Mercedes-Benz that Hengfeng Group's Sanchen office had sent and went straight to Sanchen International Airport. They took the private jet lane. After the symbolic security check, Xia Ruifai was led into the restricted area by the airport's VIP customer service. M.A. Xing's family had just arrived at the airport. What surprised Xia Ruifai was that other than M.A. Xing's family, he also saw Lu Yu. Lu Yu was wearing a black double-breasted long coat with a white shirt on the inside. Her pencil gray skinny jeans accentuated her tall figure and long legs. She was wearing a pair of big sunglasses and had her hands in the pockets of her coat. She still had a cool expression. Xia Ruifai was only stunned for a moment, but he immediately came back to his senses. Lu Yu probably had nothing to do during the winter break, so she followed Tian Huixin and the others to Shenzhen City to relax. He greeted M.A. Xing and the rest, then smiled and nodded at Lu Yu. For a super rich man like M.A. Xing, even after he returned to the mainland, he still had to deal with all kinds of affairs every day, and his schedule was very tight. Compared to civilian flights, private planes were much more comfortable. For business people, efficiency was also very important. This kind of public jet had a flight route that could be applied in advance. Basically, the takeoff time could be precise to the minute, and the passenger only needed to arrive on time. There was no need to be like taking a civil flight, which required at least an hour in advance to change the boarding pass at the airport, and boarding half an hour in advance. Then there was the possibility of facing the flow control that would end at any time, and sitting on the plane and waiting all kinds of times. Time was precious to high-end business people. Xia Ruifai and the rest arrived at the luxuriously decorated VIP lounge. After exchanging a few words, they boarded the plane. It was still the Gulfstream G650. This was also the Gulfstream company's latest model of the commercial plane. It was definitely the top among the medium-sized jet commercial planes. Although Xia Ruifai had already experienced it once, the luxury of the Gulfstream G650 was still shocking to him. Not long after everyone boarded the plane was allowed to take off. After taxiing on the runway of Sanchen International Airport for a while, the Gulfstream plane took off lightly and went straight into the cloudless blue sky. Tian Huixin and Lu Yu brought Huan to the seats near the back of the plane while M.A. Xing, his son, and Xia Ruifai sat in the middle of the plane. The three of them sat on the wide, soft, handmade leather seats and talked about work while drinking coffee. The flight from Sanshan to Shenzhen was about an hour and a half by a civilian flight, while the Gulfstream business plane only took a little more than an hour. Within an hour, Xia Ruifai and M.A. Xing had finalized many details of the cooperation. The supply was set to be a month later. By that time, Taoyuan Farm would definitely be in full production. Every day, Taoyuan Company would provide 100 kilograms of various vegetables to Hengfeng Group, with a floating price of 15 times the average market price on that day. Hengfeng Group's Sanchen office would send vehicles to Taoyuan Farm every 3 days to transport the vegetables to their special cold storage warehouse. Then, relying on their developed own logistics channels, they would air transport the vegetables to restaurants and hotels around the world according to the rations. Xia Ruifai roughly estimated that the cooperation with Hengfeng Group would bring in at least 500,000 yuan of income for Paradise Corporation every month. Considering the low cost, the net profit would be more than 400,000 yuan per month. Of course, to a super rich man like M.A. Xing, such a small business was not worth his attention. He was more interested in future in-depth cooperation. Therefore, the two sides also agreed that in the future, after the Peach Blossom Farm expanded its scale and increased its production, they would increase the supply accordingly. At the same time, Ma Xing also specifically mentioned that the future Paradise Farm should also give priority to Hengfeng Group when developing new top-grade ingredients. Xia Ruifai was more than happy to work with the world's richest man, Ma Xing, so he agreed without much consideration. Ma Xing's business secretary quickly printed out the memorandum of this discussion through the automatic office system on the plane for both parties to sign. The formal contract would naturally be signed after the end of this trip to Shenzhen City. There were still many details that needed to be finalized by both parties. Of course, Ma Xing wouldn't participate in the rest of the discussion. There would be a professional team to handle the matter. He was able to attend the meeting in person mostly because of Xia Ruifai. Otherwise, any small manager in the Hengfeng Group's many subsidiaries could make the decision. The discussion at an altitude of 10,000 meters ended in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. At this time, the Gulfstream business plane also slowly descended. From the porthole, they could already see the rows of high-rise buildings in Shenzhen. The Gulfstream G650 commercial plane landed smoothly at Pudong International Airport. When the plane taxied to the bus stop, several luxury business cars sent by Hengfeng Group's Shenzhen office were already waiting on the tarmac. The manager of the Shenzhen office came to greet the big boss in person. He stood respectfully beside the plane. After Ma Xing got off the plane, the manager immediately bowed and greeted him. He also instructed several employees to come forward and move the luggage. A super-rich man like Ma Xing owned countless properties all over the world. In an international city like Shenzhen City, Ma Xing's property was naturally present. In fact, the luxury villa he had bought a few years ago was located in the bustling outer beach. Their entire family, including Lu Yu, naturally stayed in that villa. Ma Xing also asked for Xia Ruifai's opinion with a smile and invited him to stay with them. Xia Ruifai considered the fact that it was someone else's house and that he had two women with him. It would be inconvenient for him to live with them, and he would feel uncomfortable, so he politely declined. Ma Xing respected Xia Ruifai's wishes and immediately arranged for a car to send Xia Ruifai to the hotel. His family and Lu Yu got into another car to go home. When little Huan Huan heard that Xia Ruifai was not staying with them, she seemed a little depressed and almost cried. It was only when Xia Ruifai promised to take her to visit the bund that her mood turned into joy. She obediently followed Tian Huixin and the others into the car. The business car brought Xia Ruifai to Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel, which was also located in the outer beach. Jiahua was Hengfeng Group's most high-end hotel brand. It was positioned as the top luxury hotel. So far, the Hengfeng Group had only opened 5 Jiahua hotels in the world. The Jiahua Hotel located in the outer beach of Shenzhen was the latest one. The media used a 7-star hotel to describe Hengfeng Jiahua's beach house because the standard was far higher than a 5-star hotel. The total investment of this hotel reached 3.5 billion Chinese dollars, and there were a total of 200 rooms. After conversion, the average cost of each room was as high as 17 million yuan, and the cost of one room was almost enough to buy any outer beach mansion. Every guest room here was equipped with an intelligent control system. The ground and ceiling of the hotel's public area were all decorated with colored glass and jade. It was said that an entire mine was mined just for this Jiahua hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, Xia Ruifai found out that Ma Xing had specially asked the hotel to reserve the presidential suite on the highest floor after knowing that Xia Ruifai would come to Shenzhen. Obviously, if Xia Ruifai had chosen to stay at Ma Xing's villa today, the presidential suite, which cost as much as 128,888 yuan per night, would be left empty. The rich were just so willful. Xia Ruifai had no choice but to accept Ma Xing's arrangement with a bitter smile. He knew clearly that even if he called and asked for a normal suite, Ma Xing would never agree. When they arrived at the hotel, a well-proportioned private butler in a black business suit greeted Xia Ruifai with a smile at the door. The welcoming angel served welcoming tea on a tray. Even the clothes on the welcoming angel were made by the famous designer Lawrence Su. The luxury of the Jiahua Hotel was reflected in every detail. All the check-in procedures had been completed in advance. The beautiful private butler led Xia Ruifai through a special elevator to the presidential suite on the 20th floor of the hotel, which was also the highest floor of the room. The presidential suite room number was 2088, and it covered an area of 288 square meters. It also represented the ultimate luxurious accommodation experience of Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel. It had a living room, dining room, bar, study room, and dining room. There was a custom sauna room and a super large massage bathtub in the bathroom. The entire suite space was matched with a full set of custom-made expensive furniture and gorgeous three-dimensional golden silk Sue embroidery. The concept of ultimate luxury was reflected everywhere. The private butler gently introduced Xia Ruifai to the various parts of the presidential suite. After carefully questioning Xia Ruifai, she politely left. The private butler only served Xia Ruifai during the entire stay. If Xia Ruifai had any requests, she would be the first to appear. After the private butler left, Xia Ruifai strolled around the ridiculously large presidential suite alone. He could not help but be amazed by the luxury of this presidential suite of a 7-star hotel. Such luxury was reflected in every detail. For example, the bedroom was equipped with the Hangfeng Jiahua bed made by the United States' Talalea latex. The comfort level was first class, and the pillowcase was actually embroidered with Xia Ruifai's name in advance. Next to the bed was the most high-end Agawa full-body massage chair. Sitting on the massage chair and enjoying the most comfortable massage while looking out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the ships coming and going on the Huangpu River and the bustling outer beach in the distance, it was definitely a supreme enjoyment. There were many other similar details. The faucet in the bathroom was made of pure gold. The sink was inlaid with crystals. The faucet of the super-large jacuzzi was the only pure gold swan faucet in the entire hotel, and the toiletries were all from Hermes. There were also precious works of art everywhere in the suite, as well as smart room facilities controlled by an iPad. Everything that he saw refreshed Xia Ruifai's understanding of luxury. It was true that people could not pursue material things as their ultimate goal, but it was undeniable that money could bring high quality of life enjoyment. All of this opened Xia Ruifai's eyes and touched him greatly. Even with Xia Ruifai's current earning speed, the presidential suite that cost more than 120,000 a night was not easy to stay in. Of course, Xia Ruifai, who had the spirit map space, would not be affected by this. Instead, this experience filled Xia Ruifai with the motivation to move forward. He believed that in the near future, it would not be just a dream for the Paradise Corporation to become a $10 billion financial group like the Hangfeng Group. Xia Ruifai's lunch was settled in the presidential suite. The executive head chef from the hotel's top-floor restaurant, the legendary France Michelin star chef, Mr. Marc, personally made an exquisite French meal and sent it directly to the restaurant in the presidential suite. After lunch, Xia Ruifai took an hour's nap in his large and comfortable custom-made latex bed. He changed into a bathrobe and went to the hotel's swimming pool. Jiahua Hotel's swimming pool had a unique intelligent starlight control system. The ceiling was like a starry sky, enough to pass off as the real thing. The entire swimming pool was shrouded in a dreamy glow and was beautiful beyond words. Xia Ruifai swam 2,000 meters to his heart's content. Then he returned to the presidential suite for a nice sauna and a shower. He changed his clothes and prepared to head to Maxing's villa on the Bund. Maxing had invited him to have dinner with him, and he had promised to take Huan on a night tour on the Bund. The private butler had prepared everything in advance. When Xia Ruifai arrived at the entrance of the hotel and saw the car prepared for him, he was once again shocked. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. According to the private butler, this car was not specially prepared for Xia Ruifai. It was the standard of a presidential suite, which meant that anyone who was staying in the presidential suite could enjoy the shuttle service of this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Xia Ruifai couldn't help but sigh. Hangfeng Jiahua is really rich. Maxing's family dinner was as luxurious as ever, but Xia Ruifai was already immune to it. Although he was facing a billionaire, Xia Ruifai also had a god-defying item like the spirit painting scroll. Moreover, he was Maxing's savior, so he was relatively calm. After the banquet, Xia Ruifai brought Huan on a night tour of the outer beach. Tian Huixin and Lu Yu were also with them. Of course, their trip was different from that of ordinary people. They boarded a medium-sized yacht from the private yacht dock next to Maxing's villa and took a night tour of the Huangpu River. Ever since Huan had recovered, she liked to spend time with Xia Ruifai. Perhaps the child knew that Xia Ruifai had brought her out of her lonely world, so she had a natural sense of closeness to Xia Ruifai. Even Tian Huixin, who was Huan's mother, and Lu Yu, who was Huan's cousin, could not compare to her in this aspect. During the entire night tour, Huan stuck to Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai carried Huan as they stood on the deck of the yacht and looked at the night view of Shenzhen. To prevent the child from getting sick from the cold wind, Xia Ruifai even wrapped Huan in his coat. Lu Yu looked down from the second deck. She was envious when she saw this heartwarming scene. She had always liked Huan. Although she was very close to Huan now, Lu Yu could feel that her position in Huan's heart was far inferior to Xia Ruifai. This also made Lu Yu a little depressed. She looked at the two figures on the lower deck and muttered in her heart, "I really don't know what's so good about this guy. Why does Huan like to be with him?" The yacht went upstream. After stopping at another dock, the group went ashore again and strolled along the river for a long time before returning to their own homes. Naturally, Xia Ruifai returned to Hengfeng Jiayu Hotel. The Rolls-Royce Phantom exclusive to the presidential suite was in charge of sending him off. At the dinner, Xia Ruifai did not mention that he wanted to bring some truffles for the auction. This was because Ma Xing had already told him that the truffle tasting auction would be held tomorrow night. The auction was held in the Grand Banquet Hall on the third floor of Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel. The preservation of truffles was a problem. The truffles provided by Xia Ruifai were stored in the spirit map space, so they were definitely fresh. Hence, Xia Ruifai decided to wait until tomorrow to take them out. If he were to tell Ma Xing today, he would have to leave the truffles in the outside world. Although it was fine to leave them in the outside world for a day, the taste and fragrance were not as good as fresh truffles that had just been unearthed. After returning to the hotel, Xia Ruifai went to the Michelin-starred restaurant on the top floor to have some supper. Sitting on the large balcony on the top floor, Xia Ruifai looked down at the boats coming and going on the Huangpu River and the brightly lit Oriental Pearl Tower opposite him. He tasted the best red wine and the most authentic French cuisine. Xia Ruifai realized that he was gradually falling in love with such a high-quality life. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing. In a sense, it was also a driving force for him to keep moving forward. After returning to the presidential suite on the 20th floor, Xia Ruifai took a hot, comfortable bath in the two-person jacuzzi and lay down on the big bed in the bedroom. He fell asleep peacefully with the mesmerizing fragrance and soothing music. The next day, the auction would only start at night. Xia Ruifai enjoyed a Japanese-style breakfast prepared by one of the hotel's top Japanese chefs, Watanabe Ono, in the presidential suite. After resting for a while, he changed his clothes and went to the hotel's gym. Xia Ruifai had been absorbing the petals of the exotic flower for a long time. His physical fitness was far better than when he was at the peak of his service in the army. Naturally, he did not need to go to the gym to train his body. When he was in Sanshan City, Xia Ruifai would at most practice a few moves of Tai Chi in the morning. It was more to cultivate his body than to strengthen his body. In fact, Xia Ruifai did not think that the fancy equipment in the gym could train one's body well. In his opinion, the targeted muscles in the gym looked good but were useless. Hence, Xia Ruifai only went to the gym to kill time. He found the Nike sportswear that he had prepared in advance in the separate cloakroom of the presidential suite and changed into it. He put on the professional running shoes of Arthur and took the elevator to the gym on the 8th floor of the hotel. Hengfeng Jiayu Hotel was mainly for luxury, and the gym was no exception. The facilities were world-class, and they had a strong team of professional trainers. When Xia Ruifai showed his room card to the presidential suite, the person in charge of the gym sent the best trainers to serve Xia Ruifai. However, Xia Ruifai tactfully rejected the offer of the red belt regarding his expertise in muscle training. Xia Ruifai, who had been in the special forces, was more than capable of beating these fitness trainers. Besides, Xia Ruifai was just trying to kill time. He went to a corner of the gym and did some simple stretching exercises. Then he found an empty treadmill. Xia Ruifai took off his sports jacket first. He was only wearing an army green sports vest and black Nike running shorts. After absorbing many petals, Xia Ruifai's originally dark skin became very fair. The muscles that he had trained in the army were not so obvious, hence his figure was not very eye-catching in the gym. But only Xia Ruifai himself knew that this seemingly unremarkable figure contained a terrifying explosive power. This power seemed to have penetrated into every cell. It was usually hidden, but once it exploded, it would be thunderous. Xia Ruifai stood on the treadmill. At first, he set a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. However, after running for a while, Xia Ruifai felt that it was too slow. He did not sweat even after running for a few hours. In fact, this speed was not considered slow. Most people who ran to lose weight would set their speed between 8 and 10. If the heart and lungs were slightly worse, it might be even slower. Xia Ruifai's body was too strong. Hence, he increased the speed slowly as he ran. When he increased the speed to 13 kilometers per hour, Xia Ruifai started to feel it. Although it was still a little slow, he was afraid that the treadmill would not be able to take it if he increased the speed any further. Hence, he decided to slow down and run at this speed. Xia Ruifai clicked on a movie on the LED screen in front of him. He watched the movie with his headphones on as he ran on the treadmill with ease. "Hello," a voice came from beside Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai looked away from the screen and took off his headphones. He saw a blonde, blue-eyed, Western beauty jogging on the treadmill next door while smiling at him. This Caucasian girl was wearing a sexy three-point sportswear, and a large area of her skin was exposed, showing a healthy wheat color. She had a head of beautiful golden hair and a pair of bright and pure blue eyes. Compared to the well-defined faces of the Europeans and Americans, her facial contours were a little more oriental and appeared gentler. The three-point sportswear outlined her perfect body and incredible curves. The tight-fitting sports singlet bound her bulging chest, and it bounced gently as she ran. Her waist, which was completely exposed, was very slender, and the waistline was quite clear. A pair of slender legs ran at a steady frequency, and the muscle lines of her legs changed constantly as she ran, full of the beauty of exercise. Even with Xia Ruifai's oriental beauty standards, the foreign girl next door was definitely a beauty. Xia Ruifai even thought that she was prettier than the few foreign female stars he knew. This kind of beauty made Xia Ruifai lose his focus for a moment. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and returned a friendly smile to the other party. Hello, Xia Ruifai spoke in English because he could tell that the other party's Chinese was very awkward. He must have learned it not long ago. English and Japanese were compulsory courses for the Lone Wolf Commando team. Although not everyone could reach a high standard, Xia Ruifai had no problem with daily conversations. As for the reason why the Special Combat Commando team had to learn these two languages, it was naturally well known. It was related to the special mission they were on. The foreign girl's face was filled with a warm smile as she said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Monica." "Hello, Monica, I'm Xia Ruifai, Chinese." Xia Ruifai smiled and said, "Please let me guess. Which country did such a beautiful lady come from?" Monica laughed and said, "Sure, take a guess, let me think," Xia Ruifai said seriously. "Only the humid sea breeze of the Mediterranean Sea, olive oil, wine, and the sun at 40 degrees north latitude can give birth to a beautiful woman like you." Monica laughed even more after hearing that. Fortunately, the speed of the treadmill was not set to be fast. Otherwise, she would not be able to stabilize her body. "Your mouth is really sweet." Monica smiled brightly and said, "You're the most talkative Chinese I've ever seen." "Oh really? I'll be honored." Xia Ruifai smiled and said, "Oh right, I haven't given you an answer yet. In fact, you have an elegance inherited from the Renaissance period, so you must be Italian, right?" "Correct. What a smart Chinese kid." Monica gave Xia Ruifai a charming smile. Then Monica looked at Xia Ruifai's legs that were moving quickly. She was amazed that Xia Ruifai could still speak so calmly while running at such a high speed. "Xia," she said, "you're not only the most talkative Chinese I've ever seen, you're also the strongest Chinese." Monica's watery blue eyes sized Xia Ruifai up and down. The two of them chatted as they ran, and they got along very well. Monica was very outgoing, and Xia Ruifai had a natural affinity with her. When he was running, he could chat with a beautiful woman and practice his spoken English. It was a great. Monica's speed on the treadmill was set between 8 to 10 kilometers per hour. After running for more than half an hour, she was already drenched in sweat. Xia Ruifai, who was running at 13 kilometers per hour, still maintained a very stable speed. There were only a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Monica was amazed. She lowered the speed of the treadmill. As she jogged, she glanced at Xia Ruifai from time to time, her deep blue eyes shining with splendor. At this moment, a young white man in a tight sports vest, showing off his well-proportioned muscles, walked over. He first looked warily at Xia Ruifai, who was chatting happily with Monica, then smiled at Monica charmingly. "Monica," the young white man said, "I've been looking for you everywhere, so you're in the gym." "Hello, Mr. Blake." Monica also smiled. "Monica, you can call me George." Blake looked at Xia Ruifai and asked, "By the way, is this your new friend? Why don't you introduce me to him?" Monica obviously didn't have a particularly close relationship with Blake, so she still insisted on calling him by his last name. "Mr. Blake, this is my new Chinese friend Xia." Then Monica said to Xia Ruifai, "Xia, this is Mr. George Blake, the senior vice president of the Blake Group, a France restaurant chain." Xia Ruifai smiled and nodded at Blake. Blake also smiled elegantly and nodded at Xia Ruifai. "Mr. Xia, Monica and I have some work matters to discuss. If you don't mind, can you let me use this treadmill?" Blake asked politely. Although his tone was very gentle, there was an unquestionable sense of superiority in his bones. Xia Ruifai frowned, but before he could say anything, Monica said, "Mr. Blake, I think you're mistaken. I never talk about work during my leisure time. Besides, there are many treadmills here, and Mr. Xia is already using it. There's a Chinese saying, first, second." Monica's last sentence was in Chinese. She stammered a few times but could not finish it. "First come, first served." Xia Ruifai smiled and reminded her. Yes, 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 first come, first served." Monica said, "Mr. Blake, I don't think your behavior just now was polite." Blake didn't get angry. He just shrugged and said, "Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry, it's fine." Xia Ruifai said indifferently. Blake looked at the settings on Xia Ruifai's treadmill and walked to the treadmill next to Xia Ruifai. He put the towel and cup aside and got on the treadmill as well. "I hope that when Mr. Xia is tired and needs to rest, I can use your treadmill," Blake said to Xia Ruifai with confidence. After a series of beeping sounds, Blake also set the speed to 13 kilometers per hour and started running. Xia Ruifai shrugged his shoulders and didn't respond to Blake. While Blake was running fast, he would look at Xia Ruifai from time to time. Xia Ruifai was just calmly running at a constant speed. Occasionally, he would turn his head to talk to Monica easily and ignored Blake's competition. Monica naturally knew that Blake was competing with her. As she jogged leisurely, she turned her head to look at the two men with interest, especially Xia Ruifai. She knew that Xia Ruifai had been running at such a high speed for more than half an hour. A speed of 13 kilometers per hour was actually very fast. Most people would not use such a fast speed for long-distance running. Zia Ryufai had been running at such a high speed for half an hour, at least 6 to 7 kilometers. Blake had just started running on the treadmill and was full of energy. Would this Chinese guy lose to Blake? Monica was interested. Little did she know that Zia Ryufai did not take Blake's competition seriously and had no intention of competing with him. He just kept running because he had not had enough running and was not even sweating. As for when he would be able to escape to his heart's content, only God knew. 10 minutes passed. Zia Ryufai's expression did not change and his rhythm was steady. Blake's face was covered in sweat. 20 minutes had passed. Zia Ryufai's expression did not change and his rhythm was steady. Blake's breathing became more and more rapid. 30 minutes passed. Zia Ryufai's expression did not change and his rhythm was steady. Blake was already panting like a bull, sweating like rain, and his pace couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Minutes. Monica simply stopped and ran for more than an hour. She had already completed the target amount of exercise. She walked to the side and sat down. As she wiped the sweat off her body with a towel, she looked at the two men on the treadmill with great interest. Zia Ryufai was no different from when he first started running. His breathing was still steady, his pace was still steady, and there was not much sweat on his body. Monica's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange light. She loved sports. When she was on business trips around the world, the hotel gym was a must-go place for her. She had seen many fitness experts, but she had never seen someone like Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai's body did not look strong. He even looked like a weak scholar. However, it was as if he would never die from running. Looking at Zia Ryufai's state, Monica had the illusion that he could keep running. Could it be a mysterious force from the ancient East? Monica muttered in her heart. Blake, who was beside him, was in an extremely sorry state. He was sweating profusely, and his mouth was wide open like a fish that lacked oxygen. He gasped for air, and his face had become very pale. He could no longer maintain a steady pace, and he could barely keep up with the speed of the treadmill. In the beginning, Blake would turn his head from time to look at Zia Ryufai provocatively. Now, he was too busy to take care of himself. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold on because he could see Zia Ryufai running non-stop from the corner of his eye. On one side, Blake, who was in a difficult situation, was still holding on. On the other side, Zia Ryufai was still calm and composed. He even had the time to remind Monica, I think you'd better take a shower first. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold easily. Are you showing concern for me? Monica asked with a smile. Zia Ryufai scratched his head and said, a friendly reminder. Ha ha ha, Dongfeng Boulder shy. Monica pointed at Zia Ryufai and laughed. Bolt of the East. Zia Ryufai was stunned. You can run so well, aren't you the same as Bolt? He's a sprinter, okay. Zia Ryufai said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's all the same, Monica said, overjoyed. Blake was already at his limit. When he saw Zia Ryufai and Monica chatting happily, he felt exhausted and anxious. He couldn't help but feel weak in his legs and fell on the treadmill. The treadmill changed into a conveyor belt in seconds, and Blake was directly transported to the back. Then he rolled to the ground and gritted his teeth in pain. Monica laughed even harder when she saw this. The staff of the gym quickly came over to help Blake up and asked him if he was injured. Blake was in so much pain that he kept gasping for cold air. He pointed at his ankle. The staff quickly called the sports doctors in the fitness center, and several people helped Blake to the side to treat his wounds. Blake and Zia Ryufai's competition had been seen by the people on treadmills and other equipment nearby. Now that Blake was in such a sorry state while Zia Ryufai was still running at a steady speed, they couldn't help but look at Zia Ryufai. Most of the guests in the hotel were Chinese. Most of them were secretly cheering for Zia Ryufai, thinking that he had a strong Chinese spirit. Monica smiled and said, Zia, run slowly. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll come and see you later. All right, I'll see you later, Zia Ryufai said as he ran. After Monica left, Zia Ryufai increased the speed of the treadmill and ran at a faster speed. All the facilities in the Jiahu Hotel were first class. The treadmill was the latest model from Akang. Its performance was definitely the best. However, after running at such a high speed for a long time, the sound of the motor became a little heavy, as if it could not bear the weight. 20 minutes, Zia Ryufai kept running tirelessly. He had been running for almost 2 hours and was running at an average speed of more than 13 kilometers per hour. Slowly, Zia Ryufai attracted the attention of many people. Some people saw Zia Ryufai running when they first entered the gym. When he was done with his preparation, Zia Ryufai was still running. All kinds of equipment had been practiced. Zia Ryufai was running on the treadmill, sweating profusely. Zia Ryufai was still running when she came back from the shower. It was just a simple run, but because of the continuous running, the shock it brought to people was far greater than that of the strong men who did bend lifts and somersaults. Everyone looked at the seemingly tireless Zia Ryufai as if he was a monster. Some people were even discussing in low voices, this person is really fierce. He was already running when I came in, so it must have been an hour. Such a fast speed. An hour. It had already been more than 2 hours, and it's always been this fast. Awesome. Just now a white man challenged him, and he ran until he was disabled. I'll go to raise the prestige of our country. Monica returned to the gym after her shower. Zia Ryufai was still running tirelessly. After treating his injured ankle, Blake returned to the gym after a shower. When he saw Zia Ryufai still running on the treadmill, he could not help but touch his forehead. What kind of monster was this? Why did she provoke him for no reason? Blake wailed in his heart. He picked up his coat and backpack and limped out of the gym without a word. Monica had already changed into a light pink sports jacket. She was sitting on the leather chair opposite Zia Ryufai's treadmill, her hands supporting her face as she watched Zia Ryufai run. Zia Ryufai could feel that many people were looking at him, especially Monica's beautiful blue eyes, which were staring at him without moving. He felt a little uncomfortable. After running for another 10 minutes, Zia Ryufai reached out and pressed the switch. The speed of the treadmill gradually slowed down and finally stopped. In fact, if Zia Ryufai wanted to run, he could still continue running for a long time. Zia Ryufai jumped down from the treadmill easily. He reached for the towel on the pole beside him and symbolically wiped the sweat off his face. In fact, he did not sweat much. Zia Ryufai could easily complete this kind of exercise when he was in the army, but he was not as calm and relaxed as he was now. After running 20 to 30 kilometers of off-road carrying weights, his clothes must be wet inside and out. How could he be as relaxed as he was now? All of this was naturally brought about by the petals of the strange flower. When Zia Ryufai finished his run, there was even a burst of applause in the gym. Zia Ryufai picked up his coat and said goodbye to Monica. He was going back to the presidential suite to take a bath. The conditions there were much better than the gym. Monica smiled at Zia Ryufai and said, "Zia, aren't you going to treat me to a cup of coffee?" Zia Ryufai was a little embarrassed as he said, "I can't ask for more, but I still have something to do today. I hope I can have the honor tomorrow." Zia Ryufai was indeed busy. The auction was going to start at night. He had asked Amaexing to come to the hotel in the afternoon. He said that he had something to talk to him about. In fact, he wanted to talk to Amaexing about the truffles. Before that, Zia Ryufai still had some preparation work to do. Monica looked at Zia Ryufai and smiled. Not an excuse? Of course not. Zia Ryufai said, "Give me your phone number. I'll look for you tomorrow." Then Zia Ryufai smiled and added, "Actually, I wanted to take the opportunity to ask for her phone number." Monica laughed. She took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Zia Ryufai. "This is my phone number from China. I'll be in Shenzhen City until the day after tomorrow. I'll be waiting for your call." Zia Ryufai took the business card and made an okay gesture. "I'm also looking forward to having dinner with you." The two of them walked out of the gym and said goodbye to each other at the entrance. Monica looked at Zia Ryufai's back as he walked towards the presidential suite's elevator. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was getting more and more interested in this mysterious Eastern young man. Zia Ryufai returned to the presidential suite and took a bath in the super-large jacuzzi. After changing his clothes, Zia Ryufai left the hotel alone. He didn't use the hotel's Rolls-Royce Phantom because he needed to avoid people's eyes and ears for this trip. Zia Ryufai strolled around Shenzhen for about an hour. When he returned to the hotel, he was already carrying 2 plastic boxes in his hands. He had found an empty place and taken them out from the spirit map space. The truffles that he was going to auction tonight were in the boxes. The reason why Zia Ryufai went through so much trouble was naturally out of careful consideration. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the hotel. If Zia Ryufai had taken the truffle out of the presidential suite, Amaexing would have easily found out that Zia Ryufai's truffle had appeared out of thin air if he had checked the surveillance cameras. Although the possibility was low, Zia Ryufai did not dare to be careless when it came to his biggest secret, the spirit map scroll. If he had gone out for a walk and brought it back, everything would make sense. Back in the presidential suite, Zia Ryufai placed the 2 tidying boxes in the large refrigerator in the suite to try to keep the truffles fresh. Amaexing arrived at Zia Ryufai's room at around 4 in the afternoon. Ma Xiaoming was also with him. As for Tian Huixin, Huan, and Lu Yu, they did not appear. "Zia Sheng, have you gotten used to living here these past 2 days?" Amaexing asked with a smile the moment he entered. Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly. "Old Mr. Amei, to be honest, I'm not really used to it. Your presidential suite is too luxurious. I'm feeling uncomfortable. Ha ha ha." Amaexing laughed and said, "Zia Sheng, you're so funny. This is a hotel owned by our Hengfeng group. You're at home here. What's there to be uncomfortable about?" Everyone came to the living room of the presidential suite and sat down. After the private butler made tea for the 3 of them, he politely bowed and left. "Zia Sheng, why did you call me here?" Amaexing asked with a smile. "Mr. Amei, I would like to ask you if the organizer of tonight's truffle auction can accept additional truffles." Zia Ryufai went straight to the point. "I have a friend who just happened to provide me with a batch of truffles of very good quality. I hope that this batch of truffles can also be put up for auction." Amaexing was slightly stunned when he heard that. He pondered for a moment before he said, Zia Sheng, this tasting auction is organized by the Grau family of Italy. All the truffles for auction are their own Alba white truffles. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to convince them to accept other truffles for auction. So that's how it is. Zia Ryufai was slightly disappointed. However, Akshin could not be blamed for this. Zia Ryufai had not asked about the situation in advance. He had always thought that the auction was organized by a third party. He did not expect the organizer to be the owner of the auction item. People in the same trade were enemies, so they naturally had no reason to accept other truffles at their auction. Akshin thought for a moment. Zia Sheng, we have many restaurants and hotels under Hengfeng. Your friend can sell her truffles directly to our restaurants. There's no need to go through the trouble of going to the auction. In fact, Akshin had misunderstood. He had assumed that the truffles provided by Zia Ryufai's friends were from southern Yunnan province of China. In fact, China's truffles were not well known internationally. Their price was more than 10 times lower than authentic Italy truffles. The auction was for high-end customers who pursued the highest quality. If such truffles were put up for auction, no one would be interested in them. Akshin's offer to buy the truffles from Hengfeng restaurant was naturally for Zia Ryufai's sake. Oh, I wonder where the truffles are now. Can I take a look first? Akshin was interested and asked. Truffles could not be kept fresh for a long time, so Akshin knew that since Zia Ryufai's friends wanted to auction the truffles tonight, they must be in Shenzhen City by now. Of course, I went to get the truffle this afternoon, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. After that, he stood up and walked to the pantry. He opened the refrigerator and took out the 2 tidying boxes. He then carried them back to the living room. Mr. M.A., my friend's truffles are all here. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, one of them is black truffle and the other is white truffle. As he spoke, Zia Ryufai tore off the tape on the box and opened the lid. Instantly, the unique fragrance of truffle gradually filled the presidential suite. Akshin was a glutton himself, and he had a special liking for truffles. Therefore, he was invigorated when he smelled the fragrance. Akshin reached into the box and quickly took out a piece of white truffle from the rice. When Akshin saw the truffle that was close to 500 grams, he couldn't help but stare at it. The larger the truffle, the higher its value. Not to mention, the truffle's fragrance was so pure. Akshin carefully picked up the truffle and observed it carefully. He even sniffed the special fragrance of the truffle from time to time. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Mr. M.A., the quality of this truffle is considered average. The largest piece in the box is nearly 4 caddies. What? Akshin cried out. Akshin was really shocked by the number. He quickly put down the piece of white truffle and continued to rummage through the box. After searching for 4 pieces in a row, the biggest giant truffle was finally found. Akshin's eyes were filled with disbelief as he placed the white truffle, which was the size of a basketball, on the coffee table carefully. He rubbed his eyes hard and almost threw himself onto the truffle. After a long time, Akshin said loudly, Jaiming, quickly inform Mr. Lawrence to come over. Ma Jaiming was also in shock. He only came back to his senses after hearing Akshin's words. He quickly got up and walked out of the living room with his phone. Zia Ryufai simply took out all the truffles from the tidying box and arranged them neatly on the super large coffee table in the living room. There were so many truffles, and each of them was of excellent quality. There were even 5 extra large truffles. The largest white truffle and black truffle could undoubtedly break the world record. The visual impact was extremely strong. Akshin stared at the truffles for a long time before he muttered, This is unbelievable, unbelievable. Zia Sheng, where did your friend find such high-quality truffles? This is the taste of pure Italy truffle. Zia Ryufai smiled but did not answer Akshin. Akshin immediately came back to his senses. He smiled in embarrassment and said, I'm being presumptuous. Zia Sheng, he quickly said, if your friend has any truffles of similar quality, Hengfeng will take them all. Akshin did not mention the purchase of the truffles because he knew that no one would be willing to sell such high-quality truffles directly. The only way to maximize the profit was through an auction. I can ask, but it's the end of truffle season now. Even if there shouldn't be many left, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. No matter how many there are, I'm taking them all, Akshin said without any hesitation. Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. After a while, Ma Jaiming led the head chef of the hotel's top-floor restaurant, the Michelin star chef, Mark Lawrence, into the living room of the presidential suite. As soon as Lawrence walked into the living room, he smelled the unique smell of top-quality truffles in the air. Then he saw the neat rows of truffles on the coffee table. Lawrence's mouth was wide open and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He shouted, Oh God, what am I seeing? Mr. M.A., could it be that the stingy Grau family has already given you their auction item in advance? Of course not. Akshin chuckled and said, Lawrence, let me introduce you. This is my friend Zia Ryufai, Mr. Zia. He's also the owner of this batch of truffles. Hello, Mr. Lawrence. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, I've already tried your cooking yesterday. It's super good. To be precise, I'm the representative of the truffles owner. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, but I have full authority to deal with this batch of truffles. Lawrence M. Akshing said, I invited you here to take a look at the quality of these truffles. Mr. M.A., even if you didn't ask me, I would still have to take a good look. Lawrence immediately said, God, is this really white truffle? I've never seen such a huge white truffle before. As he spoke, Lawrence began to carefully observe every detail of the truffles, especially the few extra large truffles. He looked at them repeatedly for a long time. Mr. M.A., he said, raising his head, there is no doubt that the truffles are of the best quality. Even the most picky chef can't find any flaws. Yes, Lawrence continued, I'm sure that the truffles that the Grau family is auctioning tonight will definitely pale in comparison to this batch. Akshing was already an expert in truffles, and now that he had the opinion of a top chef, his judgment was further confirmed. I should be the one thanking you, Mr. M.A. Lawrence said, if you didn't invite me here, how would I have the chance to see such a perfect top truffle? Lawrence suddenly thought of something and quickly said, Mr. M.A., since these truffles are not going to be auctioned tonight, can you buy them directly? The top floor restaurant was in urgent need of such high-quality truffles. Especially the biggest piece of white truffle, it fits Hengfeng Jiahu's position as the top luxury. Lawrence, I understand how you feel, Akshing said with a smile, but I can't let Xiaosheng's friends suffer a loss. This truffle must be auctioned. Then Akshing said to Xia Ruifai, Xia Sheng, it's not appropriate for us to get involved in the Grau family's auction. However, I can contact the guests who will be attending tonight's auction right now and choose some of the more powerful and high-quality customers. After the Grau family's auction, we will immediately hold a small-scale auction to auction your batch of top-grade truffles. What do you think? Akshing had spared no effort in helping Xia Ruifai. Even if he had to hold a small auction after the auction of others, it was still a taboo. After all, those customers were invited by the Grasso family to participate in the auction. It wasn't easy for Akshing to achieve this. Xia Sheng, you should keep these truffles in the cold storage first. Akshing said, it's not good to be exposed to the outside for a long time. Yes, 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 quickly put it away. Lawrence quickly said. Everyone packed the black truffle and white truffle into the respective boxes, and Xia Ruifai and the others put them back into the refrigerator. Lawrence looked at the refrigerator reluctantly, as if he suddenly had X-ray eyes that could see through the refrigerator door and see the truffles inside. Akshing needed to visit his business friends who were also participating in the auction and promote Xia Ruifai's small auction. Therefore, the three of them quickly took their leave. In the evening, Xia Ruifai ordered dinner and brought it to the presidential suite. After he was done, he went to the dressing room and changed into a full suit. All the clothes here were prepared in advance, and they were all top brands. For example, the dark gray suit that Xia Ruifai was wearing was from the high-end Italy men's clothing brand Brioni. Although it was not tailor-made, it was still sold for more than $5,000. Clothes make the man. Xia Ruifai, who had absorbed many exotic flower petals, had a natural affinity with nature. After he put on the Brioni suit, he looked even more handsome and charming. After changing into a formal suit, Xia Ruifai strode out of the presidential suite in high spirits. He couldn't help but feel excited. Tonight was destined to be a night of harvest for him. Xia Ruifai took the special elevator to the third floor. Tonight, the Grau family's truffle auction would be held in the grand banquet hall on the third floor of the hotel. The elevator reached the third floor, and Xia Ruifai strode towards the banquet hall. Along the way, the decorations were magnificent, and precious works of art could be seen inadvertently. The crystal lamps everywhere were all custom made from Czech Republic, and only Hengfeng Jiahu Hotel had them in the world. Xia Ruifai had stayed there for more than a day and was already immune to the luxury that was everywhere. He did not stop along the way. Xia Ruifai walked along the corridor paved with jade and colored glass. After turning a corner, he saw a huge hall. The auction hadn't started yet, but the well-dressed guests were standing in the hall and talking. Brother, are you okay? Xia Ruifai heard a clear child's voice. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Huan waving at him with a happy face. Huan was wearing a custom-made cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain pattern on it. Tian Huixin, who was beside her, was also wearing a cheongsam of the same style. It was obvious that they were wearing a mother and daughter outfit. When the two of them stood together, they immediately exuded a strong Chinese style. Lu Yu was also with Tian Huixin and her daughter. Tonight, she was wearing a black off-shoulder evening dress. Her beautiful collarbones were faintly visible, and a pure-colored emerald on her white chest exuded a charming halo. Her tall black hair was in a perfect match with her beautiful swan-like neck. Her slender waist was tightly wrapped in the fitting long dress, outlining an alluring curve. It was Xia Ruifai's first time seeing Lu Yu in a formal suit. This kind of noble and cold temperament made him take a deep breath and take a second look. Lu Yu also felt Xia Ruifai's gaze and turned to look at him. Xia Ruifai quickly looked away and subconsciously tidied his clothes to hide his embarrassment. Lu Yu saw Xia Ruifai's actions, and her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. Xia Ruifai took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. Then he walked towards Huan with a smile on his face. Huan, you're so beautiful today, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but be stunned. Tian Huixin chuckled as she watched the show from the side. Liu also revealed a half-smile as she glanced at Zia Ryufai. You two are both beautiful. Zia Ryufai had no other choice but to give a mediocre answer. Sister Yaoyu is a great beauty, and Huan is a little beauty. When Huan grows up, she will become a great beauty, he added. Liu's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly as she spat. Really? Huan asked happily. Of course. When has Brother Ryufai ever lied to you? Zia Ryufai said with a smile, and Huan nodded heavily. Zia Sheng, not far away, Sheng waved at Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai greeted Tian Huixin and Lu Yu and walked towards Sheng. Sheng even walked up to them personally and introduced Zia Ryufai to his business friends. Anyone who could stand beside Sheng and exchange pleasantries with him was no ordinary person. Anyone here was worth billions. Since Sheng valued Zia Ryufai so much, these people would not neglect him. They all smiled and greeted Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai did not have stage fright and responded to them in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. These people were all curious about Zia Ryufai because it was rare for Sheng to pay so much attention to a young man. However, Sheng had only introduced Zia Ryufai as a friend from the mainland. He did not go into details, so it was not convenient for them to ask. After some small talk in the hall, it was almost time to enter. Everyone walked into the largest banquet hall of the Jiahu Hotel. The banquet hall was about 700 square meters in area and had a column-less design. Anyone in the hall could see the main stage in front of them. The banquet hall was 8 meters high and had a 180-degree river view. At the front, it was equipped with an 82 square meter super high-definition LED screen and a high-end BQ sound system. The giant crystal lamp on the ceiling was also a custom-made product from Czech Republic. As the owner of Hengfeng Jiahua and one of the biggest buyers of the past truffle auctions, Sheng naturally had the best seats. The 5 seats in the middle of the front row were reserved for Sheng and his team. Zia Ryufai followed Sheng, and everyone sat down. Sheng sat in the middle while Ma Jiming and Zia Ryufai sat on either side of him. Tian Huixin carried Huan and sat beside Ma Jiming while Lu Yu sat beside Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai could feel a faint fragrance entering his nose. He felt his body stiffen and he couldn't help but look straight ahead. Zia Ryufai, who could joke around with billionaires like Sheng, now felt a little nervous. Fortunately, the large LED screen in front of them began to play the promotional video of the truffle auction. The truffle hunter and the truffle dog stepped on the morning dew and walked into the oak forest. Pieces of truffles with the fragrance of the earth were dug out from the ground. Then the image flashed, and the truffles appeared on the table, along with the intoxicated faces of the guests. Zia Ryufai gradually relaxed and focused on the promotional video. After a very well-shot promotional video, the host in a formal suit came on stage. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Grau family's truffle auction. I'm your host, Johnson. The host was also speaking in English, but each seat was equipped with a simultaneous interpretation headset, which could be used to choose different languages through the multifunction button on the armrest. Zia Ryufai was not using his headphones. He realized that Lu Yu, who was beside him, was not wearing headphones either. It seemed that her English listening and speaking skills were not weak either. After a simple self-introduction, the host said in an infectious voice, "Next, let us welcome the third-in-line successor of the Grasso family, the senior vice president of the Grasso Group, Ms. Monica Grasso, to the stage for her speech." In the midst of everyone's applause, the spotlight shone at the entrance of the stage, and a slim figure appeared. She was wearing a sapphire blue evening dress inlaid with crystals, and her white and slender feet looked as gentle as jade under the contrast of the black string high heels. Monica Grasso walked up the stage leisurely. Her dress glowed brightly under the spotlight. Every step she took had a kind of swaying beauty, and her white and charming legs seemed to bloom with silent temptation. When Zia Ryufai saw the successor of the Grasso family, he opened his mouth wide in shock and almost stood up from his seat. It was her. Zia Ryufai really could not associate the sexy lady in the three-point sportswear at the gym this morning with this noble, generous, and alluring air of the Grasso family. But that was the truth. Monica Grasso was the same sexy Caucasian woman who had chatted with Zia Ryufai in the gym this morning. In fact, Monica noticed that Zia Ryufai's seat was too eye-catching as soon as she got on the stage. It was almost the center of the first row, and beside him was the world-class billionaire, Sheng. When Monica saw Zia Ryufai, she was also slightly surprised. However, she was in a much better state than Zia Ryufai. When they had bade each other goodbye at the entrance of the gym today, Monica had seen Zia Ryufai walk towards the presidential suite's elevator with her own eyes. At that time, she had a feeling that Zia Ryufai's identity was not ordinary. Monica's beautiful dark blue eyes glowed. Her gaze stopped on Zia Ryufai for a moment and even gave him an elegant smile. Then she looked around the audience. Monica spoke with fervor and assurance on the stage, exuding the innate confidence of a noble. With such an eye-catching beauty standing on stage, everyone naturally wouldn't be impatient. Furthermore, Westerners were not used to giving long speeches. Monica briefly introduced the truffles at the auction and handed the microphone to the host. Of course, she didn't get off the stage. Instead, she walked to a chair at the side and sat down. Monica sat down and tidied up her dress. She looked up at Xia Ruifai and smiled charmingly. Xia Ruifai nodded back at her. At this moment, Luyu, who was standing beside Xia Ruifai, moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, "You know that Caucasian girl?" Xia Ruifai was stunned for a moment. Although he had exchanged glances with Monica on the stage a few times, he thought that they were very secretive. He did not expect Luyu to discover him so quickly. Xia Ruifai turned to look at Luyu and said, "We met at the gym today. There was no need to hide this." He was open and honest, and he had not done anything wrong. "I'll tell Jiang Yue when we get back." Luyu pouted. Xia Ruifai was confused. He was even stunned for a second or two before he remembered that Jiang Yue was the college student he had saved, Luyu's best friend from the same dormitory. Xia Ruifai smiled bitterly. "Why did you suddenly mention Jiang Yue? What does this have to do with her? You're playing dumb," Luyu said indifferently and then sat up straight. Xia Ruifai felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running over him. This lady's thoughts were too erratic, and she was not willing to speak clearly. It was so difficult to communicate. However, it was obviously not appropriate to ask anything at this time. He could only ask after he came down. The auction had already started. In all fairness, the quality of the truffles that the Grau family had airflown to China for auction this time was actually very good. For example, the white truffle on the stage now weighed about 300 grams. Once the transparent lid was lifted, the unique and rich fragrance of the white truffle immediately filled the air. This year, the price of white truffle was about $5,000 per kilogram. However, when the 300-gram white truffle was put up for auction, the buyers were very enthusiastic. The starting price of $1,000 was quickly raised to $5,000, which was more than 3 times the market price. Of course, the quality of the truffles that the Grau family had brought for auction this time was very good, so it was natural that the price would be higher. Furthermore, the Grau family's tradition was that they would donate 5 of their profits from each auction to charity. This time, the money from the auction in China would be directly donated to the Chinese Charity Foundation. Those who were invited to such an auction were all business elites with considerable net worth. Some of them were particularly fond of truffles, and with the intention of doing charity, they didn't particularly care about the price. In the end, the 300-gram truffle was sold for $58.88. From the final price, it could be seen that the buyer was a Chinese. A middle-aged man in his early 40s, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, won the bid for the truffle and went to the staff to pay for it with a smile on his face. He had also brought a good start to the auction. The following auction went smoothly. More than a dozen truffles were sold for more than $5,000. These truffles generally weighed about 300 grams. Most of the buyers were from Huaxia. Of course, some of the truly important tycoons had yet to bid. Most of the bidders were small and medium-sized enterprises or food and beverage industries. As the auction went on, the truffles taken out became heavier and heavier. White truffles above 500 grams also began to appear. Everyone's enthusiasm was completely aroused, and some chefs of famous Western restaurants also began to participate in the auction. A white truffle like Yingying could definitely become the treasure of a Western restaurant. Although it would only last for 2 or 3 days, it could definitely bring great popularity and a loud reputation to the restaurant. The price also rose rapidly, and soon, a 580-gram white truffle was sold for more than $10,000. However, some people noticed that as a loyal fan of the white truffle, Xing did not even bid once. He just sat there with a smile on his face. It was understandable that Xing didn't bid. After all, as a super-rich person, he had very high standards. The truffles on auction might be very precious in the eyes of others, but Xing might not even think much of them. However, even the chef of the French restaurant on the top floor of Hengfeng Jiahu Hotel, Mark Lawrence, had no intention of participating in the bidding at all, which made everyone a little puzzled. By right, at this stage of the auction, the competition between those high-end Western restaurants should be the fiercest. Of course, many people only felt that it was a little strange. The auction atmosphere in the hall was very lively, and everyone's attention was still more on the stage. As the auction continued, Xia Ruifai did a rough calculation. The total price of the truffles should have reached about 300,000 USD. Finally, the auctioneer used an extremely infectious tone and exaggeratedly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, up next is today's grand finale." This was also the largest single white truffle collected by the Grau family in this truffle season. It weighed 1.45 kg. This is a weight that almost sets a world record. As soon as the auctioneer said this, the crowd instantly boiled over. As if a bomb had been thrown into the calm water, a buzzing sound was heard in the venue. For a moment, various languages were spoken at the same time. Oh my god, it's actually 1.45 kg. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Oh my god, this is a miracle. I swear this is probably the biggest truffle I've ever seen in my life, he said. The auctioneer was also very experienced. He stood on the stage with a professional smile until everyone's discussion gradually died down. He then continued, this truffle was found 18 hours ago in the Alba region of Italy. It was just in time for the flight to China, so it was actually added to the auction at the last minute. After that, the auctioneer gestured, and a lady in a cheongsam walked up to the stage with a large tray. She placed the tray on the display stage in the middle of the stage, and the auctioneer walked over and tore off the red silk covering it, revealing the huge truffle. Everyone, including Zia Ryufai, looked over. They saw a white truffle the size of a volleyball in a sealed container. The huge truffle was visually striking under the spotlight. The auctioneer continued to lift the transparent cover. Instantly, the hall that was already filled with the fragrance of truffles seemed to be filled with this special fragrance. The Grau family's reputation was undoubted, and this was no doubt a top-grade white truffle. Even M.A. Kshin couldn't help but be moved. The auctioneer smiled. This is the biggest white truffle of the year. The starting price is $100,000, and each bid must be no less than $5,000. Interested friends may start bidding. This level of white truffle obviously couldn't be measured by the average market price. The starting price of $100,000 seemed very expensive, but almost no one present would take it seriously. This was the biggest white truffle of the year. Just the name alone was worth the price. Therefore, almost as soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone below raised his sign and reported the price. $110,000. This friend, number 59, bid $110,000. The auctioneer said quickly, 115,000, 125,000, 130,000. The bids came one after another, and the auctioneer didn't even have time to repeat the bids. Very soon, a new bid would be announced. The price continued to rise, and it soon broke through $200,000. Many people looked at M.A. Kshin, thinking that such a big piece of truffle should be enough to catch his eyes. Moreover, this was also today's grand finale. If he still didn't make a move, it would be equivalent to coming here to do nothing. However, M.A. Kshin still sat firmly in his seat and had no intention of bidding. At this moment, a voice came from the right side of the third row, $250,000. Zia Ryufai felt that the voice was familiar. He could not help but turn around and look at the source of the voice. He immediately revealed a strange smile. It turned out that the person who had raised the price by $50,000 was Blake, who had competed with Zia Ryufai in the gym this morning and had crippled himself. Blake's bid immediately stopped the bidding. A one-time increase of $50,000 was a bit intimidating. Number 23, Mr. Blake, bids $250,000. The auctioneer took the opportunity to repeat Blake's bid loudly. Obviously, $250,000 was far from what many people wanted, so the bidding only stopped for a moment. $260,000. Someone quickly added, $270,000. Blake raised the price without any hesitation. The other party thought for a moment, but before he could speak, someone from the other side of the hall made a new bid, $275,000. Blake calmly raised his board and said, $300,000. Another $25,000 bid was raised, and the auctioneer immediately repeated, Mr. Blake has bid US $300,000. Is there any higher bid? Blake stood up and said with an elegant smile, Monica, this top-grade truffle is just as mesmerizing as you. I'm determined to get it. Monica kept a polite smile on her face and did not respond to Blake's words. However, Zia Ryufai could see a trace of disgust in her eyes. Blake's bid made the atmosphere even more heated, as the price was basically close to the limit. There was no clear price for this rare truffle. In 2007, a 1.497 kilogram white truffle was sold for $330,000. In 2014, a 1.89 kilogram white truffle was sold for $60,000. This was the largest white truffle found so far. Someone once offered $1 million to buy it, but it was rejected. So the deal price of $60,000 was not enough to explain the problem. The truffle today weighed 1.45 kg, and it was a very high yield year, so it was reasonable to use the auction price of 2007 as a reference. Blake's bid was now close to the final price of the 1.49 kg white truffle. Some of the entrepreneurs and top chefs who were eager to compete also began to weigh the pros and cons. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but rich people wouldn't be willing to be a spendthrift. $305,000. Finally, someone made a higher bid. The smile on Blake's face froze, but he also knew that he could not hesitate at this moment, so he immediately followed up with a bid, $310,000. Increasing the price without any hesitation after the other party had made a bid was also a psychological strategy to show one's determination to win. Sure enough, when Blake's bid was out, the other party shrugged and sat down, obviously not going to compete anymore. After the auctioneer asked a few times, he finally began to count down. In fact, the price had already exceeded their expectations. $310,000 going once, $310,000 going twice. At this moment, Meixing, who was standing beside Xia Ruifai, suddenly raised his sign and said unhurriedly, $320,000. Xia Ruifai was shocked. He quickly turned around and asked in a low voice, "Old Master Ma, why did you?" Meixing knew that Xia Ruifai was going to auction off a batch of white truffles. He had seen the truffles with his own eyes. There was no doubt that Xia Ruifai's batch of truffles was of a higher quality. Furthermore, they were generally heavier than the ones sold by the Grasso family. There was no need for Meixing to compete for the white truffle at such a high price. Xia Sheng, it's fine, I just don't like him, Meixing smiled. Xia Ruifai was even more surprised. Meixing's eyes were still fixed on the white truffle on the stage in front of him. He said with a faint smile, "Because this kid wants to steal your woman, Xia Sheng. Of course, I can't let him be in the limelight. A few $100,000 is nothing." Xia Ruifai's face darkened and he was completely speechless. Of course, Meixing was not so bored as to care about Xia Ruifai's gossip. However, he valued Xia Ruifai very much, so he personally told the hotel to provide all the services and to report to him if anything happened. The hotel did not dare to delay the matter of Xia Ruifai beating up Blake in the gym. They immediately reported it to Meixing, as it was a small conflict after all. Besides, when Monica went on stage just now, she made eye contact with Xia Ruifai a few times and even smiled at each other. Even Lu Yu sharply noticed it, and the experienced Meixing naturally saw it clearly as well. Xia Ruifai forced a smile and whispered to Meixing, "Mr. Ma, I have nothing to do with Monica. It's none of my business how Blake is in the limelight. You don't have to waste this money. It's just a few $100,000. It's nothing," Meixing laughed. "Xia Sheng, I bought this truffle for a reason. Jai Hua's top-floor French restaurant is preparing for a truffle feast, and it'll come in handy." Xia Ruifai smiled bitterly and shut his mouth. He knew that Meixing was just making an excuse. It was true that the French restaurant needed truffles, but they could have waited for Xia Ruifai's truffle to be brought out before they participated in the auction. There was no need to spend so much money on this truffle. However, since Meixing had decided to participate in the competition, Xia Ruifai knew that he could not persuade him to back out now. On the other side, Blake's facial muscles twitched when Meixing made the bid. He naturally recognized the world-class tycoon Meixing. What made him even more nervous was that he looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xia Ruifai sitting beside Meixing. The two of them were still conversing in low voices. In terms of financial resources, Blake's group was far inferior to Hengfeng Group. Moreover, Blake was not the head of the group, so he couldn't offer a high price as he pleased. If he bought the truffle with a price that was far beyond the actual value, he would definitely be unable to explain it to the Hengfeng Group when he went back. Meixing, on the other hand, didn't have such concerns. He was the boss of the group, and as long as he was willing, no one would dare to say anything even if he took out $100 million to buy it. Of course, this was just an extreme example. In reality, it was impossible for such a situation to happen. Meixing was not an idiot. Blake's expression kept changing. He was struggling with his thoughts. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and raised the sign, shouting, $330,000. This price was basically the same as the final price of the 1.49 kg white truffle in 2007. However, Meixing didn't hesitate at all. He raised his sign as soon as Blake finished his words and said calmly, $350,000, a one-time increase of $20,000, and it was such a high price at that. Blake immediately sat back in his seat like a deflated ball. This price was beyond his authority. Moreover, he knew very well that even if he continued to raise the price, he would not be able to compete with Meixing if he was determined to buy it. As a matter of fact, Blake had thought of raising the price, but he didn't do it to buy the truffle. He just wanted Meixing to spend more money. However, he did not have the courage to do so in the end, especially when he saw Xia Ruifai and Meixing whispering to each other. He did not dare to take the risk. If Meixing gave up after he raised the bid, he would be in trouble. Seeing that Blake had given up, the auctioneer started the countdown. Unsurprisingly, the 1.45 kilogram giant white truffle was bought by Meixing at a sky-high price of $350,000. The audience burst into a warm round of applause. Meixing stood up with a smile and waved to the guests behind him. Although Monica was thanking Meixing, she was looking at Xia Ruifai with a faint smile. Xia Ruifai returned her a bitter smile. As the gavel fell on the sky-high white truffle, the Grau family's truffle auction came to an end. Monica then expressed her gratitude to all the guests who had participated in the auction. At the same time, she also gave a preview of several business exchanges that the Grasso Group would be having in Shenzhen City in the next 2 days. As the third-in-line successor of the Grasso family, she naturally did not come to China just for the auction that only had a total transaction amount of $600,000 to $700,000. The Grasso Group had also arranged other business activities during their trip to China. At the same time, Monica also announced that she would donate 5 of the total transaction amount, which was about 35,000 US dollars, to the Huaxia Charity Foundation. This was also a tradition of the Grau family. Although it wasn't a lot of money, there was no big or small difference in charity, so the audience still gave a warm applause. After the auction ended, Xing and the others left the banquet hall and went to a medium-sized banquet hall on the same floor. It was about 200 square meters in size. They had already made all the preparations for Xia Ruifai's truffles. All the guests who had been notified in advance also went to the banquet hall to meet Xing's invitation. Naturally, no one would reject it. At this moment, Monica walked over quickly. She looked at Xia Ruifai with a smile and said to Xing, "Mr. Ma, I heard that you're going to hold an auction soon. I wonder if I have the honor to attend." Xing was stunned for a moment before he replied, "Miss Grasso, to be honest, this auction I've prepared for my friend is also for truffles. I don't think you'll need to buy it, right? However, if you wish to participate, we will naturally welcome you." Then she naturally walked side by side with Xia Ruifai towards the medium-sized banquet hall. Lu Yu, who was at the side, could not help but frown slightly when she saw this. However, she bit her lower lip lightly and did not say anything. She just silently followed them. When they arrived at the medium-sized banquet hall, the guests took their seats. The invited guests were about a third of the people from the previous auction. When Xing and Xia Ruifai saw Blake, they were stunned. However, their expressions quickly returned to normal. Ma Xiaoming was the one who invited the guests. Except for a few people who had similar status in the business world as Xing personally greeted them. The rest of the guests were selected by Ma Xiaoming according to their economic strength and social status. Blake's group was quite well known in the global food and beverage industry, so it was not surprising that Blake was invited. In fact, other than Xing, Xia Ruifai, Ma Xiaoming, the head chef of the French restaurant on the top floor, Mark Lawrence, and Monica, who had just found out about the situation, the others, including Tian Huixin and Lu Yu, did not know the specific content of this press conference. Xing and Xia Ruifai looked at each other and walked up to the stage together. After the two of them walked onto the stage, the sound of small talk and conversation in the venue suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. After he finished speaking, Xing passed the microphone to Xia Ruifai and cupped his hands at everyone. He walked off the stage and sat down in an empty seat in the first row. Tian Huixin and Lu Yu, who were at the side, were very curious. Tian Huixin couldn't help but turn to her husband and ask, "Xiaoming, what is Xia going to auction?" "You'll know soon enough," Ma Xiaoming said with a smile. Xia Sheng is always full of surprises, and this time will definitely be no exception. "Uncle, why are you still keeping us in suspense? What good things can that guy have for auction?" Lu Yaojiao asked. Even if he were to sell his entire farm, that bit of money wouldn't be enough to catch the eyes of these rich people. Ma Xiaoming laughed and said, "Yao Yu, don't look down on Xia Sheng. My dad is also looking forward to the auction." Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruifai, who was on the stage, and pouted. "I don't believe you." Xia Ruifai was dressed in a well-ironed Brioni suit, looking rather suave. Under everyone's gaze, he didn't have stage fright at all. He raised his hands slightly to the side of the stage, and a row of tall and beautiful ceremonial ladies, each holding a tray, walked up to the stage in a row. Just like the auction just now, the items on the trays were covered with red silk. The waitresses placed the trays neatly on 2 rows of long display tables, and then left in an orderly manner from the other side. Then Xia Ruifai said directly, "The guests who have come today are all from the Grau family's truffle auction. I'm sure everyone is a loyal fan of truffles. Our Paradise Corporation also happens to have a batch of very good truffles, so we hope to take this opportunity to hold an auction. Friends who didn't manage to get the Grau family's white truffle just now, don't miss this opportunity." As soon as Xia Ruifai finished his sentence, the guests started to discuss among themselves. Many of them looked disappointed. They had come for Xing's name, but they did not expect that the person in question was a young man, and the item was truffles. What truffles could be of a higher quality than Grazo truffles? People present were all very picky, and ordinary goods simply wouldn't catch their eyes. Moreover, the owner of the truffle on the stage was Chinese. Chinese truffles were not very popular internationally, and their prices were even 10 to 20 times lower than authentic Italy truffles. To put it bluntly, they were cheap goods, and these upper-class people would definitely not buy them. Most of the people were still whispering, but Blake, who had been defeated by Xia Ruifai twice, stood up immediately. He had a teasing smile on his face and asked loudly, "Mr. Xia, do you think these people here are enough to buy the cheap Chinese truffle in your hands? I suggest you cancel the auction. Otherwise, if all the items were to be left unsold, that would really be the biggest joke in the world." Xia Ruifai's expression did not change. He looked at Blake and said, "Mr. Blake, what makes you think that I'll be auctioning cheap truffles? We haven't even seen the auction item yet. Do you have X-ray eyes?" "Is there a need to see?" Blake said contemptuously. "Huaxia truffles are just trash that can't be shown on stage. The Western mainstream market doesn't even recognize China truffle. Although many people had the same thought as Blake and did not think highly of Zia Ruifai's truffle, they were still very confident. Although what Blake said was mostly true, all the Chinese people present couldn't help but feel angry when they heard Blake's contemptuous tone toward the truffle. On the other hand, Zia Ruifai was still very calm. He said unhurriedly, due to the time taken to collect truffles and the environment it grows in, it doesn't suit the taste of Europeans and Americans, so it's a fact that the price is low. But no matter what, truffles are a top-class ingredient, a gift from God. Why is it garbage in Mr. Blake's mouth? Is this how Blake's FB group treats precious ingredients? Blake's expression changed slightly. Most of the people present were rich, and many of them were Chinese. Zia Ruifai's actions would not be good for Blake's restaurant group's reputation. I didn't, he quickly said. Moreover, I've been talking about Paradise brand truffles from the beginning to the end. I don't think I've ever said that our company's truffles are produced in China, right? Zia Ruifai did not give Blake a chance to explain and interrupted him. How did Mr. Blake come to the conclusion that I was going to auction the Huaxia truffle, or are you just talking nonsense? Zia Ruifai's voice became sterner and sterner as he spoke, and his eyes turned cold. In the audience, Monica's eyes were shining. She was the first to applaud. The rich Chinese people in the audience also applauded, secretly cheering for Zia Ruifai's series of wonderful counterattacks. Blake's face turned even uglier when he saw Monica clapping first. He sneered and said, where else can it be produced if not Huaxia? Could it be Italy, France? The traditional truffle production areas are all monopolized by a few large groups, including the Grau family. The annual production of truffles in the world is limited, so where are you going to find these so-called high-quality truffles? This is our business secret, no comment. Zia Ruifai's lips curled up as he spoke. Then he looked around the room and said loudly, as the saying goes, what you hear is false, but what you see is true. I believe that not everyone is as ignorant as Mr. Blake. The next little segment should be able to let everyone make the correct judgment. With that, Zia Ruifai walked to the long display stand and pulled down the red silk at the edge. A transparent, sealed container appeared in front of everyone. There was a large piece of white truffle in it. Zia Ruifai opened the transparent cover and took the white truffle to a small display stand in the middle of the stage. An electronic scale was already placed there. Zia Ruifai placed the white truffle on the scale, and the reading was quickly displayed. One of the hotel staff took a video camera and took a picture of the reading. The next moment, the big screen showed the video. Grams, everyone in the audience saw this number through the big screen at the same time. The sound of discussion immediately rang out. The truffles of Huaxia were usually relatively small, but this white truffle was already more than half a kilogram. It was even bigger than the dozen truffles that the Grasso family had brought out at the start of the auction. This was indeed beyond the expectations of many people. Blake's expression changed slightly, but he quickly comforted himself. This must be the biggest truffles he had in this batch. Although China truffles were trash, it wasn't impossible for them to produce one or two larger truffles every year. Zia Ruifai said unhurriedly. An old leader of Huaxia once said, practice was the only standard to test the truth. So, the quality of truffles can only be known by personally experiencing it. With that, Zia Ruifai clapped his hands twice, and the doors of the banquet hall were pushed open at the same time. Rows of tall and beautiful waitresses filed in. Each of them was holding a tray with 3 to 4 plates on it. The waiters shuttled back and forth in the venue like butterflies, handing out plates to every guest. Soon, everyone received a copy. Zia Ruifai smiled. Now, everyone has received an egg roll made by the head chef of the French restaurant on the top floor, Mr. Mark Lawrence. But please don't be in a hurry to eat it, because the good show is yet to come. Zia Ruifai nodded to the side of the stage. The Michelin star chef, Mark Lawrence, walked up to the stage in a white chef's uniform and a tall chef's hat. He came to Zia Ruifai and turned to look at Zia Ruifai with a questioning look. Zia Ruifai nodded. After getting Zia Ruifai's confirmation, Mark Lawrence immediately picked up the large piece of truffle on the electronic scale and walked down the stage to the guest seats. Zia Ruifai stood on the stage and said with a smile, yes, everyone's right. Next, I'll invite everyone in the banquet hall to taste this white truffle. As soon as Zia Ruifai finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. This was definitely a huge sum of money. Such a large piece of truffle was directly divided and eaten. Everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that at the Grau family's truffle auction, that 580-gram truffle had been sold for $10,000. This truffle was also more than 500 grams, but Zia Ruifai had actually taken it out for everyone to share. Regarding the preciousness of white truffle, someone had once described a scene. In a Western restaurant with an elegant environment, a truffle fanatic sat upright and still, and beside him stood an Italy chef with a serious expression. There was a bowl of Italy in front of the customer. He reached out and gestured to the chef. The chef took a piece of white truffle and used the truffle to peel off 4 pieces of truffle that were as thin as paper. Then the chef said expressionlessly, $100, sir. The customer's facial muscles twitched. He took a deep breath of the strong smell of the truffle and gestured again. The chef then scraped off another 4 light truffle slices and said, $200, sir. The special truffle slices could cut the truffle into extremely thin slices. These 4 pieces of truffle were almost weightless, and they cost $100 in Western restaurants. The preciousness of white truffle could be seen clearly. Xia Ryufai had actually taken out a whole truffle of more than 500 grams for everyone to taste for free. How generous was that? Everyone thought of one possibility, and that was that the remaining truffles still covered under the red silk on the stage would not be any lighter than this piece. However, everyone felt that it was a little unbelievable. Even at the auction held by the Grau family, it was impossible to make all the truffles more than 500 grams. Such a large truffle was usually hard to come by. How could so many of them appear at once? This Mr. Xia is really generous. My God, 512 grams of white truffle free to taste. I'm suddenly filled with anticipation for this auction. The guests were discussing spiritedly. At this time, the Michelin star chef, Mark Lawrence, had already arrived below the stage. He first came to M. Aiksheng, took out a small truffle from the pocket of his chef's suit, and continuously peeled 6 or 7 pieces of truffle and put them on M. Aiksheng's plate. The truffle came to the crowd at a close distance. Especially after it was cut open, the special smell immediately permeated the crowd. The gluttons sniffed at the same time, and then revealed an intoxicated look. In terms of appearance, quality, and fragrance, Xia Ryufai's truffle was not inferior to the Alasuo family's Alba truffle. In fact, it might even be better. At first, some people had the same idea as Blake. They thought that even if Xia Ryufai's truffles were heavy, they were not as good as the Grazo truffles. Many people even thought that Xia Ryufai's truffles were the so-called cheap Chinese truffles. Now, these people's thoughts had begun to waver. Blake's face was getting more and more unsightly. Mark Lawrence's movements were very skillful. He quickly added truffles to M. Aiksheng, Ma Jiaming, Tian Huixin, Lu Yu, and even Huan's plates. Then he shuttled through the guests without stopping and added pieces of white truffles to everyone's plates. The unique smell of the white truffle was getting stronger and stronger, and the entire banquet hall was filled with this special fragrance. Soon, Mark Lawrence came to Blake. Mark Lawrence's movements were smooth and natural, but he stopped when he reached Blake. Mark Lawrence shrugged and said, "I'm sure Mr. Blake wouldn't want to taste such cheap truffles." After that, Mark Lawrence walked past Blake and went to the next guest. Seeing this, the guests from China all laughed. Lu Yu even took the lead to applaud. Although Lu Yu often did not like Xia Ryufai, when Xia Ryufai was taunted by Blake on the stage just now, Lu Yu was extremely angry and almost stood up to scold Blake without caring about her image. Mark Lawrence's actions made Lu Yu and the Chinese people present feel very relieved. Blake's face turned extremely ugly. He put down the unsightly plate and was about to leave the table in anger, but he sat back down with a livid face after a few changes of expression. Blake gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "I'd like to see how much this cheap truffle of yours can fetch." Under everyone's mocking gaze, Blake refused to leave. He still stubbornly believed that Xia Ryufai's truffle was not presentable. Other than Blake, the entire hall was filled with a happy atmosphere. Soon, everyone was given 6 or 7 truffles. Mark Lawrence still had half of the truffles left, so he didn't hesitate and started the second round of distribution. In the end, all the truffles were distributed, and everyone got about 10 truffles on average. Everyone saw that the white truffle slices cut by Mark Lawrence had marble-like patterns on the surface. The unique fragrance of the top-grade truffle was extremely rich. After adding a few pieces of truffle to an ordinary omelet, it had the effect of turning stone into gold, making all the gluttons drool with desire. "Please enjoy the taste," Xia Ryufai said with a smile. There were at least 100 people in the entire hall. Everyone was tasting a piece of white truffle together. The scene was spectacular, especially in the midst of the rich truffle fragrance. Everyone revealed an intoxicated expression. Many people picked up their plates and took a deep breath first. They started to taste the white truffle omelet amidst the strong aroma. Soon, the hall was filled with gasps of admiration, an unparalleled pure flavor. "I swear to God that this is the most delicious white truffle I've ever tasted in my 20 years of being in the industry." This was the sigh of a chef from a top Western restaurant. "What an incredible taste. I feel like my taste buds are going to explode. This white truffle is definitely a top-grade item." The rising and falling praises made Blake's face turn uglier and uglier. In his eyes, this was absolutely impossible. Blake's face turned green as he thought, could it be that these people were hired by that kid? Of course, this thought only flashed through her mind for a moment. Anyone with even a little bit of rationality would know that this was absolutely impossible. Everyone in the room was a super rich and famous chef. No one in the world would be able to buy all of them over. Soon, this small segment was coming to an end. Xia Ryufai saw that everyone was almost done eating and smiled. He walked straight to the 2 long display tables and pulled down the red silk cloth covering them one by one, leaving only 5 truffles in the middle. The rest of the truffles were revealed. Looking at the huge truffles neatly arranged on the stage, the guests were all silent. It was as if they had stopped breathing. Even though some people had guessed this before, when they really saw the truffles on the stage, it was still a very shocking visual impact. There were a total of 12 truffles, 7 of which were white truffles, each of which was no smaller than the one that everyone had just shared. The remaining 5 black truffles were not much smaller than the white truffle. If the organizer of the auction was a traditional truffle dealer like the Grau family, perhaps everyone would be less surprised. However, Zia Ryufai was just an unknown young man, and the Paradise Corporation was even more so a small, unknown company. It was really unbelievable that they could produce so many huge truffles at once. Moreover, many people had noticed that in the middle of the display stage, there were 5 sealed containers covered under the red silk, not directly seen to everyone. This also made people's imagination run wild. The truffles displayed in front of everyone were already big enough. Could the remaining pieces be even bigger? According to normal thinking, this was definitely the case. Good stuff sank to the bottom. However, everyone felt that this was too shocking. For a time, the sound of discussion was endless. Everyone's anticipation for this auction was getting stronger and stronger. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "I'll start with the auction of these 12 truffles. I can guarantee that all the white truffles come from the same place, and the black truffles are of the highest quality." With that, Zia Ryufai gestured to the side, and a professional auctioneer strolled onto the stage. There were specializations in every field, and professional things should be left to the professionals. Zia Ryufai walked down the stage and sat beside Ma Sheng. "Zia Sheng, the effect is very good." Ma Sheng laughed and gave him a thumbs up. To be able to come up with such a complete marketing plan in just a few hours, Zia Sheng is really good at business. As the two of them chatted, the auction, which had attracted a lot of attention from the beginning, finally officially began. The first item up for auction was the 5 pieces of black truffles. The auctioneer picked up a piece and placed it on the electronic scale. Then he smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next black truffle is 356 grams. The starting price is $300, and each increment must not be less than $50. Please place your bids." The price of black truffle was generally lower than that of white truffle. It was 1/5 or even 1/10 of the price of white truffle. The price of an authentic France black truffle was about $500 per kilogram. However, Zia Ryufai's black truffle weighed more than 300 grams and was of high quality. Hence, the starting price was not considered expensive. Of course, compared to the truffles that would be auctioned later, this was only an appetizer. Perhaps the tasting session was too exciting, but in fact, when everyone was sharing the white truffle, the price was more than $300 in a high-class Western restaurant, so everyone's enthusiasm for bidding was quite high. In the end, the black truffle was sold for $800, which was far more than the market price of black truffle, and it was a good start to the press conference. The next 4 truffles gradually increased in weight. The heaviest truffle reached 538 grams and was sold for more than $1,000 each. The black truffle that was more than 500 grams reached $1,500. The 5 pieces of black truffles brought Zia Ryufai nearly $6,000 in income. Of course, this amount of money was nothing to Zia Ryufai. What he valued more was the enthusiasm of everyone. Seeing the black truffle's popularity, Zia Ryufai's heart was completely at ease. Next up was the auction of the white truffle. There were a total of 8 pieces of white truffle. The lightest piece had already been shared with everyone for free in the previous segment, and the remaining 7 pieces were all over 512 grams. The first piece of white truffle, which weighed 520 grams, was auctioned first. "Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the exciting white truffle auction." The auctioneer said in a very infectious and exaggerated tone, "I believe that everyone has already tasted the incomparable taste of white gold just now. Just now I was also very honored to have a share in the audience. It was really an unforgettable experience. This is the first time I've ever hated my job so much. If I wasn't the auctioneer today, I would be able to sit in the audience and participate in the bidding like everyone else. In order to taste the wonderful white truffle again, I'm willing to give up everything." The auctioneer's exaggerated expression caused the guests to laugh out of goodwill. At this time, the auctioneer's face turned serious and said, "Okay, let's get back to business. This 520 grams of white truffle has a starting price of $5,000, and each bid must be no less than $300. Please place your bids. $5,500, $5,800, $6,188. Perhaps it was because they had just tasted the same white truffle, but everyone's bids were much more enthusiastic than before. The competition for the first piece of white truffle was extremely intense, and the price quickly reached $8,000. After $8,000, the bidding momentum began to slow down a little, but it was still increasing bit by bit. Of course, Ma Xing and the other super rich people didn't touch the truffles. Their target was the bigger truffles under the red silk. In the end, the first piece of white truffle was sold for $9,600. It was won by the boss of a restaurant chain from the capital. The following 6 pieces of white truffles were auctioned off. Everyone was bidding enthusiastically, and the final price did not disappoint Zia Ryufai. Each piece was more than $10,000, especially the last piece of 878 grams of white truffle, which was sold for $50,000. It was far beyond Zia Ryufai's expectations. The explosive scene was also beyond Zia Ryufai's expectations. The 7 pieces of white truffles brought Zia Ryufai a total income of $130,000. A round of applause immediately broke out in the auction hall. The auction of the first batch of truffles had completely stirred up everyone's enthusiasm, and everyone was full of anticipation for the next truffles. Zia Ryufai walked on stage with a smile and took the microphone. We'll be auctioning 4 truffles for the second batch. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Zia Ryufai didn't say much and directly walked to the long display stand. Other than the largest sealed container in the middle, Zia Ryufai had removed the red silk cloth covering the other 4 containers. 2 white truffles and 2 black truffles. Each piece was huge. Before Zia Ryufai could speak, there were already gasps from below. Even Monica's face was filled with disbelief. This was because just by looking at them, those 2 pieces of white truffle were not inferior to the final piece of truffle at the Grau family's truffle auction. The white truffle on the right was even slightly bigger than the one they had. It was the same for the 2 black truffles. The black truffles were smaller than the white truffles, but these 2 truffles were probably more than 1,000 grams. Any of these 4 truffles would cause a sensation at an auction, but they all appeared at the same time today. Besides, Monica also noticed that there was an even bigger sealed container beside Zia Ryufai. The red silk on it had not been removed. It was obvious that it was the finale of the press conference. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. As expected, Zia Ryufai smiled confidently and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the second batch of items will be these 4 truffles. I hope that we will not disappoint you. Of course, even if these 4 truffles can't satisfy your needs, it's fine. I believe that our grand finale will definitely surprise everyone." After that, Zia Ryufai handed the microphone to the auctioneer and walked down the stage. The auction for the giant truffle officially began. The first item on the stage was a 1,100-gram black truffle with a starting price of $10,000. Black truffles of this size were very rare, so the price skyrocketed at the beginning of the auction. Many people who felt that they could not compete for the white truffle focused their attention on the 2 black truffles. In a short while, the price of the black truffle had reached $30,000. In the end, the black truffle was sold for $33,000. The second piece of black truffle weighed 1,300 grams, and the final price was as high as $50,000. After the 2 black truffles were sold, the auction for the white truffle finally began. The auctioneer placed the first piece of truffle on the electronic scale. The big screen displayed the scale's reading in real time, 1.46 kg. It was exactly 0.01 kg heavier than the one the Grau family had auctioned off previously. With a boom, the audience immediately boiled over. God, the record for the largest white truffle of the year was broken again in just half an hour. Unbelievable, this is simply unbelievable. I can't believe what kind of record will be set in the subsequent auctions. The experienced auctioneer waited for everyone's exclamations and discussions to gradually die down before he said, 1.46 kilograms of premium white truffle. The starting price is $100,000, and each bid must be no less than $5,000. Let the bidding begin. The auctioneer didn't say any provocative words because he knew very well that there was no need for him to incite at this moment. Everyone's enthusiasm had completely boiled over. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the bidding sounds rang out one after another. $150,000, $180,000, $200,000. Although the minimum bid was $5,000, the guests who had just gone through the last auction raised the bid by tens of thousands. It was not until the price reached $300,000 that the momentum of the bidding began to slow down. After all, in the last auction, the price of the white truffle was a little high. However, at this moment, Xing made his move again. He raised the sign in his hand and said, $350,000. Then he smiled and explained, "At Ms. Grasso's auction just now, I offered $350,000 for a white truffle of the same weight. Zia Sheng is my good friend, so I can't favor one over the other." After Xing made this bid, everyone gave him face and didn't raise the price any further. In fact, this was the limit of the price. If they raised it any higher, they would be seen as a spendthrift. As a result, the first piece of white truffle, which weighed 1.46 kilograms, was successfully sold for $350,000. When the auctioneer went to get the second piece of truffle, Zia Ryufai picked up the microphone and said with a bitter smile, "Mr. M.A., can you take a break for the next auction and not bid? You've already gotten 2 pieces of top-grade white truffle today. Shouldn't you leave some for others? You see, once you bid, no one else dares to compete with you." The guests in the audience burst into laughter. Many of them felt that Zia Ryufai had spoken their minds. With M.A. Xing's wealth, no one could compete with him if he was determined to compete. Sure, M.A. Xing laughed. Zia Sheng, if it doesn't reach your ideal price, you can't blame me anymore. With such a standard, the following auctions would have a reference. Besides, Zia Ryufai did not want M.A. Xing to spend any more money. With M.A. Xing's wealth, it would be easy for him to buy his truffles at 10 times the price. However, it would lose the meaning of the auction and would be a favor to him. This was not the result Zia Ryufai wanted. The auctioneer placed the second piece of white truffle on the electronic scale. From the outside, it looked slightly bigger than the first piece, so everyone was waiting for the result with anticipation. Sure enough, the reading of the electronic scale was displayed on the big screen, 1.53 kg. He had once again broken the record for the largest white truffle of the year. However, by now, everyone had already developed a certain level of immunity. Although they were still exclaiming in surprise, at least there were no more exaggerated exclamations. That's right, the auctioneer said with a smile. This white truffle weighs 1.53 kilograms. It's also the largest truffle produced this year so far. The auctioneer emphasized the word currently. Many people could hear it, and the answer was obvious. Everyone's eyes fell on the only sealed container on the stage that was covered by red silk. The auctioneer quickly announced the price of the truffle. The starting price is $150,000, and each increment must not be less than $5,000. The bidding starts now. $200,000. Someone directly added $50,000. The previous truffle had been sold for $350,000, so everyone knew that this truffle would not be lower than that price, so they decided not to increase the price any further. And most of the people in the hall knew that this was the only chance they had today to buy the best truffle. As for the last item, although M.A. Xing had clearly stated that he would not participate in the bidding, there were at least 3 other people who were as rich as M.A. Xing. They had not made a single bid so far, and it was obvious that they were all after the truffle. $250,000. As soon as the bid of $200,000 was called, someone immediately added another $50,000. $280,000, $300,000. $330,000, $340,000. The bids were quickly called out one by one. The auctioneer did not even have time to repeat their bids. In a short time, the price of the white truffle had reached $340,000, which was very close to the price that M.A. Xing had bid for the last truffle. Finally, a voice said loudly, $350,000. This was a Chinese man. Many people present knew him, Chen Haisheng, the president of the Golden Cauldron Group, a rich man with a net worth of more than $5 billion, $360,000. A crisp voice rang out. This time, it was a beautiful young woman in her early 30s who was also famous. Her name was Yuan Qingqing, the owner of the Fair Lady Health Club. This health club was a high-end health and beauty agency that specialized in female customers. Yuan Qingqing was also a rich man with a net worth of billions. As soon as these two bid, many people gave up. Chen Haisheng thought for a moment, then raised his sign again and shouted, $370,000. President Yuan, why don't you take a step back? After I bid for this truffle, I can invite you to share it with me. It's absolutely free. Many guests revealed a smile of understanding. Yuan Qingqing could be considered a great beauty, and a woman in her early 30s had a mature charm. Moreover, she was also a rich man who wouldn't want to get close to her. $400,000. Yuan Qingqing's expression didn't change as she directly added another $30,000, and then said lightly, I'm sorry, I don't lack money, and I like to enjoy the good things alone. Chen Haisheng laughed embarrassedly and shrugged his shoulders. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. President Yuan, I give up. Yuan Qingqing's bid was too fierce, and Chen Haisheng directly gave up the competition. Only a glutton who loved truffles would spend a lot more than its value on a truffle. Businessmen were rich, but it was the most rational to weigh the pros and cons. Boss Yuan bid $400,000. Seeing this, the auctioneer said, Is there anyone else who wants to bid? $400,000 going once, $400,000 going twice. $400,000 going thrice. With a clang, the gavel fell, and the 1.53 kg white truffle was sold for $400,000. So far, Zia Ryufai had earned nearly $970,000. There was still a giant truffle that was not auctioned. Today was destined to be Zia Ryufai's day of profit. As Zia Ryufai walked up the stage, the guests held their breaths, waiting for Zia Ryufai to reveal the final answer. Zia Ryufai didn't beat around the bush. He picked up the microphone and said with a smile, I believe everyone has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Then, I announced that the last round of the auction has officially begun. Our final item is, at this point, Zia Ryufai tore off the last piece of red silk cloth and pointed at the giant white truffle in the sealed container. This giant white truffle weighs 2.05 kg, he said. As soon as Zia Ryufai finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar. Some people even stood up and stretched their necks to look at the stage. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Is this the biggest white truffle ever found? The world record. It was definitely a world record. We're actually witnessing the birth of a world record today. This is indeed the biggest surprise. This trip was really worth it. Everyone was excited except for one person, Blake. Blake felt like he was being slapped in the face when he saw the truffles that Zia Rufi took out being sold at such high prices. When the truffle was revealed, Blake felt as if he was struck by lightning. This is impossible. Blake suddenly stood up and shouted, "It must be fake. White truffles can't grow to this size. It must have been forged with other similar fungi." Xing snorted and stood up. He turned around and said to Blake coldly, "Young man, it's not a good habit to speak without thinking. This batch of truffles was personally guaranteed by me. Are you saying that I, Xing, am lying to everyone?" Blake was at a loss for words. He had completely lost his mind just now, and now he was starting to regret it. More and more people started to criticize Blake. Some of them had successfully bid for the white truffle, while others were empty-handed. However, they had all tasted the white truffle that Zia Rufi had given away for free, so they all stood up to speak for him. All the accusations were like arrows that were shot at Blake. He stood there with a pale face and couldn't say a word. In the end, Blake chose to leave the studio with his tail between his legs. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't stay there any longer. Just as Blake reached the door, Zia Rufi said loudly, "Everyone, before the official auction, I will invite a few guests to the stage to appraise this white truffle. Paradise Corporation's reputation cannot be slandered. If there is no problem with our truffle, I hope to see Mr. Blake's apology on the mainstream media in Shenzhen City. Otherwise, you will soon receive our lawyer's letter." Blake's footsteps stopped for a moment. He snorted coldly with an ashen face and left the auction site. Although Zia Rufi was still smiling, the way he looked at Blake's back had become cold. Soon, the representatives selected by the guests came to the stage. They were either famous Western chefs or business leaders, all of whom were highly respected. When everyone was on the stage, Zia Rufi opened the lid of the giant truffle. The group of people surrounded the truffle and looked at it carefully for a long time. The final conclusion was, unsurprisingly, that it was a whole piece of white truffle. The quality was top-notch and could be called the best. Zia Rufi said in the midst of the applause, "I now announce that the auction for this 2.05 kg white truffle will officially begin." After Zia Rufi finished speaking, he passed the microphone to the auctioneer and walked down the stage confidently. The auction had been going according to Zia Rufi's plan from the very beginning. Even an unexpected factor like Blake did not cause any impact. Now that everyone's enthusiasm had been completely aroused, the atmosphere of the auction had also reached its peak. Everything would naturally come to fruition. The auctioneer was also in high spirits. It was rare to see such a high-tide auction. He said in an infectious voice, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, the auction for the heaviest white truffle in history officially begins. The starting prices." The auctioneer paused for a second or two, then said, "0 yuan. Everyone can make any bid. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 US dollars, the auctioneer said. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Then a silver-haired Chinese old man smiled and raised his sign, saying, "Then I'll give you a price to explore the way, $800,000. Immediately, many people in the auction hall let out a sigh. The moment the old man made his bid, many people who still had a glimmer of hope were now completely destroyed. Sure enough, the starting bid of 0 yuan was a gimmick. In the end, it was a game for the super rich, so it was impossible to pick up scraps. "It seems like you're determined to get it, Manager Gu." Xing laughed. "There's an imposing manner." The silver-haired old man was called Gu Hengyang, the chairman of the Runcheng Real Estate Group. As the boss of one of the top 3 real estate companies in China, he was as rich as Xing. $800,000 was nothing to him. Hearing Xing's words, Gu Hengyang laughed and said, "Didn't we hear that Boss Ma is not going to fight with us? The world record-breaking white truffle. I want to try it too." Xing burst into laughter. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly raised his sign and said with a smile, "Since old Gu has made his move, I'll join in the fun. 850,000 US dollars. Xing couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He knew that there would be a show to watch today. He also glanced at Zia Rufi beside him and thought to himself, "Zia Sheng is really lucky. This white truffle will definitely be auctioned off for a high price today." The fat man's name was Ji Long, and he also ran a real estate company. Julong Real Estate Group under his name was also ranked in the top 10 in the country. Those in the same industry were enemies. Ji Long and Gu Hengyang perfectly illustrated this saying. When the two companies were still small, the competition between them was already very fierce. Now that both companies had become real estate giants, the two were still fighting with each other. It wasn't that enemies didn't meet, but with these two people together, it was impossible for the auction price to not be high. As expected, Gu Hengyang's face darkened as he snorted and raised his sign, 900,000 US dollars. Instantly, some guests who were not powerful had completely become spectators before they even had the chance to bid. Ji Long was still smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. He raised his sign unhurriedly and said, $910,000. Old Gu, no matter how much you bid, I'll bid 10,000 more than you. It was obvious that Ji Long was more sophisticated and did not show his emotions. Gu Hengyang, on the other hand, seemed to be a little short-tempered and his emotions were written all over his face. Then what if I offer 100 million US dollars? Gu Hengyang said angrily. Then you pay, Ji Long said with a smile. Everyone burst into laughter. Gu Hengyang was just saying that out of anger. How could he really offer such an outrageous price? If he really called out this price, Ji Long would definitely not follow. Then Gu Hengyang would really become the biggest laughing stock. At this moment, a Westerner wearing an exquisitely tailored kitten suit smiled gently and said in fluent Chinese, "The two of you have been fighting for so many years. Why don't you both take a step back this time? I'll pay $1 million. I thought you wanted to be the peacemaker, President." And M.A. Xing laughed. "I didn't expect you to interfere. Haha." The Westerner who spoke fluent Chinese was called Nzehua. In fact, he grew up in Macau. Although he looked like a foreigner, he was actually a native of Macau. Nzehua's identity was also extraordinary. He was the son-in-law of Gambling King He of Macau and was highly regarded by Gambling King He. He managed several casinos in Macau and could be said to be unparalleled. Nzehua smiled and said, "Chairman M.A., I'm helping the two of them out. Otherwise, if we fight over it, won't it end up in the hands of that little brother by your side? President, and let's compete with our own abilities," Ji Long said with a smile. Nzehua shrugged his shoulders. He obviously didn't expect his words to persuade the two to leave. Ji Long looked at Gu Hengyang. Seeing that Gu Hengyang had no intention to speak, he directly said with a smile, "Since President is so generous, I'll add a little more. $1.05 million. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more lively. $1.05 million was definitely the highest price in the history of truffle auction. Before Xia Rufai took out the white truffle, the world's largest piece of truffle weighing 1.89 kilograms was finally sold for a shocking 60,000 US dollars. However, that was definitely an accident in the auction. In fact, there was a buyer who had offered $1 million before the auction, but the owner of the white truffle wanted to maximize the profit, so he insisted on auctioning it. In the end, he lost money. However, even if the previous buyer of the truffle had bid $1 million, Xia Rufai's white truffle had been sold for $1.05 million, which was definitely a sky-high price. This time, it was Gu Hengyang's turn to be disgusted by Ji Long. He raised his board and coldly said, $1.06 million US dollars. Ji Long, just 10,000 more than you. $1.08 million. Nzehua thought for a moment and raised his sign to bid. It was obvious that Ji Long and Gu Hengyang were competing with each other, but Nzehua really wanted to get the white truffle. Now Nzehua was also a little annoyed. After Ji Long and Gu Hengyang's fight, the price couldn't be low even if he wanted to. $1.1 million. Gu Hengyang shouted. Ji Long immediately followed with a smile. $1.11 million. Old Gu, I won't give up so easily. $1.12 million. Gu Hengyang didn't want to show weakness. $1.13 million. Ji Long raised the price without hesitation, and Nzehua was speechless. He thought for a while and decided that he really did not want to continue watching the two of them compete like roosters. So he simply raised his sign, gritted his teeth, and said, $1.2 million. This is the highest price I'm willing to offer. If you're willing to offer a higher price, then I'll admit defeat. Nzehua was also a little depressed. He had expected that he would be able to get the white truffle for 1.1 million USD at most after M.A. Xing had announced that he would not be participating in the auction. However, he was now offered 1.2 million USD. Now that the two old enemies were competing with each other, the price had already gone out of control. 100,000 in itself was nothing, but it was too much money to spend, and Nzehua had also made up his mind. If Ji Long and Gu Hengyang continued to compete, he would really withdraw from the competition. He could be the spendthrift if he wanted to. Ji Long and Gu Hengyang looked at each other and then snorted in unison. Gu Hengyang cleared his throat and asked, Ji Long, do you still dare to bid? As long as you bid, I'll definitely bid 10,000 more than you. It's only $1 or $2 million, old Gu, said Ji Long with a smile. What's the problem with being brave or not? The point is, I said that no matter how much you bid, I'll bid 10,000 more than you. I have no grudges with old N, so what's the point of arguing with him? Why don't you give me a price and try? Nonsense. Gu Hengyang snorted coldly and said, do I have any grudges with President N? A gentleman doesn't take what others like. Unless you, Ji Long, dare to bid, then I'll definitely accompany you to the end. The auctioneer was also stunned when he saw the two rich men with tens of billions of dollars fighting like children. He almost forgot his job. It was only when Nzehua coughed unhappily that the auctioneer came back to his senses. He quickly said, Mr. N has bid $1.2 million. Are there any higher bids? This white truffle is the largest one we've ever found, and we've all tasted it from the same place. It's of the best quality, and if you miss it, you might never get another chance in your life. The auctioneer waited for a while and saw Ji Long and Gu Hengyang staring at each other with no intention to continue bidding. Thus, he started the countdown, $1.2 million going once. Ji Long and Gu Hengyang looked at each other and snorted at the same time. They sat back in their seats. Apparently, the two enemies had reached a tacit understanding and were not going to compete with each other. $1.2 million going twice. The auctioneer continued to shout. A smile appeared on Nzehua's face. It seemed that this giant piece of white truffle was going to be his. Although he had spent $1.2 million, it was definitely worth it to taste the world record-breaking white truffle. The auctioneer looked around the stage and waited for a few more seconds before finally saying, 1.2 million USD. At this moment, an elegant female voice was heard. Wait, I bid $1.21 million. And Nzehua's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect that someone would come out to compete at the last moment. When everyone looked toward the source of the voice, they were even more puzzled. The person who had just made the bid was none other than the successor of the Grau family, Monica Grau. And Nzehua couldn't help but rub his forehead. Did he have to be so calculative? You're a truffle seller, why are you fighting with us for truffles? Imeixing was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Presidentin, it seems like good things always come to an end. Miss Grasso, and Nzehua said with a bitter smile. Don't tell me your family is lacking truffles. Aren't you being a little unkind? Everyone laughed out of goodwill. Of course, no one doubted Monica's financial ability just because the Grau family's total transaction amount in the last auction was only 600,000 to 700,000 USD. After all, the Grau family didn't come to China just for that small auction. In terms of wealth, although the Grau family couldn't compare to Imeixing and the others, they could still take out 1 to 2 million USD for fun. Monica pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. N, although our family doesn't lack truffles, we do lack truffles that can break world records. It's precisely because we're a century-old truffle family that I'm interested in this rare truffle. And Nzehua shrugged his shoulders and thought for a moment before he raised his voice. All right, $1.22 million. Although Nzehua had said that he didn't want the truffle to exceed $1.2 million, he couldn't help but add $10,000 to Monica's offer when he saw that the truffle was about to be in his hands. Monica seemed to be determined to compete for the white truffle, and she immediately announced her price. $1.23 million. Mr. N, she chuckled. There's a Chinese saying that a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Why don't you just show some mercy? Nzehua smiled bitterly and said, Miss Grasso isn't a weak woman. You're a woman who doesn't lose to men at all. With the way things had developed, Zia Ryufai, who was in the audience, was also in a state of confusion. He would never have thought that Monica would actually participate in the auction. Wasn't she just here to watch the fun? In Zia Ryufai's mind, Monica was the least likely to participate in the competition, but the truth was right in front of him. Zia Ryufai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his arm and could not help but gasp. He turned his head and saw Lu Yu sitting upright and looking in front of him. Her expression was very natural, but Zia Ryufai could see two very obvious nail marks on his arm. Why did you pinch me? Zia Ryufai asked in a low voice. Lu Yu looked straight ahead and said, I couldn't tell that you really have a way with women. I think highly of you, you have the potential to be a gigolo. Zia Ryufai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What does this have to do with me? What does it have to do with me if she wants to bid? Lu Yu pouted lightly and couldn't be bothered to talk to Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai could only laugh and cry. And Nzehua thought for a while and said, $1.24 million. Miss Grasso, if you have a higher bid, I'll give up. On one hand, Nzehua had set a bottom line for himself. At the same time, he was also hinting to Monica that if she was deliberately raising the price, she should stop. If they gave up on the white truffle, she would get the white truffle. Then Monica said firmly, $1.25 million. And Nzehua spread out his hands and shrugged to show that he had given up on the competition. The auctioneer didn't dawdle any longer. After asking once, he started counting down. After counting down 3 times, the hammer fell. This 205 kg truffle, which had broken the world record, was dramatically bought by Monica, the third heir of the traditional truffle family, the Grau family, at a sky-high price of $1.25 million US. The 3 rich men, who had been competing fiercely from the beginning, had actually lost one after another. The auction finally came to an end, and thunderous applause rang out in the hall. Zia Ryufai walked onto the stage and expressed his gratitude to everyone. He also announced the new truffle season at the end of the year. Peach Blossom Company would still launch high-quality truffles to the market and would gradually enter the field of other high-end ingredients. He welcomed everyone's cooperation. The contact number of Paradise Corporation and the QR code of Zia Ryufai's work WeChat were displayed on the big screen. Many people in the FB industry took out their phones to record the number, and scanned the code to add Zia Ryufai's work WeChat. Gu Hengyang, Ji Long, and the other rich people also took note of the numbers. The truffle auction this time had left a deep impression on them. They knew that top-class ingredients could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. The Paradise Corporation was already qualified to get their attention. The total transaction amount of this auction had reached about 2.2 million USD. After deducting the venue, personnel, and other related expenses, the net profit should be able to reach about 2.17 million USD, which was equivalent to more than 14 million Chinese dollars. This was the largest single income that Zia Ryufai had ever earned. However, Zia Ryufai did not think that this was the biggest gain. In his opinion, the biggest gain from this trip was to make Paradise Corporation's name known. Moreover, it had directly made its name known in the high-end food and beverage industry and among the super-rich, and had also successfully established the high-end and high-quality image of Paradise Corporation. This could be said to be infinitely beneficial for their future development. Everyone chatted as they slowly left the stage. Zia Ryufai also walked down the stage. Monica was smiling and chatting with Xing and the others. Liu was also standing at the side with a playful expression. Zia Ryufai walked over with a bitter smile and asked Monica, "What are you doing?" Zia Monica asked, smiling. "There's no law that states that truffles can't be bought, right?" "No, but..." Zia Ryufai was speechless. "The point is, what are you buying it for? Your family doesn't lack this." Monica smiled. "It's my grandfather's birthday in 2 days. He's been running the truffle business his whole life. I believe he'll be very happy to see this super white truffle at his birthday party." "I see." Zia Ryufai nodded and said, "Then it's not hard to understand." Liu turned her head to the side and pursed her lips discreetly. She seemed to think that this reason was not very convincing. At this moment, Monica asked with a smile, "Zia, is our agreement from this morning still in effect?" Xing and the rest immediately looked at Zia Ryufai in unison, revealing a tacit smile. Liu Yu's beautiful eyes also moved and glanced at Zia Ryufai in disdain. Zia Ryufai suddenly felt that he could not speak clearly. Monica was still smiling at him, waiting for his answer. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Of course. We're returning tomorrow afternoon." Zia Ryufai continued, "I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to lunch. I'd be very happy to." Monica smiled charmingly and said, "Then I'll wait for your call." Okay. Zia Ryufai felt that the gazes of Xing and the others were making him feel uncomfortable. He quickly replied. Monica chuckled and nodded to Xing politely. Then she turned around and left. Xing looked at Monica's graceful back and laughed. He gave Zia Ryufai a thumbs up and said, "Zia Sheng, it's indeed an advantage to be handsome. I'm impressed." Ma Xiaoming also joined in the fun and said, "I've long heard that Miss Grasso has very high standards. Many rich children want to get close to her, but they return in failure. Zia Sheng is amazing." Zia Ryufai forced a smile. "Don't make fun of me. There's really nothing between us. We just met when we were working out. We just chatted for a while. Don't be so humble," Liu said. "You must be feeling so happy now." "I'm not, Aunt, Uncle. I'm a little tired. Can we go back now?" Liu said directly. Tian Huixin was stunned for a moment and quickly replied, "Oh, go back, I'm fine now." And after Liu finished speaking, she took the lead and walked forward. Tian Huixin carried Huan and quickly followed. Zia Ryufai forced a smile and walked out of the door with Xing. "Zia Sheng, how do you plan to deal with Blake?" Xing asked with a serious expression. Zia Ryufai's expression turned cold as he said, "He slandered our Paradise Corporation in public. This matter won't end so easily. Unless he issues an apology on the mainstream media, I'll see you in court." "All right, I know your attitude," said Xing with a nod. "Zia Sheng, I'll contact a few of my good friends who will be attending tonight's auction later. We'll work together to put pressure on Blake's dining group and make him come out and apologize. This young man is really outrageous." Xing really had nothing to say about him. If this matter were to get serious, there would definitely be wrangling. Even if Blake had said those slanderous words in public, there were many super rich people and high-end gastronomists present today. How many of them would be willing to testify for Zia Ryufai? Especially those in the food and beverage industry. They definitely wouldn't want to offend the well-known black dining group. If Xing joined hands with a few super rich people to put pressure on Blake's group, the situation would definitely be different. Under the pressure, it was possible that Blake would come out and apologize. Zia Ryufai knew very well that the reason why Xing was so nice to him was largely due to his superb medical skills. Everyone was afraid of death, especially the super rich. However, in society, it was impossible for people to not have interests. If you had something that was worthy of others' attention, it was also considered your ability. The two of them chatted as they walked. Tian Huixin and the others, who were not far away, were also chatting. "Yaoyu, why do I feel like you're a little unhappy?" Tian Huixin said with a smile. "No, Auntie. Is it because of Zia and that Italy girl?" Tian Huixin smiled and asked, "I think it's quite good. If little Zia has the ability to win over that girl, it would be considered as bringing glory to the country." Liu Yu's expression turned even uglier. Tian Hui looked at Lu Yu thoughtfully and asked half-jokingly, Yao Yu, don't tell me you've fallen for Zia. How is that possible? What are you thinking, Aunt? Lu Yu's reaction was very big. Do you think I'd like someone like him? One of my besties has been secretly in love with him for a long time. I really didn't expect this guy to be such a womanizer. I just feel bad for my bestie. Tian Huixin smiled meaningfully and asked, really, of course. At this moment, Huan, who was in Tian Huixin's arms, suddenly pointed at Lu Yu and said, Mom, Dad, Sister Yao Yu is jealous. Tian Huixin and Ma Jiaming looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Yu's face turned red and she said angrily, Huan, what are you talking about? You little girl, do you even know what it means to eat? That. Huan looked up and said, seriously, I understand. It's always like this in TV shows. Look, you're blushing. I really regret watching those TV dramas with you. Lu Yu held her forehead and said, I swear, I will never let you watch those messy idol dramas again. At this moment, Zia Ruifai and Ma Xing had already walked up to them. Seeing this, Zia Ruifai smiled and asked, what's the matter that made you so happy? They're all overjoyed. Tian Huixin laughed as she glanced at Lu Yu. Then she said nothing. Huan just said, little aunt. Lu Yaojiao stomped her feet and said, are you still leaving? Okay. Let's go, Tian Huixin said with a smile. By the way, Zia, you already have a date with a beauty tomorrow, so we'll come to pick you up in the afternoon. All right. Zia Ruifai replied, take care. I won't be sending you down. Lu Yu couldn't wait any longer and walked towards the elevator. Ma Xing and the rest also left after bidding Zia Ruifai farewell. Zia Ruifai stood on the spot and thought for a while. He felt that the smile of Tian Huixin and her husband was very strange. However, he could not figure it out after thinking for a long time. He could only shake his head and walk back to the presidential suite special elevator. Not long after Zia Ruifai returned to his room, the Hengfeng Jiahua hotel staff came to his door with a check. It was a total of 14 million Huaxia dollars. Ma Xing had helped to organize the auction tonight, including the final funds. He had converted the money to HXB according to the exchange rate of that day and paid Zia Ruifai directly. However, under Zia Ruifai's strong request, the venue usage fees, the auctioneer's remuneration, and other expenses were still paid as usual. The only difference was that the hotel had given Zia Ruifai a big discount. The check could be redeemed at any time. After the staff left, Zia Ruifai immediately summoned the spirit map scroll and put the check in the space. There was no safer place than this. Zia Ruifai ordered the private butler of the presidential suite to forbid anyone from entering the room and then locked the door. To be on the safe side, he went straight to the bathroom attached to the master bedroom. After locking the door and pulling the curtains, he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the medium. Zia Ruifai came to the original space and appeared beside the simple fence. When Blackie saw Zia Ruifai, it immediately wagged its tail happily. Compared to when he first came in, Little Black had obviously grown a lot. More than 2 days had passed in the outside world, and it had already stayed in the original space for almost 3 months. It lived in an environment with dense spiritual energy every day, and the milk it drank contained flower petal solution. Naturally, it grew extremely fast. Zia Ruifai noticed that most of the food he had prepared had been eaten up by Blackie. Zia Ruifai opened the fence and Blackie immediately jumped out. It pounced on him and rubbed its face against Zia Ruifai as it was very intimate with him. Zia Ruifai had always been fond of Blackie. He reached out and patted Blackie's head, chuckling. Little guy, you must be very lonely these days. Blackie could not understand Zia Ruifai's words and only whimpered. You should be much smarter now. Zia Ruifai stood up and said with a smile, come Blackie, roll 3 times on the ground. Hearing that, Blackie rolled 3 times on the ground and wagged its tail at Zia Ruifai. Bring me that basin. Zia Ruifai pointed at the shallow basin that was filled with milk for Black. Blackie immediately ran into the fence, held the basin in its mouth, and moved out. Sure, Zia Ruifai was amused. He then gave Ziohei some relatively more complicated instructions and found that Ziohei could understand and execute them accurately. Zia Ruifai made a comparison and felt that Blackie's intelligence was comparable to lightning, as it was probably because the spiritual chi in the spirit map space was very rich. Blackie had stayed inside for much longer than lightning. This time, Zia Ruifai was completely relieved. Time passed too quickly in the original space. Naturally, Zia Ruifai could not let Blackie stay here for too long. He picked up Blackie and entered the new space with a thought. There were 6 other puppies in the new space. Since there was nothing here, they were all in a free-range state. The moment Zia Ruifai appeared, he saw 6 puppies chasing each other on the grass. Because only a little more than 2 days had passed, these puppies naturally didn't have any obvious changes. The weakest one, Harry 6, was still walking unsteadily, swaying behind the puppies. Blackie also shook its head and looked at the puppies, then looked down at itself. It seemed to be wondering why its brothers and sisters didn't grow taller. But its limited spiritual intelligence obviously couldn't understand this complicated problem. Zia Ruifai smiled mischievously and put Blackie down. Woof, woof, woof. Blackie howled and ran towards Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2. If there's a grudge, then take revenge. Its voice was full of energy and its speed was as fast as lightning. Zia could only see a black shadow flash by. After a while, Blackie had already arrived in front of Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2. The 6 puppies were all shocked. Seeing the fierce and powerful Little Black, who was a whole circle bigger than them, these puppies who had bullied Little Black very badly in the past ran away in fear. Blackie jumped up and pressed Mao, who was the slowest, to the ground with its paw. Mao immediately started wailing. Mao and the other 4 puppies only dared to bark from a distance, but they did not dare to take a step closer. They were even more unable to understand how Blackie, the weakest of them all, could grow so much in such a short time and become so awe-inspiring. Now, even if the 6 of them attacked together, they wouldn't be enough to beat Little Black. Zia was also afraid that Blackie would hurt Mao, so he quickly shouted, "Zio, hi, that's enough. Let go of Mao." Blackie heard Zia voice and released his claws. As soon as Mao regained its freedom, it immediately ran far away, looking back at Blackie from time to time, afraid that it would pounce on it again. "All right, you've finally gotten your revenge." Zia smiled. "Blackie, these are your brothers and sisters. You have to be a good boss in the future. Don't bully them anymore, understand?" Blackie whimpered, indicating that it understood what Zia meant. Zia waved at Mao and Mao again. The 6 puppies looked at Blackie with lingering fear and did not dare to come over. The intelligence of these 6 little dogs was naturally far inferior to that of Blackie, so they were only dodging out of instinct. Zia couldn't help but laugh. He said to Blackie, "Fine, you can go and conquer your little brothers yourself. Little Black, go." When Blackie heard this, it immediately jumped out excitedly. Zia shouted from behind, "Don't hurt them." Blackie barked twice and charged at the 6 puppies without looking back. The 6 dogs were scared out of their wits and began to run in all directions. But how could their small bodies outrun Blackie? Zia crossed his arms and stood at the side, watching the show. Blackie really showed off his power this time. It didn't take long for him to lead the dejected Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 back. Blackie raised his head slightly, like a general who had returned in triumph. Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 were in a sorry state. Their fur was messy and covered in dust. They looked like frosted eggplants. It was obvious that they had been subdued by Blackie in just a short time. Zia laughed, "That's quite efficient. Little Black, you'll be their boss from now on, so don't bully them anymore." Blackie wagged its tail. Zia then said to Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2, "From now on, you'll live here with Blackie. I'll let you out when I need you. You'll have to listen to Blackie's orders here and don't cause trouble, understand?" Mao and Mao were not very intelligent, so they did not understand what Zia was saying. However, after Blackie's deep roar, they trembled and quickly followed Blackie's example, wagging their tails at Zia Zia also laughed out loud. It seemed that Blackie was starting to act like a boss. Since he was not at home, Zia did not stay in the medium for long. He checked the puppy's food, opened another bag of dog food, and poured it into the big basin. Then Zia left the spirit map space in a flash after giving a few words to Blackie. After keeping the spirit map, Zia took a bath in the bathroom and went to sleep in the spacious master bedroom. The next morning, Zia did not have any other plans. After waking up, he ordered breakfast and went to the presidential suite. After breakfast, Zia sat on the deck chair on the balcony and read a book leisurely. The winter sun shone on his body and the distant whistle of the Huangpu River rang in his ears from time to time. Zia lazily passed the time for most of the day. During this time, he gave Monica a call and made an appointment to have lunch at the French restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. Zia only got up and changed into his suit when the appointed time was approaching. He left the presidential suite and took the special elevator to the top floor. Zia arrived at the restaurant on the top floor 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. To his surprise, Monica had arrived earlier than him. She was standing on the huge balcony of the restaurant, looking at the river view. Monica was wearing an elegant and fashionable suit jacket. The top had a ruffled design, and with a belt, it perfectly highlighted her small waist. With black wide-legged pants and stiletto heels, she had a fashionable workplace style. "I'm sorry, I think I'm late," Zia said. When she heard Zia voice, Monica turned around. She took off her sunglasses and smiled. "Zia, I should be the one who arrived early. I just like the beautiful scenery on the top floor, so, Monica shrugged her shoulders. Zia smiled. "It just so happens that the seat I reserved is on this balcony. It has a 360-degree river view with no dead angle. That's great," Monica said happily. At this moment, the restaurant waiter walked over and politely led the two to the table that Zia had reserved. Zia pulled out a chair for Monica. After Zia sat down across the table, the waiter brought the menu over. Zia gestured to the waiter and said, "Ladies first." Very gentlemanly. Monica chuckled. "Actually, I'm just an uncouth fellow." Zia grinned. "I went online to read up on it just to have lunch with you." Monica, who was looking down at the menu, suddenly laughed. Actually, Zia Ryufai was not joking. He really did not know much about Western food etiquette. He was just an uncouth retired soldier. Before he joined the army, his family was also ordinary. He had no chance to come into contact with such knowledge. The two of them ordered the dishes very quickly, and the dishes were served in a short while. Appetizer, appetizer, soup, appetizer. They were served one by one. Zia Ryufai and Monica chatted in a low voice while enjoying the delicious French food on the balcony. At this moment, the restaurant's chef, Mark Lawrence, came to the two of them with two main dishes. Lawrence said enthusiastically, "Ms. Grasso, Mr. Zia, welcome to the top-floor restaurant of Jaihua. The main course is the Rossini steak that I personally cooked. Please have a taste." At the auction last night, M.A. Xing had won 2 huge pieces of white truffle. The one he won from the Grau family's auction was reserved for the top-floor restaurant. Therefore, Lawrence was quite enthusiastic when he saw Zia Ryufai and Monica. To be able to taste a Michelin star chef's cooking, my trip today was really worth it, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Rossini steak was a famous dish in French and Western cuisine. Zia Ryufai saw a slice of foie gras on top of the well-fried beef tenderloin. After it was paired with the black fungus juice, the fragrance assailed his nose. Just the smell of it made him hungry. The main ingredients of this dish are the best filet steak and the most authentic Strasbourg foie gras, said Mark Lawrence. They're cooked with black fungus juice. I'm going to complete the last step of the cooking process. Then, Lawrence opened the lid of a sealed container on the food cart. Zia Ryufai and Monica smelled a familiar fragrance. It was the white truffle that the Grau family had auctioned off last night. Lawrence picked up the white truffle and took it out of the pocket of his chef's suit. After he put a few pieces of truffle on their plates, he said, "Please enjoy your meal." Lawrence carefully put the white truffle back on the dining cart, covered it, and stood aside. Zia Ryufai and Monica picked up their forks and knives and started to enjoy the main course. "It tastes very good. The steak is just right," said Monica with a smile. Zia Ryufai, on the other hand, was more focused on the foie gras. He said to Lawrence, "Mr. Lawrence, this foie gras is really delicious. The taste is extremely rich, smooth, and extremely delicious. So there's such a story behind it." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "This foie gras must be very precious, right?" Monica smiled and continued the conversation. "Authentic France foie gras is quite precious. It's one of the 3 top delicacies along with the truffle and caviar that were auctioned yesterday. Strasbourg foie gras is the top dish for French foie gras, followed by land foie gras and Toulouse foie gras. Among the caviar, the most precious is the caviar made from the eggs of beluga sturgeons. This is also the rarest caviar in the world. Less than 100 beluga sturgeons are caught every year, and its caviar is extremely precious. They're known as the pearl of the Caspian Sea. Speaking of delicacies, Monica was also very familiar with them. It had indeed opened Zia Ryufai's eyes and allowed him to have a very direct understanding of the world's top food. After tasting the best Strasbourg foie gras, Zia Ryufai also had the idea of exploring new ingredients. After all, among the 3 most delicious foods in the world, he could basically produce top-grade truffles every year. As for caviar, sturgeon grew in the sea, and the current environment in the realm was obviously not suitable for raising it, so foie gras was the most likely choice for the time being. Of course, Zia Ryufai only had a preliminary idea. He did not know the breeding process of foie gras in France. Foie gras was not like truffle, which was expensive because it required a large number of geese. This meant that Zia Ryufai had to find a way to raise them in the outside world. Not even if he were to die of exhaustion, he would not be able to complete such heavy work, let alone the problem of whether the space could accommodate them. Therefore, he still needed to explore step by step to realize this initial idea. Chef Lawrence's cooking skills had been acknowledged by the distinguished guests, and he went down happily. Zia Ryufai also put aside his thoughts and started chatting with Monica. Monica smiled and said, "Zia, I've carefully looked at the white truffle we bid for yesterday. The quality is even higher than the top white truffles produced in the Alba area, so I really want to know, where did the Paradise Corporation find those top-quality truffles?" Before Zia Ryufai could react, Monica immediately smiled and said, "But I know that this must be your company's core trade secret, so please don't worry, I won't ask around. But I still hope that we can have some business cooperation," Monica said. "Oh, Monica, forgive me for being blunt. Shouldn't we be competing with each other?" Zia Ryufai asked with a smile. No, Zia, we can definitely work together." Monica said, "Our Grau family is a truffle dealer. In Italy, especially in the Alba region, we buy high-quality truffles from truffle hunters to sell. I think we can also sell truffles for the Paradise Corporation, can't we?" Zia Ryufai smiled. "You're right. However, high-end truffles are a seller's market. As long as there's good stuff, there's no need to worry about sales." "That may be the case," Monica chuckled, "but it's undeniable that our Grasso Group's advantage in sales channels is unparalleled. Of course, I know that you don't have to worry about the sales of your truffles, but I guess you don't just care about the profits from selling truffles, right?" Monica paused and looked at Zia Ryufai. Zia, if we work together, as long as you provide truffles, we can label them as from the Paradise Corporation when we sell them. Zia Ryufai raised his eyebrows and was slightly tempted. Monika's suggestion was indeed sincere. She could also see that Zia Ryufai was more concerned about the company's brand awareness. There was no doubt that the auction was very successful. However, the Paradise Corporation did not have much of a background, while the Grasso Group was completely different. They had the world's top customer base, including the super rich, various politicians, and even the royal family of the Middle East. If Zia Ryufai had to rely on the Paradise Corporation to open up these channels, it would naturally take a long time and effort. Choosing to work with the Grasso Company was indeed a shortcut. Monica smiled and said, "How is it, Zia? What do you think of my suggestion? I can consider it." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "If we can work together in this way, it'll be a win-win situation." Zia Ryufai thought for a while and suddenly smiled. "Monica, it seems like you didn't bid for our truffle yesterday just for grandfather's birthday party, right? There would definitely be all sorts of schemes and intrigues within a large family." Zia Ryufai guessed that Monica also had her own limitations in the Grasso Group. The bid for the truffle was probably to use the most direct and shocking way to convince the opposition and facilitate this cooperation. "Can you see that I'm good to you?" Monica smiled and said, "How is it? Don't you feel honored?" "It's my honor." Zia Ryufai laughed. "All right, it's not easy to get a date with a handsome guy. I don't want to talk about work the whole afternoon." Monica looked at Zia Ryufai with a smile. After she finished speaking, Monica gently tidied up her golden hair. Then she held her chin and stared straight at Zia Ryufai. The burning gaze made Zia Ryufai feel uncomfortable. He changed his sitting position unnaturally and asked, "Then what do you want to talk about?" "Of course we're talking about romance," Monica giggled. At this moment, Zia Ryufai felt a smooth foot stepping on the back of his foot. Then it slowly moved up his calf. Zia Ryufai's whole body could not help but freeze. It turned out that Monica had taken off her high heels at some point in time and was now secretly stretching her feet out from under the table. Although they were separated by her pants, Zia Ryufai could still feel the smoothness of Monica's feet. On the balcony of this high-end Western restaurant, both of them were dressed in elegant formal clothes. Under the table, it was a different scene. This kind of feeling made Zia Ryufai feel excited. Of course, he was more embarrassed. Seeing Zia Ryufai's expression, Monica burst out laughing. She retracted her foot and said, "Zia, you seem to be shy, did I?" Zia Ryufai looked at Monica with wide eyes. "What do you think?" Monica asked back with a smile. Zia Ryufai shrugged and smiled bitterly. "The fiery passion of the Italy girl does make me a little." Zia Ryufai couldn't find a suitable word to describe it. Monica was still holding her chin with both hands. She looked at Zia Ryufai with her big eyes and said in a sexy nasal voice, I'm a little overwhelmed." Zia Ryufai said. Monica laughed and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Cute little man." Hearing this, Zia Ryufai couldn't take it anymore. This was a matter of a man's dignity. How could he not tolerate this? "Monica, I'm not a little man," Zia Ryufai said seriously. "There's still some time before my plane takes off. Why don't you come back to my room with me?" "Well, no, once we try." Monica's eyes slowly widened. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She did not expect Zia Ryufai to be so bold. Especially after Zia Ryufai finished speaking, he still had a faint smile on his face and stared at her without blinking. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. However, Monica's panic only lasted for a moment. Soon, she revealed a charming smile, stood up, and said, "All right, I also want to know how it feels to go on a date with a Chinese man. I believe that the strong Zia will definitely not let me down." This time it was Zia Ryufai's turn to be dumbfounded. Wasn't Monica always teasing him? Didn't Ma Jiaming say that Monica didn't even care about the pursuits of those rich young masters in Europe? Why did he get serious all of a sudden? Then Monica smiled at Zia Ryufai, picked up the lady's bag, and left. After taking a few steps, Monica turned back and walked to Zia Ryufai's side. She leaned close to his ear and said, "Next time when I have time, I will definitely come and try it out. At that time, you are not allowed to run away." After she finished speaking, Monica turned around and left with a charming smile, bringing with her a fragrant wind. A bitter smile appeared on Zia Ryufai's face. This Monica was simply a mesmerizing demon. She was emitting a fatal seduction from head to toe, but her mouth was too unreliable. One could not tell which was true and which was not. After Monica left, Zia Ryufai still felt an itch on his calf. The faint fragrance in the air had not completely dissipated. There seemed to be a fire burning in his heart that could not be extinguished for a long time. She was really a little demon that could cause a disaster. Kill, not bury, Zia Ryufai thought with a bitter smile. After leaving the top-floor restaurant, Zia Ryufai returned to the presidential suite to pack up and wait for Meixing and the rest to return. Just as Zia Ryufai had finished packing, his phone suddenly rang. Meixing who called. He said apologetically, "Zia Sheng, I'm really sorry. There's an emergency at the company, so we have to fly back to Hong Kong. I've already asked someone to book an afternoon flight for you and Yaoyu back to Sanshan City. I'm really sorry." Zia Ryufai quickly said, It's okay. Old Mr. M.A., is your company's matter urgent? It's fine, it's still under control. I'm just sorry that you and Yaoyu have to take the commercial plane, M.A. Xing said with a smile. What does it matter? Zia Ryufai said. Actually, we can book our own tickets. If you have something urgent, you can go back directly. I've already arranged for someone to make the reservation. The hotel car will send you directly to the airport in a while, M.A. Xing said with a bright smile. His voice was very calm. It seemed that even though the company's matters were more urgent, he was still confident. Besides, they were a world-class financial group. Even if there were problems that they could not solve, Zia Ryufai could not help much, so he did not ask. I've discussed with a few of my friends about Blake. We'll keep an eye on him when we return to the port. I'll let you know as soon as I get any news, M.A. Xing said. Zia Ryufai was touched to see that M.A. Xing did not forget about this small matter, even though he had an urgent matter to attend to. Mr. M.A., it's more important for you to deal with the company's affairs. You don't have to worry about this, he said. Ha ha ha, I M.A. Xing have never given up halfway. M.A. Xing laughed heartily. You don't have to worry about this. Just wait for my news. Not long after he hung up, the private butler of the presidential suite came to the room and respectfully informed Zia Ryufai that the car to send him to the airport had been arranged and he could leave now. Hence, Zia Ryufai went downstairs. The private butler had already completed the check-out procedures. Zia Ryufai only needed to sign when he left the presidential suite. As for his simple luggage, it was naturally carried downstairs by someone. When they reached the first floor, the Rolls-Royce Phantom for the presidential suite was already parked at the entrance of the hotel. The private butler opened the door for Zia Ryufai. After Zia Ryufai got in, she opened the door to the passenger seat and got in. The Rolls-Royce Phantom started and drove directly to Hunkeo International Airport. A black Mercedes-Benz had just arrived at the entrance of the airport departure hall. The private butler opened the car door for Zia Ryufai. When Zia Ryufai lowered his head and got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he saw Lu Yu getting out of the Mercedes-Benz next to him. Lu Yu, Zia Ryufai smiled and greeted him. Lu Yu also saw Zia Ryufai at the same time. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and she nodded her head lightly in response to Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai was also used to Lu Yu's attitude. He just smiled and did not take it to heart. The private butler took Zia Ryufai's luggage from the trunk and handed it to Lu Yu's entourage. Then he respectfully bade Zia Ryufai farewell and left. On the other side, M.A. Xing's entourage was carrying their luggage and leading them into the airport departure hall. They took Zia Ryufai and Lu Yu's identity cards and went straight to the VIP check-in counter to check in. Meanwhile, Zia Ryufai and Lu Yu stood at the side and waited. Zia Ryufai wanted to find something to chat about, but Lu Yu kept her head lowered and fiddled with her phone. She had no intention of responding to Zia Ryufai, so Zia Ryufai did not ask for a rebuff. As both of them only had their carry-on luggage, they didn't need to go through the check-in procedures, so the entourage quickly got their boarding passes. A uniformed personnel in ground clothes led Zia Ryufai and Lu Yu through the security check through the VIP passage. The entourage could only send them to the security check and wave goodbye to the two. When Zia Ryufai saw Lu Yu bidding farewell to the Hengfeng Group's staff, he revealed a smile and was quite polite. The ground service staff led the two of them to the VIP waiting room, then politely left. There were only 3 to 5 people in the empty VIP lounge. Lu Yu pushed her luggage and found a seat far away from Zia Ryufai. She sat down and continued to play with her phone. Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know how he had offended this girl again. He felt that Lu Yu's attitude towards him had improved a lot. Why did she back off now? A girl's thoughts were really hard to guess. Monica and Lu Yu were the same. Naturally, Zia Ryufai would not invite ridicule on himself. He found a seat nearby and sat down. He took out a book from his suitcase and read it while waiting to board the plane. The two of them had met at the entrance of the airport hall, but they had not spoken a word. The atmosphere was strange and awkward. After waiting for more than 20 minutes in the quiet VIP lounge, the boarding for Zia Ryufai's flight began. Hence, Zia Ryufai put the book back into his small suitcase and walked towards the gate with his boarding pass. Zia Ryufai saw Lu Yu walking over with her luggage, but he didn't stop to wait. Instead, he took his boarding pass and passed through the gate and walked onto the covered bridge. This was his temper. Since Lu Yu wasn't willing to talk to him, he naturally wouldn't be in a hurry to court her. Zia Ryufai did not look at the boarding pass carefully just now. He only realized that M.A. Xing had booked a first-class ticket for him when he arrived at the cabin entrance. No wonder he had boarded earlier than the usual time. Furthermore, there was a first-class flight attendant who immediately served him and led him to the first-class cabin. Zia Ryufai took out the books that he wanted to read during the journey and stuffed the small suitcase into the upper luggage compartment. The first-class seats were very spacious, and Zia Ryufai got a seat by the window. After he sat down, he adjusted the angle of the seat and found the most comfortable position. He leaned on the seat and casually flipped through the book. At this moment, Zia Ryufai smelled a fragrance. He turned around and saw Lu Yu walking over under the guidance of the air stewardess. Lu Yu's seat was actually right next to Zia Ryufai. Zia Ruefai thought about it and felt at ease. Their tickets were booked together, and the same person had helped to change the boarding passes, so their seats were definitely connected. Seeing that Zia Ruefai's seat was next to hers, Liu didn't say anything. She just frowned slightly and put her luggage away. She sat quietly beside Zia Ruefai and started to play with her phone. One of them was reading a book while the other was on her phone. Neither of them said a word. About half an hour after boarding, the passengers in the economy class had all boarded and the cabin door closed. After waiting for a while, the plane started to slide out. When the plane was moving forward on the runway, Zia Ruefai put the book aside, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes to rest. The plane entered the runway, accelerated, and took off. When the plane was still rising at a higher angle, Zia Ruefai opened his eyes and saw that Liu Yu's phone screen was still lit from the corner of his eye. Zia Ruefai couldn't help but turn around and remind her softly, "Liu Yu, you have to turn off your phone during the flight." Zia Ruefai's expression changed when he was halfway through his sentence. He saw that Liu Yu was not playing with her phone. Instead, her face was pale and her brows were slightly furrowed as she leaned back in her seat. There was even a pained expression on her face. Zia Ruefai was shocked when he saw Liu Yu's pale face. He quickly asked Liu Yu what's wrong. Liu Yu's eyes were initially slightly closed. When she heard Zia Ruefai's voice, she opened her eyes and glanced at him. Then she waved her hand weakly to show that she was fine. However, the more she acted this way, the more worried Zia Ruefai was. Could it be that he had some kind of acute illness? The plane had just taken off. It would be very dangerous if she were to catch an acute illness in the sky. Moreover, Liu Yu's face was really too scary. There was almost no color in it. "Liu Yu, what's wrong with you?" Zia Ruefai asked anxiously, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Liu Yu frowned and said weakly, "I already said I'm fine, don't worry about me." "How can we do that? Your face is very pale, are you not feeling well?" Zia Ruefai said, "If it's serious, it's very dangerous in the sky. The plane has just taken off. If you really can't handle it, report to the crew. If you have to return, you have to return. You're so annoying, I already said it's fine. Can you let me rest for a while?" Liu Yu's voice finally became louder. However, after she finished speaking, her brows furrowed even more tightly. She reached out to hold her lower abdomen, and the pained expression on her face became even more apparent. Zia Ruefai's gaze landed on Liu Yu's hand, and he had a guess. Liu Yu could feel Zia Ruefai's gaze, and her pale face started to blush. She glared at Zia Ruefai and said, "Where are you looking?" "Liu Yu, do you have a stomachache?" Zia Ruefai tried to probe. Liu Yu's face turned red again. She avoided his gaze and said, "You don't need to care." When Zia Ruefai saw Liu Yu's reaction, he basically confirmed his guess. He didn't mind Liu Yu's bad attitude. Wanwen had never been nice to him before. Besides, her relatives were here. It was normal for her to be in a bad mood. However, Zia Ruefai felt that Liu Yu's menstrual pain was not just serious. From her pale face and the beads of sweat on her forehead, he knew that she must be in great pain. During the takeoff phase, as the plane climbed higher, the air pressure in the cabin would change. This would already bring about some discomfort, not to mention that Liu Yu's symptoms were so serious. This made things even worse. Seeing Liu Yu clutching her stomach in pain, Zia Ruefai's heart softened. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. There was an air stewardess sitting not far from the first-class cabin. When she saw Zia Ruefai stand up, she quickly said, "Sir, the plane is still in the climbing phase. The captain has not removed the seat belt warning light. Please stay in your seat and fasten your seat belt to avoid any danger." Zia Ruefai could only sit down helplessly. He said to Liu Yu in a low voice, "Just bear with it for a while. I'll go get you some medicine after the plane levels down." Liu Yu's eyes were slightly closed and her brows were tightly knitted. She raised her hand weakly at Zia Ruefai to show that she understood. Zia Ruefai looked at Liu Yu worriedly and then fastened his seat belt again. It was not his first time on a plane, but he felt that today's climb was particularly long. The plane's angle of elevation slowly decreased until it was finally flat. After a while, the safety belt warning light went off with a ding. Zia Ruefai unbuckled his seat belt and stood up almost immediately. Liu Yu raised her head slightly and looked at Zia Ruefai. She felt a warm current in her heart. The first-class seats were more spacious. Zia Ruefai quietly stepped over Liu Yu's legs and walked to the pantry in front. The air stewardesses had also unbuckled their seat belts and were busy preparing meals. The flight from Shenzhen to Sanshan was not long, so they had to hurry up and provide food for the passengers. The purser saw Zia Ruefai walking over and quickly stepped forward to greet him. With a professional smile on his face, he asked softly, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Hello, do you have red sugar here?" Zia Ruefai asked. "My friend isn't feeling well. Please make me a cup of brown sugar water." The purser immediately understood and nodded with a smile. "All right, please wait a moment." Zia Ruefai thought for a while and said, "Sorry to trouble you. You can just put it here after you're done. I'll go to the bathroom and bring it over later." "All right," he said. After Zia Ruefai finished speaking, he pushed open the door and walked into the first-class washroom that was one aisle away from the lunchbox. After locking the door, Zia Ruefai quickly summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then he used his mind to communicate with the space. Very quickly, he retrieved the stainless steel flat wine pot that was filled with the petal solution. Zia Ryufai kept the painting in his palm and hid the stainless steel wine pot in his sleeve. He then pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. The stewardess had already prepared the brown sugar water. A glass was filled with warm water mixed with brown sugar. Zia Ryufai expressed his gratitude to her, then took the glass of brown sugar water and walked back. Other than Zia Ryufai and Lu Yu, there was only a fatty in the first-class cabin. At this moment, the fatty had fallen asleep in his seat. There was a curtain separating the first class and economy class, so when Zia Ryufai's back was facing the air stewardesses, it almost blocked all their vision. He moved his arm without a trace, and the stainless steel wine pot slid into his palm. Zia Ryufai used his thumb to push the wine pot open slightly. While paying attention to the movements in front and behind him, he dripped 5 or 6 drops of the flower petal solution into the glass. Then he used his thumb to adjust the mouth of the wine pot and put his hand in his pocket. The stainless steel wine pot fell into his pocket without a sound. Zia Ryufai stepped over Lu Yu's legs and returned to his seat. Then, he turned around and placed the brown sugar water on the small table in front of Lu Yu. He said softly, "Lu Yu, drink some water. Warm water with red sugar. Don't talk so much. Drink it while it's hot." Zia Ryufai smiled. Lu Yu nodded. She reached out for the cup of brown sugar water and drank it all in small sips. Seeing that Lu Yu had finished it all, Zia Ryufai felt a little more at ease. Even if it could not completely cure Lu Yu's problem, it could at least alleviate the pain. Zia Ryufai picked up the book beside him and started reading quietly. After Lu Yu drank the red sugar water that was mixed with the flower petal solution, she soon felt a small stream of heat in her stomach. The warm feeling was very comfortable. This heat gradually spread from his lower abdomen to his entire body. Unknowingly, the waves of bone-piercing pain began to slowly ease. After a while, Lu Yu could no longer feel any pain. She also found it very magical. This illness had been with her for many years. During these few days of each month, she would be in so much pain that she would wish she were dead. She had used the beginner trick of brown sugar water countless times, but the effect was minimal each time. Why did the brown sugar water become a panacea today? Could it be because of him? Lu Yu thought about it and couldn't help but turn to look at Zia Ryufai. At this moment, Zia Ryufai was reading a book and did not notice Lu Yu's gaze. Lu Yu saw that Zia Ryufai was reading a book very seriously. The sunlight from the porthole shone in, covering his side profile with a layer of light. It was like a silhouette, and the lines on his face were much gentler. Lu Yu tilted her head in thought for a while. She was still a little embarrassed to ask. She twisted her body slightly, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly picked up her handbag, unbuckled her seatbelt, got up, and walked to the bathroom. Zia Ryufai only raised his eyes to look at Lu Yu before he immersed himself in his book again. Very soon, Lu Yu came out of the bathroom and returned to her seat. Ever since she boarded the plane today, the excruciating pain had been with her almost all the time, making her feel very tired. Now that the pain was gone, Lu Yu soon felt sleepy. She leaned back in her chair and slowly closed her eyes. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. Zia Ryufai was very confident in his flower petal solution. Hence, after seeing Lu Yu drink the brown sugar water, he did not observe her condition. Just as Zia Ryufai was engrossed in reading, he suddenly felt a light touch on his right shoulder. Then, a head leaned on his shoulder. Zia Ryufai turned his head and realized that Lu Yu had fallen asleep. For some reason, she was sitting in such a spacious and well-wrapped first-class seat, but she could turn half of her body upside down. Now, her head was resting on Zia Ryufai's shoulder. Zia Ryufai knew that Lu Yu was also very tired, so he did not dare to move at all, afraid that he would wake her up. It was not comfortable to keep the same position, but Zia Ryufai had taken part in the sniper's ambush training when he was in the army. He had passed the hellish training where he had to lie on the ground for a whole day in a hot and humid camouflage suit. This situation was nothing to him. Zia Ryufai kept his upper body still and put down the book with his left hand. Then he pressed the summon button on the armrest of his chair. Soon, a first-class flight attendant came to their seats and asked Zia Ryufai what he needed. The air stewardess immediately nodded and the blanket was quickly sent over. Zia Ryufai could not move his body easily, so he asked the stewardess to cover Lu Yu with the blanket carefully. The rest of the journey was boring. Zia Ryufai couldn't move at all. After sitting for a while, he couldn't help but lower his head and look at Lu Yu. Lu Yu's breathing was very stable, and her expression was rather calm. It was obvious that her lower abdomen no longer hurt. At such a close distance, Zia Ryufai could clearly see the snow-white skin and long eyelashes on Lu Yu's face. All of a sudden, the plane that had been flying steadily all this time suddenly sank without any warning. Turbulent flow in the clear sky. This caught everyone off guard because the flight was very stable and the sky was clear. Therefore, the sudden fall was quite sudden and no one was mentally prepared. What was worse was that because the plane was flying steadily, the seat belt warning light was not lit up, so many people had to unbuckle their seat belts. For example, Zia Ryufai and Lu Yu had stood up and left their seats after the plane ride. They did not put on their seat belts when they returned. The plane was falling at a great speed. Under the effect of inertia, many passengers who did not wear their seat belts and the busy flight attendants were directly lifted into the air. Naturally, Zia Ryufai and Lu Yu could not resist the force of inertia and were instantly sent flying from their seats. Zia Ryufai's reaction was still far beyond that of an ordinary person. In that split second, he almost subconsciously reached out to hug Lu Yu because he knew that Lu Yu was in a sleeping state without any defense and was most likely to be seriously injured. At this moment, Zia Ryufai did not have time to think. It was all done subconsciously. He only had time to hold Lu Yu tightly before he was slammed into the ceiling of the cabin. Even though Zia Ryufai's physical fitness was outstanding, such a crash still made him dizzy. Especially since he only had time to take care of Lu Yu, he didn't have the time to make any self-protection actions. Therefore, the back of his head hit the ceiling. For a moment, he saw stars and almost fainted, and he was hugging Lu Yu. Lu Yu's head also hit his chest heavily, and he almost fainted. In such a situation, Lu Yu naturally woke up immediately. In her daze, she didn't realize what had happened at all. She felt that her body was already in the air, and a pair of big hands were holding her tightly. A masculine aura hit her in the face. Then the seats in the cabin appeared in her field of vision. These seats were all below her, and all kinds of hysterical screams rang in her ears. The next moment, the cabin seats began to rapidly enlarge in his eyes. This was because the plane had already stopped falling. The force of inertia had disappeared, and gravity was back in effect. All the people who had been directly and ruthlessly stuck to the ceiling just now began to fall back down to the ground. Zia Ryufai gritted his teeth and endured the pain all over his body. He twisted his waist in the air and forcefully turned his body around. He was now in a position where Lu Yu was on top and he was on the bottom. Then the two of them fell down heavily. With a thud, Zia Ryufai's waist hit the mahogany arm of the chair. It was so painful that tears almost came out of his eyes. Furthermore, he had once again become Lu Yu's meat cushion. The two of them didn't have any time to react. Lu Yu was on top of Zia Ryufai, and their lips were even touching. However, there was no romantic atmosphere. Zia Ryufai only felt a burning pain on his lips. It was obvious that Lu Yu's teeth had knocked against his. As for what it felt like when Lu Yu's red lips landed on his, Zia Ryufai had no memory of it at all. Not only that, but Lu Yu's entire body was on top of Zia Ryufai. This time, Zia Ryufai felt something soft to the touch. However, he was not in the mood to let his imagination run wild because he felt that his waist was about to break. Lu Yu, who looked so slim, seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Zia Ryufai was almost out of breath. It might take a long time to describe, but in fact, this series of accidents happened in just 2 or 3 seconds. As a man, protecting the woman beside him was a subconscious reaction, Zia Ryufai included. Lu Yu only came back to her senses after she was heavily pressed against Zia Ryufai. At this time, the cabin was a mess. All kinds of painful moans and cries were heard one after another. Many people in the flight crew were injured, and Yingliwo and the others were all working standing, unlike some passengers who had their seat belts on. So when the sudden fall happened, almost all of them were thrown up by inertia. What frightened everyone more was not the pain on their bodies. The plane was now at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the sudden fall just now had made them lose their souls. Could there be something wrong with the plane? If anything happened at this height, he would die without an intact body. At this moment, the cabin's broadcast rang out. Everyone heard the captain's calm voice. "Dear passengers, the plane just encountered turbulence in the clear sky, so there was a huge jolt. We have now flown out of the turbulence zone, so please do not panic. The plane is in normal condition." The captain's announcement calmed many people down. It also made Lu Yu realize that she was still on top of Zia Ryufai. At this moment, their bodies were very close, almost face to face and mouth to mouth. Lu Yu's face heated up and she quickly got off Zia Ryufai. It was only then that Lu Yu realized that Zia Ryufai's waist was firmly pressed against the solid wood arm of the chair. At this moment, he was already grimacing in pain and his face was a little pale. Although everything had happened in a flash, Lu Yu had already realized that Zia Ryufai had protected her. She was unscathed, but Zia Ryufai had fallen so badly. Suddenly, she felt the softest part of her heart being touched. "Zia Ryufai, how are you?" Lu Yu asked with concern. Then she went forward to help him up. Zia Ryufai quickly called out, Don T, don't touch me first. I might hurt my lumbar spine." Lu Yu was so frightened that she retracted her hand and asked then, "What should we do?" Zia Ryufai tried to move on his own and suddenly felt a sharp pain from the back of his waist. It was so painful that he gasped. It was possible that his bones were really injured. Lu Yu was at a loss. At this moment, she suddenly saw that the back of the seat Zia Ryufai was leaning against was stained with blood. She was so frightened that she cried out, "Zia Ryufai, your head is bleeding too. I'm fine, don't be afraid." Zia Ryufai forced a smile and said to Lu Yu. Lu Yu was already crying. She said, I'll get someone to help. "Don't," Zia Ryufai said. "You help me slowly. I want to get up first. Your waist." Lu Yu hesitated and said, If his lumbar spine was injured, he definitely couldn't move it at will, or it could easily cause more serious damage. Don't worry, slow down, Xia Ryufai said. Oh, Liu walked over. Xia Ryufai also reached out and slowly supported himself on the seat. Liu hugged Xia Ryufai's upper body from behind and slowly helped him up. Xia Ryufai's entire weight fell on Liu. Xia Ryufai could feel the soft elasticity. Although his waist was in excruciating pain, he could not help but feel his heart flutter. However, Liu was completely unaware. All her attention was on Xia Ryufai as she carefully supported him. Xia Ryufai slowly exerted his strength and moved bit by bit. Finally, with Liyu's help, he sat on the chair. I'll go get the flight attendant, Liu said. After saying that, Liu immediately got up and walked to the flight attendant's lunchbox. As she walked, she shouted, "Flight attendant, someone's injured." Xia Ryufai took the opportunity when Liu left to take out the flat wine bottle from his pocket. He opened the lid and took a few big gulps of the flower petal solution. Then Xia Ryufai quickly closed the bottle cap and stuffed the small jug into his pocket. Very quickly, an air stewardess followed Liu over. The air stewardess's face was also bruised. It was obvious that she had also been injured during the fall. "Teacher, how are you?" the air stewardess asked. "He injured the back of his head and his waist," Liu replied. "His head is still bleeding, and his waist injury seems to be very serious. Quickly get a doctor to take a look," the air stewardess said. "We've already made the announcement twice. There are no professional doctors among the passengers on this flight, but we've all learned first aid knowledge. Let me deal with this gentleman first. The captain has already contacted the ground. There will be doctors and an ambulance as soon as we land. Then hurry up. The back of his head is bleeding," Liu said anxiously. "All right," the air stewardess walked over and said, "Sir, let me check your wound." With that, Xia Ryufai lifted his head slightly. Liu hurriedly squeezed in front of Xia Ryufai and held his shoulders. This way, Xia Ryufai's face was buried in Liu's collarbone. He instantly felt a delicate fragrance assail his nose. After taking the petal solution, the pain started to ease. The components of the strange flower petals entered his body and quickly began to repair Xia Ryufai's injured parts. Hence, Xia Ryufai began to have the leisure to let his thoughts run wild. Being held in the arms of a young and beautiful woman, his nose filled with the delicate fragrance of her body, and his shoulders touching her body from time to time, any normal man would be tempted at this moment. The air stewardess quickly found the wound. After applying the hemostatic, she wrapped a white bandage around Xia Ryufai. At first glance, Xia Ryufai looked like a brave and wounded soldier in a revolutionary movie. Fortunately, the air stewardess came in time. If she had waited a little longer, the small wound would have healed by itself. The effect of the petals of the red mist flower was indeed so heaven-defying. After treating the wound on her head, the flight attendant said with some difficulty, "Sir, we don't dare to treat your back injury easily, and we don't have the medical facilities to do so. You'll have to bear with it for a while. When the plane lands, there will be a specialized surgeon coming on the plane to treat you. How can you guys be like this?" Liu was anxious when she heard this. "Are you just going to leave him behind like this? You're too irresponsible." "We really don't have the ability to handle it," the stewardess quickly explained. Xia Ryufai waved his hand and said, "Liu, forget it. Let's understand each other. After all, the conditions on the plane are limited, and you see, this stewardess is also injured. Just now they were working while standing, so I'm afraid her injuries are not lighter than ours." The air stewardess almost burst into tears when she heard that. Almost all of them were injured. One of them had a fracture and another had a cervical spine injury. They were all very serious. However, the lightly injured passengers were busy dealing with the aftermath, and many of the passengers with minor injuries were very agitated. They were very harsh to them, and they criticized and even cursed them for no reason. Even though this was their job, they naturally felt very aggrieved. Xia Ryufai smiled and said, "Hurry up and do your other things." She bowed to Xia Ryufai seriously and then turned to leave. Xia Ryufai smiled at Liu and said, "Actually, communication between people can be very simple. Put yourself in my shoes and understand each other, right?" If it was in the past, Liu would definitely refute Xia Ryufai subconsciously. However, this time, she only nodded silently. Liu also sat down beside Xia Ryufai. She looked at Xia Ryufai with a complicated expression and asked, "You were in the army before, and your physical fitness is so good. If you didn't protect me, you wouldn't have suffered such serious injuries, right? Why did you save me when your attitude towards me is so bad?"